Chapter 1 Storm Rises. As night fell, the sky became a shroudy dinned in sick clouds, thunder echoing like the beaten goaf were drums thionce tranquil darkness, now engulfed be the oppressive clouds, cast an eerie silency over the streets. Another round of thunder claps resonated, accompanied by flashes of lightning, revealing gassed a wee merging from a place wherein could scarce a hand in front of his face. Attack! The voice was low, yet suddenly, figures submerged from the shadows, outclad in dark garments, their face obscured by black cloth, revealing gonly their piercing eyes. Outside the residence, 6 guards were instantaneously slain by streak soft sword energy. Their cry is for help. Sullen said before they could with their lips as the head of Fagward fell to the ground. A long spear cleaved through Hestar night, crashing opened the gate soft layist overwhelming force. Hoda resto a solve la residence? Before athward scood full escape, the patrolling guards within were swiftly dispatched. A bloody battle erupted within the state, the sound soft clamor and slaughter reverberating, transforming the state into a hellish scene. At that moment, a young man, appearing to be around 50 in or 69 years so fage, emerged slowly from the darkness of night dressed in splendidator, his word radiate an array of featherly energy in a flash of cold light, has struck down a severely wounded member of the family. The Lee family member, on the brink of death, gazed at the man in disbelief, his finger trembling toward him, desperatito speak inaudible toutre sound. Their side and soft lie state, regardless of fager gender, creed out in despair, as if questioning theories and for their plight despite, carnage unfolding, the black-clad assailants also suffered heavy casualties when he off the leaders, witnessing them and step through the gates, respectfully approached, kneeling and saying, "Your Highness fourth Prince, our initial estimate tests were somi way tofi did no texpect la familit one flict, such he of velocage upon a shunderts the circumstances. The inmon before them was noni thanth fourth Prince of Chintian Empire, Guanyurin. Guanyurin surveyed the surrounding soft lie state, producing a silk cloth to cover his nose and remarking, Yalathave turned this place ontos in cridden cesspool how am I to winter? Thek Kneelingman responded, Your Highness speaks the true oversight. Guanyurin waved his hand dismissively. Enough, I tis no tc4 away there where's the toldful? Reporting to your Highness, in this battle, women adjed dislail 12 celestial general soft Lee family, yet hold Markel. Before a cold finish, Guanyurin delivered a swift. What old Marquis lay? Hi's a traitor, Layamo. Theman scrambled to heat, hastily correcting himself. Yes, I tism a mistake. Hi's the traitor Lamo the traitor Layamo. Gravely wounded, has escaped, and is twos on shape Arishadal the Tarmitsword Saint and a Flameheart fight. Up in hearing this, Guanyurin was filled with disbelief. This battle had been meticulously planned and prepared for 2 years with Chintian Empire, pulling resources to secret lion list formidabilities, both within and beyond the Empire. Whether Thaberine mitted toward lay more not the Empire Haydex house to dites, sources to gather 12 celestial realm experts, 4 to 6 earth saint experts, and over 100 earth realm experts. Useless fools, within Thela residence, Wickof Tim did not fall victim to your poison. How could you allow the traitor Lamoto escape? Hurry, pursue him. Guanyurin's fury was lay said with a hint of fear. In responsito your Highness, the remaining 6 celestial realm expert Shavial redesitofen pers triste assured, that traitor lay mal undoubtedly thistomized. At that moment, dark clouds obscured the moon, Thuin howled fiercely, and thunder roared, as the long-awaited rain cascaded down, the driplet slicing through the air like Nithano's face. A figure darted through tonight, drenched in rain, yet Tine Fanton his arms remained be the downpour suddenly. Several individuals blocked the pit ahead, clad entire lion black, impervious to the rain, as if shielded by an invisible barrier. Layamo, don't it struggle you must have witnessed the potency of heavenly detriment. No sooner had thwords left their lips Hanani among them lunged forward with a sword. Fell of soft Flamo's entire family, number in the hundreds, had already been low stite ways evident, that these assailants intended to eliminate him with a few agile movements. Lamo evident this words and suddenly, one person leaped from behind and struck him with a heart-cleaving palm, hitting the back of Flamo's head, causing him to kneel, blood pouring from Lamo, disregarding the pain. Forsaid himself to Conalizener Guideresis the internal poison and injuries. Very well, your famalisection serendi druthless uteretama belies such a force against me. Lamo with zomi pressis injuries, Lamo raised ish to survey his surroundings. Theli drove te black-clad figures removed his mascon derogant, lie prochet hinder dan poisoned Laemo, brandishing isword Tungnasha spoke. Dono Takasimiof taken jadvantagiov number shadio your entire family not being afflicted with heavenly detriment pulse poison. Well I cly cood nathave breachador dori haven not forgotten helis and zilli arn fromia. Yet this world can attack accommodati our existence, nor can't this empire, and certainly, the Guanfama like an Italo uto persist. Ashes stood before Laemo, preparing to deliver the final blow with his word. Laemo interjected, Holden, Guanyuran, a thismament, I am but fish upon the chipping block. Andy out the cleaver their eyes no need to Russian light off thires a havispent getting. E heavy fuelingering doubts had I hope you might clarify, allowing Mato depart this world of Laemo zekret lick an elidis energy, hoping to restore a somio fist strength, those increasing esid sina final struggle. Thean Luker Skoshin Guanyuran, insisting a must no taferd Laemo anichan cedar cover, event hofi was current lipo isendand gravely wounded in cood not be complacent twilio thurswarian aware. Guanyuran way securely aware they the could not grant Laemosing opportunity this chance had been 2 years in theme making, and if missed, it might as well spell the collapsio of the heavens without allowing Laemo an respite. Guanyuran thrust this word, channeling ice internal ner guy toward Lamashist, intent on delivering a fatal strike however. Fate had their plans? As a figure appearedni, executing exquisitesse word technicus do swiftly clear a path, shielding Laemo. Master, how are you? Can you still move? Chapter 2. Thanukomer was noniatherthan lay mostward, hohudge ro noop alongside a hymen was the chief steward doth the family. The live family true liherber shidden talent 7 amorous steward possesses, celestial realm strength yet I am curious show long who can maintain thysender thefic soft, heavenly detriment, poison. Guanyuran, unfazed, sheathed his word, and with a wavio fishand, thegroup off black clad figuresser rounded loandus toward. The chief steward brandished his word, and in the darkness, countless word shadow scuthroot he air, forcing the assailants to retreat, unable to approach Laemo Guanyuran way stake and abac thistoward's browth indeed formidable, having remained low profile until na had it not been for the poison and disprior injuries, Hekud Havius solidus spachideverion present an amatrophomits of inso, surrounded by celestial realm experts, the failed to subdue one a cold and liblameth la fama lice overwhelming strength, which Hayden still ed fear and trepidation in many itwood, not belong before world and lie recognizeth li familian noth Guan family, these was the vererace theme tire la familihud, brish tonight. Guanyuran bellowed, everyone, don't hold back. If we cannot lamine teth his man tonight, your live esme before Fathir. In unison, the assailants responded, ACO command, Your Highness. No sooner had words been spoken than they launched a relentals assault and Laemondus toward Thesteward fought valiantly, each strike causing fresh blood to spill from his lips Swithiachek exquisitely craft head sword movium to the assailants. Thesteward sword and tin treached them before Theble dight self the myriad off sword shadows descended with blinding hit upon the Atticers, who, upon contact, were forced to retreat under the atofta sword sentinta thismament. They haydex houstidal their string merely to defend against the sword shadows he true blade shadia to make contact. Yetarial ready rendered powerless the inluker scood scarce libelieva thought such technique scood bewielded bionu hawas poisoned and gravely wound a doll were celestial realm expert swas the disparate triliso vast. A thismament, these assailants felt deplight had it not been for the prior poisoning and subsequent injuries. They would have been nomich firths tour divin if the attacked with full force was this the legender sword and tintoff celestial realm? The steward, having reached his limit, after slaying 3 more foes, collapsed setteth the ground, blood gushing forth. Laemo, concerned, urged, you must flee. They zeek malifi our bondisrer, and nide notch wish for iauto pay with our life effortfully. Thesteward merely lifted disgazeta the attackers, causing them to hesitate, for the all understood with la family washale das the formistinth central region themer strength of this steward stood at a height, thought most could no taspire to reach moreover. The la family was not limitedo justona celestial expert atwased thatherwell flisharial method, lia family haditon, guanshinda, continuous sly administering small dose soft, heavenly detriment pillan totha fudand wateroft li family for twoyers. Today's annihilation would have been possible. Master, e have been an orphanamits chaos and seckled hood hadiano de kinmean, teaching matoria dand impartant jor sword techniques, e would have perishi either from starvation or the turmoilo fortis. Thanks to Oedi Haviat taint. His daisy accomplishments Samily familimbirth li family is my family moreover. Today, with traders within and experts atticking from without, ilament that I, Lejean, Cannot defend lefamilya against external threats, nor lamine tethi internal traitors wu dre 30,000 death tanatone, for thyssen with the achutterance from lejean, blood trickled from the corners off his mouth, and the pelorifice face gravir marie pronounced Lizan understood, Thadaday, even if you were read a parashinbadal. He mustn't charethis if a passe jeef teal durantheracent liborn young master, these wasp the last vestige jeef li families bloodlean. After a brief moment of recuperation, lay Morgan da semblancio his former strength slowly, he appeared desire sand placed a hand upon lejean, a warm current of finner guy flowing into him hath and turned to Theathers, gently cradling Leyan in Lezan's arms, and seized this word from Lezan's grasp. Lejean, focus on your covery shall take Kekari off the restium great full forth a time may have secured formatorgan strength. The official, Guanyurin, clearly didn't regard Lamo with any respect, for had Jonto great lengths to bring about the downfall of Helia family had bribed a considerable number of Hefamila servants against copper coin equals 1 silver 100 copper coins, 1 gold 100 silver coins, 100 gold 1 gold ticket the expin sezing red from Tion Sundan over set y years are efficient to sustain 1,200,000 sandality soldiers. Thepper Wesoff la family celestial tier expert ways astonishing, having Jean du red the suppression of Tion Sundan spoten for 12 fully years before finally erupting Guanyurin carefully retrieved the so-called world's most potent poison, the Tion Sundan, Fromis robes thesmol y tepple dissolve a dieseline water, becoming colorless and to still sit smilled properties gradually drained the strength of skill-led fighters, ultimately rendering them powerless and incapacitated. Guanyurin handed Tion Sundan to any RB guard. Hounder stewed Thun spoke in commandant health appeal firmly in his grasp as she approached lay. Old lay, will you consume it willingly, or shall I assist you? Lay Maslow lyro seto heat, resembling him in long pas this prime were right not for the fixed soft Tion Sundan. These individual swood no teven beable tally a finger on his garments. Before wingage, he have some uncertainty as that I would Lakeith forth prince to clarify for tis dangma. Guanyurin hesitated, for Lamo had taught Hatri Prince soft go family form in years, and Utov both sentiment and reason, Heshu donner high masadature yetaday, he was compelled to commit Isaac Toff treachery against Thism and Twinjov guilt surface said within Guanyurin, but such feelings Seriofan eclipsed in the hearts of royalty contemplating that lay Mao's destined to me. He resolved to allow his teacher a peaceful departure. Chapter 3 In light of the many years of guidance from Elder Lay, I shall grant you a peaceful demise. If there are any unresolved matters for Elder Lay, allow me to elucidate them today. The official's tone softened slightly, and as the crowd attempted to intervene, he gestured for them to remain still. He approached Layamo slowly, his gaze flickering, seemingly tinged with a hint of remorse in truth. The official remained wary of any potential counterattack from Layamo, but considering the toxicity of the Tion Sundan, he felt somewhat reassured. When did it begin? Why so? These seemingly simple 8 words conveyed a sense of helplessness and animosity. However, such sentiments were rendered irrelevant in the present context. What mattered now was that Layamo sought to comprehend the entirety of the plan. For he questioned how, despite his superior scheming, intellect, and combat prowess, he had been ensnared in such a predicament, which was indeed impressive. The official adjusted his attire in the rain. Even in such downpours, the nobility and elegance of the royal family could not be diminished. He then continued, unhurriedly, when my father first established this plan to eliminate Lay, I was opposed to it. However, since my father has decided upon this course of action, I can only comply. After a brief pause, he elaborated, the inception of this plan stemmed from the emergence of the Tion Sundan. Were it not for this elixir, I fear my father would not have dared to initiate such a scheme. What kind of person provided this drug? Layamo inquired hastily. It was supplied by a mysterious individual, and I can assure you it was not concocted by the poison sect. What is your opinion on this elixir? Elder Lay, it is indeed formidable, and you have my admiration. I was utterly oblivious to when I was poisoned. It seems this plan is quite meticulous. Initially, during the celebration banquet 2 years ago, my father discreetly added the Tion Sun one to your drink. I was filled with trepidation, fearing that if you detected any anomaly in your beverage, the might of the Lay family would surely cause a stir. Yet, you remained oblivious, allowing us to execute 2 preliminary steps. First, to gradually bribe the servants of the Lay household with substantial rewards. Second, to control the physicians familiar with or currently employed by your family. After about a month, several of your household servants had been persuaded to serve you tea and water, which was already sufficient for our purposes. We informed these servants that the Tian Sun Wan was a tonic for vitality, specially prepared by my father for the Lei family. Initially skeptical, they grew reassured upon observing your well-being after consumption, allowing them to surreptitiously add a dose of it to your food and drink each time. Every individual within the Lei family possessing any combat capability was unwittingly ingesting this Tian Sun Wan. Subsequently, my father entrusted this elixir to the most skilled imperial physicians in the royal city, and their examinations revealed no signs of toxicity. Furthermore, over time, my father discreetly replaced the neighbors surrounding the Lei family with our own people. It was crucial to ensure that these neighbors were changed gradually, for over time, Elder Lei would naturally notice the alterations. We devised various plausible excuses for the neighbor's absence. Work commitments, visits home, journeys to acquire skills, or bereavements. In essence, the foundation of our strategy was rooted in authenticity. Afterward, we relocated ordinary individuals into the vicinity. Of course, these ordinary folk were indeed genuine, yet they all shared a common task: digging a cellar. And this excavation would only occur after you had fallen into slumber, requiring utmost silence and no haste. Thus, we dedicated 2 years to complete the cellar. This cellar was prepared for the Tian-level experts. And once it was finished, we quietly arranged for these experts to occupy it after you had succumbed to the poison. Little did we anticipate that the moment these Tian-level masters settled in, you would succumb to the poison, causing your combat capabilities to plummet in just over a month. Chapter 4. Upon hearing this, Lei Mo was profoundly astonished that such elaborate schemes had been orchestrated over a span of 2 years to obliterate the Lei family. Had we initially replaced the surrounding neighbors with Tian-level experts, Lei Mo would have quickly discerned the ruse. However, substituting them with ordinary individuals afforded us the opportunity to eliminate the Lei family without alerting them. The official paused briefly before continuing. We were aware that your family possessed 12 Tian-level experts, so we prepared 13 to counter them, alongside over 100 Tian-level experts to encircle your family's guards, and more than 500 Earth Saint-level experts to besiege your kin. However, the actual initiation of our annihilation plan was not determined by us, but rather by you, Elder Lei. The true commencement of the plan was contingent upon your poisoning. This is precisely why we insisted that the Tian-level experts bide their time until now. Only upon your poisoning and subsequent decline in combat strength could we launch our assault, catching you off guard and thereby securing our chance of victory. Lei Mo let out a howl, echoing through the mountains and valleys, a cathartic release of his abundant helplessness and hatred. How could it come to this? The official furrowed his brow and declared sternly, "Does Elder Lei truly not comprehend the reasoning behind this? The answer is straightforward. Your strength is too formidable for my father to control. However, I believe it is because the world only recognizes the Lei family and remains unaware of the official family. The world! Ha ha ha!" Lei Mo scoffed derisively. A mere empire, the Qing Tian Empire, dares to claim dominion over the world. Little do they know how vast it is. Countless talents arise from every corner, and there are many who could easily extinguish your Qing Tian Empire. Why should I fear Lei Mo? At this moment, Lei Mo grasped the sequence of events, finally alleviating the confusion that had clouded his mind. Though his heart was laden with myriad forms of helplessness and reluctance, the situation had escalated to a point where he had no recourse but to fight for his life in exchange for a glimmer of hope. The official, perceiving the murderous intent in Lei Mo's gaze, resolved to ensure that he would not be afforded a moment's respite that night. For the 13 Tian-level experts and the over 100 Tian-level warriors he had brought with him had perished, leaving only the remaining Tian-level experts by his side. All others had perished alongside the Lei family. This was the strongest force the Qing Tian Empire could muster, unified and summoned, yet all would perish in this battle. Meanwhile, the only survivors of the Lei family were Lei Mo, Steward Lei Zhan, and the infant yet to reach 1 month of age, resulting in a situation where both sides were left in tatters. Without waiting for Lei Mo to react, they launched a collective assault on him. Though Lei Mo had lost much of his former prowess, he had regained some of his strength and was still capable of fighting back. The rain that night was particularly heavy, as if heralding the need for cleansing the sins of the night. perhaps indicating the will of heaven aligning with mankind's desires. A tumult of blades and swords brought an end to an entire clan. A conspiracy unraveled the loyal and virtuous. A scheme extinguished the flames of hope. Once an indomitable force, the Lei family, protectors of the nation and revered as the Thunder Emperor, Lei, found himself at the end of the line. He had never betrayed anyone, nor had he betrayed his country, yet the Qing Tian Empire had betrayed him, the court had betrayed him, and the world had betrayed him. From this day forth, the enmity between the Lei family and the official family of the Qing Tian Empire could never be resolved. The once mightiest empire among the three great empires had lost its position as the strongest due to the annihilation of the Lei family that night. This was a gamble by the Qing Tian Empire. Yet there were no winners in this wager, only losers. The Qing Tian Empire lost its future, while the Lei family lost its present. Chapter 5. After a night of fierce combat, Lei Zhan perished. And Lei Mo, gravely wounded, was bereft of his former strength yet managed to escape. The elite warriors brought by the official all met their demise, and the official himself was severely injured. Lei Mo, cradling his grandson who had yet to reach 1 month of age, fled northward into the dense forest bordering the central and northern regions. That single night witnessed the demise of the Qing Tian Empire's mightiest forces. And the Lei family, along with those associated with them, were expunged from the Qing Tian Empire. However, this astonishing news was sealed away by the Qing Tian Empire. After enduring a harrowing journey of over 10 days, Lei Mo could no longer sustain himself and collapsed. He clung tightly to his grandson. Had it not been for the infant's desperate cries, drawing the attention of the renowned physician Qin Lu, they might have perished at the jaws of beasts lurking in the wilderness. Yet, even the illustrious Qin Lu was powerless against the poison of the Tian Sundan. He could only employ his sect's ultimate technique, the Source Qi-8 needles, to seal the poison within Lei Mo. After several days of treatment, he finally managed to preserve Lei Mo's life. Old Lei, by rights, you and my master belong to the same generation. Both renowned as the foremost experts in the world, who would dare lay a hand on you? Qin Lu inquired while preparing medicine. Cough, cough, cough. After so many years of separation, I heard he had been wanting to find the time to visit. Lei Mo replied while coughing intermittently. Qin Lu understood what Lei Mo wished to inquire about and sighed helplessly. Ah, that was over 20 years ago. Don't make me find evidence against them. Otherwise, I shall deal with those scoundrels myself. Qin Lu's eyes were a mixture of resignation and murderous intent. Based on my understanding of the four of you, the other three would never resort to such actions. Lei Mo spoke slowly. You may be right, but is it possible that he simply passed away? Qin Lu suddenly interjected. Even if my master were to live to over 200 years, with his extraordinary abilities, extending his life by 10 years would pose no challenge. Just as Lei Mo was about to say more, Qin Lu shoved a bowl of medicinal soup into his mouth, silencing him. Old Lei, let me speak frankly. Though we are brothers in arms, I cannot trust them. They have coveted my Source Qi-8 needles for quite some time. Without evidence, let us not dwell on such distressing matters. As Qin Lu spoke, he continued administering treatment to Lei Mo with the Source Qi-8 needles. Speaking of which, this poison is quite peculiar. I have never encountered anything like it in all these years. Do you know its name? After finishing the medicine, Lei Mo replied, my opponent referred to it as the Tian Sundan. I have never heard of it before. Is there any record of the poison scriptures within your sect? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Lu remarked, what a ridiculous name. I've never even heard of it. Moreover, that wretched tome is revered by the poison matron as if it were a precious treasure, not allowing anyone to approach it. Who knows what it contains? After all these years, I've forgotten. Qin Lu utilized his source energy to transform it into needles, guiding the energy through Lei Mo's body to circulate a complete cycle before finally ceasing. Your injury is not as grave as it appears. It is treatable. However, as for this poison, I fear I am too old and lack the ability to handle it. Qin Lu lamented. Lei Mo was well aware that Qin Lu had exerted his utmost effort. Life and death are predestined. Merely encountering you is a stroke of fortune. The matter of poison need not weigh heavily on your heart, he said, albeit with concern for his grandson, Lei Yin. Qin Lu glanced at the slumbering Lei Yin nearby. Rest assured, your grandson is neither injured nor poisoned. I have already used the 8 source needles to examine him. However, his constitution is indeed rare, and in the future, he may surpass even you. Lei Mo gazed at Lei Yin with a smile in his eyes. Have you not wondered how I teach others? Once I have recovered, I shall impart the Lei family's secret arts to you, so that you may cultivate some worthy disciples. Qin Lu chuckled. Ah, do not misconstrue my intentions. My motive for saving you lies in our friendship. Not in any ulterior motive. Do not misinterpret this. On the 10th day of Qin Lu's treatment, Lei Mo's injuries had significantly healed, allowing him to move freely. Qin Lu also began to learn Lei Mo's methods of training disciples. It was only upon delving into the teachings that he realized why the Lei family was a hidden stronghold of talent. Qin Lu generously shared the principles and applications of the 8 source needles with Lei Mo for his future self-treatment. Lei Mo promised Qin Lu that he would never divulge this knowledge to others. As Lei Mo's wounds neared full recovery, Qin Lu took his leave, followed by Lei Mo and Lei Yin. Chapter 6. 17 years swiftly passed, and Lei Yin had blossomed into a robust young man. His appearance was undeniably handsome, with an aura of heroism that seemed to emanate a righteous spirit from within, setting him apart from the other youths in the village. Since the age of 10, Lei Yin had been diligently assisting at home, ensuring that the household was kept in immaculate order. Over the years, Lei Mo had imparted his teachings to Lei Yin with an intensity that surpassed that of training his own son. Each morning, as dawn broke, he would rouse Lei Yin to study and practice martial arts. The regimen included 4 hours of cultivation, 4 hours of studying, and 4 hours of rest, a routine that had never faltered over the years. After completing his training for the day, Lei Yin returned home to partake in breakfast. Upon entering, he was greeted by a rich and enticing aroma wafting through the air. You're back unusually early today. Surely you haven't been slacking off? Lei Mo inquired while preparing the morning meal. Typically, breakfast would be ready by the time Lei Yin returned, but today he had arrived earlier than usual. In truth, Lei Mo was aware that Lei Yin had not been lazy, for his own strength as a earth saint allowed him to sense what Lei Yin was up to. He feigned ignorance to provoke a response. Though Lei Yin lacked a clear understanding of his own abilities, Lei Mo was acutely aware that, despite being only 17, Lei Yin had already attained a remarkable level of mastery within the Earth Saint realm. Just as Qin Lu had predicted, if word got out, others would view Lei Yin as an extraordinary cultivator. Few would reach such heights even after a lifetime of effort, let alone achieve the pinnacle of the Earth Saint realm. Lei Yin was undoubtedly a prodigious talent, and at such a young age, his future was boundless. A spirited young man exclaimed, "Grandfather, what are you saying? You have taught me since childhood to live with integrity, to honor my elders, to embody kindness, to wield wisdom, to uphold righteousness, and to nurture compassion. How could I dare to slack off? However, I must admit that you have prepared breakfast much faster than usual today. The porridge is not yet fully cooked." Lei Yin may not have realized the extent of his progress, but Lei Mo was keenly aware that he had indeed advanced further, mastering all the texts and scriptures without exception. Lei Yin set the table, wiping down his grandfather's chair before fetching the porridge from the kitchen. Oddly enough, the porridge, which was usually green, appeared red today. Lei Yin was curious if his grandfather had added some new ingredient. But Lei Mo remained indifferent, merely urging him to eat. Lei Yin set the dishes on the table and quickly began to eat, as the intense morning training had left him ravenous. Lei Mo took a few sips of wine, suddenly recalling something, and hurriedly went to check. "What is it, grandfather?" Lei Yin quickly swallowed his food, watching as his grandfather emerged from the kitchen. The food for both Lei Yin and Lei Mo was regularly delivered by the villagers. However, the previous day's delivery had not arrived, and Lei Mo typically did not concern himself with such matters. Upon noticing the absence of supplies that morning, he went to the backyard to investigate, only to find nothing there as well. He began to wonder if something unfortunate had occurred in the village, suggesting, after breakfast, you should visit the village chief to inquire if there are any troubles. Lei Yin quickly finished a couple of mouthfuls of vegetables and downed the porridge before heading out. Since settling in Wuyo village, Lei Mo had become the guardian of the community. Villagers referred to him as Old Lei. Given that the villagers primarily engaged in hunting, fishing, farming, and weaving, whenever large beasts threatened, The hunters in peril would call upon Layamo for rescue. It could be said that every family with male members had been saved by him at some point. Thus, the villagers had collectively decided that all food and drink for Old Lay's household would be provided by them. Yet, the previous day, no one had come, and Layamo had thought nothing of it. Assuming that the villagers would deliver once they were finished with their tasks, to his dismay, the following day also passed without any delivery, raising suspicions. At that moment, the sun was not overly harsh, and the fields were bustling with activity. As Lei Yin walked past, he greeted everyone warmly, and the villagers appreciated his courtesy, growing fond of him, especially under the protection of Old Lei. In fact, the village children had taken to following Lei Yin around, idolizing him as their hero. Chapter 7. Before long, Lei Yin arrived at the village chief's doorstep and straightened his attire. He gently knocked on the door. "Village chief, it is I, Lei Yin." Upon hearing the knock, the village chief's grandson opened the door with a cheerful expression. "Brother Lei, what brings you here today? Your grandfather is usually quite strict with you. Did you sneak out?" The village chief's grandson, Li Fu, was known for his mischief, often leading the other children astray, yet he held profound respect for two individuals in the village, his own grandfather and Lei Is. "Your grandfather home? There was no delivery of food yesterday, and my grandfather sent me to inquire if the village has encountered any troubles." Upon hearing that food had not been delivered to Old Lei, Li Fu found it strange. After all, Old Lei was the savior of the entire village. And who would dare neglect him? Li Fu led Lei Yin into the inner courtyard and into the elder's room, where the village chief recounted the events. "Yesterday, when the Wang family's boy went hunting, I warned him. Why was the delivery not made?" Lei Yin had not seen the village hunters around the previous evening, and upon hearing the village chief's words, he sensed something amiss. He quickly bowed to the village chief, saying, "Please rest assured, I shall investigate immediately. There is nothing to worry about." The chief had grown accustomed to such matters over the years, especially since Old Lei had been training the village's young men to enhance their abilities. Thus, he believed that there was unlikely to be any serious danger. Perhaps they had simply sought a greater harvest and returned later than expected. "No need to trouble yourself. They will likely return today. It is normal for them to be away for 3 or 4 days while hunting. I shall send someone with you to deliver food back home. By the way, the wine in the cellar should be ready soon. Old Lei often says that it surpasses the quality of city wine, so take a few extra barrels home today." Lei Yin felt a lingering unease and did not wish to delay. After bowing in gratitude, he hurriedly made his way back home, recounting the village chief's words to his grandfather. Layamo, too, felt that something was amiss. Logically, the Wang family's boy would have known about the food delivery yesterday and would not be out hunting with the others. They must have encountered some trouble and were unable to return in time. With that thought, Layamo and Lei Yin headed toward the forest, where Layamo gradually heightened his source energy to sense their surroundings. Generally, experts at the Gathering Source Realm could perceive individuals within a 10-meter radius, but even with his battle prowess diminished to the 9th level of Earth Saint due to poisoning, Layamo could still sense his surroundings up to several hundred meters away. After searching through the forest for quite some time, Lei Yin detected a group of over a dozen individuals among the trees. "Found them. They're just a few hundred meters ahead," he exclaimed, preparing to quicken his pace. At that moment, Layamo suddenly halted, shielding Lei Yin behind him. "There are exotic beasts. We must first rescue them," Layamo declared. Realizing the gravity of his grandfather's words, Lei Yin sharpened his senses. Layamo seemed to read Lei Yin's thoughts, saying, "In daily life, do not let your guard down simply because you perceive no danger. Now do you understand the disparity in our abilities?" Seeing his grandfather's displeasure, Lei Yin offered an awkward smile. "Ha, you speak the truth, grandfather. Experience comes with age." Just then, a black and white fox sprang from the underbrush, moving with astonishing speed. Lei Yin barely caught a glimpse of a shadow darting past. Layamo swiftly struck the fox's back with his palm, causing it to yelp and leap back into the tall grass. Layamo had not anticipated encountering such a creature as the mysterious fox in this area. It appeared to be quite old and possessed considerable strength. As the general appearance of the Xuanhu fox in its juvenile stage is predominantly silvery white, upon cultivating to a certain level of power, its entire coat transforms to a deep black. further ascent to a human tier realm results in a striking black and white coloration, with each subsequent increase in strength resulting in a greater proportion of white fur. Ultimately, when it achieves a fully white coat, it reaches the source awareness realm. Lei Yin was taken aback. The speed of this fox was indeed remarkable. "Grandfather, this fox is far too swift. Allow me to handle it," he suggested. Hearing his grandson's words, Lei Mo couldn't help but feel irked. Were it not for the necessity of obtaining something from the creature, that previous strike would have surely claimed its life. However, Lei Mo was intrigued. Such creatures typically appeared in groups and resided in the northern regions. Why, then, was only one present today? Observing the Xuanhu's demeanor, it was clear it had already attained a measure of strength. The village hunters must have encountered it yesterday and likely fell victim to its prowess, now hiding in fear. Lei Mo's earlier strike had evidently injured the fox. Causing it to cower and refrain from showing itself, he swiftly approached the creature, which reacted with agility, attempting to evade capture. Lei Yin was astonished. What had prompted his grandfather to exert such effort today? Normally, he would laze about in a chair for an entire day without a care. With remarkable swiftness, Lei Mo seized the fox by its neck. The creature squirmed in his grasp, but upon releasing his aura, it froze in terror. Lei Yin clapped his hands in admiration, exclaiming, "Grandfather is truly impressive, capturing it in just 10 breaths. The blade remains ever sharp." Unamused, Lei Mo retorted, "Have you grown complacent? You dare mock your grandfather?" With one hand gripping the fox, he began to inspect its abdomen. Lei Yin stepped forward, observing the fox with keen interest, remarking, "This fox is astonishingly swift and possesses such a unique appearance, a black and white creature, though it seems to lean more towards white." After a few moments of examination, Lei Mo confirmed the presence of a source core within the fox. With a decisive effort, he rendered the creature unconscious and, along with Lei Yin, set off to locate the others. Having heard from Lei Yin that they were not far away, he headed in that direction. Before long, Lei Mo arrived at the vicinity of a large tree where the others were hiding. Upon seeing Lei Mo approach, the group erupted in excitement, calling out for old Lei, for they knew he had come to their rescue. Such occurrences were not unfamiliar to them. Without further ado, Lei Mo urged everyone to descend from the tree. The villagers, upon noticing the fox in Lei Mo's grasp, were filled with ire, for this creature had devoured their hard-earned prey from the previous day and had injured several of their number. After checking on the wounded, Lei Mo found their injuries to be minor. With a few days of rest, they would recover. However, they were perplexed as to why no signal arrows had been fired. They explained that as they prepared to return the day before, the beast had suddenly attacked with astonishing speed, leaving them no time to react before it inflicted injuries and destroyed their weapons. Thus, they had no choice but to take refuge in the towering tree for the night. With Lei Mo leading the way and Lei Yin guarding the rear, they formed a protective perimeter around the group, fashioning makeshift stretchers to carry the injured back to the village. Chapter 8. Upon returning to the village, Lei Yin assisted in escorting the injured individuals to their homes, also ensuring they would be well cared for in the coming days. It had been quite some time since any hunters had been hurt, and the sight of so many injured on this day prompted the village chief to hurry to the homes of the wounded to offer his concern. Over the years, if it had not been for old Lei, many of the village's men would have perished or suffered grievous injuries. The villagers expressed their gratitude to Lei Mo, feeling reassured by his presence, believing that as long as he was around, they were safe. Later in the evening, Lei Yin returned home and, noticing his grandfather preparing to extract the fox's source core, could not help but call out, "Grandfather, what are you doing?" Seeing that Lei Yin was distressed at the prospect of taking a life, Lei Mo felt a pang of satisfaction. It was far better than becoming a bloodthirsty killer. "I am extracting the source core from the fox. Have you never witnessed the slaughter of chickens or geese?" Though Lei Mo had always taught his grandson to possess a heart of compassion and to refrain from excessive violence, advocating for respect for life, every time he witnessed such scenes, it tugged at his heartstrings, especially since Lei Yin was only 17. "Grandfather, please spare this fox. It is also a life," he pleaded. "You often speak of kindness, do you not?" In teaching his grandson, Lei Mo had indeed overlooked the inner growth that had occurred within him. "What you say is not without merit. but it does lack nuance, though you understand? With a humble demeanor, Lei Yin clasped his hands in respect and replied, I do not know. Please enlighten me, grandfather. Lei Mo set the unconscious fox aside, washed his hands, and gestured for Lei Yin to sit. Yinner, life deserves respect. But what if this respect endangers the lives of others? What if this kindness is exploited to harm others? If one must die to save 5, what then? Though Lei Mo's voice was not loud. These 3 questions struck Lei Yin like thunder, resonating deep within his heart. Indeed, if what grandfather says is true, how should I respond? Is respecting life truly a wrong? Could this compassion genuinely bring harm to others? After deep contemplation, as he gazed at the Suanhu before him, Lei Yin entered a state of enlightenment, radiating an aura that was both fierce and serene. Recognizing this shift, Lei Mo understood that his grandson had reached a moment of insight. It is rare for a master to attain such clarity even once in a lifetime. This state could enhance one's combat prowess, provide profound understanding of the universe, or elevate one's realm, all contingent upon fortune. Yet, one thing was certain. Those who achieved enlightenment invariably reaped its rewards. Eventually, Lei Yin slowly opened his eyes and rose, declaring, Grandfather, I have found my answers to your 3 questions. Oh? Pray tell, Lei Mo eagerly inquired, curious to know what insights his grandson had gained. Gathering his thoughts, Lei Yin took a few steps closer, his gaze resolute as he addressed his grandfather. In terms of life, all beings are born equal. There should be no distinctions of high or low, rich or poor, strong or weak, good or bad, nor should gender play a role. This is true respect for life. It matters not whether one dies to save 5 or 5 perish to save 1. The matter of life and death should be determined by the laws of the nation. If strength were the only criterion, what would become of human morality? The nation would cease to exist, and families would be torn apart. Grandfather, did I speak correctly? With a nod of approval, Lei Mo felt a swell of pride. With such a grandson, what more could I desire? You have grown. You speak wisely, perhaps even surpassing my wisdom from my youth. But let me pose another question. What if the powerful consider the common folk mere ants? What then? If the world truly operates on the principle of the strong devouring the weak? What should we do? Leaning back, Lei Yin gazed skyward, his thoughts swirling. After a prolonged silence, he inhaled deeply and responded, I recall your teaching, grandfather. The people are the foundation of the state. Thus, the world should be built upon the needs of the people. The essence of the populace lies in their ability to age with security, receive medical care when ill, have food when hungry, gain knowledge, adhere to laws, respect traditions, engage in meaningful work, earn a fair wage, establish virtues, and raise children. If those in power view the common folk as mere ants, the people will surely abandon them. Without the support of the populace, what claim to greatness or authority can the so-called elite have? And if the world is indeed a brutal hierarchy, then ultimately, they too shall be supplanted by those stronger. The true strength is dictated by the heavens, not by individual prowess. Personal strength matters little. Those who enrich and nurture the populace are the true strong. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, the strong must stand against injustice, combat inequity, and resist lawlessness. Excellent, 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 Lei Mo applauded thrice, his heart swelling with joy. His grandson's words dispelled the doubts that had plagued him for over a decade, illuminating the very root cause of the Lei family's downfall. Indeed, the mightiest often overlook the power of unity among the weak. Yet, it is such unity that can exploit a moment of weakness in the strong and obliterate them entirely. Do you comprehend that the path of strength encompasses various forms? To delve deeper, the path of the king is the most powerful, followed by the path of the benevolent, and lastly, the path of the tyrant. Your insights today place you on the threshold of the king's path. To advance is to dominate the world. To retreat is to meet your demise. But this step is as arduous as climbing to the heavens. I shall heed your teachings, grandfather. At that moment, Lei Yin's demeanor, both in presence and speech, transformed entirely. The naivety of youth had faded, replaced by an aura of regal authority and a newfound sense of purpose. Chapter 9. Since 14 years ago, Lei Mo had been teaching Lei Yin the intricacies of reading, writing, and navigating the world. Yet today, he realized that his grandson's growth had far surpassed his expectations. Once apprehensive that Lei Yin might not find success in their small village, it now appeared that Lei Mo had been overly cautious. Grandfather, over these 14 years, regardless of whether you taught me history, governance, national discourse, engineering, etiquette, or rhetoric, I have committed it all to memory. However, there remains one matter I do not comprehend, and I beseech you to enlighten me. Throughout the years, Lei Yin had not seen his parents since he could remember. Each time it was mentioned in the village, he found it surprising. Yet, whenever he inquired of his grandfather, he was met with the same response. It is not yet the time. As the day dawned, one might ponder the reason for the household's sole occupants being a grandfather and his grandson. Lei Mo comprehended the unspoken question lingering in his grandson's mind. Yet, should he divulge the bitterness of their past? Given the current state of Lei Yan's epiphany, was it truly right for him to traverse each day burdened by hatred? Doubts flickered within Lei Mo's heart. Theo speak of distance, even in his present state. He wielded only the strength of an earthly saint. In a small locale, he could reign supreme for a fleeting moment, yet in the eyes of their adversaries, he posed no threat whatsoever. After a prolonged silence, the absence of a response from his grandfather weighed heavily on Lei Yan's heart. Each time he observed the parents of his peers, a pang of longing for his own parents would strike him. Such is fate, such is life. It is what it is, you have grown, and thus deserve to know the matters of our household. However, the choices you make henceforth must be yours to determine. Your grandfather is aging and cannot accompany you for eternity. Upon concluding his words, Lei Mo intended to take Lei Yin for a stroll on the mountain, as it had been quite some time since they had shared a tranquil conversation. As they walked, Lei Yin listened intently to his grandfather recounting the history of the Lei family, interspersed with many secrets unknown to others about the current state of affairs in the world. Thus, it seemed that the poison afflicting his grandfather had yet to be dispelled. Strangely, this Tian's son Dan merely diminished one's combat prowess without endangering one's life. Over the years, Lei Mo had exhausted every possible means, yet he could not purge a single trace of the toxin, as if his strength were shackled by an invisible lock. Regardless of how he sought to enhance his abilities, he remained confined to the realm of an earthly saint. Upon learning that his parents had been slain by the officials of the Qing Tian Empire in the Central Domain, a surge of unnameable fury ignited within Lei Yin. His grandfather did not share this information with the intention of inciting vengeance. On the contrary, he hoped for Lei Yin to live well. Lei Mo placed a comforting hand on Lei Yan's shoulder, wishing for him to lead a life of his own, rather than one solely driven by revenge. Thus, when reminiscing about the past, he refrained from mentioning specific names. Pointing towards the distant majestic mountains, he continued, "My grandson, do you see those towering peaks? The Lei family is akin to a fallen leaf amongst them, utterly insignificant. The enmity of the Lei family is minuscule in the grand scheme of this world. I hope you can let go of your hatred and not allow it to blind your vision. Strive to live an extraordinary life. Do you grasp your grandfather's intentions?" Lei Yin, moved by his grandfather's heartfelt words, felt much of his anger dissipate. His grandfather was indeed correct. One must live, truly live. In his heart, Lei Yin silently vowed to restore the Lei family to its former glory. "Grandfather, you have always taught me to read and write. Could you share the strength of our enemies with me?" Lei Mo was momentarily taken aback, sensing that this young man had begun to form his own resolve. Was it for the sake of revenge? His earlier admonitions seemed to have fallen on deaf ears. "Why do you wish to know? Do you intend to seek vengeance?" Lei Mo replied with discontent. Realizing his grandfather had misunderstood him, Lei Yin clarified. "How could I forget your teachings, grandfather? If I wish to carve my own path, I must first possess sufficient strength for self-preservation. Otherwise, I would merely be a soul lost to another's blade." Lei Mo nodded, acknowledging that this young man had become quite eloquent, though he hoped he would not deceive this old man. "Very well, you will learn of these matters sooner or later." Chapter 10. On a morning in Wuyo Village, Lei Yin was typically the first to rise and commence his daily training. However, this morning was an exception, as Lei Mo awoke unusually early. After freshening up, he appeared almost rejuvenated, his demeanor exuding a vigor that belied his years. Who could have envisioned that once a formidable warrior, he was now merely an elderly man in the twilight of his life? Once ready, he called upon Lei Yin to awaken. Upon rising, Lei Yin found it peculiar that his usually lethargic grandfather was so active today. After finishing breakfast, they ascended the mountain. There are some matters that cannot be discussed at home. They must be spoken of here, Leimo remarked while stretching his limbs. It has been far too long since I have engaged in any physical activity. Leimo's languid demeanor inadvertently dampened Lei Yan's spirits. Suddenly, Leimo struck, catching Lei Yin off guard and leaving him at a loss for words. Embarrassment washed over him, for his grandfather had always cautioned him to be vigilant, especially during moments of complacency. Today proved to be another day where he was caught unawares, reaffirming the adage that experience is often the best teacher. After halting his assault, Leimo explained, "What struck you was known as the 8 needles of source qi, designed to seal your strength." Almost immediately, Lei Yin felt as if an unseen force had confined him. Though his power did not diminish, he could distinctly sense a blockage within, rendering him unable to harness his abilities. "Grandfather, I was wrong. Please forgive me," Lei Yin pleaded, his expression one of desperation. "Enough, enough. Your performance is rather lackluster. If you shed a few tears, perhaps I might believe you," Leimo teased, exposing his grandson's ruse. Why are you not falling for it today?" "Very well. What do you wish to know?" Lei Yin asked, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. While Leimo was not oblivious to Lei Yan's antics, he had merely chosen to overlook them in the past. Our continent is known as the Sifong continent, divided into 5 domains: East, West, South, North, and Central. Among these, the Central domain is the largest, home to dozens of nations, with the 3 most powerful being the Yun Kingdom, the Xia Kingdom, and the Qing Tian Kingdom. Our current residence lies at the border of the Yun Kingdom. Noticing his grandfather's earnestness, Lei Yin ceased his frivolity and listened attentively, nodding in acknowledgement as he absorbed the information. Leimo spread his hands, revealing 2 distinct energies within his palms, and continued. Source particles are divided into yin and yang. Yang represents source power, while yin denotes source qi. The source particles within us circulate continuously, and the transformation of these particles into source power or source qi largely depends on how one utilizes them, a concept you are already quite familiar with, so I shall not dwell on it. Typically, source particle strength is categorized into levels. The range of source particles is from 1 to 1,000, with a threshold of 1,000 marking the transition to higher realms: human stage, gathering source stage, source awareness stage, earth spirit stage, earth saint stage, heaven human stage, and heaven saint stage. 9 major realms, each further divided into 10 sublevels, culminating in the great perfection. Lei Yin nodded thoughtfully, realizing the significance of this knowledge. Leimo continued, in the hierarchy of sects, some individuals will deliberately classify these sects into lower, middle, and upper tiers, corresponding to third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate powers. Pondering this, Lei Yin inquired, "What was our family's standing in the past?" Leimo retorted, "What does standing matter? Our family was never a part of the rankings. Do not digress. Listen to my words." Though he spoke dismissively, it was undeniable that prior to the Lei family's downfall, they had been more formidable than many first-rate powers. Now, however, they were but humble villagers in a remote mountain hamlet, reliant on others for sustenance. Lei Yin chuckled, continuing to listen intently to Leimo's narrative. Regardless of whether it is source qi or source power, one requires martial techniques to unleash their full potential. These techniques also vary in strength, of course. To a true expert, this notion of strength is merely relative. "Do you still recall the martial techniques I taught you?" With a sense of pride, Lei Yin thumped his chest, declaring, "Of course I remember. The family martial techniques are unforgettable." Upon finishing, he demonstrated the family's martial techniques: the 6 styles of heavenly thunder, the 8 swords of heavenly flames, the 5 styles of blade intent, the 5 elements arrow technique, and the dragon capture spear technique. After showcasing the techniques, Lei Yin felt a distinct lack of energy, confirming that his grandfather's seal was indeed effective. "What do you think, grandfather? I executed our family's martial techniques quite well, did I not?" Lei Yin panted, a hint of exhaustion evident in his voice. Though Leimo did not voice it, he felt immense pride within. His teachings had cultivated a remarkably talented grandson, one who surpassed even his own son in prowess. Passable, I suppose. Our family's martial techniques in your hands are merely, oh, there's no need to elaborate. It's a painful subject. Lei Mo feigned a look of despair over his own legacy. Lei Yin, however, saw no issue and even felt that he had executed them more effectively than his grandfather. Tentatively, he asked, "Grandfather, do you truly believe they are so lacking?" Lei Mo stubbornly retorted, "Passable, at best. Let us just make do." He then added, "That said, our family's martial techniques should remain concealed unless absolutely necessary, to avoid unnecessary trouble." The trouble to which Lei Mo alluded was, of course, their enemies. Although they currently resided in the Yun Kingdom, no one could guarantee that their foes would not follow them there. Lei Yin nodded in agreement. "Indeed, grandfather speaks wisely. I am not one to flaunt my prowess, rest assured." Yet, a burning curiosity lingered within him, "But I am eager to know, what is my current level of strength? After years of training, I have never ventured beyond our confines." With a gesture, Lei Mo interrupted Lei Yin, saying, all right. You are not one to feign helplessness. I might as well tell you today. Before I sealed your strength, you were at the pinnacle of the earthly saint realm. Now, you are merely at the human stage. Give or take." A wave of despair washed over Lei Yin. "Then how can I break this seal? I used to feel no fatigue after a day of training, yet after merely practicing a few techniques, I feel exhausted." Contemplating, Lei Mo stroked his chin thoughtfully. "The specifics escape me, but in essence, you must continue your training. Eventually, when you reach a certain threshold, the seal will naturally lift. The individual who instructed me conveyed it in such a manner." Within Lei Yan's heart, a tempest of emotions surged, akin to the crashing waves against the shore. Encountering such an unreliable grandfather is truly unparalleled. "Grandfather, I suppose it is only you who can toy with me in this manner." Incensed, Lei Yin found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, Lei Mo spoke with authority. "Enough of this idle chatter. Tomorrow, we shall go to the town to prepare for the examination in school." Lei Yin felt an overwhelming desire to escape from this predicament. "Grandfather, putting everything aside, I have been to the town before. What could the teachers there possibly teach me? I could teach them a thing or two." Lei Mo began to speak sternly. "When I instruct you to go, you shall go. Why all this unnecessary discussion? This is how I have raised you. I care not what you choose to study. You will start from the beginning and attend school. If you do not obtain the scholar's book, do not return." As he spoke, he tossed Lei Yin an object. Catching it, Lei Yin nearly strained his back. "What on earth is this? It's so heavy." Upon opening it, he realized it was the weighted garment he usually wore during training. Though this particular one was evidently heavier, Lei Mo continued, "You are to wear this at all times and must not remove it." Lei Yin tentatively inquired, "Am I to wear it even while attending school?" Lei Mo nodded and turned to descend the mountain. Chapter 11. A few days later, Lei Yin packed his belongings and arrived at the town. This town was neither too far nor too close to Wuyo village. Ordinary individuals would require a 3-day journey to reach it. The town was significantly more vibrant and bustling compared to Wuyo village, with a constant flow of people, making it appear far more industrious. Lei Yin arrived at an intersection, vaguely recalling the general direction but feeling uncertain. In a hurry, he stopped a passerby to inquire, "Hello, sir, could you please direct me to the Sijia Town Academy?" "Academy? Oh, you must be referring to the Sijia Dojo. Just walk straight this way, and you will see it at the next intersection," the man replied, momentarily bewildered but soon understanding, pointing towards the direction of the Sijia Dojo. After bowing in gratitude, Lei Yin proceeded in the direction indicated by the man. Upon arriving at the Sijia Dojo, although the entrance was modest, it was already packed with applicants. Lei Yin had initially thought that simply registering and paying the tuition would suffice, but he soon learned that an examination was required to gain entrance to the dojo for study. Reluctantly, he felt disinclined to be involved in such frivolous games with others. "Next, name, gender, source particle level?" the registration teacher asked impatiently, not even looking up. Lei Yin thought to himself, "Source particle level? I am already at the Saint Realm. What need is there for such details?" However, recalling his grandfather's previous admonitions, he replied, "Surname Lei, given name Yin, male, Source particle level 1000. This declaration caused an immediate uproar. Others had reported levels of 30 or 50. And suddenly here was someone claiming 1000.1. Bystander remarked, "What a boast! You'll be crying in the arena soon enough." Another added, "Goodness, do people not even need to pay for their tall tales anymore?" He truly dares to say such things. With his slender limbs, it was clear that any level he possessed was merely due to ancestral virtue. Despite the cacophony of remarks, Lei Yin appeared utterly unfazed. Considering his declaration of 1000 to be quite modest, the registration teacher, without a moment's thought, stated, "Child, one must be honest. Do not lie. Where are your guardians? Have them come here." Lei Yin hastily responded, "I came alone." "Teacher, please rest assured, write 1000. It is nothing to worry about. Also, my name is written with the character for heat, not seriousness." The registration teacher continued, "Child, I am looking out for your best interests. IT matters not what I write. Even if I were to document 10,000, it would be merely a matter of drawing another circle. However, once you enter the arena, it is no laughing matter. If you are eliminated, you will not be able to attend school." After much back and forth, Lei Yin reluctantly had his level recorded as 100 in order to proceed. Upon entering the academy, the vast arena surrounded by numerous stands was a sight to behold. This was Lei Yin's first encounter with such a grand arena filled with spectators. Holding his number tag, he found his designated spot in the resting area. The crowd began to murmur among themselves. Look, look! He is the one who boasted about having 1000 source particles. Yes, him, dressed like a villager. How uncouth! Indeed, he is unaware of his own limitations, daring to boast in this place." The whispers were plentiful, yet to Lei Yin, these individuals were not worthy of his attention. He chose to ignore them entirely. Just then, someone approached and introduced themselves. "Hello, I am Lu Yulin, here for the entrance examination. Just like you, you'll not mind what they say." Lei Yin extended his hand to shake Lu Yulin's and replied, "I am Lei Yin. It is a pleasure to meet you. No need to console me. They are merely immature." Lei Yin's words provoked the ire of a nearby heckler. "You little brat, what are you bragging about? Just wait until I break your legs." Lu Yulin was about to intervene when a teacher's sharp voice rang out. "What is all this noise? Do you not understand the rules? If you have the ability, step forward to compete." Contestant 1, step out against contestant 8. Lu Yulin, sitting beside Lei Yin, asked, "What number are you?" Lei Yin glanced at his number tag, which read 276. I am 276. "What about you?" "I am 302. Lu Yulin replied cheerfully. "I heard this year's cohort is quite large, nearly 400 participants. In previous years, it was generally around 300. Lei Yin inquired, holding his number tag, "Will we be engaging in direct combat?" Lu Yulin reassured him, "Do not be anxious, it will be one-on-one. Whoever is knocked out or concedes will lose. Just give it your all when it's your turn. I was incredibly nervous during my first time." Lei Yin chuckled awkwardly, thinking to himself, "If I were to go all out, I fear I might seriously injure them. IT would be wiser for them to hope they do not draw my number." Nevertheless, he found himself quite fond of the individual named Lu Yulin. "Lu Yulin, are you familiar with this place? It seems you have been here before." Lu Yulin smiled sheepishly. "Hee, you caught me. I'm a bit embarrassed. I was here last year and lost 3 matches in a row, which was quite humiliating. I apologize for making you laugh, Lei brother." Lu Yulin's sincerity and straightforwardness made Lei Yin feel at ease in his company. "Lu brother, do not speak of it. I believe you are far superior to those others. Skill level is secondary. What truly matters is the quality of your character. Rest assured, you will surely succeed this year." The two engaged in lively conversation, particularly as Lu Yulin's heartfelt sincerity made Lei Yin eager to cultivate this friendship. "Contestant 276, is contestant 276 present?" The teacher called from the side. Lu Yulin promptly nudged Lei Yin, who had been engrossed in conversation. "They are calling for you. Hurry." Lei Yin smiled as he walked toward the teacher, offering a victory sign. The teacher, displeased, remarked, "Have your ears gone deaf? Did you not hear your name? Hand me your number tag. It is your turn." Lei Yin cheerfully replied, "My apologies, teacher. I am on my way." Without even inquiring about his opponent, he turned and proceeded in the direction indicated by the teacher. The stands surrounding the arena were filled with spectators, either there to watch or parents of the students. A teacher stood in the center, addressing the two contestants. The one who voluntarily surrenders loses. The one who falls and cannot rise loses. The one who falls outside the arena loses. And the one who intentionally injures another loses. The teacher explained the rules, and once finished, both contestants nodded in understanding. Although this was Lei Yan's first contest of this nature, he displayed no signs of stage fright. Rather, he looked around curiously. His opponent shouted, "You little brat, do not look down on me. My source particle level is 130. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lei Yan swiftly dodged and delivered a blow, sending the opponent flying out of the arena. The entire arena fell silent. No one could believe their eyes. Not only the students but even the dojo instructors would struggle to match such speed. Lei Yan approached the teacher, tapping them on the shoulder. "Teacher, teacher, did I win?" It was at this moment that the crowd finally reacted. Erupting into thunderous applause, Lei Yan descended from the stage with measured steps. Contestant 276, Lei Yan, victorious. Although Lu Yulin did not witness the event, he soon heard the announcement of Lei Yan's swift victory and felt elated for him. Upon Lei Yan's return, Lu Yulin grinned and said, "I told you there was no need for concern, didn't I? You won in less than a minute. You are truly remarkable, haha." Chapter 12. Following a round of matches. The winners and losers were naturally sorted into their respective groups. The winners were graded by the academy teachers on a scale of 1 to 10, while the losers received scores from 0 to 5. After seeing that Lu Yulin had also completed his first round of matches, Lei Yan approached him to ask, "How did it go?" Lu Yulin simply nodded. Between two men, there was no need for elaborate expressions. 3 simple words and a nod sufficed to convey their relationship. At that moment, the teacher announced, "Everyone, take a brief rest. We will begin the written examination in 3 hours." Lei Yan found the situation rather troublesome. "Lu brother, why is there still a literary exam?" After taking a sip of water, Lu Yulin set down the kettle and wiped his mouth, replying, "This literary exam is simpler than the martial arts exam. It's a choice between 2 options. One is to compose an essay, and the other is to transcribe a piece of writing. In terms of difficulty, they are quite similar. The transcription involves selecting 1 out of 10 texts to copied. As for the essay, we only discover the topic at the start." Lei Yan nodded, realizing the situation. However, he felt little interest in an exam of this level and inquired, "Is it mandatory?" Lu Yulin nodded and explained, "If you don't take it, there are 2 outcomes. Either you enter the candidate class for inferior students, or you are eliminated." Having said that, Lu Yulin pulled Lei Yan along to find something to eat. They casually settled beneath a tree's shade and sat down. Lu Yulin took out a flatbread from his bundle and handed it to Lei Yan. Accepting the flatbread, Lei Yan smiled bashfully and said, "Hee, brother, I feel really embarrassed." After taking a bite of the flatbread, he found it exceptionally delicious. Although it wasn't warm, it was soft and flaky, truly delightful. This was Lei Yan's first experience tasting such a delectable flatbread. "Brother, this flatbread is simply exquisite. Where did you buy it?" Lu Yulin beamed with pride as he ate and replied, "How is it? Tasty, right? This was made by my mother herself. She packed a lot for me before I left, thinking I wouldn't finish it. Turns out it was just right." Lei Yan took a couple of sips of water and grinned, saying, "Your friendship is truly valuable. After tasting your flatbread, you are now my brother. Don't worry, from now on, I've got your back." Lu Yulin shot him a glance and retorted, "Can you not boast? Aren't you afraid that I'll get arrogant or bring you trouble?" They both shared a laugh. At that moment, a group of candidates approached, appearing rather hostile. Lu Yulin stood up first, shielding Lei Yan behind him. However, Lei Yan, with a smile in his eyes, once again confirmed his friendship with Lu Yulin. One individual glared, pointing at Lu Yulin, and demanded, "Are you Lei Yan? My brother was beaten by you. What do you have to say about this?" Lu Yulin smirked coldly, while Lei Yan stepped in front of him, casually patting Lu Yulin's back. "Who are you? Who did I hit? I wasn't aware of it." Lei Yan teased lightly. "Who? My brother, the 7th young master. Don't overestimate yourselves. Kneel and apologize now, and I might consider sparing you." The leader of the group boasted increasingly arrogantly. Lei Yan turned to Lu Yulin and asked, "Do you know this person? Who is he talking about?" Lu Yulin shook his head. Lei Yan then smiled knowingly. "Stop wasting time. How many of you are there?" Just come at me all at once. The leader was infuriated, declaring, "Dare to look down on me? I am the top scorer in this year's entrance exam." With a source energy level of 400, just as he finished speaking, Lei Yin didn't even glance at him. He simply pointed his finger as if wielding a sword, and a wave of invisible force instantly knocked down everyone in front of him, leaving them utterly defenseless. This display astonished not only the assailants but also Lu Yulin, who stood behind Lei Yin, utterly shocked. It exceeded his understanding and left him momentarily speechless. Lei Yin, appearing unconcerned, turned to Lu Yulin and awkwardly asked, "Brother, do you have any more of that flatbread? It was simply too delicious. I can't help myself." Lu Yulin snapped back to reality and walked alongside Lei Yin, pulling out more flatbread for him. Just as the leader began to rise and speak, Lei Yin, without even looking, waved his hand, unleashing a surge of source energy. The tree under which they had sought shade was instantly cleaved in two by Lei Yin's power. Silencing everyone in fear, Lu Yulin gazed at Lei Yin with shining eyes. "Come on, Lei Gu, there's plenty of flatbread. Take as much as you want." This sudden enthusiasm caught Lei Yin off guard, wondering what had come over him. "Wait, what's wrong with you? You were fine just a moment ago. Are you okay?" Lei Yin asked with concern. I'm fine. Lei Gu, that move you just performed was incredible. Can you teach me, your little brother?" Lu Yulin said, awkward yet eager, as he handed Lei Yin a drink. Lei Yin thought there was something serious going on, but this trivial matter seemed easy enough. "I thought something was wrong with you. It's just a small thing, and no problem at all. But can you return to the way you were before? I'm not used to you like this. It was better before." Lu Yulin chuckled awkwardly and replied, Lei Gu, I got a bit carried away. It's just that you're so powerful. What you did just now, even the academy teachers might not be able to accomplish, let alone me. In truth, Lei Yin had no concrete sense of his own strength. Until now, it had always been just Lei Mo and Lei Yin, with no exposure to other cultivators. Thus, Lei Yin, having followed Lei Mo's teachings, believed his abilities were merely mediocre and not particularly impressive, especially since Lei Mo had always advised him to conceal his true powers in front of others. That last move had merely been a casual gesture, requiring little source energy from him. Lei Yin contemplated that he should understand Lu Yulin's strength better. Otherwise, misunderstandings could arise in the future. "Brother Lu, there's something I'd like to ask. I hope it's not impolite to inquire about another's strength directly." He had only spoken half of his thought when Lu Yulin interrupted. "Lei Gu, feel free to ask. Your little brother will handle it." "What can't we discuss as brothers?" Lu Yulin's open-hearted nature was clear to Lei Yin. "Brother Lu, if you consider me a friend, would you act as you did before? I'm really not accustomed to this change. Also, I just want to know what level your strength is at now." Lu Yulin hadn't anticipated that such an impressive Lei Yin could remain so approachable, devoid of any airs of superiority. He smiled awkwardly and replied, All right, whatever Lei Gu says goes. My current source energy level is 97. My family lacks funds, so I can't afford good elixirs and herbs, which has slowed my cultivation progress. I hope you won't find it laughable." Lei Yin then asked a few more questions, further bridging the gap between them. After hearing about Lu Yulin's past, Lei Yin remarked, "Brother, your mother is truly remarkable in my eyes. She's no less impressive than the matriarchs of the 4 great families, perhaps even more so. Trust me, you will undoubtedly become a formidable force in the future, strong enough that those who have bullied you will dare not look up to you." Lu Yulin felt a surge of emotion. Not for any other reason, but because Lei Yin did not look down on his background. Chapter 13. Time passed swiftly, and the literary exam was about to commence. Lei Yin arrived at the examination venue, where the essay prompt was on effective agricultural policies, while the transcription task allowed candidates to choose any one of the 9 scholarly articles by the renowned scholar of Yun Kingdom. Lei Yin had heard Lei Mo speak of these 9 articles and found them uninteresting, ultimately deciding to write an essay on agricultural policies. Most candidates opted for the simpler scholarly articles. The examination lasted for 2 hours, and Lei Yin's thoughts flowed like a fountain. His pen moved as if aided by divine inspiration, culminating in a well-crafted essay on agricultural policies, which he promptly submitted. The supervising teacher, upon reading Lei Yin's work, praised it profusely, and curious teachers flocked to see it, all offering high accolades. Even before the exam concluded, numerous instructors were already advocating for Lei Yin to be the top scorer. The results would be announced 2 days later, but some students, realizing they had no chance of admission, departed early in a room within the academy. Sunlight streamed through the window but failed to illuminate the dim space. As one person entered, they casually turned on a nearby source energy lamp, instantly brightening the room. "You all come in," spoke the vice president of the academy. As soon as he finished, several teachers entered his office. The vice president, observing their arrival, picked up a pen from the desk and asked, "Who assigned you this ranking?" One teacher, looking somewhat aggrieved, replied, "Vice President, you instructed us to rank them by their scores." Lei Yin, whether in literature or martial arts, is universally acknowledged as the top student, especially regarding the agricultural policies. You yourself praised the fundamental strategy of returning land to the people. The vice president pointed an accusing finger at the teachers. Scolding, "It's a good thing I glanced at this. Otherwise, if it gets out, the 4 great families will be in an uproar. You, and you, do you not realize that each of the gold notes in your hands was given by the 4 families? Are you blind?" Another teacher, feeling wronged, suggested, "Then let's place Lei Yin in the 20th position. That way, the top 20 will all be from the 4 great families." The vice president was seething with anger. "Are you all foolish? In the top tier and middle tier classes, there cannot be more than a few students from the 4 families. Put Lei Yin at the very bottom, and let him enter as a candidate for the inferior class. Also, include that illegitimate son of the Wang family's son in law.do as I say, and hurry up. Get out." The next afternoon, the results were released. Scanning through the list, Lei Yin's name was nowhere to be found among the top 50, which puzzled Lu Yulin greatly. As a result, Lei Yin patted the still searching Lu Yulin and said, "Stop looking, it's right here." Lei Yin pointed to the last 2 remaining. Lu Yulin felt it was of little consequence what place he stood in. But Lei Yin's talents, whether in martial or literary pursuits, surpassed even the instructors of the dojo. To find him placed in the last position was infuriating. Lu Yulin's anger flared. Yet Lei Yin appeared rather indifferent to the situation, offering comfort to Lu Yulin instead. That moment, the 3rd son of the Wang family approached with a group, exuding an air of arrogance that was quite unsettling. Well, isn't this the illegitimate child of our family's servant? Have you learned how to take exams too? Ha, come, let me see what you scored." Upon recognizing the speaker as a member of the Wang family, Lu Yulin realized that Wang Jiji, being his cousin, was the 3rd son of the Wang family. Lu Yulin's father was a son-in-law of the Wang family, while his mother, Lu Qin, had been a servant in the Wang family's tavern. One fateful night, Lu Yulin's father, inebriated, violated Lu Qin, leading to her expulsion from the Wang family. She had since supported Lu Yulin by mending clothes, washing, and cooking. Thus, every time Lu Yulin encountered members of the Wang family, his anger would boil over. "Wang Jiji, without the support of the Wang family, do you think you could have passed? It's simply laughable." Though infuriated, Lu Yulin spoke the truth. Wang Jiji, the youngest son of the family head, could barely recognize simple characters, let alone write an essay. His martial skills were even more abysmal. Wang Jiji was taken aback by Lu Yulin's audacity to insult him. "You bastard, ranking 2nd to last? Dare to speak to me, who ranked 10th, in such a manner?" The onlookers may not have recognized Lu Yulin, but Lei Yin was unmistakably known, having the power to cleave a tree in half with a mere gesture. "Wang Shao, why bother quarreling with such a person? We are in the elite class. Do not stoop to the level of those inferior class individuals." Many rushed to pull Wang Jiji away, urging him not to engage. Their motivations were not out of genuine concern, but rather a clear understanding that Lei Yin and his companions were unbeatable, regardless of the numbers they brought. Thus, a group dragged Wang Jiji away. Lei Yin, somewhat irritated, having spent these past days in close company with Lu Yulin, sincerely felt that Lu Yulin possessed commendable qualities. He consoled him, saying, "Do not be angry. Though such people may triumph now, they will ultimately lose to you in the future." Lu Yulin, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Lei Yin gestured toward the dojo, stating, "Their future is confined to this small patch of land." He then pointed to the distant sky. "However, your future is vast, encompassing the entire world. You must use your strength to make your name resound through the heavens. Did you not wish to learn the ability to sever trees with a single finger as I do? I will teach you." Upon hearing Lei Yin's words, Lu Yulin's spirits lifted. Yet, despite his joy, Lu Yulin was aware that the inferior class taught only foundational knowledge. Even martial skills were of the lowest tier. With no elixirs or celestial herbs available, elevating his abilities would indeed be a formidable challenge. After Lei Yin paid the tuition, they awaited the opening of school the next day. During the 2 days of waiting, Lu Yulin had taken Lei Yin around the town, which, though small, was quite complete in its offerings. Chapter 14. As anticipated, the two were placed in the same class, the inferior class 9, led by a male instructor with a cultivation level of the 3rd tier of the human realm. On the first day of class, the instructor discussed various aspects of cultivation, the division of essence particles into yin and yang, with the former referred to as source qi and the latter as source power. He covered classifications and the methods of cultivation. Tio Lei Yin, the instructor's explanations were less enlightening than his own insights, so he opted to cultivate independently, circulating his internal source power. Noticing Lei Yin with his eyes closed, the instructor reprimanded him. "You inferior breed, daring to sleep in my class? Get out." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung a large hand towards Lei Yin, who merely shifted aside without opening his eyes, evading the blow, and then stood up to exit. However, the instructor persisted, demanding Lu Yulin leave as well. And in truth, the instructor held no grudge against Lei Yin. He was merely acting on Wang Jiji's prior instructions to ensure they were not treated favorably. Lu Yulin felt unlucky to be singled out by the instructor on the very first day. Lei Yin, however, chuckled and said, "No worries, I didn't wish to listen to his nonsense anyway." Lu Yulin, with a look of disdain, replied, "Brother Lei, you are a prodigy, I am not. I must work diligently, step by step." Lei Yin laughed. "Hey brother, if you follow his methods of cultivation, you won't progress even a layer in years. Trust me, I won't deceive you." Reluctantly, Lu Yulin followed Lei Yin back to the student dormitory, which was originally designed for 8 occupants. By chance, only 4 remained, thus granting them some peace. The other 2 were Wu Xiaolu and Wu Xiaoqi, brothers whose family operated a blacksmith shop. "Brother Lei, what did the teacher say was incorrect, and where?" Lu Yulin asked, puzzled upon returning to the dormitory. Lei Yin paused before responding. "Well, his idea is that by circulating the essence particles within the body in a periodic manner, the more cycles you perform, the quicker your strength increases. Isn't that right?" Lu Yulin plopped onto his bed and nodded. "That's correct. Everyone cultivates this way." "Exactly," Lei Yin affirmed. "But the issue lies within that. Essence particles are divided into yin and yang, while the human body must also correspond to the 5 elements. The human body resembles a flowing river. How one utilizes their bodily attributes in conjunction with the essence particles determines the efficacy of their cultivation. Many individuals fail to break through certain bottlenecks due to incorrect cultivation methods. Lu Yulin was hearing this for the first time and found it immensely intriguing. Lei Yin continued, "Cultivation is essentially a process of inhaling and exhaling, differing between genders. Men draw in yang and expel yin. Women do the opposite. Unless you are inherently pure yang or pure yin, everyone must navigate the cycle of in and out." Lu Yulin listened, somewhat confused, as if grappling with an elusive question, yet unsure how to articulate it. After pondering for a while, he asked, "Brother Lei, you mentioned the cycle of in and out, and then spoke of source qi and source power, which confuses me a bit." Lei Yin smiled and replied, "That's merely theoretical. It's to help you understand how essence particles circulate within your body. When it comes to practical application, you will naturally grasp it." In truth, Lei Yin understood well that Lu Yulin's current state of partial comprehension mirrored his own when he began cultivating at 4 years old. With time, he would inevitably awaken to understanding. It was merely a matter of time. The pressing issue was that Lu Yulin had never laid a solid foundation, a detail often overlooked by many. Following Lei Yin's guidance, Lu Yulin began circulating his internal essence particles. But it did not seem to flow as Lei Yin described, leaving him disheartened, believing he was not cut out for this. Noticing Lu Yulin's renewed confusion, Lei Yin suggested, "Let us set the essence particle discussion aside for now. Tomorrow morning, we'll rise early and train together. Just do as I say without questioning in time, you will understand. For now, I'll step out." Rest well with that. Lei Yin exited the dormitory. The following morning, just as dawn broke, an hour familiar to Lu Yulin, who typically rose at first light, he had never considered cultivating at such an hour. After leaving the dormitory, Lei Yin made his way to the street. Having been personally taught by Lei Mo since childhood, his foundation was naturally solid. Despite his current cultivation being sealed, he still possessed immense physical strength. Even without utilizing source power, he could easily defeat an average individual at the human realm level using sheer physical prowess. For Lu Yulin, however, his foundation was considerably weaker, not due to the lack of magical pills, but rather from inadequate training of his bones and muscles. Thus, it was essential for Lu Yulin to establish a solid foundation first. Subsequently, his ability to enhance his source power would become significantly easier. Standing before a blacksmith shop, Lei Yin inquired of a middle-aged man lounging with a cup of tea, "Excuse me, how much does this heavy chain weigh?" The man regarded Lei Yin with curiosity. "Are you looking to buy?" Lei Yin nodded. "Yes, but I'm unsure of its weight, flexibility, and price." The man rose, placing his teacup down, and explained, "This chain is used for beasts of burden. It is particularly durable. I've never weighed it precisely, but it's about 50 pounds if you want it. It's 10 silver coins for 2. Without hesitation, Lei Yin countered, 8 silver coins for 2. "Is that acceptable, sir?" The middle-aged man, surprisingly agreeable, retrieved 2 chains for Lei Yin without further ado. Lei Yin, finding them not particularly heavy, slung one over each shoulder and returned to the dormitory. Seeing Lu Yulin still practicing, he said, "Brother, from now on, these 2 chains are yours. Carry them during your training every day." As Lu Yulin accepted the chains, he nearly toppled under their weight. "Brother Lei, how heavy are these? Are you trying to take my life?" Lei Yin took a couple of sips of water and replied, "They weigh about 100 pounds. Lu Yulin currently holds a high degree of trust in Lei Yin. After receiving the heavy chain, he nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, I shall follow your guidance in training." Chapter 15. The following dawn. While the sky was still cloaked in darkness, Lei Yin awakened Lu Yulin as promised for their training session. The Wu brothers from the same dormitory were still in deep slumber. Heeding Lei Yin's instructions, Lu Yulin slung the 100-pound chain diagonally across his body, its weight already exhausting him to the point where he could barely stand upright. Lei Yin gestured towards the martial arts training ground ahead. "Run in circles until the sun rises, then stop." Upon hearing this, Lu Yulin initially thought Lei Yin had misspoken, but after repeated confirmation, he reluctantly began to jog while dragging the cumbersome chain. Meanwhile, Lei Yin commenced his breathing exercises, diligently ensuring the internal energy particles within him maintained a dynamic equilibrium. Particularly after countless failed attempts to break the seal imposed by his grandfather, he realized that the only course of action left was to comprehend the energy particles. No, it should be 2 tasks: circulating the internal energy particles and breathing them in. Time passed, and after what felt like an eternity, Lu Yulin finally completed a lap, at which point he could faintly sense the dawn approaching. He staggered towards Lei Yin, panting heavily, too breathless to utter a word. Without even opening his eyes, Lei Yin instructed, 10 push-ups. Lu Yulin pointed at Lei Yin, struggling to catch his breath, unable to form any words. But as soon as he regained his composure, he began the arduous task of doing push-ups. Completing even a single one was a grueling challenge, let alone the 9 more that followed. At this point, Lu Yulin's arms and entire body began to tremble, and he found it impossible to rise under the weight he bore. Lei Yin understood that the preceding days were crucial moments. Lu Yulin could only rely on himself. Whether he would soar like a dragon or crawl like a worm depended solely on his own efforts. If he could not succeed, no one else could help him. Conversely, if he possessed the talent, he would soar even without assistance. Continuing with his own practice, Lei Yin felt each cycle of energy flow felt subtly different, though these changes were difficult to discern. Nonetheless, he resolved to proceed with his training as he deemed fit. As dawn broke, the students in the dormitory began their morning routines. At this point, Lu Yulin had barely managed to complete 10 push-ups. Lei Yin ceased his energy exercises and led Lu Yulin back to the dormitory to freshen up. While Lei Yin appeared relatively composed, Lu Yulin was drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from a river. Especially during breakfast, Lu Yulin consumed several more steamed buns than usual. After a brief respite, the two headed off to class. The instructor began to assign training objectives, each class possessing its designated training area equipped with various tools to aid in their practice. However, the majority of students followed the instructor's directives to focus on energy breathing and comprehension, while only a select few endeavored to strengthen their physical prowess. Once the instructor departed, Lu Yulin inquired, "Brother Lei, what shall we do now?" Lei Yin rose and walked towards the exit, saying, "Follow me. Let us take a stroll." Lu Yulin genuinely believed they were merely going for a leisurely walk, yet the two soon found themselves at the foot of a mountain. Lei Yin announced, "Once you've rested, accompany me to climb this mountain." Lu Yulin exclaimed, "Brother, do you intend to work me to death? My legs are still weak." Without skipping a beat, Lei Yin continued, "Utilize the breathing method I taught you while ascending. 3 steps inhaling, 3 steps exhaling. This rhythm must not falter. The key is to synchronize your footsteps with your breathing. Stay close behind me." This breathing technique had been imparted to Lei Yin by Lei Mo when he was merely 4 years old. And by now, he had mastered the art of inhaling lightly with each step while exhaling over 100 steps. A regular person, on the other hand, would take a deep breath for each step. As Lei Yin forged ahead, Lu Yulin followed closely behind. To outsiders, the two appeared to be casually wandering, yet Lu Yulin was acutely aware of the excruciating difficulty of each step. With every movement, not only his legs but every part of his body ached. What should have been a relatively short distance from the foot of the mountain to the summit felt interminably long. Meanwhile, Lei Yin continued to refine his breathing and movement techniques, striving to ensure that his inhalation did not disrupt his physical stability, nor did it affect the surrounding environment. By the time they reached the summit, the sun was at its zenith, and the heat was unbearable. As soon as Lu Yulin arrived at the top, he collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted, gasping for air. "Finally made it. I'm so tired." "Brother, you might as well let me die." Lei Yin merely smiled, handing him water and food, saying, "Is this all you can handle? First, eat something and drink some water, then take a moment to rest." Lu Yulin gulped down the water eagerly, draining the entire water pouch in one go, before devouring a biscuit. "Brother, did you train like this in the past? Or is this merely tailored for me?" After taking a sip of water, Lei Yin replied nonchalantly, "What of it? Is there a difference? Regardless, it's all part of training, and in the end, you alone will reap the benefits." Lu Yulin thought this to be true. After all, it was all training. Once he had regained some strength, Lei Yin resumed their training, albeit with a slight variation from the morning session. Before commencing, Lei Yin asked, "Brother, what weapon do you use?" Lu Yulin, not quite grasping Lei Yin's inquiry, responded, "I don't use weapons. I aspire to become a Source Beast Master." This was the first time Lei Yin had heard that term, and he mused that his grandfather had never mentioned it. Seemed that enrolling in school had indeed served some purpose. What exactly does a Source Beast Master do? Assuming Lei Yin to be well informed, Lu Yulin asked with curiosity, "Brother Lei, you're joking, right? You're so capable and yet unaware of what a Source Beast Master is?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lei Yin nodded. Chuckling awkwardly, Lu Yulin explained, "A Source Beast Master establishes a bond with extraordinary beasts, enlisting their aid in battle. I once witnessed a Source Beast Master in a bounty group. He single-handedly hunted numerous beasts with the help of his companion, and I found it truly remarkable." After listening to Lu Yulin's account, Lei Yin gained a general understanding of the role of a Source Beast Master, but he still sought an opportunity to delve deeper into the subject. Lei Yin then inquired, "So, where is your extraordinary beast? Show me. Surely you have something worthwhile hidden away." Lu Yulin sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "I don't have one yet. Once I capture one, I will officially be a Source Beast Master." Hee. Lei Yin, feeling a mix of embarrassment and disdain, said, very well. When the opportunity arises, I'll help you catch one." Lu Yulin's eyes widened in excitement. "Brother, are you serious? Can you really help me catch one? That sounds dangerous." That I heard from that Source Beast Master that the lowest level extraordinary beasts require the combined strength of several individuals at the realm of human stage to capture. Thinking of the potential danger, Lu Yulin nearly jumped for joy, but upon hearing Lei Yin's casual remark, he realized it was a relatively simple task. "You really need to calm down and stop overreacting. Just take it easy. After their brief rest, they resumed their training in the afternoon. The training involved Lei Yin attacking while Lu Yulin evaded, enduring the blows as best he could, as long as Lu Yulin remained conscious. Lei Yin would not relent. Upon hearing this, Lu Yulin felt disheartened. This training offered him no benefits, only punishment. It seemed utterly unjust. Lei Yin, regardless of Lu Yulin's consent, delivered a palm strike that nearly knocked the wind out of him. This training method was one Lei Yin had experienced firsthand. Since he was 4 years old, after completing his training each day, Lei Mo would catch him off guard and attack him unexpectedly, ensuring that he would be knocked down before it was deemed finished. Now, Lei Yin was employing the very same tactics on Lu Yulin. Every few moments, Lu Yulin found himself begging for mercy. Yet it was futile. He was ultimately knocked unconscious by a punch from Lei Yin. Though he had succumbed to unconsciousness, Lei Yin still carried Lu Yulin back to their dormitory. Upon seeing this, the Wu brothers were alarmed, pondering the extent of the grudge that could leave someone in such a state, bound by a heavy iron chain. They suspected Lei Yin must possess some tendencies toward cruelty. Otherwise, how could one explain the sight before them? This scene left the Wu brothers terrified, rendering them hesitant to speak to Lei Yin. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lei Yin set Lu Yulin down and addressed Wu Xiaolu. Brothers Wu, do not misunderstand. He is merely training. By the way, have you both eaten? Allow me to treat you to a meal. Wu Xiaolu promptly got up, wearing a forced smile, and said, Brother Lei, there's no misunderstanding. It's just training, unavoidable. No need to be polite. We've already eaten, so please enjoy your meal. We won't disturb you. With that, he pulled Wu Xiaoqi away. This only deepened the misunderstanding. Lei Yin stood awkwardly in the empty dormitory. It wasn't until evening that Lu Yulin finally regained consciousness, every inch of him aching. Fortunately, that night, Lei Yin didn't schedule any additional training. Instead, they spent the time reading and relaxing, allowing their bodies ample opportunity to recuperate. Chapter 16. Thus, Lu Yulin continued to train alongside Lei Yin daily, and before long, over a month had passed. This consistent regimen resulted in significant growth for Lu Yulin. What once left him utterly exhausted after a single lap now posed no challenge, as he could easily run 10 laps followed by 100 push-ups without breaking a sweat. The ascent has become significantly swifter. A mountain path that initially required an entire morning to scale now takes merely an hour. The rigorous training has yielded considerable progress, transforming the once 10 breaths required to incapacitate someone into a duration akin to a burning incense stick. The chains that bind me no longer feel as burdensome as I had imagined. All of this indicates that Lu Yulin has indeed matured. However, over the past month, Lu Yulin has also been dubbed the Thunder Flame Beast by his peers at the academy, with the chains he bears being those tethered by Thunder Flame. Wherever Thunder Flame goes, Lu Yulin is dragged along, rendering him the subject of ridicule within the academy. When Thunder Flame attempted to strike, Lu Yulin successfully intervened. During this month, Thunder Flame has also experienced notable growth. Concepts previously unknown to him have been gleaned from books. He has even begun to perceive a distinct difference in the refinement and purity of the source particles within him. This change is particularly evident in his source energy, leading Thunder Flame to understand why his grandfather sealed his powers. One evening, after dinner, the Academy posted a notice announcing the commencement of the ranking competition. Starting from the beginning of next month, each student is to engage in daily matches at the training ground, with the top 100 rankings at the semester's end receiving material rewards and an additional prize for the top 10. Thunder Flame, however, harbors no interest in the Academy's ranking system. Rather, he hopes that Lu Yulin can utilize this opportunity to validate his own strength. Brother, I think it's high time you tested your abilities. Thunder Flame remarked with a mischievous grin directed at Lu Yulin. Curiously, Lu Yulin responded, Thunder Brother, why don't we participate together? Given your prowess, securing first place should be quite effortless for you. Thunder Flame shook his head. For me, such competitions are devoid of meaning and merely a waste of time. This was not a display of arrogance, but rather an acknowledgement that a being of the Earth Saint realm competing against individuals with source particle counts of merely 200 or 300 is fundamentally pointless. Furthermore, the rewards offered are of little benefit to someone of his caliber. Nonetheless, he encourages Lu Yulin to give it a shot, both to ascertain the extent of his own growth and to accumulate practical experience. As the previous month has mostly consisted of enduring blows with few opportunities to retaliate, as the two debated their participation, Wang Jiji approached them. "Oh, look who it is, little Lu. Trying to make a name for yourself? Are we?" Before Lu Yulin could respond, Thunderflame interjected, "Wang Jiji, how many source particles do you possess now? 100 or 200? Over a month into the semester, and you've made no progress? Have you perhaps been abandoned by your family?" Wang Jiji, oblivious to the mockery, puffed up with pride and declared, "You'd be shocked to hear this, but I currently have over 200 source particles. A month ago, I was at around 30. Don't blame me for not warning you. I am a prodigy in cultivation. If you doubt me, let us settle it in the training ground." Wang Jiji was indeed speaking the truth. A month prior, he had only 30 source particles, but his family provided him with a source absorption pill each week, a potion that greatly accelerates the growth of source particles for those below the human tier. Each pill costs 1 gold coin, a sum equivalent to half a year's worth of food for a family of 3 in a small place. Thunderflame clapped his hands in mock applause. "Young Master Wang, truly impressive. Over 200 source particles. How remarkable. Do you believe you can secure a spot in the top 10? Wang Jiji, accustomed to flattery, failed to recognize the sarcasm in Thunderflame's words. "As long as I acknowledge my own strength, I'm not afraid to tell you that while I can't guarantee a spot in the top 5, I'm quite confident about the top 10. But for you commoners, merely watching from the sidelines is all you can hope for. Aspiring to break into the top 100 is nothing more than a pipe dream." Thunderflame continued to applaud. "Indeed, young Master Wang, such lofty words from you are nothing short of impressive. I wonder if you would dare to wager on whether he can secure first place." As he spoke, he pointed at Lu Yulin. Both Wang Jiji and Lu Yulin found the proposition ludicrous. Wang Jiji burst into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. "Ha ha ha, him? If he manages to take first place, I'll bow down and call him brother." Sensing that Wang Jiji had fallen into his trap, Thunderflame exclaimed, "Let it be known, if Lu Yulin secures the top spot in this semester's ranking, Wang Jiji shall call him brother. And let us add a wager for a full set of battle armor and weapons." Wang Jiji hastily inquired, "But wait, what if he doesn't secure first place?" Thunderflame replied, "If he fails, you shall be his brother from now on. You decide the terms." Wang Jiji felt something was amiss but couldn't articulate it. So he reluctantly agreed. Lu Yulin attempted to intervene, but Thunderflame held him firmly in place. Once Wang Jiji and his entourage departed, Lu Yulin finally spoke. "Brother, you're not joking, are you? I don't even have 100 source particles." As you heard him say, he has 200. How could I possibly secure first place? In truth, those around them were eager to witness the spectacle of Thunderflame and Lu Yulin, for over the past month, they had become the subject of ridicule. Thunderflame patted Lu Yulin on the shoulder, saying, "You don't believe in me? You lack confidence?" Lu Yulin, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Thunder brother, it's not that I don't trust you. It's that I lack confidence in myself. Despite a month of arduous training, I feel as though my source particles have not increased at all." Thunderflame recognized this as a manifestation of Lu Yulin's long-standing insecurities stemming from being bullied. Thus, he refrained from addressing it directly. "No worries. I found a martial technique in the library that's suitable for you. You should check it out tonight." Upon hearing this, Lu Yulin eagerly asked, "What are we waiting for? Let us go see it now." He quickly pulled Thunderflame towards the Academy's library, which housed a vast collection of books on various subjects, including martial techniques, literature, and cultivation theories, an eclectic assortment. However, most martial techniques were of the human tier and lacked profundity, rendering them accessible to all students. If one found the techniques taught by their instructors unappealing, they were free to choose their own from the library, a tacit tradition that had developed over centuries. As they entered the library, they were met with a bustling atmosphere, with many students perusing martial techniques. Today's selection might be practiced briefly, while tomorrow's might be explored further. Each student sought what best suited them. Thunderflame had spent many evenings in the library, familiarizing himself with many subjects his grandfather had not previously covered. Lu Yulin wandered through the library for quite some time, stopping and starting, before finally pulling out a martial technique book. After a few glances, He set it down and picked up another. He hesitated, torn between choices. Thunder Flame called out to him, "Over here." "I found it." Lu Yulin felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of finally being able to practice a technique suited to him. "Thunder Brother, let me see what it is." He discovered that it was a human-tier martial technique called Iron Arm Fist. Disappointed, he sighed, "Thunder Brother, I was hoping for a technique focusing on agile movement rather than this Iron Arm Fist." Becoming a Beast Master inherently requires significant financial investment, primarily for nurturing and enhancing the strength of exotic beasts, thus necessitating greater expenditure than others. However, most individuals opt for shortcuts, focusing solely on enhancing their beast's power while neglecting their own martial training, which significantly reduces their expenses, as long as they can move swiftly and evade attacks. "The beast will handle the offensive," Thunderflame explained. "I understand. During this time, I've also read some literature on Beastmasters, and after careful consideration, I believe it's crucial for you to enhance your own strength first." Those nearby continued to snicker, and one chimed in, "Exactly. Your master is correct. Obedience is your priority." Lu Yulin, weary of their taunts, chose to ignore them, having endured countless instances of ridicule and insult over the past month. The perceptions of those around him still lingered on their abysmal entrance exam scores. "Very well, I trust Thunder Brother. If you believe it's right, then it must be," Lu Yulin resolved, adding Iron Arm Fist to his daily training regimen. Chapter 17. With merely 10 days remaining in the month, Lu Yulin grew anxious about mastering the martial technique, prompting him to ask Thunder Flame, "Thunder Brother, with only 10 days until the competition begins, I haven't even grasped the first move of this technique." Before he could finish, Thunder Flame, who was resting beneath a tree, interrupted, "What's the rush? Your Iron Arm Fist. If I recall correctly, it consists of 2 moves. One is the dual arm defense, and the other is the charge and throw, right?" Lu Yulin quickly confirmed, "You mean the dual wall defense and Iron Arm Charge Fist?" Thunderflame nodded, "Yes, those 2 moves. Focus on mastering those first. Set the others aside for now. Once you've rested from today's training, use the dual wall defense for your defense. If you wish to counterattack, employ the Charge Fist technique. In the evenings, aim for 500 push-ups. That should suffice for the next 10 days. Lu Yulin gazed at Thunderflame's nonchalant demeanor, pondering, "Thunder Brother, are you serious? Brother Lei, please don't joke with me. Didn't we agree not to practice tonight?" Lei Yin rose to his feet. "Who made such an agreement with you? Stop with the nonsense and just train. Let's get to it." Without waiting for Lu Yulin's response, Lei Yin lunged forward and threw a punch. Lu Yulin quickly raised his arms to block, but the force of Lei Yan's strike sent him flying. Maintaining his defensive posture, Lu Yulin caught Lei Yan's attention, prompting him to rush forward and deliver several more punches to Lu Yulin's arms. Enduring the pain, Lu Yulin allowed Lei Yin to continue, knowing he wouldn't go too far and injure him. Thus, day after day of rigorous training passed, until at last, the day of the ranking competition arrived. This competition was mandatory, and all students of the dojo were required to participate. Lei Yin had initially intended to take it easy and merely obtain a certificate, but now he was faced with the prospect of competing. He had already formulated a plan. He would casually participate, aiming for a reward. If the rewards were not substantial, he wouldn't strive for the top 100, but if they were, he would pursue them. Even if he couldn't use them himself, they would benefit Lu Yulin. However, upon discovering that the top 100 rewards were extra credits for the academy, and that the rewards for the top 10 would only be revealed at the end of the semester, Lei Yan's indifference turned to resignation. These credits could be exchanged for supplies and food provided by the academy. Having little interest, he decided to forfeit each round, not wanting to waste time. After reviewing the competition rules, Lei Yin turned to Lu Yulin and said, "Brother, make sure to give it your all in every match. This is your chance to see the fruits of your training over these past months and gauge how far you can go in this competition." Lu Yulin nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, Brother Lei. The 2 months of training have not been in vain. I have improved my resilience significantly." Lei Yin, with a relaxed demeanor, responded, "Don't feel pressured. You've had 2 months of special training. Just stay calm. Also, I've made a bet with someone, so don't let me down." While Lu Yulin was confident he could win a few rounds, the aspiration for first place weighed heavily on him. As they continued to discuss details about the competition, a voice from the distance called out, "Come quickly, The matchups have been announced. Lei Yin moved forward, joining the throng of students gathered around the announcement board. From a distance, he couldn't see clearly, but he heard someone exclaim, "Who arranged this? All the matchups are between the elite class and the lower class. Are we just here to be sparring partners?" Realizing it was a deliberate arrangement by the academy, Lei Yin waited for the crowd to disperse before noticing he was set to face Huang Wan from the elite class, while Lu Yulin would compete against Wang Jichong. Pointing to the names on the matchup list, Lei Yin asked, "Do you know these two?" "One of them is from the Wang family," Lu Yulin replied. Shaking his head, "I don't recognize Wang Jichong. He must be a brother of Wang Jiji. My mother left the Wang family long ago, so I haven't heard much about them. As for Huang Wan, he is likely connected to the Huang family." Lei Yin sighed, "It's all such bothersome matters. We'll find out tomorrow." The following morning, all students gathered around the dojo's training arena, and Lei Yin slowly made his way into the crowd. Usually focused on his own training, he had never noticed how many students were present until now. The vast arena was filled to capacity. Each participant had a number, and matches proceeded in numerical order. Lu Yulin was placed at the forefront. As he prepared on the sidelines, he felt invigorated without the burden of his heavy iron chains. Feeling as light as a feather, the instructor, using a loudspeaker, called out, "Lu Yulin versus Wang Jichong. Please come to the stage." Lu Yulin stretched and stepped onto the training ground, only to see Wang Jichong already waiting. Without exchanging words, they saluted each other, and the instructor announced, "Begin," in an instant. Wang Jichong charged forward, aiming to push Lu Yulin out of the ring with a powerful strike. At that moment, Lu Yulin was still bowing in greeting and slowly rose. He glanced up just as Wang Jichong's palm struck his shoulder, but to his surprise, Lu Yulin felt no pain. Thinking Wang Jichong was merely greeting him, Lu Yulin chuckled. "No need for pleasantries. Let's get started." He stepped back and assumed a defensive stance. Wang Jichong looked on in disbelief. His earlier strike had landed squarely on Lu Yulin's shoulder, yet the latter seemed unaffected. Not only Wang Jichong, but even the observing instructor found the situation perplexing. Either the strike had missed, or it had served merely as a warning. Otherwise, it was incomprehensible how Lu Yulin had not been knocked back. Wang Jichong then unleashed another powerful strike, aiming directly for Lu Yulin's chest. Though not particularly renowned in the elite class, Wang Jichong was still among the more prominent members of the Wang family, and his mastery of the Wang family's profound techniques, which were far superior to mere human-level skills, was said to possess the strength to shatter metal. With a source particle density exceeding 400, Wang Jichong expected his strike to have a significant impact, yet it seemed to have no effect on Lu Yulin. Sensing the lack of force behind Wang Jichong's technique, Lu Yulin seized his opponent's clothing, preparing to throw him overhead. However, Wang Jichong retaliated with another palm strike, this time imbued with an overwhelming force. Lu Yulin, following the momentum of the strike, countered with a punch that collided directly with Wang Jichong's arm, dislocating it and causing him to fall to the ground in agony. The instructor rushed in to intervene, realizing that Wang Jichong was no longer fit to continue, and reluctantly declared Lu Yulin the victor. To the onlookers, the match had unfolded as Wang Jichong had launched 3 strikes only to be defeated by a single blow from Lu Yulin. The arena fell silent, as no one had anticipated Lu Yulin's victory. Observers noted that when Lu Yulin enrolled, his source particle density was below 100, while Wang Jichong was the eldest son of a prominent elder from the Wang family, boasting a density over 300 upon entry. In less than 2 months, Lu Yulin had surpassed 400, leading many to conclude that he stood no chance of winning. However, the reality of the situation proved harshly contrary to their expectations. Seeing Lu Yulin's triumph, Lei Yin clapped and cheered. "Well done. Keep it up." The crowd finally snapped back to reality, but few joined in applause. Only a handful from the lower class began to cheer, their sparse clapping serving as a token of acknowledgement for Lu Yulin's achievement. Once Lu Yulin returned, he remarked, "Brother Lei, that was much simpler than I anticipated. I was bracing myself for a fierce battle." Lei Yin, equally pleased, inquired, "Brother, do you know the level of the guy you just faced?" Lu Yulin shook his head, replying, "No idea. He seemed quite courteous during the match, but I might have hit him a bit hard and dislocated his shoulder." Lei Yin recounted the details he had overheard, leaving Lu Yulin astonished. He had not expected to be so strong. defeating someone with a source particle density of 400 with a single punch. Liu Yulin himself had not considered his prowess to be so formidable, as he had felt relatively unremarkable during training. At that moment, Liu Yulin was filled with a mix of excitement, gratitude, exhilaration, and joy. His spirits were unmistakably high. Lei Yin led him aside to rest, advising, "Once this competition concludes, let's visit the medical center to have a doctor check you over. While your injuries may not be severe, it's wise to ensure proper treatment." Liu Yulin was baffled. "But I'm fine. Look at me." He patted his chest to demonstrate his lack of injuries. Lei Yin clarified, "Every training session leads to minor injuries that are often hard to detect. Only when they accumulate to a certain degree do you truly notice them. Thus, it's crucial to address them while they are still minor to prevent any lingering issues." Liu Yulin appeared to grasp the point. "Was it your grandfather who taught you this when you started training at 4 years old?" Lei Yin nodded silently in agreement. As several more matches concluded, it became evident that, aside from Liu Yulin, every other competitor from the elite class emerged victorious. Chapter 18. The competition continued until nearly noon. When it was finally Lei Yan's turn to take the stage, Liu Yulin remained nearby, fervently cheering him on. Lei Yan thought to himself, "Could you quiet down a bit? I can't afford to lose face." As Lei Yin stepped onto the arena, he heard an opponent from the elite class say, "I heard you defeated Su Daji." Confused, Lei Yin replied, "Who? I don't even know who that is. When did I fight him?" "I am completely unaware." The elite class member, sensing Lei Yan's apparent disdain, retorted, "Su Daji, the top-ranked student in terms of source particle density when we enrolled." Lei Yin shrugged, shaking his head. "Honestly, I only recognize the few people from my dorm. I truly have no idea who you're referring to. When did I fight this Su Daji? I have no recollection. If I had known, I would certainly have informed you." Just as that person was about to speak, Lei Yin turned to the referee and said, Teacher, I concede he is one." After expressing his gratitude with a bow, he swiftly exited the stage, eager to leave the crowd and find something to eat. Liu Yulin was utterly taken aback, never expecting Lei Yin to employ such a tactic. Once Lei Yin had descended from the stage, he rushed in front of him and exclaimed, "Brother Lei, you actually did this so I could secure first place." Lei Yin quickly interrupted Liu Yulin, saying, "Don't misunderstand. I have no interest in that first place or anything of the sort. I simply felt it was a waste of time, which is why I voluntarily conceded." Don't get it wrong. At that moment, the individual Lei Yin had competed against earlier rushed over with his companions. Among them was a person named Su Daji. "Lei Yin, don't run away. Our matter is not yet resolved." Upon seeing the person from earlier, Lei Yin chose to ignore him and prepared to leave with Liu Yulin. The individual, brimming with arrogance, shouted, "You coward! You don't even dare to fight me. What kind of man are you?" Su Daji, who had witnessed Lei Yan's formidable prowess, attempted to dissuade him from provoking Lei Yin. During the tree-chopping incident, had Lei Yin not shown restraint, Su Daji would have found himself in grave danger instead of merely being a witness. The arrogant individual continued to mock Su Daji. "You lost to someone like him? No wonder you were defeated. If it were a contest of cowardice, you would indeed lose to a bona fide coward." Liu Yulin, unable to tolerate this any longer, prepared to step forward but was firmly held back by Lei Yin. "I haven't moved my muscles in a while. I can't just remain idle." Lei Yin beckoned towards those beside Su Daji with a finger. Just as one attempted to advance, Su Daji firmly restrained him. "Su Daji, let go of me. I must teach him a lesson." Su Daji spoke earnestly. "Huang Wan, if it weren't for the favor of that protective source pill you gave me, I'd let it slide. You wouldn't even stand a chance against me. Don't seek your own demise." Huang Wan retorted, "I can't be beaten by you. We were evenly matched last time." Unable to contain himself, Lei Yin jested, "Don't bother. I'm already hungry. Why don't you two come at me together? Let us make it quick." Just as Liu Yulin was about to step forward, Lei Yin blocked him. Although Liu Yulin had just finished a match, he stood resolute, undeterred even by the knowledge that his opponent had ranked first in source particle density during the entrance examination. "If there's a fight, I'll accompany you to the end." His unwavering tone elicited admiration from the onlookers for Liu Yulin's bravery. Lei Yin gently patted Liu Yulin's back, saying, "You should rest for now. You just finished a match. These opponents are not worth my concern. While Lu Yulin believed Lei Yin's words, none of the surrounding spectators shared his faith, instead laughing at Lei Yan's audacity and ignorance. Despite his words, Su Daji was acutely aware that Lei Yin's strength was far beyond what these individuals could contend with. Yet no one would heed his warning. At that moment, Su Daji wished he could swallow the raucous crowd whole. Wait, young Master Lei. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Today, our young Master Huang is in a foul mood and may have offended you. Please, go about your business and ignore us, Su Daji hastily interjected. Hoping to disperse the looming threat, Lei Yin flexed his muscles. He replied, enough chatter. Today, if I don't take action, not only will you not agree, but my brother here won't either. Rest assured. Your source particle densities are between 400 and 500. I will teach you a lesson with that level of strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Yin vanished from his spot. His speed was comparable to when he trained with Lu Yulin. But only Lu Yulin could perceive Lei Yin's movement in their initial training. Lei Yin had demonstrated this teleportation technique, and Lu Yulin's reaction back then mirrored that of everyone present today. Dumbfounded, none could comprehend how a person could simply disappear. However, Lu Yulin understood that this was not mere technique. It was the manifestation of absolute strength, an explosive force in his legs that rendered Lei Yin almost impossible to track, creating the illusion of vanishing into thin air. In the instant Lei Yin disappeared, the individuals across from him, bewildered, were sent flying. Huang Wen fainted before he even felt any pain, and the others met a similar fate. Su Daji fared slightly better, losing consciousness just a breath or two later. Yet, the crowd was oblivious to what had transpired. The battle had ended before they grasped its nature. Nevertheless, everyone concluded that Lei Yin was a master of source energy, and that his teleportation technique must be a skill rooted in source energy. Once Huang Wen and the others had fainted, Lei Yin reappeared at his original spot, the entire encounter lasting only a few breaths. The spectators quickly cleared a path for Lei Yin, as if heralding the return of a king. This unexpected turn of events was swiftly resolved by Lei Yin, yet to the onlookers, he had now established himself as the foremost new student in the academy, capable of executing a technique that left no one equipped to defend against it. Chapter 19 for the dojo. The emergence of a powerful new student should have been a cause for celebration. However, the arrival of Lei Yin and Lu Yulin did not elicit joy from the dojo's administration. Rather, it brought headaches to Vice Principal Wang and the teachers. The Wang family's anticipated advancement had been thwarted. Meanwhile, the two young masters of the Wang family had created quite the commotion at the Vice Principal's residence. Vice Principal Wang attempted to placate them. You two should calm down. Otherwise, I'll have to call the family head to come and fetch you. Wang Jiji retorted angrily, Uncle Lu, let us put everything aside. You've watched me grow up. When others bully me, I haven't even had the chance to seek revenge. Neither you nor my father has come to my aid. Wang Jichang, usually reserved, was unusually vocal this time. Uncle Lu, I ask for nothing more than to have a match with that wretched child. Why should he have the audacity to defeat me? The Wang family comprised 6 elders, with the family head being the second-born and Wang Jiji's father. The elder was the family head's older brother and Wang Jichang's father. Vice Principal Wang was the 6th-born. The 4 family dojos collaborated to establish the academy, and the principal was elected by a vote from the 4 families every 3 years. Those who were not elected became vice principals. This year, the principal was from the Li family, while the Huang, Wang, and Yang families served as vice principals. For the past 6 months, Principal Li had been leading Vice Principal Huang, Vice Principal Yang, and all 3rd-year and 2nd-year students on an external training expedition. Each year, a principal would lead a group of students, with each vice principal overseeing a different grade. This time, the Wang family's vice principal was responsible for the first-year newcomers and thus remained behind. Vice Principal Wang helplessly remarked, You two children, this incident is already embarrassing enough. Please don't make it worse. If the family head finds out, you will face the family's disciplinary measures. Besides, the prize this time is only a decent human-level 8th-grade armor. Your fathers can easily acquire one for you. Why bother to be so fixated on this outcome? Eventually, the two were persuaded to relent. However, while they ceased to voice their grievances, the sting of defeat lingered, and they were determined to reclaim their lost dignity. The following day, the competition commenced as scheduled. While the audience was engrossed in the matches, Lei Yin and Lu Yulin made their way to the dojo's infirmary. The infirmary within the dojo was specifically established to address injuries or illnesses that arose during training. It resembled a conventional clinic, the only distinction being that treatment required no payment, merely the use of one's credits. After the physician assessed Lei Yin's condition, he inquired, "Doctor, how is his condition?" The physician, accustomed to such injuries from training, responded nonchalantly, "It's nothing serious. Here are some pills. Take them home and consume them. Additionally, apply these ointments, and he will be fine. His condition is quite common and not a major issue." Lu Yulin appeared to be in excellent health, showing no signs of injury. However, upon hearing the physician's assessment, his admiration for Lei Yin grew a few notches. After bowing to the physician, he collected the medicine and departed. Once outside, Lei Yin admonished, "What did I tell you? You didn't believe me, and now look at the outcome. Also, even though there are competitions these days, you still need to treat your injuries." Lu Yulin nodded, replying, "Brother Lei, your foresight continues to impress me. You have truly opened my eyes. In truth, Lei Yin's insight was not extraordinary. He had simply experienced similar situations in the past, and thus understood them well. He merely summarized his past experiences into advice. You need not envy me. I've gone through this as well. Which is why I know these things. And it seems your second round of matches is tomorrow. Make sure to rest well. Don't take it lightly." Lu Yulin now regarded Lei Yin's words as wise maxims. Following his every suggestion obediently, as the two exited the infirmary, a person entered through the back door. "Did you give it to him?" the newcomer asked softly. The infirmary's physician nodded in response. "Are you certain that the medicine is not lethal?" "I have practiced medicine for decades. I cannot afford to ruin my career." The man spoke with a hint of menace. "Dr. Li, I recall that 4 years ago, the child from the Yang family succumbed to severe injuries. Did he not? Tell me, if the Yang family discovers it was due to poisoning, do you think the head of the Li family would spare your life?" Upon hearing the mention of the young child, Dr. Li was drenched in cold sweat, terrified to the point of kneeling in supplication. "I mean no offense. My life is a gift from the Wang family. How could I dare entertain any ulterior motives? I shall obey whatever the head of the Wang family commands." The man nodded in satisfaction. "Just remember, although you bear the surname Li, you are no longer a member of the Li family. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, you might yet earn merit and rewards. The master has even promised to support you in becoming the head of the Li family when the opportunity arises." Having said this, he departed from the medical quarters, leaving Dr. Li drenched in cold sweat. Upon exiting the medical quarters, the man turned and entered the dormitory for the elite class. The conditions here were vastly superior to those of the inferior class, with 2 students sharing a room and an entire set of living facilities provided, essentially a home arranged by the academy for the elite students. There were even dedicated personnel responsible for cleaning and laundry. Adjacent to the dormitory was the training room for the elite class, equipped with comprehensive facilities. A series of knocks echoed at the door. "Young master, it is I." Wang Jiji opened the dormitory door, and the man stepped inside. "How did the matter proceed?" he inquired sharply. The servant bowed and replied, in response to the young master's inquiry, "It is done. The poison has been administered to Lu Yulin." Wang Jichang then stated, "All right, you may leave, and remember, this matter must not reach my father or the clan leader. Do you understand?" The servant replied, "I understand, sir." As soon as the words left his mouth, the servant exited the room. Once the servant had left, Wang Jiji turned to Wang Jichang and said, "Brother, if it were up to me, I would have simply killed him. Why complicate matters? That wretch is not of great significance. Killing him would be no loss." Wang Jichang felt exasperated with his cousin's reckless attitude, who always behaved like a spoiled rich kid. "Why don't you think for a moment? If it were so simple, would my father not take action? When did the Wang family's bloodline stoop to needing a servant's assistance to eliminate a rival? There must be a compelling reason we cannot kill him." Wang Jiji was uninterested in such considerations. He relished in making others uncomfortable. Had it not been for his cousin's intervention, he would have already slain the one surnamed Lu. Chapter 20. The first round of the competition had concluded, and without a doubt, Lei Yin had been relegated to the loser's bracket, while Lu Yulin had unexpectedly advanced to the winner's bracket. Furthermore, the second round of the competition was already halfway through, with Lu Yulin and Lei Yin scheduled to compete the following morning and afternoon, respectively. Moreover, news had spread throughout the academy that those who had sought trouble in the previous days had been defeated by Lei Yin and Lu Yulin. Thus, everyone was eager to see who would ultimately triumph in this competition. Lei Yin had little interest in such events, especially of this lowly caliber. Therefore, he remained in the dormitory, circulating the source particles within his body, hoping to discover a path to break through his sealed. Lu Yulin, on the other hand, was applying a medicinal plaster to himself. At that moment, Wu Xiaolu and Wu Xiaoqi, two brothers, entered, carrying food and drinks. Upon seeing Lei Yin and Lu Yulin, Wu Xiaolu respectfully greeted them. Brother Lei, Brother Lu, we didn't expect you both to be so formidable. I had only heard of Brother Lei's prowess, but it was only yesterday that I discovered Brother Lu is equally impressive. We brothers have indeed been blind to greatness. Please forgive us. Wu Xiaoqi chimed in. Yes, if you two gentlemen do not mind, let us share a meal and drink today as a way of making amends. Seeing their courtesy, Lu Yulin, acknowledging that they were all fellow dorm mates who would share 3 years together, responded graciously, you two brothers need not stand on ceremony. We are all comrades sharing the same room. No need for such formality. Lei Yin, having noticed the return of the Wu brothers and their courteous demeanor, speculated they might be seeking his assistance. He thought for a moment and said, you really don't need to be so formal. If you have any requests, feel free to speak without reservation. The Wu brothers exchanged awkward smiles. It's nothing much. Really, we brothers are not fond of studying. We usually help out in the family blacksmith shop. We thought we might learn a skill that could assist us back home. However, after 2 months at school, it feels like we just eat and sleep, and our training and studies are entirely self-directed. Indeed, the Wu brothers spoke the truth. Since its establishment, the elite class had always been populated by members of the 4 great families, while those outside these families were assigned based on their entrance exam scores. Ultimately, it was merely a means for the 4 families to utilize their resources. Lu Yulin understood the implication behind the Wu brothers' words. Xiaolu, Xiaoqi, you know perfectly well who I am. If you wish to grow stronger, then train alongside me. I assure you, you will not regret it. Seeing their goal achieved, the Wu brothers raised a bowl of rice wine in salute to Lu Yulin and Lei Yin. Just as Lu Yulin was about to decline, the Wu brothers, sensing his hesitation, remarked, Brother Lei, Brother Lu, this rice wine is quite mild, practically akin to tea. You need not worry. Lei Yin, recognizing the truth in their words, nodded and drank it in one go. Lu Yulin, seeing Lei Yin had acquiesced, also took a hearty sip. By now, Lu Yulin knew that without Lei Yin's approval, he wouldn't dare partake in a meal, let alone indulge in rice wine. At that moment, Lu Yulin poured himself another cup of tea. Suddenly, kneeling on one knee, he addressed Lei Yin, Brother Lei, I am but a humble person. Today, with the Wu brothers present as witnesses, I implore you to accept this cup of tea. It was the first time Lei Yin had experienced someone offering him tea in such a manner, leaving him somewhat flustered. He hurried to assist Lu Yulin in rising. We have known each other for quite some time. Why are you still so formal? Please, get up, Lu Yulin insisted. I must have you drink this cup of tea before I stand. Lei Yin found the situation quite awkward and struggled to find the right words. Ultimately taking the cup and drinking the tea, the Wu brothers felt equally uncomfortable, as they were all roommates, and such formalities felt excessive. As Lu Yulin saw Lei Yin take the teacup and begin to drink, he began to bow, knocking his head 3 times with audible thuds. The sound of his bows could be heard from outside. Seeing this, Lei Yin quickly stood up. What is going on today? Why are you bowing to me? This is too great a ceremony for me to accept, brother. The Wu brothers seemed to catch on and cautiously asked, Brother Lu, are you perhaps intending to apprentice under Brother Lei? Lu Yulin wasted no time in responding affirmatively. Master, your disciple Lu Yulin pays his respects. Still in a state of confusion, Lei Yin stammered, I say, you are quite crafty, using this tactic on me. Lu Yulin, now satisfied with the formalities completed, grinned and replied. He, disciple, I feared you might decline, hence this last resort. Now that the ceremony is complete, the tea has been drunk, and our master-disciple relationship has witnesses, you can hardly refuse. Lu Yulin then turned to the Wu brothers, indicating, if you two wish to be my apprentices, now is the time to act. Wu Xiaolu awkwardly chuckled, Brother Liu. You truly think things through. Lei Yin realized that Lu Yulin had effectively bound him to this arrangement, but if he were to retract, it would not reflect well. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Well, since you have chosen to be my disciple, I cannot refuse. However, let us not refer to ourselves as master and disciple in the future. We are of similar age and such titles feel odd. Let us continue as before. Call me Brother Lei, and I shall call you Brother Liu. Your training will still rely on your own efforts. Your path is yours alone to tread. As for how far you go, I cannot dictate that. If you agree, I shall accept this honor. If not, I shall return the favor." Liu Yulin was not about to let Lei Yin wriggle out of this, quickly urging him not to return the favor. "All right, Brother Lei, whatever you say goes. We will do as you say, just as before." Since pledging himself to Lei Yin, Liu Yulin felt significantly reassured. This was a matter he had contemplated privately for quite some time, and he had been seeking the right opportunity to formalize it. Today presented the perfect chance to settle it, ensuring that Lei Yin could not back out later. However, Lei Yin found himself in a predicament. He had only intended to navigate his way through as a student to appease his grandfather. Now, he had inadvertently acquired a disciple. If his grandfather found out, he might think him arrogant and presumptuous. Yet, upon further reflection, it was not as if he had forced this relationship. Liu Yulin had insisted on it. Even if he accepted, he would be responsible for guiding him, not to the point of domination over the continent, but at least to help him earn a living. Moreover, he could serve as a role model for Liu Yulin in terms of conduct and behavior. Chapter 21. As Liu Yulin's competition was about to commence, Lei Yin noticed that he appeared somewhat unwell and inquired, "What troubles you? Have you eaten something that disagrees with you?" Liu Yulin spoke somewhat uncomfortably. "I'm fine, just feeling a bit chilled and fatigued all over. Perhaps I ate something bad. Once the competition is over, a good sleep should remedy it." Lei Yin, noticing his condition, considered urging Liu Yulin to concede and suggested they visit the infirmary to consult a physician first. However, Liu Yulin insisted on finishing the match before seeking medical attention. After making a slight adjustment to his mindset, Liu Yulin stepped onto the martial arts arena. His opponent today was Yang Qing, the son of the fourth elder of the Yang family, who employed the family's staff technique. It was said that among the younger generation of the Yang family, only Yang Tian could surpass Yang Qing in the art of the staff. Upon seeing that Liu Yulin was unarmed, Yang Qing remarked, "I don't wish to take advantage of your misfortune. Please choose a weapon before we commence." Liu Yulin, adopting a stance, replied, "Thank you, but I need no weapon." Observing Liu Yulin's defiance, Yang Qing asserted, "This is my family's treasured iron staff. Your physical prowess cannot withstand even a single blow from me. You would do well to select a weapon for your own protection." In response, Liu Yulin smiled and said, "Isn't this the perfect opportunity to test whose technique is superior, your staff technique or my iron arm fist?" Yang Qing, also somewhat prideful, seeing that Liu Yulin refused to wield a weapon, decided to sheath his iron staff and assumed his stance. Initially, Liu Yulin intended to wait for Yang Qing to strike first, but feeling unwell, he thought it best to end the fight swiftly and charged at Yang Qing. This sudden advance startled Yang Qing, who had not expected Liu Yulin to be so swift. Within just a few breaths, Liu Yulin was upon him. He unleashed a flurry of punches, intending to overwhelm Yang Qing and knock him out of the arena, thus exerting all his strength. Yang Qing found himself compelled to retreat repeatedly, with scarcely a chance to sidestep or evade. After enduring over 10 consecutive blows, he realized that Liu Yulin was no ordinary opponent. Continuing in this manner, he feared that he would soon be defeated. Deciding to take a gamble, he leaped into the air and, with both fists aimed at Liu Yulin, delivered a powerful kick. The impact of their full-force strikes caused both to be pushed back. Liu Yulin staggered several steps before regaining his balance, while Yang Qing was sent flying to the edge of the arena, fortunately caught by an attendant with a staff. Otherwise, he would have been thrown out entirely. This blatant cheating went unnoticed by the judging teacher, prompting an uproar among the audience, including some students from the advanced class who could not bear to watch. Yang Qing turned, taking the staff handed to him by the attendant, and jumped back into the center of the arena. This moment, Liu Yulin was panting heavily, struggling to breathe. Lei Yin also sensed something was amiss. Those previous exchanges should not have depleted Liu Yulin's stamina so rapidly. Yang Qing seized the opportunity and swung his staff at Lu Yulin, executing the first move of the Yang family staff technique. Force sweeping the rock. Lu Yulin raised both arms to shield himself, bracing for the impact of Yang Qing's devastating strike. However, as the staff swept toward him, Lu Yulin found himself unable to withstand the overwhelming force and was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting blood. Yang Qing swiftly followed up with the second move of the Yang family staff technique, advancing rapidly toward Lu Yulin, clearly intent on taking his life. Leaping into the air, he shouted, "Yang family staff technique." Second move, force splitting the stone. Just as Yang Qing lifted his staff high to deliver a crushing blow, Lei Yin darted forward and seized the descending staff. Yang Qing was taken aback. He had heard from his father that no one among the younger generation could catch the Yang family staff technique barehanded. Today, however, Lei Yin had caught it with ease, gripping it tightly in his hand. And no matter how Yang Qing attempted to channel his energy, he could not budge it. The staff remained utterly immobile in Lei Yin's grasp. Lei Yin then spoke, "He is already lost. Why resort to such lethal measures?" Yang Qing retorted angrily, "Who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs?" The onlookers were equally startled by Lei Yin's intervention, as no one had seen how he had appeared on the arena. One moment he was absent, and the next, he was gripping Yang Qing's staff. The judging teacher hurried over, proclaiming loudly, "An outsider has disrupted the competition. Declare Lu Yulin the loser and Yang Qing the victor." Lei Yin was unconcerned with the outcome of this match. His focus rested solely on Lu Yulin's well-being. Had that staff truly struck Lu Yulin, he would have faced severe injury or even death. Such cruelty over a mere competition was utterly uncalled for. Releasing the staff, Lei Yin declared, "Today, you have won. If you feel aggrieved, feel free to seek me out." After saying this, Lei Yin lifted the fallen Lu Yulin and departed. Yang Qing glared fiercely at Lei Yan's retreating figure, having heard tales of Lei Yan's strength, but never expected him to be so formidable. He was well aware that his previous strike had been executed with all his might. Even those at the human tier would hesitate to block such a blow with bare hands. Yet today, he had been thwarted by Lei Yin's unexpected appearance. Inside the infirmary, Physician Li pretended to examine Lu Yulin's condition, fully aware of the poison affecting him but unable to speak the truth. "Alas, I have never encountered such an injury. I am at a loss for treatment," Physician Li feigned. Lei Yin, feeling urgency, interjected, "Doctor, he seems to be poisoned. He was fine this morning, but before the match, he appeared unwell. Please take another look." Physician Li, indifferent, sat down with a cup of tea. "If you believe he is poisoned, then cure him yourself. I see no signs of poisoning." At that moment, Lu Yulin coughed up blood, weakly stating, "Let us go, Brother Lei." Physician Li, seeing this, hurriedly said, "Get out quickly. Don't die here and dirty my infirmary. Two worthless beings, clean up after yourselves." Lei Yin, disregarding the physician's protests, hoisted Lu Yulin and prepared to leave. Yet Physician Li persisted, "You two little brats, clean this up before leaving." Not wishing to waste any more time, Lei Yin kicked open the infirmary door and stormed out, leaving Physician Li speechless with fear. Upon reaching the street, they inquired and eventually arrived at a clinic. After an examination by the clinic's physician, it was confirmed that Lu Yulin had been afflicted by a poison known as Sanshirdan, concocted from 3 types of venomous insects. The effect of this poison was to disperse the victim's energy, rendering them incapacitated, though it would not endanger their life. Provided an antidote was taken within 10 days, he would be fine. Lei Yin offered all the money he had to the physician, pleading for assistance in saving his companion. However, the physician hesitated, explaining that it was not merely a matter of money. The antidote's formulation depended on knowing which 3 insects were used in the poison. Without that knowledge, there was no way to create an antidote. While the antidote was simple to make and inexpensive, the unknown ingredients posed a significant problem. Lei Yin expressed gratitude for the physician's goodwill but insisted on leaving Lu Yulin at the clinic for treatment, promising to find the antidote and the required funds within a few days. The physician, seeing the two in distress, reluctantly agreed to allow Lu Yulin to remain for treatment. Tio Lei Yin, the members of the 4 great families were hardly worth his time. Even if they all banded together, they would not warrant a glance from him. Normally, he would disregard their antics, But today was different. There was a limit to bullying, and the audacity to poison his brother was intolerable, especially since Lu Yulin had just become Lei Yin's disciple. He could not let this slide. Lei Yin was prepared to take action against the four families, yet he was not a bloodthirsty individual. As long as the antidote was handed over and those responsible for the poisoning were dealt with, he would cease his onslaught. If no one was willing to take responsibility, then Lei Yin was ready to teach them how to conduct themselves properly. Chapter 22. A storm is brewing in the afternoon competition. Lei Yin had initially no intention of participating. However, with the incident of Lu Yulin being poisoned, he felt compelled to join. He thought to himself, let us see who truly possesses the greater strength. Upon stepping onto the martial arts arena, his opponent prepared to assume their stance for a fierce battle. Although it was the loser's bracket, some still hoped to challenge Lei Yin to gauge the difference in their abilities. As Lei Yin entered the arena, he shed his usual languor and fixed an intense gaze upon his opponent. The latter was so intimidated by the aura Lei Yin exuded that they hesitated to move, fearing they might be struck down in an instant. Lei Yin did not rush to attack. Instead, he slowly walked to the center of the arena, channeling his internal energy, and proclaimed loudly, "My name is Lei Yin. Some may know me, while others may not. It matters not. Today, I stand here to announce that I am challenging the four great families." His voice resonated throughout the arena, loud enough for all present to hear. However, his declaration was met with ridicule and laughter, for no one believed his words, perceiving him as nothing more than a fool who had lost his wits in training. Some laughed so hard they nearly fell over, and even the judging teacher could scarcely contain their amusement. Lei Yin remained unfazed. To him, their derision was merely the ignorant bravado of the uninformed, akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. With a swift motion, Lei Yin drew a line through the air, leaving a deep fissure in the ground of the arena. An immediate silence fell over the crowd. "I shall await you here. There are 3 hours until sunset. Should the four great families dare not to send a challenger, this crack shall be their fate." The entire academy erupted in chaos as the descendants of the four prominent families rushed to the martial arena, eager to devour Lei Yin alive. At that moment, over 30 members of the four great families had gathered, all ranked among the elite class. Lei Yin chuckled disdainfully and raised his right hand. Addressing the crowd with a booming voice, "Is there anyone else? Step forward. Anyone who feels dissatisfied may challenge me." The onlookers perceived Lei Yin as courting death, oblivious to the consequences of their actions. Yet, no one dared to approach him. For the very next second, Lei Yin remained rooted in place and unleashed the breaking boundary technique from the Heavenly Thunder 6 forms, instantly rendering the 30-odd challengers unconscious. The spectators were taken aback, witnessing Lei Yin thrust his right hand forward, unleashing an invisible force that caused the crowd to tremble uncontrollably, rendering them unable to grip the items in their hands. Looking back at the arena, the group lay incapacitated. Even the judges present were not spared, succumbing to the same fate. Observing this, the onlookers hastily steadied themselves and scattered in fear, terrified that Lei Yin's next move would cripple them as well. Meanwhile, in the vice principal's office, a wave of disbelief swept over Vice Principal Wang. "What? How could such a thing happen?" One of the teachers stammered. "Principal, if you go and see for yourself, you'll understand I am not lying." The entire school witnessed it. Lei Yin boldly challenged the four prominent families, declaring that anyone who did not engage in battle before sunset would be executed on the spot. With just one move, he knocked out over 30 individuals, and my mind is still reeling from it. Upon hearing this, Vice Principal Wang quickly replied, "If what you say is true, this young man possesses extraordinary strength. You must rush to inform my elder brother, while I head to the martial arena to uncover the truth behind this incident." As soon as he finished speaking, Vice Principal Wang hurriedly made his way to the martial arena. Upon arrival, he found the vicinity deserted, save for a solitary figure standing in the center of the arena, surrounded by the unconscious bodies of over 30 individuals. Indeed, the rumors were true. From a distance, Vice Principal Wang perceived Lei Yin's aura, which loomed like an imposing mountain, a stark contrast to his own status as a 9th-tier human realm expert. It was well known that the Wang family held considerable influence within 100 miles. And aside from Principal Li, who was a first-tier Gathering Source Realm cultivator, the other two vice principals were also ninth-tier experts. Yet, when Vice Principal Wang laid eyes on Lei Yin, an instinctive fear welled up from the depths of his heart. Regaining his composure, Vice Principal Wang approached Lei Yin and spoke, "Student, do you face any difficulties at home? If you have any troubles, please feel free to share them with me, but you must not bully your fellow classmates." Lei Yin slowly opened his eyes and cast a fleeting glance at Vice Principal Wang, who instantly broke into a cold sweat. "Who are you? Which family do you belong to?" Vice Principal Wang awkwardly smiled and instinctively bowed. Replying, "I am Wang, naturally from the Wang family. I am the vice principal of this academy. If you have any difficulties, please tell me, and I will certainly assist you." In an instant, Lei Yin executed the phantom step from the Heavenly Thunder 6 forms, vanishing from sight. Startled, Vice Principal Wang struggled to articulate a response, taking a hesitant step forward. Just as he did, he felt a presence behind him. Lei Yin pressed his finger against the small of Vice Principal Wang's back and asked, "Do you think this little finger of mine could kill you?" The simple yet chilling words echoed in Vice Principal Wang's ears. Terrified, he hastily channeled the source particles within him, transforming them into source energy, enveloping himself in a transparent barrier. However, even with all his might, he found himself unable to dislodge the finger pressed against his back. In that moment, he realized that no matter how hard he tried, he was no match for this individual before him and ceased all resistance, pleading for mercy. "Esteemed young friend, feel free to express any demands. I implore you, do not kill me." At this moment, Vice Principal Wang had no doubt that Lei Yin could end his life at any moment. Based solely on the mysterious and unpredictable agility he had just displayed, he understood that had Lei Yin wished to strike him down, he would have already been dead. On my request, has no one informed you? Lei Yin teased, "It seems I am still not formidable enough. Perhaps I should use you to bolster my reputation?" Lei Yin stepped closer to Vice Principal Wang, his finger tracing aimlessly in the air. Yet a palpable source energy began to manifest. Vice Principal Wang, witnessing this display, thought to himself, "What manner of monster is this? What kind of powerhouse can shape invisible source energy into form?" He realized that even the strongest among the 4 families, the head of the Li family, a third-tier Gathering Source Realm expert, could not achieve such feats. Clearly, Lei Yin was on an entirely different level, one far beyond his comprehension. The mere act of observing such a being felt disrespectful. In a flurry of panic, Vice Principal Wang wiped the sweat from his brow and spoke with utmost respect, "Esteemed saint, your presence in our academy is a testament to our ancestors' virtuous deeds. If we have failed to serve you properly, or if any petty individual has offended you, please rest assured, I will resolve it without sullying your hands." With a hint of displeasure, Lei Yin pointed his finger at Vice Principal Wang's forehead, reprimanding, "Are you deaf? What question did I just ask, and what answer did you provide?" After speaking, he merely brushed his finger lightly across Vice Principal Wang's chest, effortlessly slicing through the fabric, leaving a faint crimson mark on his skin. In that moment, Vice Principal Wang dared not harbor any further disrespect. He quickly knelt before Lei Yin, speaking with utmost reverence, "Your Excellency, you are correct. I have already informed the family head." Chapter 23. Turmoil and change. At this juncture, the head of the Wang family was at home, sipping tea while listening to the reports from his subordinates, finding the unfolding events increasingly amusing. A mere first-year student, daring to challenge the Wang family was hardly worth his notice, and he regarded it as nothing more than a farce. However, the Wang family's prestige could not be so easily undermined. Since Lei Yin had attacked a young member of the Wang family, they would ensure he paid the price by breaking one of his arms as a form of punishment. Consequently, the head of the Wang family dispatched the captain of their guard to handle the matter, considering it a grand gesture of leniency towards Lei Yin. The other 3 families mirrored this approach, dispatching their own guards to deal with the situation, viewing it as necessary to teach a lesson to the one who had harmed their child. The guards from the 4 families converged at the entrance of the academy, exchanging polite greetings and engaging in small talk as they made their way to the martial arena, appearing entirely unconcerned and nonchalant. Meanwhile, Lei Yin had already awaited them in the martial arena for an hour. With Vice Principal Wang accompanying him, albeit reluctantly, Fearful that the moment he stepped outside, he might lose his head, as the guards from the four families continued to offer each other courteous gestures, they finally noticed the sixth elder of the Wang family locked in a standoff with Lei Yin. The captain of the Wang family guard was the first to speak to Vice Principal Wang, saying, "Elder Six, there's no need to trouble yourself. I can handle this. This insignificant brat is no match for me." The other guards echoed their support, boasting that they would break Lei Yan's legs and arms. Meanwhile, Vice Principal Wang was inwardly cursing the four guards with unrestrained fury. Lei Yin remained silent, merely glancing at Vice Principal Wang, who, sensing the tension, hurriedly knelt and said, "I cannot be blamed for this. If their words or actions offend the esteemed one, it is beyond my control. Please, Your Excellency, see it clearly." This act of submission left the members of the four families utterly bewildered. "Elder Six, what do you mean by this?" Feeling a twinge of impatience, Lei Yin remarked, "Since the master is not coming, I might as well take it upon myself to deal with the dogs." He turned to Vice Principal Wang and added, "What say you, my dear Vice Principal?" With a forced smile, Vice Principal Wang replied, "Such trivial matters need not trouble your esteemed self. Allow me to handle it." However, as he turned to leave, he suddenly sensed something whizzing past him. Though he could not see eye to eye in an instant, he witnessed the right arms of the four guards opposite him severed cleanly, and Lei Yin had only waved his fingers twice. The astonishing display left them stunned, and it was only when they saw their severed limbs that they began to feel the pain. Vice Principal Wang quickly shouted, "You four, hurry and retrieve your arms. Get back at once." It was in that moment that he truly grasped the gravity of the situation. Lei Yin was not to be trifled with. He meant every word he said. If the Wang family does not come to challenge today, the next match will surely be no stronger than the four present. The four great families, upon receiving the news, were utterly astonished. For over a century, no one has dared to challenge the authority of the four families. It seems this battle is unavoidable. Lei Yin waited in the martial arts arena for another hour, yet no one arrived. As the sun began to set, he remarked, "Vice Dean Wang, it appears I must pay a personal visit. What do you think about heading to the Wang family first?" This question left Vice Dean Wang at a loss. Unsure how to respond, Tio refuse would be perilous, for this individual before him could easily extinguish his life with a mere finger. Conversely, to agree would mean becoming an accomplice in the annihilation of his own family. He could only force a smile of awkwardness. "Saint, you decide. I dare not speak further on this matter. Come now, you are the Grand Dean, an elder of the Wang family, a prominent figure in Xijia town. How could I not respect your opinion?" Lei Yin continued with a playful tone. "How about this? I am not very familiar with Xijia town. Since you are an elder of the Wang family, why not guide me? A one-day tour of the Wang family sounds delightful." Vice Dean Wang, feeling troubled, dared not refuse. The Wang family was not a secret base. Most people in the streets and alleys were aware of it. If he did not take Lei Yin, what would happen if he asked someone else? The outcome would be the same. "Saint, as the hour grows late, why not allow me to treat you to a meal first? And then we can decide." Without a moment's hesitation, Lei Yin struck, leaving Vice Dean Wang momentarily dazed. "What is my question?" Vice Dean Wang clutched his face, feeling a humiliation he had never encountered before. Anger swelled within him, yet he dared not express it. "Saint, please spare me. I understand my mistake." Lei Yin continued to jest. "Vice Dean Wang, rise. Perhaps I can offer you another option. You could go to the local government office and report that I am bullying the Wang family." Vice Dean Wang, flustered by the mockery, found himself at a loss for words. Reporting to the authorities? The government could manage the common folk, but could not control the four great families. "Saint, do not jest. The government cannot possibly manage you. It is more likely you could command the government." Lei Yin had long heard from his grandfather that this world revered strength above all. The empire could only govern the commoners, but could not touch the powerful. Today, Lei Yin witnessed this truth firsthand. Yet, in the past, the Lei family had always stood up for the common folk, and during the reign of the Qing Tian Empire, both the people and the powerful factions held the Lei family in high regard. "How about this? You take me to the other three families first, and we will visit the Wang family last. This may be your final opportunity to survive. Grasp it well and spare me the trouble of asking for directions." After much contemplation, Vice Dean Wang finally nodded in agreement. Even so, he remained uncertain about the true intentions of this saint. As Vice Dean Wang stood, preparing to lead Lei Yin to the other three families. For figures approached, current heads of the four great families. Lei Yin focused his source power and executed the Heavenly Thunder 6 styles, a technique perceptible only to himself. An invisible wave of source power swept over the four individuals before returning to Lei Yan's body. The four individuals, all at the gathering source realm, appeared capable of withstanding a move or two. The Wang family head spoke first upon seeing Lei Yin. "Might you release my kin? We can negotiate terms." Huang family head then inquired, "Why do you trouble my Huang family's younger generation?" Turning to face the four family heads, Lei Yin replied, "Are you four not allowed to fight?" For over a century, the four families had reigned supreme in this town, always bullying others without fear of retaliation. Of course, true powerhouses seldom ventured to such a remote location. As long as the four families paid their dues to the Yungue government, they were allowed to govern themselves, thus avoiding any unnecessary conflict with the formidable. Today's events had indeed caught the four family heads off guard. Li family head stepped forward and asked, "Sir, if you wish to duel, you must set a date. Why suddenly strike at my Li family?" Lei Yin had waited for over 2 hours, yet no one had inquired about his motives or objectives, further fueling his indignation. "Have I not made my intentions clear? I intend to challenge all four of you. If any of you can withstand a single move from me, consider it a victory for you. Of course, should you be curious about my strength, I can inform you, currently, I possess a mere human stage realm." Vice Dean Wang was the first to doubt this claim. The remaining four exchanged glances, each hoping the other would take the initiative to resolve the situation, each harboring their own thoughts. Noticing their hesitance, a smirk of disdain appeared on Lei Yan's lips. "You four, and you as well," he said, gesturing at Vice Dean Wang, "may all come at me together." The head of the Li family felt immensely insulted by such a dismissive tone from a younger generation and prepared to unleash his source power, intending to strike down the audacious youth before him. Seeing Li family head charge first, Lei Yan's eyes lit up. Finally, a person with a hint of spirit had emerged. Heavenly Thunder 6 styles deflection. He extended his palm, summoning an elusive barrier of source power. When the Li family head's palm struck, it was as if an unseen force siphoned away his source power before forcing him back. Upon landing, he stumbled several steps, unable to steady himself before crashing to the ground. This bizarre scene appeared to onlookers as the Li family head's full-powered strike meeting Lei Yan's palm, resulting in the former being sent flying. However, the reality was far more intricate, understood only by the Li family head himself. No matter how much source power he exerted, he would have been repelled. At that moment, young family head leaped into the air, executing his family's most formidable strike, intending to counter Lei Yin's earlier blow that had sent the Li family head flying. Young family staff technique, 7th style. Penetrate mountain and earth. Noticing the staff technique descending upon him, Lei Yin merely shifted from palm to fist, his disdain evident. Heavenly Thunder 6 styles, breaking boundary. The fist and staff collided, one rising and the other falling. Lei Yin launched his punch upward while the Yang family head swung his staff downward. In that instant, the iron staff, forged through rigorous training, shattered under Lei Yan's blow, sending the Yang family head reeling, blood spewing forth as he collapsed. A smirk crept onto Lei Yan's lips. "Yang Qing is your son, isn't he? Just like you, all show and no substance, purely ornamental." Lei Yin's earlier punch had only employed a fraction of his source power, meant as retribution for Lu Yulin. Yet, he had not anticipated how feeble the Yang family staff technique would prove. Having trained for decades, the Yang family head had prided himself as the finest practitioner of their ancestral staff technique in half a century, elevating the Yang family into the ranks of the four great families. Yet, he was defeated in a single blow, not just vanquished, but his very resolve shattered. With his spirit crushed, he would find it impossible to progress further in his martial path. The Huang family head realized that despite their grandiloquent boasts, today, 2 of their number had been bested by this youthful upstart. "You too are aging. Has your source power diminished so greatly that you cannot even best a youth?" Old Wang, let us join forces to subdue this individual. The Wang family head concurred, believing that sheer numbers would afford them a better chance. Should anything go awry, the Huang family head could serve as a shield for their escape. Sixth brother, let's take him down together. Vice Dean Wang, having already experienced Lei Yan's prowess, felt cornered. Yet, when their family head commanded action, he could not refuse. However, fear of Lei Yan's strength left him in a dilemma. Second brother, I have already lost before you arrived. Perhaps it is best if you take the lead. Vice Dean Wang awkwardly forced a smile. The Huang family head unleashed his signature technique, the Huang family hammer technique. Originally blacksmiths, the Huang family had developed a unique hammer technique that became their ancestral martial art. The dual hammers in the Huang family head's hands, though petite, were as solid as a rock, each swing carrying the weight of 100 pounds. The Wang family head adopted a stance, employing the iron blade palm. A technique that, while classified as a human-level martial art, ranked among the more formidable techniques within the four families. The Huang family head advanced to attack Lei Yan head-on, while the Wang family head approached from the side and rear. Despite their well-coordinated plan, as they approached Lei Yan, he suddenly vanished from sight. Heavenly Thunder's 6 styles Phantom Step. Lei Yan executed the Phantom Step, moving with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Appearing behind the two, Wang Lao Lu, look behind you. The Wang family head turned to find Lei Yan standing directly behind him, causing him to gasp in shock. Yet Wang Lao Lu seemed unfazed. As the two family heads pivoted to launch their next attack, Lei Yan had already disappeared again. The Wang family head glanced at his sixth brother, who merely pointed to the space behind him. This elusive movement left both the Wang family head and Huang family head in a state of disbelief. The heads of the Li and Yang families stood nearby, shaking their heads in disbelief and sighing heavily. The phenomenon of something being present one moment and then appearing behind them the next was a martial skill beyond their wildest imaginings. The head of the Huang family was the first to break the silence. What kind of combat technique or movement is this, to be so elusive? The disdain in Lei Yan's eyes resembled that of a powerful being looking down upon mere ants from the heights of the clouds. What is this? Have you conceded defeat? Though reluctant to admit it, the reality before them stirred a complex array of emotions, leaving them devoid of any desire to continue fighting. Huang and Wang, fully aware of the futility of their efforts, recognized that no amount of struggle or sacrifice would breach this ghostly, elusive technique. Lei Yan had already shown mercy. Had he been an enemy, they would have likely met their end before even realizing it. When he first vanished and could have pierced their bodies with a blade. Chapter 25. The storm rises. Lei Yan stretched lazily and, with a nonchalant demeanor, inquired, "Do you four concede?" The heads of the four families, despite their reluctance, were compelled to acknowledge the truth. The youth before them was an extraordinary powerhouse from who knows where, far beyond their capabilities. Even a glance seemed disrespectful to such strength. The four exchanged glances and nodded in unison, devoid of any will to resist. Even if Lei Yan had decided to slay them all at that moment, it would have seemed unremarkable. Seeing their acquiescence, Lei Yan continued, "I seek an answer to a matter. Who among you can enlighten me?" The four looked amongst themselves, puzzled as to what he could possibly want. Lei Yan, undeterred by their hesitation, pressed on, "Are you familiar with the Sansi Dan, this poison?" They all turned their gazes toward the head of the Wang family. The Wang family, known for their dealings in medicinal herbs, would surely have the most knowledge regarding such toxins. Following their lead, Lei Yan also regarded the head of the Wang family. The Wang family head swallowed hard, sensing the gravity of the situation, and nodded with great difficulty. "Well, if you know of it, that simplifies things. I have a brother who has recently been afflicted by this poison. I wish to know if an antidote exists, and who administered it." Although the four prominent families had long ruled over the town with an iron fist, each had their own strengths and weaknesses. The Huang family specialized in metallurgy, the Li family in tailoring, the Yang family in hunting and timber, and the Wang family in medicinal herbs and taverns. Naturally, the Wang family was the most knowledgeable about poisons, prompting the others to look to their leader. Cautiously, the Wang family had asked, "We possess the antidote for Sansi Dan, but I'm unsure which 3 poisons were used in its concoction." Lei Yan shot him a sharp glance. "Why do you not inquire about who was poisoned?" The Wang family head quickly fell in line. You are correct, esteemed one. Please, enlighten us as to the identity of the afflicted. Sansidan is not an extraordinary poison. It is merely a common toxin. It is said that, at certain levels of cultivation, such poisons become ineffective against powerful beings. The Wang family head pondered internally, wondering how such a minor toxin could pose a challenge to someone of Lei Yan's caliber. Lei Yan seized the Wang family head by his collar, his voice low and threatening. Listen closely. The poisoned individual is named Lu Yulin. This beating you received today serves as a reminder of the situation at hand. I have a brother named Lu Yulin, who, unable to best him in the arena, resorted to poisoning him. Such underhanded tactics are truly disgraceful. While I do not know which of your 4 families is responsible, since my brother has been afflicted, I shall hold you all equally accountable. If you do not provide me with a satisfactory answer today, none of you shall leave. At this moment, the 4 family heads, along with the vice president of the Wang family, suddenly understood the gravity of the situation. Their expressions turned fierce as they directed their ire towards the Wang family head. Not only had they been unjustly beaten, but they were also suffering for the sins of another. The Wang family head's face darkened upon hearing Lu Yulin's name. Before Lei Yan's arrival, this troublemaker had been of little concern, but now an extraordinary powerhouse had come forward to exact vengeance on behalf of this miscreant. His heart was a tumult of regret, rage, and resentment, a veritable storm of conflicting emotions. What you may not know, esteemed one, is that Lu Yulin is one of our own. This turmoil is akin to a flood inundating the Dragon King's temple. Family members no longer recognize one another. Lei Yin responded with a resounding slap to the Wang family head's face. Do you even dare to claim kinship with Lu Yulin? And what about my inquiry? The vice president of the Wang family, having experienced a similar fate previously, rushed forward to shield the family head. Esteemed one, please do not be angered. I shall investigate immediately. Within the hour, I will have results. He knew well that the culprits were likely from within their own ranks, as Wang Jichong and Wang Jiji had previously approached their uncle about the matter. It was improbable that the Wang family head was entirely unaware of the situation. Parents are usually the most informed about their children's behavior. Their children often bullied others, and on occasion, when things escalated to serious incidents, family elders would intervene to smooth things over. Both the Wang family head and Wang Laolu understood that the day's events could not be evaded. Reluctantly, they arranged for someone to retrieve the antidote while simultaneously seeking a scapegoat. Time flew by, and within half an hour, someone arrived with both a person and the antidote. Why this time? A crowd had gathered around the martial arts arena, eager to witness the unfolding drama as news of Lei Yin confronting the 4 families spread, prompting curiosity about who possessed such audacity. Kneel, right here, Wang Laolu commanded, gesturing to a clear space before Lei Yin. The individual who approached was none other than Li Yishir. The head of the Li family, furious at the involvement of his kin, was taken aback, never having anticipated that a member of his family would be implicated. Lei Yin paid him no mind, knowing full well that this person was merely a pawn, bearing the brunt of another's wrongdoing. With a swift flick of his finger, Lei Yin unleashed a surge of energy that manifested as a blade of qi, striking Wang Laolu's knee, causing him to collapse in pain, exclaiming, "Ah, my leg!" Lei Yin turned to the Wang family head, still channeling energy through his fingers. Do you think this matter can simply be brushed aside? If today, Wang Jichong and Wang Jiji do not appear, I will annihilate your family. The Wang family head mused that perhaps those 2 could evade accountability, but he had underestimated Lei Yin, who had already seen through their schemes and summoned the 2 wayward sons. As Lei Yin approached the Li family head, he pointed at Li Yishir and asked, "Is this person one of yours?" The Li family head, displaying a commendable sense of responsibility, nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, he belongs to the Li family. I am willing to take responsibility for this matter, pleading only that you spare the Li family from your wrath. Lei Yin nodded in approval, recognizing the Li family's willingness to take responsibility, which was a stark contrast to the Wang family. At this moment, Wang Jichong and Wang Jiji also knelt, ready to heed Lei Yan's commands. Seeing the principal culprits before him, Lei Yin moved toward them. The Wang family head hastily interjected, I am willing to bear my son's sins, pleading only for the safety of my entire family and these 2 wayward sons. Lei Yin disregarded the Wang family head's desperate plea. Pushing him aside with a single palm, an invisible force held the Wang family head back, preventing him from advancing another step. Wang Jiji, still defiant, retorted, "You may have managed to defeat my father once by sheer luck. But give me 3 years, and I will have you kneeling before me, begging for forgiveness." The Wang family head wished he could strike down this rebellious son, while Wang Laolu dealt a resounding slap to Wang Jiji's cheek, leaving behind a vivid imprint. Initially, Wang Jichong had more to say, but upon witnessing the unfolding scene, he chose to remain silent. Lei Yin clapped his hands mockingly. "If you had any sense, you would use it wisely. Do you truly believe that in 3 years, you could catch up to your father's decades of cultivation? I have ignored your brashness until now, considering it a waste of my time. But today, I shall take the opportunity to teach you a lesson on behalf of your father." Wang Jiji, accustomed to being arrogant and overbearing, had never softened his demeanor. Lei Yin, trained to show no mercy to his foes, was resolute in his approach, taught by Lei Mo to eradicate threats at their roots. With a swift motion, Lei Yin sent a surge of energy into both Wang Jiji and Wang Jichong, severing their cultivation and, in effect, their futures, thereby eliminating the source of the Wang family's troubles. The two appeared as though struck by an unseen force, staggering as they attempted to rise. The sensation of energy draining from their bodies was overwhelmingly palpable. Wang Jiji, weak and feeble, looked towards his father, murmuring, "Father, my source energy, it's gone." With those words, he succumbed to unconsciousness. The Wang family head understood that Lei Yin had spared his son's life. Having shown mercy, though his heart brimmed with anger and resentment, he endured the torment in silence. Wang Laolu presented the antidote that had been brought by his subordinates. "This vial of antidote will cure the poison." Lei Yin accepted the antidote but did not rush to leave. Addressing the Wang family head, he stated, "I have not killed your son. I trust you comprehend the implications of that, at this moment." The head of the Wang family dared not speak much, merely nodding in silence, yet he tightly clutched his son in his arms. Lei Yin turned to the head of the Li family and said, "Li family head, don't you think it's time we settled the score?" The Li family head forced a bitter smile, his face pale, yet he felt compelled to feign a smile as he replied, "Yes, just give your orders." After pondering for a moment, Lei Yin patted the Li family head on the shoulder and declared, "I am quite accommodating. If you can provide 20,000 gold coins, we can consider this matter resolved." The Li family head involuntarily twitched at the corners of his mouth. After all, 20,000 gold coins represented 2 years' worth of income for the Li family. A typical family of 3 would not even spend 5 gold coins in a year. And here was a demand for 20,000, far more painful than a death sentence. With a hint of confusion, Lei Yin inquired, "What seems to be the matter? Why do you wear such a countenance? Is your family's life worth less than 20,000 gold coins? Do you have children of your own? If your child were to fall victim to a hidden attack, how would you respond? Even if you do not seek vengeance, at the very least, compensation is warranted, is it not?" Although Lu Yulin's poisoning was orchestrated by the head of the Wang family, when were your kin ever bought off by the Wang family? I can investigate and uncover the truth, which could very well save your Li family from ruin. Surely that is worth 20,000 gold coins? Lei Yin was unaware of the fact that the Li physician had been bribed by the Wang family. He merely spoke off the cuff, but his words were not far from the truth. He seized this opportunity to drive a wedge into the hearts of both families. Despite his reluctance, the Li family head recognized the power wielded by Lei Yin. Unable to confront him directly or seek retribution swiftly, he understood that should he fail to pay, Lei Yin would indeed have the audacity to cripple the cultivation of every member of the Li family. At that moment, it would not merely be 20,000 gold coins that would be needed to salvage the situation, but perhaps even 200,000. Thus, with a resolute grit of his teeth, he beseeched Lei Yin for a 2-day extension to gather the necessary funds. Lei Yin, not one to be unreasonable, acquiesced to this request, and thus the matter reached a conclusion. Just as he was about to leave, a thought struck him, and he turned back to say, "If any of the 4 families feel aggrieved, feel free to seek vengeance against me. I will welcome it, however, from this day forth, should Lu Yulin or his mother suffer even the slightest ailment. Whether a headache or a cough, mark my words, regardless of which of the 4 families it may be, they shall receive a slap. Furthermore, Vice Dean Wang, ensure that the students lying on the ground are carried back. I estimate they will awaken in about 3 days. They are merely unconscious, nothing more. I trust you will handle the rest. The Yang and Huang families were the most unjustly treated, having done nothing but receive a beating. At this point, as Lei Yin departed, the crowd exchanged glances, uncertain of what to do next. It was left to Wang Laolu to organize the cleanup of the aftermath. That evening, news of Lei Yan's violent confrontation with the 4 great families spread throughout the town. Though the town was small, with a population of merely tens of thousands, the majority had endured oppression from the 4 families. This incident served as a form of retribution for them. Likewise, within the academy, everyone was well aware of Lei Yan's formidable prowess. None of the family heads could withstand even a single move from him. As night fell, after administering the antidote to Lu Yulin, it wasn't long before he expelled the toxins from his body, the stench overwhelming the entire medical hall. However, this was a positive outcome, as it also purged the lingering dark blood clots accumulated from prior injuries. After the physician's examination, he reassured Lei Yin that with a couple of days' rest, Lu Yulin would recover fully. At this juncture, the 4 great families were not preoccupied with thoughts of revenge, but rather how they could forge a connection with Lei Yin. Given the strength he had displayed, it was apparent that within 100 miles, there was likely no one who could rival him. They were acutely aware of the circumstances in the surrounding towns and villages, and thus the urgency of the situation was palpable. After being beaten, it was not enough to simply return home. Upon inquiring about their children, they discovered that their offspring had been vocally denouncing both Lei Yin and Lu Yulin behind their backs, rendering the beating far from meaningless. The grievances they suffered at the hands of Lei Yin were now unleashed upon their own children. On the following morning, Lu Yulin felt significantly better. However, he remained oblivious to the events of the previous day. The medical hall, acting with integrity, charged him only for the cost of a night's stay, which amounted to mere dozens of copper coins. As Lu Yulin stepped out the door, he was suddenly surrounded by a throng of people. "Young Master Lu, I would like to treat you to a meal, Brother Lu. I am Chao San. Do you remember me from the neighboring class? Young Master Lu, I am Young Xian. During the last competition, my brother was a bit too rough, and I have come to attend to you on his behalf." The crowd buzzed with excitement, all eager to befriend Lu Yulin, both male and female, creating an atmosphere he found bewildering. He had never encountered such a flurry of attention directed towards him before. Eventually, Lu Yulin raised his hand to silence the chatter, stating, Wait, stop, I am Lu Yulin. You must have mistaken me for someone else. I am from the inferior class, Lu Yulin." Everyone nodded in agreement, assuring him they had not made a mistake. "Are you certain the person you seek is me?" he pressed. They continued to nod affirmatively. "I am indeed from the inferior class, Lu Yulin, not the superior class." They maintained their nods. Lu Yulin, puzzled, asked, "Why? There must be a reason for all of this. If you have something to say, please speak plainly." "There's no need for such theatrics." Young Xian stepped forward and replied, "It's nothing of great significance. We genuinely wish to get to know you." Lu Yulin looked around in disbelief, his expression reflecting his astonishment at the crowd's eagerness to regard him as a brother. It was then he learned that during his period of poisoning and injury, Lei Yin had single-handedly faced off against the 4 great families. This revelation stirred deep emotions within Lu Yulin, and he felt profound gratitude towards his master and brother. Although he had anticipated Lei Yan's strength, he had not expected it to be so formidable in the entirety of the 4 families' town and beyond. Lei Yin was the sole individual capable of standing against all 4 families, and not only had he spoken of it, but he had also achieved it and emerged victorious. This only solidified Lu Yulin's resolve to follow Lei Yin wholeheartedly. In the distance, 3 figures approached, weaving through the crowd until they stood before Lu Yulin. "Vice Dean Wang, what brings you here?" Lu Yulin exclaimed, both surprised and perplexed, his eyes wide with curiosity as he addressed Wang Laolu. The Vice Dean produced a document from his robe and, blocking the onlookers, began to read aloud. "Effective immediately, Lu Yulin shall be reassigned to the superior class. A dedicated instructor will oversee all aspects of Lu Yulin's training: nutrition, medical care, and living arrangements." Upon concluding the announcement, He respectfully handed the document to Lu Yulin and instructed others to assist in moving him to the accommodations designated for superior students. As the semester drew to a close. Upon the return of the dean and his party from their outdoor training, Vice Dean Huang recounted the events that transpired throughout the term. Both Vice Deans Huang and Yang wore expressions of astonishment, while Dean Li remained composed in the context of four families' town. Determining which family held the greatest overall strength was a challenging task, yet when it came to identifying the foremost expert, it was undoubtedly Dean Li. Particularly noteworthy was the fact that 10 years prior, Dean Li had fortuitously come into possession of a martial technique entitled Cracking Sky Sword Art. Utilizing this incomplete technique, he had ascended to the ranks of the Gathering Source Realm. Although the technique lacked a method for body movement, its sword techniques were unparalleled, and its swordsmanship was not inferior to Earth-tier martial arts. For practitioners, the opportunity to duel against formidable opponents is an unparalleled experience. Such confrontations are often life-and-death scenarios, and those who manage to survive invariably reap the benefits of such encounters. Having said that, none of you managed to land even a single move against him, Dean Li inquired. Vice Dean Huang remained skeptical, pondering why someone of such caliber would choose to come to them instead of seeking refuge in a more prominent sect. After all, wouldn't it be more advantageous? Vice Dean Yang, being the biological brother of the Yang Patriarch, was acutely aware of his brother's formidable strength. Tio witnessed the mightiest blow of a perfected human realm being effortlessly countered by a single move was inconceivable. It was unfathomable to attribute such prowess to someone merely at the human realm. The crowd continued to voice their opinions in a cacophony until Dean Li, with a resounding thump on the table, silenced them all. In your moments of revelry, you believed yourselves invincible, but now, having been bested by a mere 17-year-old youth, if your assertions hold true, his strength could not possibly be confined to the human realm. From what I understand of your capabilities, his powers should be on par with mine. Vice Dean Huang tentatively asked, Dean, are you certain? Dean Li nodded affirmatively. 10 years ago, you could not withstand a single strike from me. Do you truly believe that you can now? Dean Li spoke a harsh truth. The chasm between the Gathering Origin realm and the human realm was akin to the gulf between heaven and earth. If we consider the human realm's levels as 1-9, representing 1 to 9 units of source power, the Gathering Origin realm begins at 100, an insurmountable difference that cannot be bridged by mere techniques. Vice Dean Huang nodded, as if enlightenment had dawned upon him, so that if he is indeed of the Gathering Origin realm, everything falls into place. No wonder he is so formidable. After ensuring their students were settled, Vice Deans Yang and Huang returned home in the Li family estate. Dean Li felt a sense of relief upon seeing that the family patriarch was relatively unharmed. His demeanor softened considerably. Brother, your injuries are not severe. With some recuperation, you'll be fine. Matters such as these can wait until my return. As the head of the family, you must prioritize the greater good. Second father, you must avenge my father. That individual named Yin had the audacity to harm him. I shall not let him go unpunished. The speaker was Li Jejia, the cherished jewel of the Li family. Dean Li, having no children of his own, regarded her as his daughter, showering her with affection as she was the sole heir. The Li patriarch was strict with Li Jejia. Had it not been for his younger brother's protection, she would likely have faced considerable reprimand. How dare you disrespect your second father? Kneel. What is to be done about your insolence? Li Jejia looked up at Dean Li with tear-filled eyes. Dean Li quickly shielded her from scrutiny. Oh, brother, you should worry about your own matters. I see no disrespect in Jejia's actions. If you have grievances, direct them at me, not at a child. The Li patriarch, upon seeing his daughter, was overcome with frustration. Not only was she indolent, but her cultivation also lagged behind. This girl has been spoiled by you over the years. After I am gone, who will I entrust this entire family to? You're well past 50. Perhaps it's time you consider marriage and procreation to ensure our family legacy continues. In the Yang family estate. Vice Dean Yang, incredulous, asked, Brother, are you sure? The Yang patriarch nodded, appearing significantly aged, stooping as he grasped the staff shattered by Lei Yan's punch. With the core of the staff broken, there was little left to practice. The century-old staff technique of their family was now a mere jest in the eyes of others. Vice Dean Yang inspected his elder brother's injuries. They were not severe, but his brother's spirit was shattered, and his perfected human realm cultivation was likely lost in the Huang family estate. Vice Dean Huang furrowed his brow as he sat across from his brother, both enveloped in silence, yet fully aware of each other's unspoken thoughts. After a prolonged pause, Vice Dean Huang broke the silence. Third brother, while we may not be blood relatives, our lineage is intertwined. Why dwell on trivialities? Let me be clear. Today you are the family head. Tomorrow you will remain so, and so it shall be henceforth. There is no need for you to test my resolve here. The Huang patriarch had contemplated this for some time, recognizing his inferiority to his elder brother's strength. Although they were not blood brothers, they shared the Huang surname. Brother, our father once wished for you to take the helm, but you refused, claiming it would hinder your cultivation. After all these years of training, surely you are ready. I am not suited to be the family head. My strength pales in comparison to yours. Our family will rely on you, while my unambitious son squanders his days in frivolities. In the Wang family estate, the patriarch addressed his kin. Regarding the matter of the dojo, I implore everyone to keep a close watch on your children. It is best to avoid provoking him for now. The eldest elder slammed his hand on the table, indignantly proclaiming, "Are you suggesting we simply let this slide? My son has been rendered powerless, and you wish to dismiss it so easily?" The Wang patriarch was torn between helplessness and fury, recognizing the undeniable superiority of their adversary. "Very well, brother. If you are unafraid of death, proceed as you wish. However, let it be known that your actions are your own and do not represent the Wang family. Do you agree?" The eldest elder, in a fit of anger, smashed his teacup before storming out, hurling a final insult. "A cowardly wretch like you is unworthy of being the clan leader." Only those who had witnessed Lei Yin's prowess could comprehend the depths of such despair. Otherwise, one would find it incredulous that a mere 17-year-old dared to challenge the Wang family. Among the four great families, all but the Wang family sought to install another as their leader. Yet, there was a shared desire among them all to engage in a duel with Lei Yin, as they returned eager to witness the fabled fighter. The children of the clans, having just returned from their training, were also present. Chapter 28. A storm bruised the following morning. Li Jia stood alone before the boys' dormitory, shouting, "Whoever is named Yin, come forth. I challenge you. Are you not formidable? Do not hide like a coward." Her outburst drew the attention of many. Although the specifics were unclear, they soon grasped the situation. Li Jia had long been notorious for her arrogance in the dojo, particularly alongside Huang Wu, Yang Tian, and Wang Jiyun, who were collectively deemed the four great hopes of the families, yet were disparagingly referred to as the four calamities by outsiders. Yang Tian, Huang Wu, and Wang Jiyun emerged from the throng, followed by a cadre of admirers. Upon seeing them, Li Jia offered only a cursory greeting. "What brings you three here?" Yang Tian thrust his staff into the ground, creating a deep crater. "We just returned from training with the dean and heard the news. I wish to witness the one who bested my brother." Huang Wu, with a haughty demeanor and a smirk, added, "What is there to see in such a character? He merely lost to my brother." A crowd gathered, eagerly speculating. "Yang, Huang, what version of events have you heard?" Li Jia unsheathed her short sword, which, despite its size, was exceptionally sharp. Pointing it at the crowd, she declared, "You worthless low-tier students, mind your own business. If you dare to contest me, prove yourselves first." Li Jia possessed some skill in the dojo, not merely a decorative figure, boasting a source density of 960. The dojo academy ranked students annually. This year, Yang Tian led with a source density of 1,000, though he had yet to attain enlightenment, rendering his source density untransformed into source power or qi. Huang Wu followed closely with 990, Wang Jiyun with 989, and Li Jia with 960. Enlightenment was indeed a boon. Yet most cultivators found themselves stymied at this critical juncture, unable to perceive the source sense, thus hindering their transformation into source power or qi. Yang Tian pulled his staff from the ground, pointing it at the gathering. "Go, summon Lei Yin." As the crowd swelled, they regarded the four with bemusement, pondering why they would provoke someone whose parents were not their match. Aside from Li Jia, the other three remained oblivious to their father's defeat at Lei Yan's hands. Having just returned from training, They had heard only vague rumors and, upon waking, resolved to exact revenge. In that moment, Lei Yin and Lu Yulin emerged, intrigued by the gathering throng. "Who called for Lei Yin?" someone shouted, prompting the crowd to part and create a path for him. Li Jia pointed her sword at Lei Yin and demanded, "Are you Lei Yin?" Lu Yulin, not waiting for Lei Yin to respond, stepped forward. "Who are you?" Li Jia lunged at Lu Yulin with her sword, declaring, "Mind your own business." Lu Yulin deftly sidestepped the thrust. Chuckling at the absurdity of her attack, "Why, dear classmate, why wield such a flimsy toy in vain?" The crowd erupted in laughter, and even Lei Yin was taken aback by Lu Yulin's sardonic retort. Infuriated, Li Jia stomped her foot and shouted, "You insolent wretch! How dare you evade my sword? Do you have no shame?" Sensing the tension, Yang Tian quickly stepped forward, shielding Li Jia, and inquired, "Are you Lu Yulin? Are you Lei Yin?" Lei Yin disregarded Yang Tian before him and addressed the surrounding crowd. "It's early in the morning. Why are we all gathered here instead of having breakfast? Disperse, disperse. Those who need to cultivate should do so. And those who wish to eat should eat." It was Yang Tian's first experience of being ignored, and a surge of anger welled up within him as he clenched his staff tightly. He unleashed a powerful strike, employing the Yang family's staff technique, shattering stone with force. In response, Lu Yulin executed a move from the iron arm fist. This blow, imbued with greater momentum than Yang Qing's staff technique, paled in comparison to the force Lei Yin had demonstrated with a mere point of his finger in Lu Yulin's eyes. Yang Tian bellowed in fury, "I will break your arm." The staff struck Lu Yulin's arm, aligning with his expectations, albeit slightly stronger than he had anticipated. At that moment, Yang Tian caught a glimpse of a mocking expression on Lu Yulin's face through the impact on his arm. Further fueling his rage, he swung 3 successive strikes, each one more powerful than the last, hoping to breach Lu Yulin's defenses. Yet, Lu Yulin remained steadfast, not budging an inch. "You are indeed quite strong. You've managed to elicit a bit of pain," Lu Yulin remarked sarcastically while blocking the blows. Lei Yin observed from the sidelines, vigilant against any potential sneak attacks. "Lu Yulin, speed it up. I haven't had breakfast yet, and I'm starving." Lu Yulin turned, offering an awkward smile. "Hee, all right, Lei Gu. Just hold on a moment." This exchange left Yang Tian feeling somewhat humiliated. Regardless of whether he could penetrate Lu Yulin's defenses, it would be shameful to admit that he, as the top student, was evenly matched with a freshman. Just as Yang Tian was about to unleash another technique, Lu Yulin dashed forward with remarkable speed, prompting Yang Tian to instinctively raise his staff to block the sudden attack. However, to everyone's surprise, Lu Yulin did not strike. He merely shoved Yang Tian aside with a single palm, forcing him to retreat several steps and clearing a path. To the onlookers, it appeared that after Yang Tian's elaborate display of the Yang family's staff techniques, Lu Yulin had effortlessly pushed him away with a single hand. The humiliation was palpable on Yang Tian's face. Lu Yulin then turned to Lei Yin and gestured in a polite manner. Yang Tian and Li Jia were infuriated by the sight, exchanging glances with Wang Jiyun and Huang Wu, and the 4 of them collectively assumed fighting stances, ready to engage. Lei Yin ignored the 4 and addressed Lu Yulin. "Look at you. You haven't resolved the issue thoroughly. If it comes to it, I'll handle it." Lu Yulin quickly waved his hands, grinning. No, let me take care of this. It's not worth your effort. You rest." The 4 were taken aback, wondering whom he was insulting. Did he mean to imply that they were unworthy of Lei Yan's assistance? It was a blatant affront, particularly to Wang Jiyun, who could hardly bear the humiliation from a member of the Wang family. The 4 unleashed their respective martial arts techniques in unison against Lu Yulin. He casually remarked, "I'll treat this as a warm-up for you all this morning." However, no sooner had he spoken than he began to dart between the 4 with astonishing speed. As if he had multiplied into 4 separate entities, the crowd gasped in astonishment. "What kind of movement technique is this? It's astonishingly powerful. When did the iron arm fist become so formidable? Had I known, I would have chosen the iron arm fist for my training as well." The spectators marveled at Lu Yulin's prowess, each voice expressing admiration. The 4, now unable to focus on attacking Lu Yulin, found themselves exerting every effort just to defend against his onslaught. Each of Lu Yulin's punches felt like 1,000 pounds of force. Merely blocking one required immense energy, and failure to do so would result in being sent flying. Moreover, each punch came with such swiftness that as soon as one was deflected, another was already barreling toward them. As they became increasingly alarmed, all they could think about was how to withstand the next blow. Li Jejia finally found a moment to exclaim, "Yang Tian, help me! I can barely hold on." She had assumed that Lu Yulin was only targeting her and had not realized he was engaged with the other three as well. Yang Tian then understood the gravity of the situation. Lu Yulin had shown him considerable leniency earlier, and now he was expending all his energy merely to defend himself, leaving him no capacity to assist anyone else. Huang Wu and Wang Jiyun were in no better condition, both drenched in sweat and struggling to cope. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky, reaching out to grab Lu Yulin. Lei Yin sensed danger and shouted, "Watch out above!" Lu Yulin glanced up just in time to see a large hand descending toward him, and he exerted all his strength to leap backward, narrowly avoiding the grasp. A clear imprint of 5 fingers was left on the ground. The crowd collectively greeted the newcomer. "Greetings, Dean." Dean Li gazed intently at Lu Yulin, contemplating his impressive speed. He then addressed, "You are Lei Yin?" Lu Yulin clasped his fists in response. "I am Lu Yulin, a student." Lei Yin, positioned behind Dean Li, spoke in a low voice, akin to a gentle stream. "I am Lei Yan. It is an honor to meet you, Dean." Dean Li's gaze shifted, and a palpable aura emanated from him, forcing those nearby to retreat, with even Lu Yulin staggering back 2 steps to regain his footing. Only Lei Yin remained unmoved, creating a clear space in the center where only he and Dean Li stood. Chapter 29. A storm is brewing. Li Jejia, spotting her stepfather, exclaimed in a melodious tone, "Father, why did you take so long to arrive? I've been bullied. You must avenge me." She pointed accusingly at Lu Yulin. The onlookers thought to themselves, how shameless can she be? She lost 4 against 1 and is now playing the victim. Dean Li gently reassured Li Jejia, "Calm down, my dear, don't throw a tantrum. Step aside for now." As Li Jejia retreated to the outskirts, Dean Li swiftly approached Lu Yulin. A sense of foreboding washed over Lu Yulin. He immediately summoned his strongest defensive technique, raising his arms before him. Just as he did, Dean Li's palm struck against his arms. Though Dean Li did not exert his full strength, the force was still considerable enough to leave a mark on a boulder. Lu Yulin was pushed back, sliding several meters across the ground. The assembled crowd was left in stunned silence, unsure of Lu Yulin's fate. They witnessed Dean Li deliver a solid blow to Lu Yulin's arms, sending him skidding backward. Many speculated that had it been them, they would have either been severely injured or incapacitated. Yet Lu Yulin had withstood the strike. Dean Li could not help but express his admiration. "Remarkable martial arts. At your age, I did not possess such strength." Lu Yulin took a moment to catch his breath. The blow had indeed injured him, causing blood to flow from his nose involuntarily. Li Jejia and Yang Tian were equally incredulous, unable to believe that Lu Yulin had withstood the Dean's strike without succumbing. Wang Jiyun, eyes wide, asked Huang Wu, "Do you believe you could have taken that blow?" Though Huang Wu was reluctant to admit it. The truth was undeniable, yet he stubbornly replied, "I could have managed, probably." Lei Yin, visibly displeased, remarked, "What does the Dean intend by this?" Dean Li, while not one to bully the weak, was not a paragon of virtue either. Had it not been for Lei Yin's reputation, Lu Yulin might have suffered a much graver injury from that blow. Dean Li then produced a medicinal pill from his robe and tossed it to Lu Yulin. "Take this, you'll be fine. You truly are an impressive student from my academy." Without hesitation, Lu Yulin swallowed the pill, and as Dean Li had promised, the injuries began to heal, and he felt much better. Dean Li then turned to Lei Yin, stating, "I have heard that your combat skills and movement techniques are exceptional. I would like to see for myself just how formidable they are." Lei Yin shot Dean Li a disdainful glance before retorting, "Are you planning to evade the debts your family owes me, or do you have something else in mind? If so, feel free to be straightforward. There is no need for such underhanded tactics." The surrounding crowd reacted as if they had just heard a bombshell, their gazes fixated on Dean Li, eager to witness his response. Caught off guard, Dean Li had not anticipated Lei Yan's bold declaration. especially since he had never heard the family head mention such matters. To be fair, I came here for a friendly spar, not to settle debts, Deanly mused, feeling somewhat cornered. Lei, let us not jest. What debts does my family owe you? Lei Yin pointed at the onlookers. A few days ago, your 4 families lost a bet. For the sake of face, the Li family owed me 20,000 gold coins. They can all attest to this. If you don't believe me, you can ask your family head. The crowd nodded in unison, eager to affirm Lei Yan's words. Deanly awkwardly waved his hand, insisting, let us set that aside for now. I came here to spar. Stepping closer, Lei Yan's mind raced. If you wish to fight me, then so be it. However, I have yet to dine. I am utterly famished and devoid of strength. Let me satiate my hunger before we continue. Deanly, upon hearing Lei Yan's words, consented and promptly unsheathed his sword. Yet, he never anticipated that Lei Yan's reluctance to engage was solely due to his hunger. Thus, I propose a compromise. Let us conclude our duel, regardless of its outcome, and I shall treat you to a meal. What say you? Lei Yan shook his head. That simply won't do. It would be blatantly unfair to challenge a young man who is starving. If word of such an act spreads, it would tarnish your reputation, indeed. Deanly hastily intervened, stating, all right, you dictate the terms. If necessary, I shall send 2 individuals to fetch you breakfast. Would that suffice? Lei Yin continued to shake his head. How about this? I am not one to impose undue hardship upon you. Offer me 10,000 gold, and I shall gladly spar with you right now. How does that sound? Li Jujin swiftly retorted. Lei, don't push your luck. Who do you think my second father is? Your ability to challenge him is a testament to your family's virtue. Lei Yin, unfazed, echoed Li Jujin's sentiment. Dean, you see, I told you it was futile to engage. I shall depart to eat. I am quite hungry. Deanly pondered the worth of trading 10,000 gold for a duel and, after resolutely deciding, intercepted Lei Yin just as he was about to leave with Lu Yulin, declaring, very well, 10,000 it is, but only if you win. Should you lose, it will be of no use. Upon hearing Dean Li's agreement, Lei Yin instructed Lu Yulin to procure some breakfast, insisting that he would soon be ready. Lu Yulin cast a worried glance at Lei Yin, knowing that his opponent was the foremost expert among the 4 great families. If you take too long, my favorite food will be gone. Hurry! Lei Yan's words came with a casual nonchalance as he ambled towards Deanly, hands in his pockets, eliciting ire from the latter for his lack of decorum. Lei Yin gestured toward Deanly with his mouth, implying, come on, let us begin. Deanly, incensed by Lei Yan's blatant disrespect, pointed his sword at him in fury. You insolent wretch, do not be so arrogant. As he finished speaking, Deanly unleashed the tearing sky sword technique, each swing akin to a blade that could rend space itself. With each stroke, the air was filled with the sound of tearing as the sword sliced through, the speed escalating with each strike. The blade generating a gust of wind that signified its formidable power. Yang Tian, witnessing Deanly's prowess, expressed his admiration. I have often heard my father speak of the Dean's martial skills. Witnessing them firsthand today is indeed impressive. Li Jujin, with a proud demeanor, chimed in, of course. You ought to consider my lineage and my second father. Huang Wu, standing nearby, boasted, should the Dean impart this technique to me, I would willingly become an adopted son. Upon hearing this, Li Jujin's face flushed with embarrassment. Wang Jiyun eagerly concurred, indeed. I too would gladly accept. With the tearing sky sword technique in hand, I could conquer the world. Their flattery echoed, each more extravagant than the last. Meanwhile, Lei Yin merely stood still, yawning, casually deflecting the strikes with his finger, showing no interest in shifting his feet. Lu Yulin, observing this, burst into laughter. He had clearly heard the earlier conversation among the group. The onlookers, perplexed by Lu Yulin's laughter, inquired, have you been rendered foolish by the Dean's strike? Lu Yulin waved his hand dismissively and, once his laughter subsided and he caught his breath, retorted, you all truly live up to your prestigious backgrounds. Even when your admired Dean is losing, you remain oblivious. The crowd watched as Deanly and Lei Yin exchanged blows, the Dean soaring and leaping, skillfully maneuvering. Li Jujin pouted, her expression one of defiance. Do not think yourself invincible. Such contests are rare and often indecisive until the very end. You, a mere upstart, cannot comprehend this. At that moment, Lu Yulin noticed Lei Yin turning to him, gesturing for silence. Indicating that he was speaking too much, Lu Yulin nodded in response. The tearing sky sword technique had been honed to perfection over the past decade. They had exchanged over 100 moves. Yet Lei Yin maintained his seemingly lethargic demeanor. In contrast, Dean Li's breathing had begun to falter. Lei Yin remarked nonchalantly, "Your fundamentals are lacking, and your swordplay is even more so. 3 moves of inhalation and exhalation." Dean Li dismissed Lei Yin's words, regarding his mention of breathing as utter nonsense. At that juncture, Dean Li summoned his most powerful strike. The sky-splitting sword, a colossal sword, appeared to cleave through the air toward Lei Yin. Still, Lei Yin stood with one hand in his pocket, the other gesturing in a mock duel. As Dean Li unleashed his ultimate sword strike, Lei Yin thought to himself that he had already played along for over 100 exchanges. It was time to demonstrate what true swordsmanship entailed. Lei Yin countered with his newly developed technique, Heavenly Thunder 6 Styles. Lightning Slash. An invisible surge of energy instantaneously shattered the giant sword in midair, dispersing it as if swept away by the wind. This surge of energy was nearly imperceptible to outsiders, yet Dean Li felt it distinctly. It was as though he had been grazed by a force, and under normal circumstances, he would have met his demise. Nevertheless, Lei Yin had graciously spared his family's dignity. As Dean Li descended slowly, it felt as if he had brushed against death itself. His grip on the sword faltered, his hand trembling. Yet, the doubts within him seemed to find answers, even as new uncertainties arose. Chapter 30. The storm rises. The surrounding spectators were uncertain of the victor. It seemed as if the Dean had won. Yet it also appeared that Lei Yin had triumphed. To the onlookers, Dean Li's previously visible colossal sword seemed destined to slay Lei Yin. Yet at the last moment, the Dean had withdrawn, while Lei Yin appeared to merely wave his hand in the air. The crowd remained baffled as to who had truly emerged victorious. Lei Yin's clear voice rang out once more. "Dean, are you well?" The atmosphere was palpably awkward. Dean Li was unwilling to concede, yet he understood that he had no chance of victory. "Pray tell, what realm do you inhabit?" Lei Yin replied nonchalantly, "Human-level realm. Of which tier? I am uncertain. It matters not." Dean Li found himself both amused and exasperated by the ambiguity of such strength. "Today, I have witnessed greatness. I shall ensure that the promised funds are delivered shortly." He then addressed the crowd. "Begone, all of you. Return to your classes." At that moment, the Dean's stature in the eyes of the crowd elevated even further. Having won yet maintaining humility, he respectfully spoke to Lei Yin. "Would you care to test your strength further? I seek clarity." Lei Yin, somewhat irritated, responded, "Are you never satisfied? I am yet to eat and am on the verge of starvation." Dean Li chuckled and instructed Li Jijin, "Please prepare some food and bring it to my training room." Li Jijin wore a look of discontent, as she was accustomed to being catered to. Yet today she found herself serving another. However, she dared not disobey. "Please, this way, and do indulge this old man's wishes." Lei Yin, accompanied by Lu Yulin, entered the Dean's private training chamber, a vast expanse filled with an array of weapons and armor, countless martial techniques, and neatly arranged medicinal pills. Both Lu Yulin and Lei Yin were awestruck, having never encountered such opulence. Dean Li pointed towards a slender trough, saying, "Lei, over here, please." It was Lei Yin's first encounter with such an apparatus. He curiously inquired about it, as did Lu Yulin, both wide-eyed, fearful of missing a single detail. Dean Li elaborated on the device's workings. It utilized the energy emitted by source crystal stones to gauge the wielder's source power, with different crystals accommodating varying levels of power. At that moment, Li Jijin entered with a selection of food. Lei Yin and Lu Yulin, unreserved, began to eat heartily. Lei Yin, while devouring his meal, remarked without concern for appearances, "I must admit, I am truly famished. This fare is quite delectable, far superior to the pickled vegetable porridge served in the cafeteria." Lu Yulin nodded vigorously in agreement, focused solely on his meal. Once they had satisfied their hunger, Dean Li instructed Li Jijin to demonstrate the measuring device. She struck the source crystal with a punch, and the gauge soared to 961. The two young men thought to themselves, how simple. Why bother with lengthy explanations? Lu Yulin, intrigued, stepped forward to try for himself. He positioned himself before the source crystal, exerting all his strength, and delivered a punch that registered at 1,000 before a crystal shattered. Lei Yin thought, I hope this isn't a trap. Compelling me to pay 30,000 gold. Lu Yulin offered an awkward smile. Deanly, unfazed, said, Jijin, fetch a new crystal. Li Jijin, seeing Lu Yulin's score of 1,000, felt a twinge of competitiveness and retorted, You're only 39 points higher than me. Lei Yin interjected, Your score of 961 reflects your source particle's limitations, while his 1,000 indicates that this crystal can only measure up to that level. You cannot possibly believe the difference is merely 39 points. This remark infuriated Li Jujin, who began to stomp her feet in frustration. Deanly, with a wry smile, remarked, This girl, I have spoiled her. Please do not mind her. Hasten forth and install the source crystal. Lei Yin is preparing to strike this very crystal, and at this moment, one must urgently advise Deanly to intervene. You need not strike. Simply channel your source power or essence into this. Deanly gestures towards another location. After a moment of contemplation, Lei Yin inquires, Dean, why not take a guess at my source power's realm? Li Jianan, with hands akimbo and a huff of indignation, retorts, Are you trying to be clever? You, a subordinate of my second father, have no right to flaunt your prowess here. Deanly, with an awkward smile, wonders if he has truly triumphed. He simply allows the girl to save face, remaining silent on the matter. With her outburst, he can only acquiesce, Do not take it to heart. This girl has been spoiled by me. Jianan falls silent. I surmise you are at the pinnacle of the gathering source realm? Lei Yin chuckles lightly, sensing Deanly's ulterior motives. You flatter me. I am merely at the first level of the human realm. As soon as the words leave his lips, the indicator for the first level of the human realm illuminates. While the second level remains dark, Jianan, still somewhat unconvinced, scoffs, That is merely the level of a guard in my household. Once I comprehend the source sense, who knows how many times stronger I shall be. Lei Yin pays no heed to Jianan's bravado and departs with Lu Yulin. Deep down, he is acutely aware of his own strength and sees no need to boast before others. However, Lu Yulin perceives the underlying tension and smiles knowingly. Noticing Lu Yulin's mirth, Lei Yin queries, What are you laughing about all by yourself? Let us go. With a look of admiration, Lu Yulin asks as if already having the answer, Brother Lei, you must be far superior to him. Aren't you? Lei Yin raises his hand as if to strike Lu Yulin, who promptly scampers away, repeating, Aren't you? Aren't you? In the dean's training room, Deanly appears considerably aged, gazing out the window. Jianan, what are your thoughts on those two just now? Jianan responds with irritation. They carry an air of self-importance that is utterly infuriating. You little rascal, I have spoiled you too much. Which of the two do you prefer? Prefer? I detest both, wishing I could eliminate them. I have never been bullied in my life. If you were forced to marry one of them? This question strikes like thunder, leaving Jianan momentarily dumbfounded. Second father, you jest? Those inferior beings wish to associate with our Li family? They are not even fit to carry my shoes. Deanly lapses into silence, lost in thought for a considerable time. The Li family estate. The eldest brother queries, I have pondered this matter all day. What do you think? Deanly takes a couple of sips of tea and sets down his cup. The Li family head contemplates briefly before voicing, Is it not a bit inappropriate? Their backgrounds are unclear. Entrusting the Li family to them leaves me feeling quite uneasy. Deanly shakes his head helplessly. To be honest, if he agrees, I would feel as though we were taking advantage of him. I cannot even entertain such thoughts. For our Jianan to serve as a mere maid to him would be our family's fortune. Initially opposed, the Li family head, having witnessed the challenge between Lei Yin and the second brother, realizes that Lei Yin had barely exerted himself and yet the Li family had suffered a resounding defeat. Second brother, this matter is not as exaggerated as you claim. Allow me some time to think it over. Chapter 31. A storm is brewing as the first semester concludes. Following Lei Yan's raucous display at the martial arts arena, a new trend emerges. Upon witnessing Lu Yulin yield, Lei Yin refrains from engaging. Previously, Vice Dean Wang had arranged for Lei Yin and Lu Yulin to join a superior class. only for Lei Yin to flatly refuse. Now, each day, aside from training, Lu Yulin has taken on the additional responsibility of warding off those who wish to see Lei Yin. While packing his belongings, Lei Yin produces a gold note provided by the Li family and presents it to Lu Yulin, saying, "This is 200 gold notes. Please count them and confirm their accuracy." Lu Yulin nods and begins to count earnestly, having never encountered such a sum before. "Brother Lei, it's correct, and there are even 3 extra notes," Lu Yulin exclaims joyfully as he returns the notes to Lei Yin. Lei Yin, without even glancing at them, replies, "Take this money back to your mother. If you dare to squander it, I will hammer you." Lu Yulin, puzzled, asks, "Brother Lei, what do you mean? Are you pitying me or trying to send me away?" Lei Yin swiftly delivers a kick to Lu Yulin's backside, declaring, "What nonsense are you thinking? The money is compensation for you. How could I accept it?" Lu Yulin, astonished, struggles to find words. But Lei Yin gazes at Lu Yulin's crestfallen expression. "Enough of this nonsense. Keep the gold notes safe and stop being so foolishly cheerful." Deeply moved, Lu Yulin finds himself at a loss for words, yet he is acutely aware of his own unworthiness to accept such a generous gift. "Brother Lei, this is far too much, especially for someone like me whose life is of little value." Tears of excitement glisten in Lu Yulin's eyes. Understanding that failing to resolve Lu Yulin's internal conflict may hinder his future cultivation, Lei Yin sits down, beckoning Lu Yulin to do the same. With profound significance, he inquires, "Do you believe your birth to be unfortunate? Do you consider your life to be of little worth? Brother, you must understand that your birth is beyond your control. If you dwell on this, your realm may never rise. How then can you talk of altering your fate?" Filled with sincerity, Lu Yulin asks, "What should I do then?" After a moment of contemplation, Lei Yin responds, "Consider this. Those so-called 4 great families wield their wealth to secure special privileges. If they were truly strong, they would not rely on such external possessions. You must come to terms with reality and understand yourself. Every drop of sweat you shed is not for others, but for the destination you yearn for within your heart. All the hardships you have endured are merely obstacles set by those who wish to deter you. These riches are but tools for you to master in the future. How can you allow them to confine you?" Lu Yulin nods, appearing to grasp Lei Yin's words, albeit with lingering uncertainty. However, in his heart, he resolves to obey Lei Yin's commands, aside from the one exception regarding his mother. "Brother Lei, master, I shall heed your words without fail." Lei Yin slaps Lu Yulin on the back, asserting, "I have told you multiple times. Do not call me master. Hurry and help me tidy up." As they converse, the Wus, Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi, enter with various items. Spotting Lei Yin, they rush over, exclaiming, Brother Lei, have you given any thought to that matter? After all, one more is not too many, and one less is not too few. Rest assured, if you agree, you will be our reborn father. My father consents, as long as you are willing, you will be his elder brother. And we too will be your disciples." With that, they drop their burdens and kneel before Lei Yin. Just as Lei Yin is about to respond, Dean Li and Jianan enter carrying items as well. Seeing the Wu brothers kneeling, they quickly urge Jianan to join them. "Lei Yin, how fortuitous this is. By accepting them, you also gain Jianan. It is not too much of an addition. Rest assured, we will ensure ample resources for cultivation. You may teach as you see fit, whether through discipline or reprimand. The Li family will lend their full support. Here are 200 gold notes and 30 solidifying source pills. Rest assured, it will only increase with each passing year." Lei Yin wonders what occasion warrants such fervor. "You all seem to have lost your senses. I am merely here to pursue my studies, not to take on disciples. Please rise. All of you, get up." Lu Yulin, help them to their feet. Lu Yulin, realizing this is a chance to show respect for his master, clasps his fists and bows respectfully. "Yes, I shall obey my master's command." The others gaze at Lei Yin and Lu Yulin with a mix of expressions. Had they known Lu Yulin was formidable, they would not have realized that this strength was bestowed by Lei Yin, and now they refuse to rise. Without a word, the Wu brothers bow their heads, while Jianan, albeit reluctantly, feels that simply being present is a gesture of goodwill. With crisp sounds echoing, they bow deeply, showing no hesitation, fearful of appearing insufficient. Dean Li nudges Jianan with his leg, prompting her, albeit begrudgingly, to clasp her fists and bow to Lei Yan. In a moment of desperation, Lei Yin gathers his source power, unleashing a gust that lifts the three individuals effortlessly, though not bow. I am here just like you to attend school. What is the meaning of this? Besides, I never said I would take on disciples. Deanly, recognizing that the younger generation may lack the words, quickly interjects, indeed, you are correct, but is it not customary to bow before a mountain? Such a distinguished individual as yourself, to have the opportunity to study under your tutelage, surely requires a fortuitous alignment of circumstances. Now that this chance presents itself, how could one possibly refuse to acknowledge you as a mentor? Lei Yin is acutely aware of the cunning calculations swirling in the mind of this old fox. First, he showers you with flattery, elevating you to the moral high ground, thereby rendering any refusal to accept disciples as an act of immorality. Directorly, let us speak plainly. I cannot accept this disciple, regardless of what you propose, offer, or promise today. This apprentice shall not be taken. Director Li did not anticipate that Lei Yin would so decisively close the door on this path. With a hint of reluctance, he inquired, "Why is this, Lei? The Li family has never wronged you. Name your price, and I shall pay it. Present your conditions, and I shall fulfill them. What is the reason behind this?" Lei Yin reflected, considering that the Li family had already compensated for the matter concerning Lu Yulin. Now, they were on their knees and offering gifts. Director Li, let me be frank. I am not destined to remain in this place for eternity. Not only am I disinclined to accept disciples, but I also have no intention of forging additional friendships. However, you, Director Li, have made an effort to preserve appearances, and I must acknowledge that some semblance of gratitude is owed. Here is my proposal. I shall offer you 3 pieces of guidance, to be counted as part of the previously gifted 300 gold notes. After providing this counsel, you shall furnish me with a copy of the student record. And we shall stand even. How does that sound? The Wu brothers quickly interjected. What about us? Lu Yulin rushed to intercede. You too, step aside. Can't you see my master is speaking? Director Li contemplated for a moment, shaking his head in resignation, as the earlier debacle had escalated far beyond expectations. It must be this way. Otherwise, the opportunity for those 3 pieces of guidance will vanish. Director Li produced the prepared gold notes and elixirs. Conceding, indeed, we were at fault last time. The 300 gold notes are rightfully owed. This time, the 3 pieces of guidance shall go to Jiai, and these gold notes shall be credited to her account. Director Li bowed deeply, a gesture reflecting his unwavering dedication to the Li family. Turning to Li Jiai, Lei Yin remarked, if you possess even a modicum of filial piety, you ought to empathize with the challenges faced by your elders. Do you recall my advice of 3 strikes and a breath? Perhaps it is worth your while to try. He then addressed the Wu brothers. Let us not tarnish the bond forged from sharing a roof. I shall accept the 300 gold notes from the Li family as a gesture of goodwill. Chapter 32. A storm is brewing every year. During the autumn harvest, the Daochang Academy grants a holiday, primarily because most students' families need to collect grains from their fields belonging to the 4 great families, and additionally, the government taxes must be paid. Lei Yin planned to visit Lu Yulin's home during the break to pay a visit to Lu's mother and see if there was any assistance needed. Since his own family had no fields and did not require any grain collection, Lu Yulin pointed toward the entrance of a narrow alley, saying, Brother Lei, my home is just within. If you had mentioned this earlier, I would have asked my mother to prepare something delicious for you. Lei Yin gazed into the alley, where most homes resembled those in Wuyo village. He was reminded of his own home. Having been away for several months without a visit, given our relationship, why complicate matters? A meal prepared by your mother would suffice. Upon entering the alley, they were enveloped by the rich aroma of daily life, with curling wisps of smoke rising from chimneys, painting a vivid picture of domesticity. Compared to others, Lu Yulin's home was rather modest, consisting of a single room surrounded by a small fence. Lu Yulin opened the door to his home, inviting Lei Yin inside. Mother, I have returned. Lu's mother rushed from the back of the house, exclaiming, Ah, Yulin is back. Let me see how you have fared these past few months. However, upon noticing someone standing beside her son, she inquired, Who is this? In a hurry, Lu Yulin introduced, Mother, this is my classmate, Lei Yin. He has come to visit us today. Lu's mother promptly invited Lei Yin into their home. As Lu Yulin entered, he was taken aback by the room cluttered with various items. And he asked, "What are all these things?" His mother replied, "A few days ago, many people came by claiming to bring you gifts I initially declined, but they left the items behind and departed. Now that you are back, what have you been doing at the academy? Why are all these people bringing you gifts?" At that moment, an extravagant 8-bear sedan chair arrived at the entrance, and the leading figure called out, "Is the matriarch at home? Madame Lu, are you in?" Neighbors emerged to witness the commotion. As Lu Yulin stepped outside to see who was calling, he heard the lead figure say, "Young Master Lu is present as well. I am the new steward from the Wang family, sent to welcome Madame back to our household." Lu's mother, visibly agitated, retorted, "Did we not discuss this yesterday? Why are you here again today?" The steward continued. "The Wang family is eagerly awaiting the matriarch's return to oversee matters. When shall we depart?" Lu Yulin, perplexed, asked, "You mean the Wang family is waiting for my mother to oversee what exactly?" Unpleasantly surprised. He felt the weight of the crowd's gaze, preventing him from acting rashly, and thus he dismissed the Wang family's entourage. Lei Yin jested, "Look at you, your reputation precedes you." Lu Yulin understood full well that this was not merely due to his own merit, but rather, it stemmed from Lei Yan's influence. "Brother Lei, others may not recognize it, but I certainly do. They are here because of you." After contemplating the gifts that seemed like mere tokens, Lei Yin recognized them as potential future troubles that needed to be resolved. Once he had sent the Wang family's servants away, he enjoyed a meal at Lu Yulin's home, engaging in lively conversation, particularly when Lu Yulin presented the gold notes, causing his mother to transition from despair to joy, revealing a side of her that was both strong and tender. As evening approached, Lei Yin prepared to leave, while Lu Yulin wished to invite him to stay. However, Lei Yin replied, "I intend to eliminate today's troubles. What do you think?" Lu Yulin, a bit bewildered, recalled the Wang family and nodded. "That sounds reasonable, but just the two of us might be." Lei Yin laughed dismissively. "Are you afraid? Are we not equals? Fear not. I am here." Lu Yulin was not afraid of the Wang family, but felt a sense of obligation toward Lei Yin, and the thought of asking for his assistance felt inappropriate. He lowered his head, saying, "Brother Lei, that's not what I meant." Without further discussion, Lei Yin led Lu Yulin away, reminding Lu's mother not to skimp on spending, urging her to eat and drink well. Lu's mother, understanding her child's character, sensed that these matters were largely connected to his classmate. Unfamiliar with the Wang family's location, Lei Yin relied on Lu Yulin's guidance, and they arrived at the grand entrance of the Wang estate. The stone steps there were significantly more spacious than those at Lu Yulin's home, illuminated by 8 large lanterns that cast a brilliant glow on the plaque reading Wang family residence. As Lu Yulin approached to knock, Lei Yin halted him, saying, "You are being overly courteous. They brought gifts. We must reciprocate. Use your iron arm fist to break down this door." Following Lei Yan's instructions, Lu Yulin stood before the grand entrance, summoning all his strength and delivering a powerful strike to the door. With a resounding crash, the center of the double doors flew open, taking the screen wall down with it. Lu Yulin was astonished by the force he had just unleashed. Wang family's guards rushed out from the side chambers to investigate the commotion. Upon seeing the collapsed wall, they were startled to find Lei Yin and Lu Yulin at the entrance, realizing they had come to cause trouble. Before long, the two were surrounded by the guards of the Wang family. At that moment, the head of the Wang family, along with the elders, emerged. Upon recognizing Lei Yin and Lu Yulin, they quickly instructed the guards to stand down and protect themselves. "To what do we owe the honor of your presence, revered one? Has something occurred?" Very few were familiar with Lei Yin aside from the head of the Wang family, as those who knew him lay in the family's medical quarters. Upon hearing the head of the family address the young man as revered one, the others began to understand. The eldest elder, filled with animosity, exclaimed, "You are Lei Yin, the one who has crippled my son's cultivation." Lei Yin was taken aback, unsure of whom he was referring to. "Uncle, which son are you speaking of?" The head of the Wang family quickly leaned in to whisper, "Do not take offense. He is referring to Wang Jichang, whom you incapacitated a few days ago." Lei Yin recalled the incident and remarked, "His foundation is unstable. Pursuing martial arts will yield little success." Perhaps abandoning martial pursuits for literary endeavors could be a viable path. This statement, uttered without malice, was taken as a blatant mockery. Enraged, the elder of the Wang family seethed, ready to retaliate against Lei Yin. The head of the Wang family, however, did not intervene but instead opened a path, gesturing for the elder to proceed. The elder's face flushed with rage, puffing up as if he were about to explode, and after a prolonged silence, he finally managed to squeeze out, "Had it not been for his incompetence, I would have long since dealt with you." The other elders chuckled in disbelief, aware of the Wang family's notorious reputation for bullying the weak, yet lacking the courage to confront the formidable. If a clash were to occur, perhaps Lei Yin might even regard the Wang family with a modicum of respect. To speak of whether one can prevail or not is of little consequence. As a man, failing to protect one's home signifies a loss of integrity. If one lacks even the courage to take action, then the spirit of manhood is all but extinguished. Thus, the Wang family finds itself in such a predicament. Lei Yin pays no heed to the absurdity of the elder. "I have heard that you presented gifts to his family. How much did it cost?" The head of the Wang family dares not respond. Uncertain of what scheme Lei Yin is concocting, Liu Yulin, noticing the silence, kicks over a stone lion positioned at the entrance. The head of the Wang family, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastily interjects. "And no, it wasn't much, just under 4 gold. Merely provisions for sustenance, nothing more." Lei Yin then gestures towards the overturned lion, the damaged gate, and the broken wall, inquiring, "How much did your family spend on these items?" The head of the Wang family, fearing he may incur a loss today, quickly replies, "Less than 10 gold. Lei Yin steps closer, placing a hand on the head of the Wang family's shoulder, saying, "You see, had you answered thus last time, we wouldn't be in such a predicament. Here is a gold note. For the gifts previously sent to the Liu family and the damages incurred, I'll consider it a total of 15 gold. The remainder shall serve as sustenance for your 2 useless offspring. Do not dare claim it insufficient." The head of the Wang family, trembling and hesitant, accepts the gold note, refraining from further comment. Lei Yin continues, "Furthermore, in the future, whenever the matriarch of the Liu family appears, your Wang family must yield a considerable distance. Otherwise, this will be your fate." And no sooner had he finished speaking than another stone lion was cleaved in 2 by a mere gesture of his sword, leaving everyone present speechless. "Do you comprehend, Wang family head? Should you choose to remain silent, you know all too well the consequences," Lei Yin stated with a hint of menace. The head of the Wang family, fully aware of the implications, nods vigorously, his hands quaking. "Understood, understood." Just as Lei Yin is about to depart, the head of the Wang family gathers his courage to softly inquire, "Saint, one moment please. I heard from the Li family that the price is 100 gold notes per strike. Is that true?" Lei Yin, taken aback by the question, responds, "What do you mean by that?" Wang family head, "This is rather absurd." Liu Yulin, equally perplexed, wonders why they came to cause trouble only to find someone offering money. The head of the Wang family, bowing and scraping, insists, "Saint, do not misunderstand. Just 3 strikes. We are not greedy. We offer 200 gold notes per strike." Annoyed, Lei Yin retorts, "Do you take me for some sort of mercenary? Offering 200 gold notes?" The head of the Wang family, sensing Lei Yin's displeasure, fears he has undervalued the offer but dares not propose a different amount. "Saint, please do not be angered. This matter has spread. 100 gold notes per strike, in addition to a position for my 18-year-old daughter. Should you find the price insufficient, we are open to negotiation, as long as the Wang family can afford it. You may name your price." At this moment, Liu Yulin bursts into laughter, resting a hand on Lei Yin's shoulder. "Ha ha ha, I can't believe this rumor has spread so far." Lei Yin, feeling awkward, pushes Liu Yulin's hand away, saying, "There is no such matter. Do not listen to the fabrications of the Li family." The head of the Wang family, with a forced smile, adds, "I understand, Saint, I understand. What do you think of these 3 young ladies? Though only one is my biological daughter, the other 2 are the daughters of these elders." As he speaks, the head of the Wang family pulls 3 young girls from the crowd, who shyly greet Lei Yin. "We have met, young Master Lei." Lei Yin quickly pulls the head of the Wang family aside, feeling embarrassed, and says, Didn't I tell you? There is no such matter. Why have you prepared these girls? Have you no shame? The head of the Wang family, still confused about Lei Yan's intentions, responds, Saint, what do you suggest we do? As long as you are willing, we shall comply. Pushing the head of the Wang family aside, Lei Yan hastily attempts to leave, exclaiming, there is no such matter. I never agreed to this. This cannot be taken seriously. We must leave. Liu Yulin, in agreement, quickly follows after Lei Yan, leaving the Wang family in stunned silence. Chapter 33. The winds of change. That night, Lei Yan, accompanied by Liu Yulin, seeks to settle accounts with the Li family. Lei Yan thinks to himself, if they find the price excessive, they should speak up. What do they mean by this? To outsiders, it might appear as though he were forcibly seizing maidens. Liu Yulin laughs all the way, guiding Lei Yan to the doorstep of the Li family, which only deepens Lei Yan's embarrassment. Stop laughing. This has gone on long enough, Lei Yan declares at the entrance. Liu Yulin quickly suppresses his laughter and asks, shall we proceed as before? I'll smash the door. Lei Yan hastily stops him, saying, today, we shall not break down the door. Liu Yulin knocks, drawing the attention of someone inside. I am the typically quiet town at night. An unexpected knock is rather peculiar. The side door of the Li family opens a crack, revealing someone who inquires, who is it? This late at night, do you know whose house this is to dare knock? Liu Yulin, undeterred, replies, summon your master. Tell him Lei Yan has arrived. The servant, seeing two youths in their teens, dismissively tosses out 3 copper coins. Off with you, go beg elsewhere. With that, he shuts the door, leaving the two feeling quite embarrassed, as the servant had mistaken them for beggars. Lei Yan thinks to himself how myopic some people can be. Judging by appearances. At that moment, Lei Yan closes his eyes and employs a technique. The heavenly thunder 6 forms, heartquake. Instantly, he discerns the location of the Li family head. Come, I'll take you in, he states. Before the words leave his mouth, he seizes Liu Yulin, utilizing the heavenly thunder 6 forms, void transformation, and both ascend into the AIRD. At this point, Lei Yan, despite only possessing the strength of a human tier, manages to reach the front of the Li family head's abode. Liu Yulin, marveling at this extraordinary skill, exclaims, Brother Lei, you can fly. My goodness. This technique, he muses, is beyond the capabilities of even the foremost martial artist of the 4 great families. The Dean Li, most could only leap, but soaring into the air was beyond imagination. As the two slowly descend, a rare bead of sweat appears on Lei Yan's brow. Liu Yulin realizes this technique must be quite taxing. Meanwhile, the Li family head is inside, reviewing his accounts. Hearing sounds from the courtyard, he assumes it to be intruders and draws his sword, stepping out. Still in awe of Lei Yan's martial prowess, Liu Yulin is taken aback when the door swings open, revealing the Li family head, who is both surprised and pleased. Surprised by the presence of 2 living individuals in his inner courtyard, and delighted by the recent good news, he sheaths his sword and greets them with a smile. Brother Lei, your visit brightens my humble abode. Come in, come in. Lei Yan wonders about this cordiality. Is he concerned I might seize his daughter? Li family head, I appreciate your hospitality, but I have come tonight to discuss a matter. Once seated, an array of tea, snacks, and fruits is presented, demonstrating the utmost hospitality, as instructed by his younger brother. The head of the Li family is meticulous in his efforts to treat Lei Yan and Liu Yulin as esteemed guests. Liu Yulin, famished, dives into the food, while Lei Yan sips his tea and states, it's late. I want tea beat around the bush regarding the matter of the 3 strikes. Before Lei Yan can finish, the Li family head, assuming he is about to refuse, interrupts, Brother Lei, we can easily discuss money. Just name your price. Lei Yan waves his hand and sips his tea. That's not my intention. What I wish to convey is, the Li family head cuts him off again. Brother Lei, I have but 1 daughter, and our family is quite sparse. Regarding the concubine matter, I must think it over. Lei Yan, parched from the journey, drinks deeply from his cup. However, upon hearing the mention of the concubine, he sputters tea everywhere. Li family head, that is not my meaning. I came to say that the matter of the 3 strikes must not be spoken of outside. As for your daughter's involvement, that is entirely fabricated. Please do not take it to heart. To this point, Lu Yulin bursts into laughter, realizing the misunderstanding is quite significant. The Li family head, stroking his beard, grins. Oh, rest assured, Brother Lei, this matter shall remain confidential. Lei Yin, somewhat displeased, sets down his cup. Add more water, for it hasn't spread outside yet, but the Wang family is already aware, offering 200 gold notes per strike. How will you explain this? The crux of the issue lies in the preparation of 3 young girls. How can you justify that? When did I ever mention a concubine? The Li family head finds himself at a loss for words. He has not left his home in days, and only he and his younger brother were privy to this matter. His brother would never speak of it carelessly, pouring hot water into Lei Yan's cup. He says, Brother Lei, this is not as you think, we would never speak of such things. Furthermore, we currently have minor conflicts with the Wang family, so we would never divulge such favorable news to them. Lei Yin continues to sip his tea, while Lu Yulin, seeing his thirst, offers him his own cup. After some contemplation, Lei Yin says, Is this still about that physician? You truly believe it? I merely mentioned it casually. The head of the Li family waved his hand and said, Brother Lei, you are being too modest. Indeed, what you say is true, and it has been the case for quite some time, if it weren't for you. The Li family would have suffered countless hidden losses. Lei Yin could no longer afford to dwell on the matter. He only hoped that this situation would remain confidential. Tomorrow morning, or the day after. Whenever you find the time, please expedite the resolution of these 3 techniques. The head of the Li family promptly nodded in agreement, eager to resolve the matter swiftly to avoid prolonged complications. Then let it be tomorrow morning. As for you 2 brothers, you shall stay here tonight. I have made arrangements for you in splendid guest quarters to ensure your comfort. Seeing that it was indeed quite late, Lu Yulin hastily agreed on behalf of Lei Yin. He also requested the head of the Li family to prepare some meals, for they were quite hungry after the events of the evening. Noticing that Lu Yulin had already consented, Lei Yin felt it unnecessary to voice any further objections. He had initially planned to dine at Lu Yulin's home, but returning to Wuyo village under the cover of night would be a simple task for him. However, Lu Yulin's forthrightness left him with no choice but to stay the night. Once the 2 were settled, the head of the Li family quickly summoned Director Li to discuss the matter of the 3 techniques for the following day. Especially ever since Lei Yin had tasked him with the 3 techniques, Director Li had found his sword techniques flowing much more smoothly, overcoming previous hindrances, in the depths of the Wang family's secret chamber. The head of the Wang family waved his hand, signaling for everyone to withdraw. What a prodigy of youth! He is merely a lecherous fool. Chapter 34. A storm is brewing at the break of dawn. After Lei Yin had completed his morning rituals, he summoned the head of the Li family to meet him at the back mountain of the dojo. However, upon stepping outside, he found the heads of the Wang and Yang families, as well as the Huang family, all waiting at the entrance. The sight left Lei Yin momentarily speechless. Reluctantly, he allowed everyone to accompany him to the back mountain of the dojo. The way they looked at him seemed to convey a shared understanding regarding his connection with the Li family. Nevertheless, Lei Yin dismissed the need to explain himself. What was supposed to be a quiet holiday at the dojo had suddenly transformed into a gathering of numerous visitors. The back mountain of the dojo. Lei Yin surveyed the group before him, momentarily at a loss as to how the situation had escalated to this point. Accepting the reality, he decided to address the group directly. Clearing his throat, he began. Today was originally an agreement with the Li family. Since all 3 of your families have also arrived, it simplifies matters. Before he could finish, the head of the Wang family interrupted, producing a bundle of gold notes. I understand. 300 each, right? Count them out, little Lu, please. Upon seeing the Wang family produce money, the others quickly followed suit. At this point, Lu Yulin was overwhelmed, having to remove his clothing to wrap up a substantial amount of cash, easily exceeding 10,000 in gold notes. Hold on, everyone, Lei Yin interjected, raising his hand. Calm down, I will be selecting, not teaching. Is there anyone unwilling to participate? If so, you may leave. Among the 30 or so young disciples present, one voiced his dissent. What is so impressive? You don't seem much older than I am. Before he could finish, a loud slap echoed through the air, as an elder from an unknown family swiftly struck him, bowing apologetically towards Lei Yin. Ignoring the trivial antics of the crowd, Lei Yin wished they would all leave, preferring solitude. If anyone wishes to exit, you may do so at any time during the selection process. Exiting indicates your withdrawal, I must emphasize. This is merely a selection process, lasting 30 days. You will remain here on the back mountain, sleeping and eating here. Should you lack provisions, you may consume exotic beasts. Groundhogs, grass, or tree bark, I will not interfere, but be warned. If you consume anything not belonging to this mountain, you will be eliminated. I hold the authority to declare anyone unsuitable, so do not force yourselves. Even if you barely manage to pass, it will bring no benefit is anyone leaving now. After his declaration, several individuals begged their fathers for a reprieve, yet none chose to depart, primarily because their elders were present. Leaving would be a disgrace. Lei Yin gestured to Lu Yulin to assist at that moment. Lu Yulin brought over a massive boulder, which appeared to weigh at least 100 jin to outsiders. The ease with which he carried it astonished everyone, as the stone was nearly 200 jin in weight. I want you all to carry this boulder to the mountaintop and back down again. Completing 300 round trips over the course of 30 days. If you do not manage this, it indicates you are unfit for this endeavor. Those who cannot endure or choose to abandon the task will also be deemed unsuitable and may return home. A collective gasp filled the AIR.IT. Was clear that not only the children but even the adults recognized the challenge ahead. Many began to contemplate fleeing, transforming the scene into a chaotic spectacle of rebellion. Li Jiandan had already endured much humiliation over the past few days, but upon witnessing Lu Yulin's effortless display, she felt utterly deflated. I'd like to know how many times you can carry it in a day? She quietly inquired of Lu Yulin. After a moment's reflection, Lu Yulin replied, I haven't really counted. I typically keep going until he says stop. But to put it into perspective, since you all started at the back mountain, you have nearly reached the summit by now. Li Jiandan then grasped just how significant the disparity of the number 39 was. Noticing the commotion, Lei Yin raised his voice, if you wish to reprimand your children, take them home. If you want to withdraw, hurry and collect your money. Those who choose to stay must start moving stones. He pointed to some nearby boulders, which Lu Yulin had previously smashed into submission while training his arm strength. In a moment of determination, Li Jiandan was the first to lift a massive stone, straining against her trembling body as she addressed her father and uncle. Do not worry, Jiandan will not bring shame to the Li family. Though the Li family has no male heirs, we do not produce weaklings. Li Jiandan, driven by her desire to experience the disparity of the number 39, was determined to prove herself. The head of the Li family looked on with tear-filled eyes, realizing that his daughter far surpassed those so-called boys. Seeing only one girl stepping forward, Lei Yin fanned the flames of motivation. Don't just stand there. Go over to Lu Yulin and collect your money. There's no shame in choosing a different path. Whether we abandon martial pursuits for scholarly endeavors, there are countless ways to serve our family. Wielding a pen is far superior to cowardly retreat. Many echoed his sentiments. Exactly. Who says one must be strong? Pursuing education is equally valid. A number of individuals turned to claim their money. Lei Yin continued to encourage those departing. Well done. To act with integrity is far better than to cower in fear. Trust in yourselves. You are the best. The future of your family rests in your hands. Indeed, many were moved by his words, applauding in agreement. At this point, only 3 or 4 individuals remained, contemplating their choices. Observing Li Jiandan's struggle with the boulder, they understood that this was no trivial matter. Lu Yulin shook his head with a smile, reflecting. So this is what the so-called 4 great families are like? Hardly impressive. Remembering my own experiences hauling heavy chains and stones, I now feel significantly more formidable. As Lei Yin stated, their futures are confined to this small territory. Suddenly, Yang Tian dropped his staff, exclaiming, Damn it. Let us do this. He strode towards the largest boulder with determination. At that moment, the head of the Yang family experienced the same emotional swell as the head of the Li family. Huang Wu glanced at Wang Jiyun, making a gesture of invitation. Wang Jiyun shook his head, returning the gesture. Both felt that this selection process was devoid of meaning. If someone was unwilling to teach, why force them? They decided to leave, believing that Lei Yin's guidance might not be as impressive as anticipated. Thus, only one remained, Yang Qing, the secondary son of the Yang family. Yang Tian, now shouldering the massive stone, told his younger brother, Qing, "From this day forth, you will be a candidate for the next head of the Yang family. One of us must survive." As Yang Tian witnessed Li Jindan's trembling form, he considered the possibility that the boulder might crush him on the descent, or at the very least, break his limbs. He carried the stone with a resolute determination, driven by the desire to understand the gap between himself and Lu Yulin. Lu Yulin, grasping the remaining 600 gold notes, felt a profound sense of something indescribable. Such an excellent opportunity, and yet no one seemed to value it. It became evident that such chances are not afforded to everyone. Even when placed before them, they often go unnoticed. As most departed, some regarded the event as a farce, an absurdity where a group of seemingly unhinged individuals were manipulated by a fool. The heads of the Li and Yang families exchanged glances before proposing. "Why not sit down together for a drink?" Lei Yin addressed Lu Yulin. "You should not be idle either. Take those gold notes. For now, train here and return to your residence at night. Keep an eye on the two of them. If anyone chooses to leave, do not hinder them." After speaking, he approached the heads of the Li and Yang families, offering a few words of advice before pulling Deanly aside. "Deanly, how effective is the sword technique? Does it prove useful?" Deanly nodded enthusiastically. "Brother Lei, when did you notice there was an issue with my sword technique? To be honest, this technique is incomplete. It lacks the footwork section and only contains the sword moves and the method for utilizing source power." Lei Yin nodded and replied, "Well, in terms of sword moves, they're rather mediocre. Although I don't possess the footwork from this incomplete manual, I can still enhance your sword moves, making them at least superior to what you currently have. Would you be willing?" Deanly thought to himself that this was quite a fortunate opportunity. However, he hesitated, recalling that this individual was not one to be taken lightly, and cautiously asked, "It sounds good. But what will I have to give in return? If the cost is too high, I cannot afford it." A subtle smile graced Lei Yan's lips, as if he could see through the old fox before him. "You must ensure the safety of one person, providing for their needs and shielding them from disturbances." Deanly's face filled with confusion, pondering who could command such concern. He thought that adhering to this request wouldn't cost much. Even if the individual were to live for 200 years, it would only amount to a few thousand gold coins. A few thousand gold coins for a perfected combat technique seemed exceptionally worthwhile. Yet, he paused again, realizing that someone so formidable still required his protection, and tentatively inquired, "Is it really that simple? No further conditions?" Lei Yin shook his head in annoyance. "Be straightforward. Just say whether you agree or not." Deanly pressed further with curiosity. "Who exactly is this person?" Lei Yin pointed to the practicing Lu Yulin behind him, saying, "His mother, Lu Qin." Deanly immediately placed a hand over his heart and declared, "Brother Lei, rest assured. They will eat and wear the best that the Li family offers. The Li family's medical facility has dedicated physicians, a monthly stipend of 5 gold coins, and they will reside in the finest quarters of the Li estate. Attended by no fewer than 5 servants. To breach the Li estate, one must first pass through me. You can rest easy." Lei Yin nodded and patted Dean Li's shoulder, saying, "If you perform your duties well, I will also ensure this combat technique is perfected for you." Dean Li nodded vigorously. After arranging matters regarding the training grounds behind the mountain, he turned to Lu Yulin and provided a few words of guidance for the future, further deepening Lu Yulin's feelings for Lei Yin. Before leaving, he called out to Yang Tian and Lin Yin Yin, "If you can't endure it, just give up. Don't force yourselves." Chapter 35. The storm rises after finalizing the affairs of the training grounds. Lei Yin set out on his journey home. Reflecting on his time at the training center, he recognized the value of his experiences, particularly in forming a friendship that he could cherish. He ambled along the way, taking his time, and arrived at Wuyo village just as dinner was approaching. Lei Mo remained leisurely sprawled in a chair, sipping on a drink and nibbling on snacks. "Grandfather, I have returned," Lei Yin announced. Lei Mo belched lightly and glanced at Lei Yin. "Why are you back? Has the autumn harvest concluded?" Lei Yin nodded, joy lighting up his face as he looked at his grandfather. At that moment, Lei Mo tossed a bottle of liquor toward Lei Yin, saying, "Go fill it up again." With a sigh of resignation, Lei Yin turned to comply when suddenly, Lei Mo executed the phantom step from the Thunderbolt 6 styles, instantly creating numerous clones of himself. Countless afterimages of Lei Mo appeared behind Lei Yin, and the next moment, a swift strike occurred, followed by a crack of thunder in one hand. Lei Yin held the liquor bottle, summoning the rebound technique from the Thunderbolt's 6 styles. The clash of their techniques unleashed a surge of source power, propelling Lei Yin backward. Lei Mo showed no mercy, continuing his pursuit with a swift motion. Soaring above Lei Yin, Lei Mo unleashed a move called Shattering Mirror. Lei Yin hurriedly countered with the Void Step, avoiding the strike by the narrowest margin. Just as Lei Yin felt a sense of relief, he sensed a presence behind him. Without a glance, he employed the rebound technique to protect his back, yet Lei Mo, being his grandfather, was all too familiar with Lei Yan's intentions. Leaving behind a phantom afterimage, he swiftly repositioned himself in front of Lei Yin. However, Lei Yin, having endured many beatings over the years, instinctively recognized the trap. He launched a powerful punch toward the front. Experience is invaluable. Lei Yan's strike landed on Lei Mo's afterimage. Before he could retract his attack, he felt a heavy knee strike to the back of his neck, forcing him to use the Phantom Step to narrowly evade the blow. Currently, Lei Yan's execution of the Phantom Step lacked the finesse to leave behind an afterimage, making it easy for Lei Mo to track his movements. Grabbing Lei Yin, who had swiftly moved to the side, Lei Mo unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes to his chest. "What's wrong? Is that all you can muster?" he taunted, as Lei Yin, utilizing all his strength, countered with the rebound technique. The collision of their techniques sent Lei Mo's hand flying away, allowing Lei Yin to propel himself backward and crash into a tree outside. Rising, he coughed repeatedly, gasping for breath, but soon regained his footing. "Huff, huff, grandfather, let us go again." Lei Mo waved his hand, belching again. "And no more. Just stretch your limbs and wake up." Lei Yin, unwilling to concede, protested, "If you release your seal, don't make me hold your liquor bottle. Just try it." Lei Mo responded with a swift slap. "Don't be ungrateful. Do you think you dodged that first strike?" With hands on his hips, Lei Yin retorted, "You, a saint, are striking a mere mortal. Do you think you have a right to complain? Release your seal, and I'll spar with you for 3 days and nights." Lei Mo patted Lei Yin's shoulder. "Not engaging further, I didn't expect that in just a few months, you've put on a bit of weight. Have you been neglecting your training?" Lei Yin touched his abdominal muscles and replied, "I am fine. I haven't gained much weight. The food in town is indeed tastier. However, I did gain some insights during this trip." Settling back into his recliner, Lei Mo asked with curiosity, "Oh, do tell." Lei Yin recounted the events that transpired at the training academy, detailing everything, even how he managed to earn several hundred gold notes. Lei Mo stroked his beard, contemplating, "This rascal, how cunning. Quite reminiscent of my younger self." After a lengthy pause, he inquired, "Did you truly sell our family's training methods so cheaply?" Lei Yin, initially expecting a scolding, was taken aback by this question. How much should it be?" "But I didn't teach much. Just the basic warm-up moves I do at home." Lei Mo thought for a moment and mused, "Well, that's acceptable. Otherwise, you would have truly lost out. Are you hungry? Have you eaten? I'll go prepare something." Curiously, Lei Yin asked, "Grandfather, why don't you ask me about the matters involving the 4 great families?" Scratching his head, Lei Mo pondered before explaining, "Should I? Those 4 clowns don't deserve much attention, do they?" At that moment, Lei Yin realized that his perspective was still rather limited. In his grandfather's eyes, these people and their affairs paled in comparison to the significance of the methods he had imparted to Lu Yulin, which were merely warm-up exercises. The grandfather and grandson exchanged stories about their respective experiences from the previous months throughout the night. The following morning, Lei Yin engaged in circulating the source particles within his body, aiming to transform them into pure source power. Noticing this, Lei Mo casually remarked, "Haven't I told you? This method has become ineffective." However, Lei Yin explained, "Over the past few months, I've been contemplating the matter of the seal you placed on me. I have some different ideas, and since you have vast knowledge, it would be beneficial for you to analyze them." With a hint of curiosity, Lei Mo replied, "Oh, share your thoughts. You young people always have so many ideas." After organizing his thoughts, Lei Yin began to articulate his method. After a lengthy discussion, Lei Mo shook his head, saying, "Still not feasible. How do you plan to address the issue of circulating source power? Lei Yin nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is one of the points I cannot fathom. Not only this issue, but also how to expel the residual source particles left in my body. After consuming your colorful porridge over the years, I believe most of the harmful substances have been expelled. What remains is unlikely to be resolved with mere pills. Lei Mo nodded in approval and said, that is indeed the case. However, your approach is quite novel. Perhaps it truly has potential. The loosening of your first seal is likely a result of this method. Isn't it? Lei Yin was taken aback that his grandfather had noticed the loosening of his seal. He nodded without hesitation. Lei Mo continued, if I'm not mistaken, the way you've loosened the seal may result in your strength being slightly different than before. I cannot specify exactly where the difference lies. Only after you fully release the first seal will you know. Lei Yin shared this sentiment, realizing that many of his lingering questions had found answers through his grandfather. Last night, Lei Mo also discussed with Lei Yin his plans for the future. Although Lei Mo and Lei Yin hold somewhat differing viewpoints, there is merit in Lei Yin's perspective, so it is only fitting to allow him to make his own choice. However, on certain fundamental issues, Lei Mo remains steadfast in his beliefs. Chapter 36. A storm is brewing. Lei Yin relished a period of leisure, having spent over 10 days at home. At this juncture, Lei Mo entered and inquired, when do you intend to leave? How long have you been here? Lei Yin chuckled in response, what is the matter? I reckon I'll stay for another 10 days or so. I heard you and Aunt Li. Lei Mo, as if caught off guard, retorted, stop with the nonsense, hurry along. Didn't you say there are 3 others at the back of the dojo? Are you going to neglect them? It dawned on Lei Yin that he had indeed forgotten about those 3 amidst his days of relaxation. Just as Lei Yin was about to depart, he was called back by Lei Mo. Return. Leave 100 gold notes for yourself. Take the rest with you. Lei Yin retrieved all his gold notes, retained 100 for himself, and handed the remainder to his grandfather. Lei Mo accepted the gold notes and promptly ushered Lei Yin out the door. Outside, a tempest raged, heralding the imminent arrival of a downpour. Lei Yin employed his skills to traverse the distance to the dojo with remarkable speed, far surpassing the leisurely pace he had taken on his return home. Braving the fierce winds and accompanied by the rain, Lei Yin reached the dojo. Just as dark clouds rolled in, he was acutely aware that, aside from Lu Yulin, none of the others would endure. As he suspected, the back mountain was deserted. At that moment, Lu Yulin emerged from the dojo, and upon seeing Lei Yin's return, embraced him joyfully. Brother Lei, I missed you terribly. I thought you wouldn't return until school started. Why are you back today? Noticing the impending rain, Lei Yin quickly pulled Lu Yulin back to the dormitory to change into dry clothing. Have you completed your training today? Lu Yulin, elated by Lei Yin's return, suddenly slapped his thigh in realization. Oh no, I forgot about them. He hastily grabbed a pot and dashed towards the woods at the back of the mountain, explaining as he ran. I saw they caught many digging beasts, and I was supposed to fetch the pot. But then I encountered you and forgot about them. Curious, Lei Yin asked, them? More people have come? Lu Yulin replied, if you don't speak up, who would dare? They are just training partners. Yang Qing, he follows my lead every day. Lei Yin inquired further, how many times have they gone back and forth now? Lu Yulin replied, Li Jia has made fewer than 80 trips, while Yang Tian has done somewhat better, nearing 90. Today, it seems they are aiming for 100 trips. According to your standards, Brother Lei, I fear they may not succeed. As they conversed, they arrived at the resting place of the others on the back mountain, a spot frequently visited by Lei Yin and Lu Yulin. Li Jia appeared much sturdier and darker than she had been over 10 days ago, and Yang Tian was no different. Upon spotting Lei Yin, they hurriedly rose and respectfully addressed him as Brother Lei, a stark contrast to how they had behaved before his departure. Lei Yin sat on the ground with them, mirroring the way Lu Yulin had done initially. I hear you've made 80 trips. And you've made 90? The distance back and forth on this mountain is merely a few thousand meters. Why is it so troublesome? If it's too much, feel free to withdraw. There's no need to force yourselves. Upon hearing this, everyone laughed. Lei Jia spoke up first. Brother Lei, Lu Gu has informed us. You taught him just that. Yang Tian chimed in. Exactly. Lei Yin, somewhat perplexed, pointed at Lu Yulin and asked, Isn't he younger than you all? Why do you call him brother? Yang Tian patted his chest and declared, Lu Ji's strength is exceptional, especially after he demonstrated his speed in moving boulders. I genuinely admire him, and calling him brother is only fitting. Li Jia nodded in agreement. Turning to Yang Qing, the others anticipated that Lei Yin might send him away, but to their surprise, Lei Yin asked, "And what about you?" Yang Qing, somewhat bashful, lowered his head and replied, "Fewer than 40. Lei Yin nodded, contemplating for a moment before stating, "Starting tomorrow, let your families begin sending food. I've grown weary of this fare." Lu Yulin tugged at Lei Yin's sleeve and quietly asked, "Brother Lei, what about my mother's situation? Have you arranged anything?" Lei Yin nodded, affirming, and then inquired, "Where are you residing now?" "After today's training, I wish to visit your mother. I crave the pastry she makes." The Li family courtyard, a separate dwelling. The environment is truly pleasant, with dedicated individuals for cleaning, laundry, and cooking. At that moment, the heavens opened with rain, though fortunately, it was not heavy, and the large trees provided some shelter. Allowing only a light drizzle to fall, Lei Yin contemplated moving to another location when he was pulled by the group to a rudimentary wooden pavilion they had constructed. Lu Yulin proudly announced that he had built it himself. It served merely as a shelter from the rain and a spot for sleeping on the ground at night. At this juncture, Li Jia bashfully asked, Brother Lei, what happens if we cannot complete this training? I haven't bathed in over 10 days. My hair is tangled, and I smell terrible. Lei Yin maintained his usual cold demeanor, retorting, "As long as you give up, you can revert to being the pampered young lady you once were. Ultimately, it is your own choice." At this moment, Li Jia refrained from further comments, fully aware that such inquiries were superfluous. Lei Yin continued, "Today, I am in a good mood. I had initially planned to eliminate you. But since Lu Yulin interceded, I cannot disregard his request. Thus, you will not be eliminated today. Strive diligently." Observing that the others appeared somewhat embarrassed, Lu Yulin suggested, "Why not let them change into a new set of clothes? Many of theirs are quite worn." Noticing the situation, Lei Yin relented somewhat, stating, "Tonight, you may return to your respective dorms to sleep, but everything else remains unchanged." He instructed them to continue carrying boulders, even as the rain poured down. Their figures trudging up the hillside. The initially disheartened group suddenly erupted in cheers, as if they had received uplifting news. Lei Yin turned to walk away with Lu Yulin. "Do you think they have grown stronger?" Lu Yulin nodded instinctively. "Indeed, there has been a significant change." "Go put it in your words. They now possess a bit of foundation." Lu Yulin then seemed to recall something and suddenly asked Lei Yin, "By the way, Brother Lei, that sore sensation you mentioned, I believe I might have experienced it." Intrigued, Lei Yin inquired, "Oh, have you gained insight? Please elaborate." Lu Yulin, uncertain if it was indeed the source sensation, pointed to his navel and said, "I feel as though there is something inexplicable in this area that has suddenly emerged." Lei Yin was convinced that Lu Yulin had indeed gained insight, having tapped into the source sensation. However, he was unaware of Lu Yulin's constitution and could not ascertain whether it was the source power or source energy he had comprehended. Not wanting to hastily guide Lu Yulin in transforming this insight, he advised, "If you trust me, refrain from attempting to control what you feel there. Let it remain as it is." Lu Yulin nodded, asking, "Could there be any issues?" Lei Yin gently patted Lu Yulin's back, assuring him, "Don't worry. With your current physique, it will be fine even if it remains for a year." And of course, this was meant to comfort Lu Yulin. Lei Yin was aware that this sensation would not persist for long and that it was imperative to test his constitution promptly. Chapter 37. A storm is brewing. Lu Yulin was tasked with notifying their families to send food, while Lei Yin ventured alone to the training room of Dean Li to fulfill his promise. Upon pushing open the door, Lei Yin observed Dean Li practicing his sword techniques, executing 3 strikes and inhaling deeply as if he had discovered a new continent and was fervently training. "Dean Li," Lei Yin called out, prompting Dean Li to notice his arrival. He quickly sheathed his sword, and the two engaged in conversation, akin to long-lost friends catching up. Occasionally, they exchanged remarks about Lu Yulin's mother, implying that the matters Lei Yin had entrusted to him had been resolved. Lei Yin mused to himself about the old fox's eagerness. "Dean Li, let us dispense with pleasantries. Please demonstrate that sword technique for me so I can provide you with some advice." Dean Li nodded earnestly. "All right, I shall perform it once, and Brother Lei, do offer me your insights." He grasped his sword and executed the in its entirety. From the swordplay, it was evident that Deanly had invested considerable effort into this technique. Yet every move was executed with overwhelming force, augmented by the source power of the gathering source realm, making each strike immensely powerful in the span of a time. Deanly completed the sword technique. Lei Yin discerned the underlying issues, which aligned with his own thoughts. However, Deanly himself acknowledged the deficiency in footwork to complement the technique. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Deanly chuckled. I hope I haven't embarrassed you, Brother Lei. Hee. Lei Yin, not one to hold back, poured a cup of tea for Deanly, remarking as he did so, there are numerous flaws and inconsistencies in both the initiation and conclusion of each move. Stemming from the lack of accompanying footwork, I trust you are aware of this without needing me to point it out. Deanly nodded in agreement while sipping his tea. Lei Yin continued, what is the essence of body technique? Deanly appeared somewhat at a loss. The question was not excessively difficult, but rather too simplistic, leaving him puzzled by Lei Yin's intent. After taking a sip of tea, Deanly responded, I would like to hear more. Lei Yin poured himself a cup of tea as well, moistening his throat before elaborating. Body technique refers to the movement of the body, encompassing the use of strength in the feet, legs, waist, and arms. This alignment, when combined with the infusion of source energy, constitutes body technique, am I correct? Deanly nodded in appreciation. Lei Yin continued, since there is a missing component in the sword techniques, why don't we create our own? You have practiced for quite some time. Your understanding of swordplay is already profound, so why not innovate? Deanly shook his head in resignation, lifting his teacup to mask his embarrassment. Go be honest. I have contemplated this matter, but often, it feels as though something essential is lacking between the sword moves. Lei Yin extended a hand and asked, May I borrow your sword? Deanly promptly offered his sword with both hands. Lei Yin leaped into the center of the training room. His proficiency with the 8 swords of heavenly ash was certainly on par with his 6 styles of thunder. Especially for a master who had reached a certain level, it was merely a matter of time to extract the essence from any sword technique. Your sky-splitting sword technique consists of 36 moves. Watch closely the moment Lei Yin raised his sword. It seemed as if the surrounding environment underwent a transformation. The same martial arts techniques, when executed by Lei Yin, appeared vastly superior to those performed by Deanly. What seemed like an ordinary move was executed with an uninterrupted flow. And when combined with Lei Yin's body technique, it was as radiant as a full moon illuminating the starry sky point. One could faintly see the sword's shadow flickering in Lei Yin's hand, as if it possessed the might of thunder, sweeping through thousands of soldiers. Despite the multitude of sword techniques, this divine skill was unparalleled. The interplay among the sword moves resembled countless transformations, yet upon closer examination, it was merely Lei Yin simplifying the 36 moves into 8. However, these 8 moves could seamlessly intertwine regardless of the order of execution, and the body technique was remarkably straightforward. Suddenly, Deanly sensed an extremely sharp sword aura rushing towards him, and a stone behind him was cleaved in two by a single sword strike. At that moment, Deanly's astonishment was beyond words. He stood speechless for a considerable time, overwhelmed with excitement, wishing to bow in gratitude to Lei Yin. After retracting the sword technique, Lei Yin turned to Deanly and asked, Did you understand? It took Deanly 3 calls from Lei Yin to regain his composure, and he awkwardly smiled. My apologies. My apologies, Brother Lei. Your mastery of swordplay leaves this old man feeling inadequate. I truly failed to recognize your greatness and inadvertently offended a master. With that, he bowed respectfully. Lei Yin, somewhat impatiently, replied, Enough of this nonsense. I am asking you, did you understand? Deanly awkwardly responded, I understand. I understand. If I didn't, then my life would have been in vain. Lei Yin nodded, then passed the sword back to him, saying, Good, since you understand. Now you give it a try. Deanly took back his sword and awkwardly approached the center of the room, attempting to replicate the moves as demonstrated. Lei Yin shook his head, and after another attempt, he shook his head again. It was uncertain how many times he had been taught, but over the past 10 days, aside from a visit to see Mother Lu, he had been focused on watching Deanly practice swordplay. Lu Yulin had been observing the 3 of them as they trained point one day. Lei Yin was watching Deanly practice swordplay, feeling a deep sense of frustration akin to watching iron not turn into steel. Initially, he had thought it would take just a day or two, yet he found himself stuck in this endeavor for so long. Lei Yin, seated nearby drinking tea, called out to the practicing Deanly, "I say, are you truly this dull? How many days has it been? Just 8 moves, and you still can't master them? At this rate, you should have learned at least one by now, and I've never seen anyone like you. How did you become the dean? Did you pay someone off?" Deanly resembled a particularly aggrieved child. "Do not be angry. Anger harms the body. I am practicing. After all, I find it perplexing. When I watch you practice, it appears so simple, yet when it comes to my turn, it becomes incredibly difficult. Every move I have memorized perfectly, but when I try to execute them, it always feels off." Lei Yin, lazily reclining in his chair while munching on fruit snacks, remarked, "That is due to insufficient energy. Without adequate energy, there is no power. Without power, the movements lack smoothness. Do you think I am joking when I say to inhale 3 moves and exhale 3 moves? That is to return to the source. Your journey is still long." Deanly, chastened, did not dare to breathe a word. Yes, the teachings of the sage are indeed wise. Lei Yin reclined comfortably and continued. "How is the matter I entrusted to you coming along?" Deanly respectfully replied, "The person should have arrived. I will go check." Lei Yin picked up a snack and popped it into his mouth. Inquiring further, "What about the scholar's documents? Have the seals been affixed?" Deanly then retrieved a document from his robe and presented it to Lei Yin with both hands. Where do you intend to go? If convenient, I would like to accompany you to better attend to your needs." Lei Yin glanced at the document, then tucked it away without raising his gaze, waving his hand dismissively. "Go. See if the person has arrived." Deanly bowed respectfully, saying, "I shall go check right away." Chapter 38. The Rising Storm. Deanly arrived at the entrance of the training room with the finest physicians from the town. Giving them a few instructions, the physicians, astute in their observations, recognized the significance of the individual before them, the foremost master within 1,000 miles. Anyone who commanded such respect from him must surely be a transcendent figure. Today, they were fortunate to witness such a presence, a reward for their past virtuous deeds. Tap, tap, tap. 3 gentle raps on the door echoed. From inside, a voice called out, "Come in." The physicians stood behind Deanly, unable to hear the words from within, and followed him inside. Upon the door opening, Deanly gestured for the physicians to enter first. The physician respectfully made a gesture, saying, "Please, my lord." The physicians followed Deanly into the room, where they saw a youth of about 15 or 16 years seated alone, with no one else in sight. "Where is the esteemed one?" asked the physician. Deanly quickly responded, "Do not be rude. Quickly pay your respects to the sage." The physician, astonished, could not find his voice, but due to Deanly's presence, he mimicked Deanly's bow to Lei Yin. Upon noticing their arrival, Lei Yin hastily stood up, respectfully ushering the physician to take a seat at his table, while he, like a child, sat across with a cheerful demeanor. "Thank you for your efforts, esteemed physician. May I ask your surname?" The physician awkwardly glanced at Deanly. Deanly was filled with exasperation. "What are you looking at me for? The sage is addressing you. Just answer him." The physician nodded. Lei Yin, visibly impatient, waved his hand dismissively, saying, Go, practice your sword. Stop meddling. Why are you everywhere?" Deanly bowed respectfully, and the physician was left even more bewildered. "What is happening here? Can someone explain?" The physician innocently replied, "My surname is Zhang, and I am a disciple of." Before he could finish, Lei Yin interrupted, All right, I didn't ask about your master. Physician Zhang, I have a few questions I would like to consult with you." Physician Zhang responded, "What is the question? Please, speak plainly." Lei Yin took a sip of tea. Only then recalling that he had not poured any for the physician, he hurriedly poured a cup for Physician Zhang. It is like this. The human body is divided into 5 elements. You are aware of this, yes? Physician Zhang nodded, thinking to himself that this person might be a medical practitioner. All physicians are essentially from the same lineage, merely differing in their masters. Deanly, curious, leaned closer to ask, "Sage, you understand medicine as well?" Lei Yin shot an exasperated glance at Deanly, causing him to quickly retreat and resume practicing swordplay. Lei Yin then continued to address Physician Zhang. Can you assess the yin-yang and five-element attributes of the human body? Physician Zhang assumed it was a difficult question. Of course, it is not challenging. One can discern this through silver needles and pulse diagnosis. Lei Yin inquired further, can you do it now? How long would it take? Physician Zhang's tension eased considerably as he took a sip of tea and replied, yes, it can be done quickly. An effective diagnosis requires understanding the seasonal changes and deficiencies of the five elements. This is the basic principle. Physician Zhang had a bad habit of being overly didactic, relishing in boasting about his prowess while treating patients. However, he quickly realized that the individual before him was not his patient and immediately reined in his verbosity. Physician Zhang was about to apologize but was stopped by Lei Yin, who said, no need for apologies. Go find Lu Yulin for me. Dean Li respectfully bowed and replied, yes, I will go immediately. At this moment, Physician Zhang was rendered speechless, feeling quite awkward since entering the room. He failed to discern what was remarkable about Lei Yin, perceiving him as no different from the apprentices in his own medical shop. However, the four foremost experts of the town regarded Lei Yin as if he were their own grandson. After a brief exchange over tea, Lu Yulin was escorted in by Director Li. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lei Yin turned to Dr. Zhang and said, I would appreciate it if you could examine his physical attributes. Dr. Zhang nodded, retrieving various items from his bag, including small bottles of assorted colors and a collection of silver needles of varying lengths. These needles were exceedingly fine and long, at least twice the length of ordinary sewing needles, yet as slender as a hair, perhaps even finer. Dr. Zhang dipped the needles into the potions from the small bottles and inserted them into Lu Yulin's brachial artery. As the silver needles filled his arm, some began to move slightly. Lei Yin, observing with curiosity, exclaimed, Dr. Zhang, look, that needle is moving. Is that normal? After removing the moving needles, Dr. Zhang reassured him, it's nothing to worry about. Those moving needles indicate they do not belong to his physical attributes. Lei Yin nodded, feigning understanding as he continued to watch intently. Once all the moving needles were extracted, only two remained. Dr. Zhang examined these two needles and stated, his physical attributes are primarily earth and fire. After removing the needles, he proceeded to insert several more into both arms. At this point, some of the needles on both arms began to move as well. After withdrawing the needles, Dr. Zhang remarked, the earth attribute constitutes about 70%. While the fire attribute is slightly less. At that moment, Director Li, somewhat perplexed, inquired, may I ask a question? Lei Yin glanced over, thinking to himself that it was unlikely to be of any significance. Go ahead. We are all friends here. Director Li chuckled awkwardly. Hee. I just wanted to ask, what is the purpose of this? What use does it serve? Lei Yin replied curtly, it serves no purpose, merely a pastime. Dr. Zhang, amused by the exchange, stepped in to provide clarity. You see, this is a concept in medicine. Although the source particles are divided into yin and yang, humans are categorized by the five elements. If one understands the five elements and combines them with the corresponding medicinal pills and source particles, one can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Conversely, the opposite holds true as well. Most cultivators suffer from hidden injuries in their meridians during their later years due to this. Director Li praised, the sage is indeed a sage, even knowledgeable in the art of medicine. Lei Yin felt a deep disdain for this unambitious director who had failed to master the 8 sword techniques after more than 10 days. Go on, practice your swordsmanship. At this point, Dr. Zhang, having completed his examination, intended to take his leave. However, Lei Yin, intrigued by Dr. Zhang's impressive medical skills, felt a desire to take a shortcut. Dr. Zhang, please don't rush off. I have one more request. Would you be so kind as to help me with something? Dr. Zhang regarded Lei Yin with a penetrating gaze, thinking to himself that he had mentioned having some difficult ailments and had specifically sought someone for testing. With a compassionate heart, he said, feel free to disclose any symptoms. I assure you, there is no ailment I cannot treat. Lei Yin took a sip of tea and explained, about 6 months ago, I was sealed in my cultivation. I wanted to ask if you could help me determine if it can be undone. Dr. Zhang, hearing this for the first time, was intrigued. How are you sealed? He inquired, placing his hand on Lei Yin's pulse. After a lengthy pause, he declared, you are quite healthy, but you do seem to have excessive internal heat. Lei Yin thought to himself, how could I not have excessive heat? I am constantly vexed by Director Li. It's only a matter of time before I am driven to my grave. No, it must be sealed. I witnessed it happening with my own eyes. How could it be otherwise? Dr. Zhang, puzzled, asked. How is it sealed? In my many years of practice, I have never heard of such a thing. Lei Yin chose not to argue, removing his shirt to reveal a muscular physique, pointing to the areas where he had been sealed and saying, that person used source energy to transform into needles and pierce these locations. Dr. Zhang could hardly believe it. In an effort to prove his point, he took out a silver needle and attempted to insert it into the area Lei Yin indicated, only to discover it wouldn't penetrate, as though something were indeed obstructing it. Impossible, this cannot be true, Dr. Zhang murmured. He then employed his lifelong skill, the pulse examination technique, using source energy as a guide to investigate the blockages in Lei Yin's meridians. To his astonishment, he found that what Lei Yin described was accurate, and the obstructions were located at critical junctures in the body. Any blockage there would be fatal. The fact that this individual had not only survived but appeared more robust than he was seemed inconceivable. Unbelievable. This simply cannot be. Such a technique, not even my teacher, nor my teacher's teacher would have encountered it. Seeing Dr. Zhang's reaction, Lei Yin realized there was no hope and, donning his clothes, said, if it cannot be undone, then so be it. It's not as if it will cost me my life or hinder my daily life. Thank you for your efforts today, Dr. Zhang. After bowing respectfully, Dr. Zhang insisted on examining Lei Yin's sealed meridians further, but was soon interrupted by Director Li, who had him carried away. Now, Dr. Zhang was unable to treat any patients, his mind preoccupied with the peculiar situation Lei Yin described. He spent his days poring over various medical texts, yet could not uncover any method related to the source energy needles that could seal meridians. Chapter 39. The storm rises. The 30 days passed swiftly, and both Yang Tian and Lin Yinyan persevered through the training. Director Li's 8 sword techniques had been mastered sufficiently to complete a full set. On the following morning, Lei Yin stood atop the back mountain, observing the individuals before him as though he were an elder imparting wisdom. Congratulations on passing the first round of selection. What are your thoughts? Lin Yinyan felt liberated, as if she had just returned from the depths of hell, stretching her limbs joyfully. The hard times have finally come to an end. I am most eager to learn which 3 techniques Brother Lei will teach me. I heard from my second uncle that you are the one he admires the most. Yang Tian echoed her enthusiasm, saying, I feel the same. However, I am torn between learning the 3 techniques from Brother Lei or having him evaluate my staff technique. Yang Qing nodded vigorously in agreement. Lei Yin smiled and said, in the past few days, have you not felt a swelling sensation in your lower dantian? The group recollected and realized that indeed, they had been experiencing such feelings for some time. Lei Yin nodded. Confirming his suspicions, he sat cross-legged, prompting the others to mimic his posture. He then closed his eyes and instructed, do exactly as I say, though not resist. I will assist you in addressing the swelling. At that moment, Lu Yulin rushed over, presenting a bottle of pills to Lei Yin. Lei Yin gestured for Lu Yulin to distribute the pills to everyone, one for each, including Lu Yulin himself. Subsequently, Lu Yulin also sat cross-legged, and the 4 of them consumed the pills simultaneously. Lei Yin stated, these are the 4 protecting source pills provided by the Yang family head. They are restorative in nature. Do you feel something moving in the areas where you sense swelling? The group nodded eagerly. Lei Yin continued, follow my lead and attempt to circulate that sensation, guiding it slowly upwards through your left arm, into your brain, and then out through your right arm, circulating through your internal organs. At this point, Lin Yinyan interrupted. What exactly are the internal organs? The group turned in unison to look at her, causing her to blush deeply. Lei Yin, unfazed, said, focus on my finger. Wherever I point, guide your energy there. The group followed Lei Yin's finger, continuing to circulate their energy until they had completed a full cycle. Lei Yin then instructed, now, mimic my actions and guide this energy to your palms. See what forms. They began to concentrate their energy within their palms, and Lu Yulin was the first to manifest a swirling orange-yellow gas. Lei Yin, appearing unsurprised, remarked, as I suspected, but I did not anticipate it to be source energy. I thought it would be source power. Lu Yulin felt disheartened, thinking it was not impressive. Lei Yin clarified, source power and source energy are fundamentally the same. There is no distinction between good and bad. The positive aspect of source particles is referred to as source power, while the negative aspect is known as source energy. Thus, there is no need for concern. Upon hearing Lei Yan's explanation, Lu Yulin felt reassured. As the others observed Lu Yulin, they began to grow anxious, hastening their energy circulation. Seeing that the others had not yet manifested source power or source energy, Lei Yan inquired, "Are you certain you can sense the source particles flowing within you? Are you able to guide the source particles?" The three nodded in affirmation, even claiming they could distinctly feel the source particles. Lei Yan shook his head and sighed. If this is the case, there is only one explanation. Yang Tian, feeling disheartened, asked, "Is it because we Haven Tea worked hard enough?" Lianan spoke with a hint of discomfort. "I understand now. It seems we have indeed been eliminated this time. The concept of merely filtering without teaching is what it truly means." Lei Yan shook his head and clarified, "You have misunderstood. What I meant to convey is that you must have consumed numerous elixirs previously, which has resulted in impure source particles within your bodies. This is a primary reason for the majority of failures in enlightenment. However, there is still a way forward." Upon hearing this, Lianan's face brightened with joy. And Yang Tian hurriedly inquired, "What is that method?" Lei Yan collected his thoughts and replied, "It involves taking certain elixirs that can expel the source particles or diminish the existing ones, followed by a period of recultivation without the aid of any drugs. The advantage of this approach is that it is time-efficient and carries minimal risk, although the potential for future growth remains quite limited." At this moment, Yang Qing interjected, "Limited? To what extent?" Lei Yan shook his head, admitting he was not entirely sure. However, he provided an example. "The specifics depend largely on you. Nevertheless, there are precedents to consider, although I have only heard about them. Some sects and noble families procure elixirs to expedite their children's growth. While these elixirs are indeed effective, they come with their own dangers, hence the phrase 'a third of poison in every medicine.' Ultimately, the stagnation of many individuals' strength can be attributed to these various hidden perils. Without exception, none have surpassed the Earth stage." Lei Yan had already surmised the situation upon his initial realization. In such a small locale, it is no wonder that the gathering of source energy can dominate a region. It is not without reason. The crux lies in the scarcity of cultivation resources, compounded by the consumption of numerous inferior elixirs. This vicious cycle inevitably leads to a decline in each successive generation. At this juncture, Yang Tian furiously pointed at Lu Yulin, exclaiming, "Brother Lei, you must have another method that carries greater risk. Otherwise, how could he have succeeded?" Lei Yan understood Yang Tian's frustration. He was angry with himself for being narrow-minded and for heeding the shallow insights of his family. Consuming those strength-enhancing elixirs, which led to his current failure. Lei Yan had never relied on elixirs since childhood, thus his body contained fewer toxins, allowing for unobstructed meridians. His success today was a result of diligent training. "Do you not comprehend?" he continued. "His impoverishment has rendered him untainted, devoid of chaotic impurities, and that is the crux of the matter." After a moment's reflection, Lei Yan added, "In truth, you need not feel despondent. You have not entirely failed." Lianan seemed to catch a glimmer of hope in his words. "What do you mean by that?" Lei Yan instructed everyone to follow him, and Lianan, Yang Tian, and Yang Qing wiped their tears and trailed behind him, while Lu Yulin lingered at the rear as a mere spectator. In little time, they arrived at the training room of Dean Li. At that moment, Dean Li was leisurely practicing his swordplay. Upon noticing Lei Yan's arrival, accompanied by several others, he remained silent, unsure of the situation, and simply observed from the side. Lei Yan pointed at the device used for measuring cultivation levels and said, "Yang Tian, come forth and channel the power within you into this." Yang Tian hesitated. Feeling like a failure, he questioned what was left to test. Yet, he dared not defy Lei Yan's words. As Yang Tian infused the source particles into the source crystal, the first mark of the human stage glowed, flickering briefly at the second mark before extinguishing, settling firmly at the first position. Yang Tian, filled with excitement, pointed at the glowing markings on the source crystal, exclaiming, "Brother Lei, look, look! Is that not the first level of the human stage? I have succeeded." Lei Yan gestured for Lianan to give it ATRYLIN and emulated Yang Tian's actions. Yet the result remained at the first level without any indication of the second level illuminating. firmly stabilizing at the first position. At that moment, not only was Li Yinan elated, but even Dean Li, who had been watching, expressed his excitement. He had initially believed that it would take Li Yinan another 2 or 3 years to reach the first level of the human stage. Never anticipating such progress in such a short time, at this rate, she would soon surpass him. Yang Qing's cultivation also remained at the first level of the human stage, but he was noticeably weaker than Li Yinan, as evidenced by the faint flickering of the markings. The hopes that had just been extinguished for the three seemed to be rekindled by the source crystal, dispelling their gloom. All eyes then turned towards Lu Yulin. The implication clear, they were eager to see what level he would achieve. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Lu Yulin stepped forward towards the source crystal. At that moment, Li Yinan recalled the previous testing scenario. The haunting number 39 lingering in her mind. As she watched Lu Yulin channel his source energy into the crystal, the first level of the human stage lit up without surprise, prompting Dean Li to be the first to applaud. The crowd regarded him as if he were a fool, thinking, "We are all at the first level. No one would believe he is not." The second level illuminated as well, and at this moment, Lu Yulin's heart raced with excitement. When the third level glowed, everyone except Lei Yin gasped in disbelief, perceiving Lu Yulin as an unparalleled genius. Yet, at the fourth level, the markings flickered faintly but remained steadfastly at the third level. For Lu Yulin, it was beyond his wildest expectations to find himself at the third level of the human stage. He could scarcely comprehend how he had grown so formidable. This revelation struck Li Yinan in the hardest. Finally understanding the stark difference represented by the number 39, the disparity between the first levels of cultivators is akin to a chasm between heaven and earth. Victory is utterly unattainable unless one possesses weapons or techniques of significantly higher tiers. This truth has been proven through the sacrifices of countless cultivators. At this juncture, Lei Yin stated, "All of you, step forward, including you." He gestured toward Dean Li, who had been observing. The group gathered before the stone pedestal at the entrance to Dean Li's office, requesting that he use all his source energy to press down on the stone to see what kind of imprint he could leave. Dean Li rolled up his sleeves and channeled his source energy. A clear and distinct palm print appeared on the stone pedestal. The crowd erupted in applause, praising Dean Li's profound source energy. At this moment, Lei Yin pointed at Lu Yulin and said, "Enough applause. It's your turn." Press as he did, the crowd sensed an ominous air, bracing for something unexpected. Lu Yulin nodded, rolled up his sleeves, eager to understand Lei Yan's intentions. He channeled his source energy, placing his palm firmly on the stone pedestal. Summoning all his strength, a miracle occurred. A handprint deeper than Dean Li's emerged. The assembly was left in shock, bewilderment, confusion, and trepidation. An amalgamation of complex emotions. Breaking the silence, Lei Yin declared, "I need not elaborate further." Yang Tian could hardly believe his eyes, while Li Yinan felt that it was impossible. Everything unfolded too suddenly. Lei Yin continued, "What I refer to as success lies within, while my notion of failure pertains to this." Dean Li, lost in thought, pondered whether his imprint had not been deep enough, feeling embarrassed. Yet, he was a swordsman, not a palm practitioner. This moment, Li Yinan could no longer contain her tears. Yang Tian threw his head back in laughter, tears streaming down his cheeks. Ha ha, 300 gold tickets, what a bargain. On this day, the four great families erupted in jubilation. The Li and Yang families celebrated as their next generation entered the first level of the human stage at the age of 17. A day unprecedented in the history of the four families, destined to be recorded in the annals of history, and a day for the Huang and Wang families to lament. The entirety of the four-family town was alive with the sounds of drums and fireworks for 3 consecutive days, hosting grand feasts that welcomed every resident of the town, lasting for 3 days. Only the Huang and Wang families wore faces of sorrow, for the future of the four-family town was surely in the hands of the Yang and Li families. At this moment, the Huang and Wang families were filled with regret, cursing their unambitious children. Chapter 40. The winds of change. The commencement of the academic year was postponed for several days due to the celebrations of the two families. Meanwhile, Lei Yin busied himself packing his meager belongings when Lu Yulin stormed in. "Brother Lei, why did you not inform me of your departure?" Without turning his head, Lei Yin replied, "When did I ever say I plan to stay?" I mentioned from our very first meeting that I was merely here to obtain a scholar's certificate. Liu Yulin realized that a place like this was hardly suited for someone of Lei Yan's caliber. But you must. Liu Yulin found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to continue. Lei Yan finished packing, turned, and said, "You are at a loss for words, so let me answer for you. The reason I do not intend to take you with me is that the outside world is fraught with danger. You must remain here to care for your mother. If anything were to happen to you outside, I would have no way to explain it to her. This has been my conclusion after much contemplation." Liu Yulin nodded, eager to inquire further, but this answer, while seemingly considerate of Liu Yulin's welfare, overlooked his own desires. By the time Lei Yan reached the door, Liu Yulin had yet to convince him otherwise. At this moment, a group of people hastened over. When Liu Yulin saw that his mother had also arrived, he stepped forward to assist her. Liu Mu, at this juncture, pushed aside her son and approached Lei Yan, saying, "Young Master Lei, you are a person of great stature. My son, lacking in talent, has had the privilege of learning under your guidance for several days. As a mother, I have not properly expressed my gratitude. I have heard that you enjoy pancakes, and these are freshly made. I bring them for you to eat on your journey. Our humble place cannot afford extravagant gifts, so I hope you will not take offense." As she spoke, she deeply bowed while offering the pancakes to Lei Yan. He hurriedly accepted them and helped Liu Mu to her feet. Caught off guard, Liu Mu suddenly drew a dagger from her waist and pressed it against her neck. The onlookers gasped and rushed to intervene. Liu Mu addressed the crowd, "Do not come any closer. I have something to say to young Master Lei." Sensing the gravity of the situation, Lei Yan quickly replied, all right, auntie, let us speak calmly. Please, lower the knife." At this moment, Liu Mu glared fiercely at her son, commanding, "Do not approach. Kneel before young Master Lei and bow your head." Bow continuously without stopping. Terrified, Liu Yulin complied and began to prostrate himself. Lei Yan, witnessing this, dared not move, not out of inability, but from fear that Liu Mu might commit an irreversible act that would haunt her son for life. Liu Mu then knelt and said, "Young Master Lei, my son comes from humble beginnings. If you do not mind, please take him as your servant, so he may have some support and not be bullied by others. I understand well that there is no future for us in this small place. My son often expresses his desire to follow you and explore the world. However, I know you, young Master Lei, are kind-hearted and worry that I, an old woman, might starve on the streets. I see through these concerns, but I also understand one thing. My son can only achieve greatness by following you. If my worthless life hinders his future, I am willing to trade it today for his position as your servant. Will you accept this?" Lei Yan was taken aback by this scene. He had never anticipated that Liu Mu would display such resolve and strength for her son. To trade her life for a future, he felt compelled to agree. If he refused, Liu Mu's desperation might lead her to take drastic actions, and if he did agree, it would align with his own aspirations for Liu Yulin. Ultimately, Liu Mu would have to pay the price for her son, leaving her lifeless on the streets. Seeing Liu Yulin's forehead already bleeding from bowing, tears streamed down his face. In this moment of dilemma, he noticed Director Li observing from the sidelines and called him over, asking, "What is happening? Were you not supposed to take care of this? How has it come to this? Have you completed the 8 lessons without accountability? Do you dare to threaten the Li family?" Director Li was always the scapegoat, bearing the brunt of various accusations without reason. At this moment, Li Jia rushed forward to persuade, "Aunt Liu, what are you doing? You were so cheerful yesterday. What has happened today?" Upon seeing Li Jia, Liu Mu wiped her tears and replied, "Yes, miss, what brings you here? You should return home." While the crowd remained in a stalemate, Li Jia discreetly spoke with Director Li. He appeared awkward, shaking his head in embarrassment. Noticing this, Lei Yan pointed at Director Li and inquired, "What are those two discussing? The situation is urgent. Should they not come to help?" In a flurry of concern, Lei Yan continued, "Auntie Liu, please get up today as long as you do not harm yourself. We can resolve this. It is merely a matter of taking Liu Yulin with me. I agree to it. Just do not harm yourself." At this point, Liu Mu felt that this was merely a ruse from Lei Yan. She remained resolute in her willingness to sacrifice herself for her son's future. After Lei Yan repeatedly assured her that Liu Yulin could follow him, She finally believed him and lowered the dagger. Liu Yulin quickly rose to assist his mother. Meanwhile, Director Li approached awkwardly, stammering and failing to find his words. Finally, seeing Li Jiayi's anxious expression, she spoke on his behalf. It is this way. My second father has no children or relatives. If Aunt Lu does not mind, perhaps we could keep each other company, which would also ease young Master Lei's concerns. Would Aunt Lu agree? Lei Yin mused that such a proposal could only come from this girl. Does he truly wish for this? Li Jia responded cheerfully. He would be delighted to forge a connection with you. This is the perfect opportunity, Liu Yulin quietly asked. Mother, what do you think? As long as it meant a brighter future for her son, Lu Mu cared little for the details and readily agreed. Lei Yin recognized this as a promise from the Li family. He thought it reasonable. Since the Li family had made such an assurance, he would not be overly particular. Yang Tian, come here as well. At this moment, the Yang family members were also summoned. Once everyone had gathered, Lei Yin instructed, you need not worry excessively about your cultivation. The source particles within you are still few, just a drop in the ocean. As long as you avoid consuming those pills and establish a solid foundation, the toxins within will gradually diminish. However, this path is arduous. If others exert 10 times the effort, you must exert 100-fold to catch up. Do you understand? Yang Tian and Yang Qing nodded, tears brimming in their eyes, while Li Jiayi appeared as though she were caught in a downpour. Lei Yin continued, once I depart, we may not meet again for many years. Even if your families cannot advance together, do not squander the experiences we have shared. Yang Tian patted his chest, swearing, as long as I, Yang Tian, live, I will surely stand by the Li family. Lei Yin nodded, assuredly taking Liu Yulin with him. The heads of the Yang and Li families, along with Director Li, watched this scene with helpless sighs. The Yang family patriarch remarked, his departure was inevitable. He is beyond our reach. The Li family patriarch added, do not be too pessimistic. At least Liu Yulin's mother is with us. His connection with Lei Yin is significant, as long as we take good care of her. What future is there to fear? Perhaps one day, when Liu Yulin returns, his strength will astound us all. The Yang family patriarch nodded, glancing at his sons. Fortunately, both of my sons have shown promise, entering the human realm. There is hope for the future. Chapter 41. A storm is brewing in a land blanketed by snow. There stood a bustling city, vast and boundless, teeming with people. While airships traversed the skies, at the heart of this city loomed an imposing fortress. Despite the snowstorm raging outside, the city remained a sanctuary of spring, as if an invisible barrier shielded it from the harsh elements. Truly a remarkable sight. Within the fortress, in the grand hall, stood a woman clad in a gown of blue and white silk. From her silhouette alone, she exuded an extraordinary beauty, reminiscent of clouds veiling the moon or the gentle caress of snowflakes in the wind. She radiated an air of nobility and authority, yet her countenance was strikingly cold and peerless. This woman was the Ice King, Han Yufei, the ruler of the northern domain and one of the few in the celestial saint realm. At this moment, a man clad in white armor strode confidently into the grand hall. Approaching the Ice King, he knelt on one knee and reported, I humbly report to the Ice King that the latest intelligence on various factions has been gathered. Please instruct me. The Ice King did not turn around but instead extended a delicate hand, causing the documents in the man's possession to levitate into her grasp. Perusing the reports casually, she suddenly declared coldly, the intelligence over the past 2 years has grown increasingly perfunctory. As her words fell, an overwhelming aura struck the man, sending him flying and causing him to cough up blood. Jiang Wanli wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and continued to kneel, saying, I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Please punish us, Ice King. Han Yufei approached Jiang Wanli, helping him to his feet, then turned toward the window to gaze into the distance. Jiang Wanli, puzzled, asked, will the Ice King not punish us? While gazing afar, Han Yufei replied, Brother Jiang, that blow was never intended to harm you. Your lack of defense implies disdain for me, does it not? Jiang Wanli felt as though he were facing death itself and dared not speak. Han Yufei extracted 2 pieces of intelligence from the stack and inquired, what are your thoughts on these reports? Have you drawn any other conclusions? She then addressed the hall, instructing, summon the chief of military intelligence. A voice echoed from outside the hall, Please summon the chief of military intelligence to enter. Soon after, Li Zhongtian rushed into the hall, clutching a thick dossier, and knelt, bowing respectfully as he said, I pay my respects to the Ice King and to the Eastern Envoy. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, aware that today might not bode well for him, having prepared for the worst before leaving his home, as the Ice King seldom summoned someone of his lowly rank. The Ice King turned her gaze upon Li Zhongtian, and just that one glance, though he bowed his head, sent a chill down his spine. I in fear. He began to plead, Please spare me, Ice King, I beg for your mercy. Lordly, gathering and analyzing intelligence is a challenging task. Zhang Wanli, how should we reward him? What appears to be a simple sentence from the Ice King sends a shiver of fear through Li Zhongtian, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. As soon as the words are uttered, Zhang Wanli interjects. According to the laws of the northern region, any delay in reporting information by a single day warrants immediate execution. Having said this, he prepares to dispatch someone to drag Li Zhongtian out for beheading. The Ice King intervenes, walking slowly while addressing Li Zhongtian, You may rise. Today, I spare your life and entrust you with a task. If you accomplish it well, your merits will absolve your crime. However, should you fail, you shall face the dual punishment of execution for both offenses. Is that agreeable? Li Zhongtian bows deeply, as if reborn, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Ice King, for your mercy. Thank you, Ice King, for your mercy. This marks the first instance of the Ice King displaying a facet of compassion, leaving Zhang Wanli quite astonished. Han Yufei collects the intelligence and turns to Li Zhongtian, stating, All right, take the intelligence back for archiving. You shall accompany me tomorrow. The weight of authority renders Li Zhongtian unable to rise, and he can only receive the Ice King's intelligence with both hands. After a moment of contemplation, Han Yufei continues, From tomorrow onward, all matters concerning the northern region will be jointly deliberated by the 4 envoys. I must depart for a while to investigate certain matters. Furthermore, during my absence, it is imperative that no information be leaked. Publicly, I require 3 months of seclusion. Zhang Wanli immediately counters, Yufei, that is utterly unacceptable. Given your current status and position, it is unwise for you to leave the northern region. What if danger arises? What would become of us? Even if there is something to investigate, our subordinates can handle it. There is no need for the Ice King to venture forth personally, Han Yufei. Undeterred, gracefully ascends into the air and commands, Li Zhongtian, select 3 reliable individuals. Await me at the South City Gate tomorrow, and remember, do not disclose this matter. With that, she vanishes into the sky at an astonishing speed. Zhang Wanli understands that even his strongest objections would bear no fruit, and he must comply with Han Yufei's wishes. He subsequently instructs his subordinates to notify the other 3 envoys, placing the northern region on high alert and designating Han Yufei's departure as top secret. Upon returning to her chamber, Han Yufei is attended by her maid, who brings forth fruit and tea as she changes her attire. Xiaoman, gather a few outfits. They should be practical, she instructs. After donning a new ensemble, Han Yufei enters a room adorned with numerous ancestral tablets, adjusting the lamp upon the table. Suddenly, a concealed door opens, revealing a space filled with various items. Approaching an exquisite box, she meticulously manipulates its mechanism. Abruptly, a plume of white gas emanates, enveloping the surroundings in fog that swiftly crystallizes, producing an intense chill. Once the white gas dissipates, a short staff resembling a sword emerges. It is indeed a sword-like short staff. Translucent and gleaming, reminiscent of ice. Han Yufei picks up the short staff, caressing it while murmuring, Tianshuang, it has been a long time. Have you missed me? At that moment, the staff named Tianshuang seems to comprehend her words, wrapping her in the surrounding white gas as if in an embrace. With Tianshuang in hand, Han Yufei exits the secret chamber, encountering her maid, Xiao Tian, who inquires, Ice King, what necessitates the use of Tianshuang? Can our 4 envoys not resolve this? Han Yufei shakes her head, explaining, You 4 should read more. It would prevent such misunderstandings. While they are more than capable of safeguarding the northern region, they struggle with tasks beyond their usual scope. Xiaofei approaches, carrying a steaming cup of ice crystal tea, and states, Ice King, whatever the matter, we 4 can handle it. What requires your direct involvement? After sipping the local delicacy, Han Yufei asks. Xiao Tian, it has been nearly 10 years since you four have been by my side. Hasn't it? The four young women, appearing similar in age to Han Yufei, nod in unison. Upon finishing her tea, she hands the cup to Xiaofei and adds, I still recall the first time I met you. You were but tiny children, and now you have grown so much that it is time for me to find you suitable husbands so that you may live a fulfilling life with them. Rest assured, their status will be commendable, for you have been by my side since your youth. Upon hearing the prospect of marriage, the four immediately object, declaring they wish to remain with the Ice King. Han Yufei shakes her head, reiterating, in my absence, ponder this matter carefully. Chapter 42. The winds of change on this day, Lei Yin and Lu Yulin traverse through the forest. Lu Yulin, somewhat disgruntled, remarks, Lei Gu, I must ask, why did you not allow me to take action when we passed through that village yesterday? Lei Yin, equally troubled, replies, it was not a matter of reluctance. You saw for yourself that the entire village had perished, and those responsible had fled. Whether we could catch up is another story. One cannot intervene in every injustice encountered while traveling. Lu Yulin, feeling a bit wronged, responds, I merely felt a sense of discomfort. At that moment, distant sounds of a scuffle reach them. Lei Yin listens intently, discerning the sounds of combat. As Lu Yulin attempts to speak further, he is cut off by Lei Yin's gesture for silence. Hold your tongue. There are individuals ahead. The two arrive at the source of the commotion, spotting a group encircling an individual who clutches an unknown object. Lu Yulin squints, recognizing the beleaguered boy from the previous day's massacre. Lei Gu, is that not? Lei Yin confirms, noting that the boy is indeed the one who had escaped the village massacre. Lu Yulin, eager to assist, is restrained by Lei Yin, who whispers, wait with that. Lei Yin closes his eyes and unleashes a technique called Thunderheart Shock. 8 individuals are of 600 source particles, 6 of 650 source particles, and 2 of 800 source particles, totaling 16. You wished for an opportunity yesterday, and now it presents itself. None among them are your match. But do exercise caution, he advises. Lu Yulin, filled with confidence, exchanges a glance with Lei Yin before leaping forward to shield the boy. Both sides eye each other warily, as the bandits regard the youth before them with disdain. Seizing the object in the boy's possession would be a trivial task. The leader of the bandits steps forward, brandishing a sword and demanding, who are you? Lu Yulin ignores him and turns to the boy, asking, can you hold out? The young boy, suspecting a ruse, remains vigilant and does not respond. One of the more imposing bandits, wielding dual hammers, approaches, eyeing Lu Yulin as if he were prey in such a remote location. It's surprising to encounter someone, the leader orders, leave this one to me. You all deal with the other. As the bandit leader shows trust in the hulking figure, the others are instructed to attack the boy. However, in the midst of this exchange, Lu Yulin dashes forward, delivering a powerful punch to the gut of the hammer-wielding bandit. The others are caught off guard as the brute is sent flying, without pausing. Lu Yulin turns to face the remaining bandits, adopting a provocative stance. The leader slowly draws his weapon, issuing a command for the bandits to converge and bring down Lu Yulin with overwhelming force. Yet, they are unprepared for the fact that despite his youthful appearance, Lu Yulin possesses formidable strength, able to withstand their blades with ease. In the midst of their panic, Lu Yulin deftly strikes down 3 or 4 of them, incapacitating them with precision blows to vulnerable areas. At this moment, the leader retrieves a crossbow from his waist, loading it with a bolt aimed directly at Lu Yulin. Observing the situation, Lei Yin shouts, undermining someone from the shadows? How shameless! With that, he executes a swift movement, positioning himself before the crossbow. The onlookers gasp in astonishment, wondering how another figure has appeared. Without hesitation, the leader fires the bolt at Lei Yin, who effortlessly pinches it between his fingers, a feat rarely witnessed. The bandit leader, realizing his crossbow is ineffective, draws a broadsword from his back, swinging it powerfully towards Lei Yin's head. Lei Yin does not flinch. Instead, he deftly blocks the strike with a single finger, sending the blade flying aside. The leader, taken aback, finds himself struck by Lei Yin's counterattack, eliciting a scream of agony. The crowd finally registers the severity of the situation. Only the leader understands the extent of his injuries. He kneels, struggling to remain upright, his consciousness fading. Wiping the blood from his nose, the remaining bandits gather around him, with the vice captain assisting him to his feet. At this juncture, none present dare to underestimate the two young men before them. Lu Yulin's battle, while not effortless, results in him flooring 5 of the assailants amid the chaos. Thunderfire struck the captain with a single blow, rendering him powerless. The vice captain glared fiercely at the two young heroes. Do these two gallant youths intend to meddle in the affairs of our Haodao stronghold? Lu Yulin had long been unable to tolerate their presence. He had planned to take action yesterday, but was stayed by Thunderfire, who had prevented him from pursuing them. Today, he finally seized the opportunity. Were you the ones who slaughtered the village yesterday? The vice captain inquired. Puzzled Dado? Did you follow us yesterday? Then why wait until now to act? Could it be that you covet the treasures upon this beast? Thunderfire shook his head, indicating that he was merely intervening upon witnessing injustice. He then continued, No, my brother and I merely passed through the village yesterday and happened to see you departing. The scene was one of utter devastation. We initially thought to ignore it, but upon witnessing your assault on this brother, we felt compelled to act. Hearing this, the vice captain produced a pouch of gold coins and remarked, I see. In that case, our Haodao stronghold is willing to offer you 100 gold coins as compensation for your troubles on the road. Thunderfire shook his head again and replied, We were unaware of the circumstances at the time, which is why we did not pursue you. Having encountered you again today, to let you go would be a dereliction of duty. The vice captain, supporting the captain, mounted his steed and declared, Since that is the case, we of Haodao stronghold shall spare you for now. If fate allows, we will surely settle today's score. With that, he disregarded the minions and departed with the captain. Seeing their leader flee, the minions followed suit, retreating in a disorganized fashion, leaving only the young man behind. Thunderfire inquired, What is your name? The man remained silent, his grip tightening around a cloth-wrapped object. Lu Yulin expressed his confusion. Surely this man cannot speak. Thunderfire appeared indifferent. Forget it. Let us continue on our path. At that moment, the wary figure uttered a single word. Long Yin. Lu Yulin was puzzled by the meaning. Thunderfire, just stepping forward, also did not catch it clearly. They exchanged glances. Lu Yulin asked, What? I didn't understand. Long Yin spoke again. My name is Long Yin. What are your names? Thunderfire stepped forward and clasped his fists, saying, I am Thunderfire. This is Lu Yulin. At that moment, Long Yin seemed unable to stand any longer and staggered to the ground. Thunderfire, unable to discern whether the man was injured, asked, How are you? Are you hurt? Lu Yulin, sensing something was amiss, took out his provisions and offered, Are you hungry? Here, eat this. Long Yin neither shook his head nor nodded, merely lowering it and panting. Once the tension eased somewhat, he unwrapped the cloth to reveal a small red and white creature. A juvenile fire rhinoceros. This is the young beast of the source beast master from the village. The master was killed by those bandits. Its parents were also captured by their leader, and it was only this little one and I that managed to escape. Lu Yulin, having aspired to be a source beast master since childhood, understood that when a source beast master died, their beasts often perished with them. It was a symbiotic relationship. The beasts thrived within human hosts, facilitating their ascension, yet the downside was evident. If the human perished, so too did the beast. For humans, the benefit lay in harnessing the beast's powers, speed, and source energy. However, the death of a source beast within a human did not necessarily harm the human, though it did prevent them from utilizing the beast's abilities. This led many beasts to resist subjugation by humans. That day, as Thunderfire and Lu Yulin traversed the forest, Lu Yulin expressed his discontent. Chapter 43. The Winds of Change. After consuming a couple of bites of the provisions Lu Yulin had provided, Long Yin recounted the events that had transpired in his village. As the sky gradually darkened, the three sought a relatively safe place to spend the night. Listening to Long Yin's account, Thunderfire felt that the situation was even more dire than what he had encountered in the four family dojos. It was infuriating and elicited a sense of empathy. Isn't this just bullying the innocent? Not only did you aid them, but you also revived their leader. In return, they repaid your kindness with treachery, seeking to plunder your village. After distributing the roasted beast legs to Thunderfire and Long Yin, Lu Yulin remarked, in my opinion. You should have never saved their leader in the first place. Had he perished, none of this would have happened. Long Yin took a couple of bites of the roasted meat and tossed some to the ravenous fire rhinoceros. Truth be told, my parents were also against it. Once we healed their injuries, they should not have been allowed to remain in the village. However, at that time, the village elder insisted on saving them completely, and so no one raised further objections. Thunderfire shared his water with Long Yin. We actually saw them fleeing yesterday. After inspecting the village, we found not a single survivor. I just wonder if your parents managed to escape. Tears welled in Long Yin's eyes as he shook his head. No, my father was the first to notice the attackers during his night watch, and my mother was brutally killed while trying to save me. What you saw yesterday was already the second day after the massacre. They slaughtered everyone they could find in the village. Most of the women were taken away. This moment, Lu Yulin inquired, why were they pursuing you? Was it just because of this little creature? The young fire rhinoceros, having eaten its fill, lay motionless on the ground. Long Yin nodded and added, thank you both for today. However, I am unable to repay your life-saving grace. Thunderfire seemed to grasp the underlying meaning of Long Yin's words and asked, do you intend to seek revenge? Long Yin wiped his mouth and replied, the vengeance for my parents cannot go unavenged. I know my abilities may not suffice for such a task, but I have no other choice. Lu Yulin patted Long Yin's shoulder in consolation. Brother Long, we understand your feelings. The vengeance for your parents is a matter of utmost importance, but charging into danger now is akin to courting death. If your life is lost, how will you ever achieve your revenge? Long Yin recognized the truth in Lu Yulin's words. Lamenting his own lack of power to exact vengeance, he cried out in frustration. Heaven, why are you blind? My parents toiled their entire lives, never wronging anyone. Why have we been treated this way? The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, until he finally fainted from the overwhelming emotion. Lu Yulin hurriedly supported Long Yin, asking, Brother Lei, what is wrong with him? Is it some internal injury? Thunderfire thought it unlikely, as he had not observed any visible wounds. It seems more like a case of fiery emotions overwhelming him. Let him rest for a while. Lu Yulin draped his clothing over Long Yin, grateful for the warmth of the fire. Brother Lei, should we? Lu Yulin asked, tending to the fire while cradling the young fire rhinoceros. Thunderfire gazed at Long Yin, contemplating the difficulty he would face in exacting revenge. He had witnessed firsthand how ineffectual Long Yin was against even the minions during the day. Such recklessness in seeking revenge would only invite death. Lu Yulin nodded in agreement, having subconsciously squeezed Long Yin's arm, noting the lack of muscle. He likely possessed less than 300 units of source energy. We must help him, don't you think? Thunderfire mused that if they did not assist him, his fate would likely be to perish at the hands of those bandits. Meeting him was a twist of fate, and those bandits had indeed gone too far. However, they remained uncertain about the situation concerning the bandits and decided to wait until Long Yin awoke. Lu Yulin, while stroking the young fire rhinoceros in his arms, remarked, the strength of those people in the woods during the day was nothing to fear. They were easily subdued with a punch. Thunderfire was not afraid. He simply believed caution was warranted when traveling outside. As dawn approached, Thunderfire practiced on the ground until midnight, allowing Lu Yulin to take over the watch. Lu Yulin managed to catch a couple of burrowing beasts for breakfast, and just as he was preparing to start a fire, Long Yin awakened. Seeing Long Yin awake, Lu Yulin handed him his water pouch, saying, How do you feel? Have some water. Long Yin, who had indeed suffered from the emotional turmoil, felt significantly better after a night of rest. Thank you, Brother Lu, I'm all right now. Lu Yulin smiled. That's good. Get up and help me fetch some water while Brother Lei sleeps a bit longer. Once everything was prepared, Thunderfire also awoke to find Long Yin up. He asked, How are you feeling? Long Yin smiled at Thunderfire, saying, Thank you, Brother Lei, I am fine now. Here, this is for you. Thunderfire thought it was a relief that Long Yin was well. In such a desolate wilderness, he would not know how to save him if something went wrong. Come, eat something first. As Long Yin ate, he asked, By the way, Brother Lei, you seemed quite formidable yesterday. How did you cultivate your strength? Lu Yulin proudly patted his chest, declaring, Of course. Brother Lei's strength is more than enough for you to boast about. Lei Yin smiled and said, "Do not heed his ramblings. My family resides in the mountains as well. And I learned to hunt alongside the elders during my childhood. My skills are merely mediocre. Hardly worth mentioning." Liu Yulin, while feeding the small fire rhinoceros, added, "Brother Lei, our strength is not something we acquired through deceit. What do we have to fear? Besides, Brother Long is not a stranger." Upon hearing this, Long Yin hurriedly knelt and bowed his head. "I beseech you, Brother Lei, avenge my parents. I, Long Yin, am willing to serve you as a humble beast of burden in return. All I ask is for you to help me exact vengeance." Lei Yin set aside the roasted meat in his hand and, lifting the resolute Long Yin, said, "Rise, speak your mind while standing." Long Yin, unwavering in his determination to bow to Lei Yin, hoped for his assistance. Perhaps he grasped at a life-saving straw, or maybe it was due to Lei Yin having chased off that group yesterday. Regardless, at this moment, Long Yin refused to rise, remaining kneeling until Lei Yin acquiesced. Liu Yulin set down his roasted meat and approached to assist. "Get up. Brother Lei has not even declined to help you." "What are you doing?" After both Lei Yin and Liu Yulin helped Long Yin to sit, Lei Yin remarked, "If you wish for revenge, you must first fill your belly. Eat quickly. Once you are done, we shall return to the village, and then you can enlighten us about the situation at the Haodao It." This moment, Long Yin's excitement was beyond words, his eyes brimming with tears as he nodded fervently. Devouring the roasted meat in hand, as they walked back, Long Yin recounted the circumstances of the village and the current state of Haodao Zhai in detail. By the time they returned to the village, night was fast approaching. The three worked together to bury the deceased villagers, offering them a final farewell. Long Yin's parents had been woodcutters in the village, and aside from a handful of hunters, their family had fared relatively well. After interring the villagers, the trio took refuge in Long Yan's home. As they feasted on the dried meat hidden in Long Yan's cellar, they gathered around the hearth. Long Yin, somewhat embarrassed, spoke up, "Brother Lei, we don't have much of worth at home. This is merely the dried meat my father prepared. I truly must thank you for ensuring my parents and the villagers can rest in peace." Lei Yin, eating the dried meat and drinking boiled well water, felt a heaviness in his heart. The sight of several deceased villagers, including a few children no older than 3 or 4, filled him with a sense of indignation towards those beasts. "No need to worry. The deceased deserve our respect. Besides, this is merely a small gesture on our part. Let us not be so formal." Liu Yulin, who had been with Lei Yin for quite some time, was candid and unreserved. "Exactly, don't be so polite with Brother Lei. We are like family here." Lei Yin continued, "In a while, let us all wash up and retire early. Tomorrow we must confront the people of Haodao Zhai." Chapter 44. Storm clouds gather at the break of dawn. The three arose. Lei Yin gazed at the once peaceful village, now transformed into a desolate ghost town, and felt a pang of melancholy, observing a nearby tree stump. An idea sparked in his mind, prompting him to call out, "Brother Long, do you possess any suitable weapons at home?" Long Yin, hearing his name, rushed out immediately, brandishing a hatchet that had been resting against the door. "This is the hatchet my father used. Is it sufficient? There's another one over there." Lei Yin inspected the hatchet before him, worn with the marks of chopping wood, yet still sturdy. "Brother Long, can you wield it? Give me a strike." Long Yin, apprehensive, replied, "Strike you? Though this hatchet is made of inferior iron, it is incredibly sharp, and you might get hurt. It's better to chop that tree stump over there." Lei Yin smiled, extending 2 fingers, enveloped by a faint blue, almost imperceptible aura that cloaked his entire arm. "It's fine. If you can injure me, then you shall have avenged your grievances today." After Lei Yin's insistence, Long Yin finally felt reassured enough to deliver the chop. With a resounding clang, it was as though he had struck iron. Long Yin hurried forward, astonished. "I told you it would hurt your hand. I have chopped wood with my father since I was young." When Long Yin saw that Lei Yin's arm bore no injury, he inquired in confusion, "Why did that just happen?" Lei Yin, retracting his arm, gained a clearer understanding of Long Yin's capabilities. Although he had sensed Long Yin's source power upon their first meeting, the extent of his strength had remained unclear until now. That moment, Liu Yulin emerged. "When shall we set off?" Long Yin produced the last morsel of dried meat. and the three shared a quick meal before embarking towards Hao Daozhai. Along the way, Long Yin detailed the situation of his village, revealing that the current location of Hao Daozhai lay at the rear mountain of the village, where the villagers stored their grain and water supply. Although the mountain was not far, Lei Yin had initially intended to ascend it, but was diverted by Lu Yulin, missing the path entirely, the very route that the bandits had taken when pursuing Long Yin. Before long, the trio arrived at the encampment of Hao Daozhai, which consisted of 3 large granaries surrounded by earthen walls. The bandits had fortified it with additional wood and stone. Upon spotting Long Yin, sentinels rushed to inform their leader. Lei Yin positioned himself at the forefront, with Long Yin in the middle and Lu Yulin at the rear. As Long Yin prepared to charge in, Lei Yin restrained him, saying, "Do not rush. They will not escape today, rest assured." The remaining 3 ruffians attempted to block Lei Yin, but he strode forward, unperturbed by their warnings. When the ruffians realized they could not deter him, they brandished their weapons. The rusted blades in their hands were of no consequence to Lei Yin. Merely releasing his source energy sent the 3 ruffians flying. Turning to Lu Yulin, he instructed, "Guard the entrance. We cannot allow anyone inside to escape." Lu Yulin nodded and stationed himself at the entrance. At that moment, Long Yin entrusted the small fire rhinoceros he had brought with him to Lu Yulin, fearing it would be neglected once the fighting commenced. As Lei Yin and Long Yin entered the granary, they were met with the gruesome sight of 2 fire rhinoceros corpses nearby, their horns and hides stripped away. Above them hung the lifeless forms of several young girls, their fates grim and apparent. Seeing the exposed bodies of the girls ignited a fierce rage within Long Yin. Suddenly, a voice boomed from the second floor. "Oh ho ho, is that not the young lad who fled? How quickly you've returned to meet your demise." With eyes ablaze, Long Yin glared at the figure above. "Hao Ren, what have you done to them?" The leader of Hao Daozhai, Hao Ren, was no benevolent figure. He pointed at the 3 girls suspended above and laughed. "You mean those 3? With over 40 of us here, it has been ages since we've had the pleasure of a woman. Just a bit of fun. You see, if we exert too much force, well, they might just expire. Ha ha. Are you interested in joining us?" Having often received kindness from neighbors, Long Yin felt an intense bond with the girls and, upon hearing Hao Ren's words, his anger surged forth, a burning desire for revenge igniting within him. "You beast, we saved you, and now you wish to kill us today. I will avenge the dead of my village." At that moment, over 20 men surrounded Lei Yin and Long Yin. Hao Ren, unabashedly laughing, taunted, "Oh dear, you ungrateful wretch. Do you not recall that you still owe me for lessons in swordsmanship? If you kneel and beg, perhaps I might consider your request." Ha ha. Fueled by resentment, Long Yin prepared to charge, but was held back by Lei Yin. "Brother above, I have a question to pose." It was only then that Hao Ren noticed the young man standing beside Long Yin. He appeared to be of similar age, both youths still in their adolescent years. "Oh ho, I didn't see you there. Are you his hired help? You, so young, throwing yourself into danger, you might just meet your end here." Leaning lazily against the ground, Lei Yin adopted a nonchalant demeanor. "It matters not. Should you manage to kill me, I would gladly allow it. But if you cannot, do not regret your decision. I will leave you to him, and you may find yourself enduring some pain." Hao Ren erupted into laughter, finding Lei Yin's remarks amusing. He leaped down from the second floor, parting the crowd surrounding Long Yin and Lei Yin, and looked down at the seated Lei Yin with incredulity. "Good heavens, did you leave your brain at home? I have nearly 30 blades here, and you dare speak to me in such a manner? How delightful! I have traversed the world for years, and this is the first time I have encountered someone so foolish. Today, I shall grant your wish." Hao Ren seized one of his subordinates' blades, raising it above Lei Yin's head to strike. Just as the blade was about to connect, both Lei Yin and Long Yin vanished from sight, leaving the onlookers baffled, searching the surroundings in confusion. Suddenly, a voice emanated from the spot where Hao Ren had been standing moments prior. "Hey, stop looking foolish. We are right here." The gathered crowd was left in utter bewilderment, pondering how the youths had ascended and when they had done so. Even Long Yin found himself momentarily lost in thought at this moment. The preceding scene had unfolded too rapidly. One moment he was downstairs, and the next, Lei Yin whisked him upstairs. Chapter 45. The Turbulent Winds and Clouds. Upon witnessing this, Hao Ren pondered how he had vanished. However, with his subordinates watching, he could not afford to lose face and thus remarked, "Oh, so you can employ tricks to obscure the eye. No wonder you dare to speak to me in such a manner." At that moment, Lei Yin extended 2 fingers, tracing 2 lines of source energy towards the granary door, which promptly slammed shut. He then declared, "You shall kneel before Long Yin, bow your heads in repentance, and sever an arm. Perhaps I might consider sparing you." The bandits downstairs erupted in laughter, even Hao Ren unable to suppress his amusement. "What is your name? Given that you have entertained me with your jest today, I have decided to spare you." "Ha ha ha, you truly crack me up." Lei Yin turned to Long Yin, instructing, "Wait for me on this 2nd floor. Do not wander off. If danger arises, just call for me. I am a remarkable display." Lei Yin began to descend slowly amidst the gazes of the crowd. This act silenced the onlookers, as they realized that what they could not achieve with ease was effortlessly accomplished by him, thus illustrating their underestimation of his capabilities. Hao Ren gazed at the descending Lei Yin with a hint of confusion. "Oh, so you are quite the expert. It seems you are avenging him." No sooner had he spoken than a resounding slap echoed. And before Hao Ren could react, Lei Yin's palm struck his face. "Is it time to strike now?" This slap, while not particularly harmful, bore a profound sense of humiliation. The bandits of the Hao Dao stronghold, witnessing their leader being slapped, swiftly drew their weapons, ready to hack Lei Yin to pieces. At this moment, Hao Ren, humiliated into silence, instinctively drew his knife, intent on turning Lei Yin into mincemeat. Just as dozens of blades descended, Lei Yin targeted Hao Ren's abdomen, unleashing the heavenly thunder 6 styles to shatter the barrier. A tremendous surge of source energy erupted from Lei Yin's fist, the force akin to a tiger's roar in the mountains. A tempestuous gale and a cataclysmic earthquake, as everything around seemed to be torn apart by the violent winds. Those who attempted to resist found their weapons shattered, while those who met his strike with source energy were left spitting blood. Yet, this was merely a single blow, the least impressive of Lei Yin's repertoire, which left the bandits of the Hao Dao stronghold incapacitated. As for Hao Ren, though he did not fall like the others nor spewed blood, he found himself unable to maintain a grip on his weapon, his legs trembling, acutely aware of the source particles within him dissipating. Terror-stricken, he gazed at Lei Yin, instinctively asking, "What is happening to me?" "My source particles." Lei Yin withdrew his fist from Hao Ren's abdomen, dusting himself off. "Fear not, you won't die. I merely shattered your source heart. Do you feel it? The gradual loss of your source energy?" Hao Ren, in disbelief, crumpled to the ground, not from fear, but as a symptom of his shattered will. Lei Yin beckoned Long Yin down from the 2nd floor. At that moment, the two stood before Hao Ren, surrounded by the injured bandits, while Hao Ren had been rendered a mere shell of his former self. Long Yin was taken aback by Lei Yin's strength. Having witnessed that punch, he had expected it to merely repel Hao Ren, not realizing its true magnitude. Although he was unaware of Lei Yin's full capabilities, he knew Hao Ren was genuinely at the 2nd level of the human realm. Otherwise, the village chief, at the 1st level, would not have been outmatched. Long Yin, struggling to believe his own eyes, queried, "Brother Lei, that punch you threw was astonishing." Lei Yin chuckled. "It was just passable. Heh." Lei Yin then lowered his gaze to the incapacitated Hao Ren. "I am quite curious. Why did you seek to kill everyone in the village when someone saved your life?" Hao Ren, fully aware of his impending doom, faced Lei Yin's inquiry with an unexpected laughter, a derisive, mocking cackle that reverberated throughout the granary. "Ha ha ha, oh, indeed. You are but a bunch of ignorant little brats, utterly laughable. Ha ha ha, cough cough cough, ha ha ha." Lei Yin, growing increasingly displeased, inquired, "What is so amusing about this?" Long Yin picked up a knife from the ground, pressing it against Hao Ren's throat, growling, "Do you find this situation humorous, believing we have triumphed? If you laugh again, I shall slay you. Do you believe me?" Yet, Hao Ren continued his raucous laughter, disregarding the threat, while Lei Yin made no move to intervene, genuinely curious about what he found so amusing. Hao Ren's laughter gradually waned, and once it subsided, he spoke, Let me enlighten you on the ways of the world. In this realm, those who are not of one's clan must be eradicated. Killing you is not the goal. The aim is to diminish the competition for what I desire. You dare to question such absurdity? At this moment, Hao Ren pointed at Long Yin, laughing even harder. I am the sworn enemy who killed your father. Yet you dare inquire about my intentions to slay you. Do you truly believe that one would negotiate with their father's killer? It is a matter of taking up arms and killing until death do us part. The person you have summoned may possess greater strength than us, but based on your recent words, you shall not navigate this world. Perhaps it is best you return home for some milk. Ha ha ha, cough cough cough, ha ha ha. After listening to this tirade, Lei Yin said nothing, instead unleashing 4 streams of source energy that struck Hao Ren's limbs, severing the conduits of his limbs. The pain rendered Hao Ren devoid of the earlier swagger. All that remained were anguished cries. Lei Yin then casually remarked, I leave him in your hands. Do as you wish with him. Be it vengeance or mercy. Long Yin neither nodded nor shook his head, merely gripping his knife tightly, fixating on Hao Ren. Lei Yin turned away to search for valuables, hoping to find something worthwhile to carry away. Even if it were merely rations, a large chest on the second floor caught his eye. Upon opening it, he discovered it filled with the plundered wealth of the village, notably a pair of fire rhinoceros horns and a rusted horizontal knife that piqued his interest. Lifting the blade, he could distinctly feel its unusual weight, though its unique qualities eluded him. Meanwhile, Long Yin remained transfixed on the helpless Hao Ren and Lei Yin, with one arm cradling the chest and the other patting Long Yin's shoulder. Remarked, it's normal to hesitate, and fear is also natural. Do not be hard on yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, he snatched the knife from Long Yin's grasp. Long Yin furiously pounded his fist against Hao Ren's chest. But at that moment, Hao Ren felt no pain in his chest, as the greater agony stemmed from his severed limbs. Lei Yin set the chest at the door, helping Long Yin to his feet. Do not act this way. Do not burden yourself. Your parents would not wish for you to be consumed by hatred. Stand tall. Just as Long Yin was lifted by Lei Yin, he collapsed at Lei Yin's feet, crying out in despair, Ah, brother Lei, am I truly this useless? I cannot even kill my enemy. Lei Yin understood the depth of Long Yin's turmoil. Do you believe that vengeance is merely about taking a life? You are mistaken. You can avenge him by killing him, or you may choose not to kill him and instead grow stronger, strong enough to instill fear in him until his dying day. Long Yin appeared to grasp this, wiping away his tears, picking up the knife from the ground, and approaching Hao Ren. After a series of heart-wrenching screams, Hao Ren remained alive, yet Long Yin found solace in the act. Carving 7 characters into Hao Ren's chest. Forefather, the Avenger, Long Yin. Chapter 46. The Turbulent Winds and Clouds. Lei Yin exited the granary with the chest, and upon concluding the matter, Lu Yulin rushed forward to inquire. Why the delay? I heard a ruckus inside and thought it would end swiftly. At that moment, Long Yin emerged from the granary, his face reflecting a newfound lightness. The previous anger, fear, and regret all dissipated. Seeing Long Yin's transformation, Lei Yin nodded, saying, It seems you have let go. Long Yin nodded in agreement. Indeed, I have let go. Brother Lei, your words ring true. This left Lu Yulin perplexed, unsure of their dialogue. He then asked, Brother Long, what are your plans moving forward? With no lingering attachments, Long Yin replied, My home is gone. My enemy is incapacitated. I am now truly without parents. If you too do not mind my humble abilities, I wish to follow you both into the fray. Lu Yulin beamed with joy. To journey together would indeed be splendid. Lei Yin, recognizing Long Yin's plight of being homeless and unanchored, said, All right, since we have crossed paths. It would be unkind to abandon you. If you are not deterred by the future dangers and hardships, then let us venture forth together into this world. Long Yin knelt on both knees, clasping his fists with solemnity as he bowed 3 times to Lei Yin. Long Yin, pledge my life to follow you, Brother Lei, in gratitude for your kindness and for avenging my grievances. Lu Yulin hurriedly helped Long Yin to his feet, saying, Get up, we are all brothers here. Rest assured, Brother Lei will not mistreat you. While Lu Yulin may not excel in many areas, he certainly excels at recognizing brothers. a sentiment that Lei Yin had already experienced half a year prior. Though he seemed to have grown accustomed to this shift, it still felt somewhat strange, perhaps due to the teachings instilled by his grandfather, which emphasized equality over hierarchy, or perhaps it stemmed from the notion that one should treat all with respect, regardless of their strength or status. Today, I want to make it clear to both of you. If you truly consider me a brother, do not kneel before me every day. Let us interact as equals. Without all this ostentatious formality, Long Yin, still somewhat unfamiliar with Lei Yin, listened intently, nodding in response. Meanwhile, Lu Yulin continued to play with the small fire rhinoceros in his hands, occasionally chiming in with a remark. At that moment, Long Yin perceived Lu Yulin's fondness for the creature and suggested that it should belong to Lu Yulin from now on. In the past month, Lu Yulin had not only been cheerful but had also taken on the responsibility of caring for the fire rhinoceros. At this juncture, Lei Yin handed Long Yin a rusted, heavy sword, and Long Yin was taken aback by its weight, causing it to slip from his grasp and create a dent in the ground upon impact. Lei Yin, recalling that Long Yin was not like Lu Yulin, realized that lifting such a weight would be quite a challenge for him. He quickly fashioned a binding with a piece of hemp rope around the rusted blade and inquired, "Brother Long, if you find it too heavy, I can have him carry it." Long Yin was perplexed as to why he was being asked to bear such a burden. Lu Yulin, cradling the fire rhinoceros, attempted to take the sword from Lei Yin but nearly strained his back in the process, managing to grip the hilt while the blade fell to the ground. Ouch, this sword is indeed quite heavy. It must weigh at least 600 pounds, if not 800. Observing that both of them could lift the sword, Long Yin began to understand. Lei Yin, noticing Long Yin's confusion, explained, "Do not misunderstand, Brother Long. Lu Yulin and I have grown accustomed to training with weight. Apart from sleeping, we often carry extra weight to aid our training." Long Yin's conjecture aligned with Lei Yin's explanation, clarifying the discrepancy in their apparent ages and their differing strengths. "Brother Lei, I also wish to be like you. I know I cannot compare, but I desire to become strong as well. Allow me to carry this sword." Lu Yulin patted Long Yin on the shoulder, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. "Do not feel pressured. Take your time. This sword is indeed too heavy for you." After securing the sword, Lei Yin's handiwork appeared somewhat odd, as if the sword had been adorned with a garment made of hemp. "Brother Long, I see you also engage in training. Your source power is roughly around 300. If you exert yourself fully, carrying this sword will likely prove strenuous." Long Yin insisted repeatedly, prompting Lei Yin to relent. Allowing him to try, Long Yin hoisted the sword onto his back. He felt its weight pressing down heavily upon him, barely managing to remain upright, his legs trembling as he staggered forward. The trio journeyed together, departing from the small village. Along the way, they weathered storms, hunted together, shared meals, and gradually formed a bond that deepened over the course of a month spent traversing the mountains and forests. Despite not covering much ground, as Long Yin's frequent stops to rest while carrying the sword drained considerable strength and source energy, they were in no hurry. Their progress was dictated by how long Long Yin could endure each day. By now, Long Yin could maintain his pace until nightfall. During this month, Lu Yulin had taken excellent care of the fire rhinoceros, which now followed him closely, never straying far from his side. After becoming acquainted with Lu Yulin, Long Yin learned of his aspiration to become a source beast master and suggested that the fire rhinoceros be his first source beast. However, this posed a challenge, as none of them had experience in transforming a creature into a source beast. One day, the three arrived at a lakeside adjacent to a forest and decided to kindle a fire to rest. Lu Yulin took charge of preparing the captured creature by the lake. Long Yin was tasked with fetching water, and Lei Yin was responsible for igniting the fire. After a flurry of activity, they finally managed to roast the meat over the flames. Long Yin had grown somewhat capable of lifting the sword, though he often consumed the most food. Kneeling by the lake with the sword, he attracted Lei Yin's curiosity, who asked Lu Yulin what he was up to. "What is he doing over there?" Lu Yulin, turning the skewered meat over the fire, replied while keeping his eyes on the cooking food. "Oh, he's sharpening the sword, trying to see if he can remove the rust." Lei Yin nodded in understanding. "No need to rush. When we pass through a town one day, we can find a blacksmith." Upon hearing the mention of a blacksmith, Lu Yulin became intrigued, planting his stick in the fire and grinning as he said, "Brother Lei, haha, let's discuss something. I want to make something too." Wondering why Lu Yulin wanted to consult him about something when the money was supposedly in his possession, Lei Yin asked, "What has gotten into you? Why so polite? Just speak your mind." With a playful grin, Lu Yulin replied, "Hehe, Brother Lei. I also want to craft something like your weighted garment." Lei Yin gestured to his black soft armor gifted by his grandfather. Questioning this one, Lu Yulin nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, since the first time we trained together, I have had my eye on it, but I was too shy to ask. Now that we have some money, I want one too. Carrying heavy stones every day is quite inconvenient. Your black garment is both heavy and practical. I wish to have one as well." To that moment, Long Yin returned from the lake with the sword, prompting Lei Yin to ask, "How did it go? Was the rust removed?" Long Yin nodded hesitantly. "This sword is truly strange. While the rust is gone, it appears black, unlike iron." Lu Yulin leaned in curiously to inspect the sword in Long Yan's hands. "Indeed, look at it. Why is the sword black? Black. It resembles the color of Brother Lei's garment." Lei Yin took the sword from Long Yin, examining it closely. It indeed bore a striking resemblance to his black soft armor, albeit more durable. I hadn't noticed. Perhaps it's merely coincidental. When we reach the city, we can consult a blacksmith regarding this sword." Lu Yulin quickly added. "And that garment, too?" Long Yin, puzzled, asked Lu Yulin, "What garment? Why are you so excited?" Lei Yin lifted his outer clothing, pointing to his black soft armor as he explained, "This one. When we reach the city, I'll get one for each of you." Long Yin recognized the armor from their early travels together, having been just as curious as Lu Yulin about Lei Yan's mysterious black clothing. Now he understood its purpose. Long Yin voiced his concerns. "I fear I might not be able to wear it. Brother Lei has me swinging this sword 1,000 times daily, and I have yet to complete it. After just over 100 swings, my arms feel utterly fatigued." Lu Yulin chuckled, teasing, "What's the problem? Half a year ago, I was just like you. Look at me now. I'm perfectly fine." With that, he seized the sword from Long Yan's hands and swung it effortlessly, severing a tree trunk as thick as a person's waist in a single stroke. The tree fell, kicking up a cloud of dust that settled over the meat roasting nearby. Embarrassed, Lu Yulin scratched his head and picked up the startled fire rhinoceros, saying, "Let us wash it off. Who knows, it might still be edible." Chapter 47. A storm brewing at that moment, distant voices began to echo, though too far for the three to discern. Soon, a group of individuals rushed in, surrounding Lei Yin and his companions. "Who are you, daring to cause a ruckus in the territory of the Saw Blade sect?" demanded a man clad in a gray long robe, holding an exquisitely crafted scabbard. Lei Yin clasped his fists in salute, replying, "We are merely passing through and resting here for a moment, with no ill intent. If we have disturbed your sect, we shall take our leave." Lu Yulin handed the sword to Long Yin and began packing up to depart. The gray-robed man continued, "You trespassed into the domain of the Saw Blade sect and felled our ironwood tree. Though you think our sect is so easily bullied." At this moment, another man in a black long robe stepped forward and addressed the gray-clad man. "Eldest senior brother, these three must be spies sent by the Yu Sword sect." Upon hearing that there were spies from the Yuejian sect among them, the surrounding dozen or so men clad in black immediately drew their blades. At that moment, Lei Yin hastily interjected, "I believe you have misunderstood. We are merely passing through and are not affiliated with the Yuejian sect as you claim." The senior brother of the Juda sect replied, "How can you prove that you are not spies of the Yuejian sect?" Lei Yin felt that this was a provocation. How could one substantiate such a claim? In this predicament, it would have been manageable had he been alone. But now he was accompanied by Lu Yulin and Long Yin. Suddenly, an idea struck Lei Yin, something that could validate their identities. Wait. Let us speak civilly. I possess a scholar's certificate that can attest to our innocence regarding the Yuejian sect." While speaking, Lei Yin produced the scholar's certificate he had obtained from the 4 family dojos. The senior brother of the Juedao sect stepped forward to examine Lei Yin's certificate, and soon Lu Yulin presented his own as well. It was then that the senior brother realized that they were indeed misfortunate wanderers in the territory of the Juedao sect, as Lei Yin had indicated. "Withdraw your blades. It is a misunderstanding." They are not from the Yuejian sect. As soon as the words left his lips, all the men in black promptly sheathed their swords. One among them approached the senior brother and insinuated, "Even if they are not from the Yuejian sect, we cannot let them go lightly after they have felled our sect's ironwood tree. It would be best to take them captive." The senior brother, having sheathed his sword, retorted with displeasure, "Eru, I am not suggesting that these are merely 3 youths. Do you believe our Juedao sect consists of individuals incapable of discerning right from wrong? Bring the ironwood tree back." The senior brother ordered his men to retrieve the ironwood tree that Lu Yulin had cut down, yet upon observing the tree's severed trunk, he appeared contemplative. He then inquired of Lei Yin and his companions, "Which of you felled this tree?" Lu Yulin, taking responsibility, stepped forward and declared, "I did. Is there a problem?" The senior brother of the Juedao sect, intrigued, asked, "Oh, you are also a sword cultivator. How much source energy did you expend? And how many strikes did it take?" At that moment, Long Yin hoisted the black blade onto his back, and seeing that everyone was preparing to depart, Lu Yulin casually remarked, "You misunderstand. I do not practice swordsmanship. Felling that tree required merely 1 strike. There was no need for source energy." This statement left the senior brother, who had been obsessed with swordsmanship since childhood, incredulous. He would require at least 10 strikes. Even with all his source energy, to accomplish the same feat he was acutely aware of the ironwood tree's resilience and its immense utility, being one of the resources upon which the Juedao sect relied for survival. With a hint of disdain, the senior brother retorted, "Young man, do you not fear your own tongue? You speak grandly yet lack substance." Such words provoked Lu Yulin's youthful pride, and he could scarcely contain his indignation. Just as he was about to counter, Lei Yin swiftly restrained him. Then, with a disarming smile, Lei Yin addressed the senior brother, "You are correct, esteemed senior. We are merely young and impetuous, prone to boasting. Please, do not hold our folly against us." With that, Lei Yin seized both companions and prepared to vacate this contentious place. It was not that he feared confrontation, but rather that there was no need to escalate matters over such trivialities. As the trio turned to leave, the senior brother's gaze fell upon the black blade strapped to Long Yan's back. Though bound with rattan, its distinctive appearance suggested it was no ordinary weapon. The senior brother fixated on the blade and called out, "Wait, do not leave just yet." The men in black, as if responding to the senior brother's command, encircled Lei Yin and his companions once more. Lei Yin quietly instructed his companions to retreat should the situation worsen, urging Lu Yulin to take Long Yin and flee. The senior brother approached Long Yin, reaching out to touch the black blade. Instinctively, Long Yin turned away, evading the senior brother's outstretched hand. The senior brother chuckled awkwardly, "Ha ha, my apologies. I cannot help but be drawn to fine blades. Young brother, may I see your sword?" Lei Yin grasped the senior brother's hand, preventing him from reaching the blade, while Long Yin hastily stepped back, and Lu Yulin positioned himself protectively in front of Long Yin, though his expression was one of foolish amusement. The senior brother attempted to shake off Lei Yin's grip, but to his astonishment, he found himself unable to break free despite exerting considerable force. After channeling his source energy, he found the same result. With a friendly demeanor, Lei Yin addressed the senior brother. "Esteemed senior, there is no need for such formalities. We will take our leave." Before he could finish speaking, Lei Yin pulled the senior brother's arm forward, prompting the onlookers to refrain from intervening. That moment, the senior brother realized that no matter how much strength he applied, it seemed to have no effect on Lei Yin. The flicker of fear crept into the senior brother's eyes as he regarded Lei Yin. "It appears I have underestimated you." Lei Yin maintained a facade of servility, saying, "Indeed, esteemed senior, you must be a person of many concerns. Life stretches ahead, and I hope we meet again. For now, we shall take our leave. Please do not see us off." Without a backward glance, Lu Yulin and Long Yin strode forward, while Lei Yin turned to face the senior brother, retreating step by step. This was both a warning and a gesture of respect, an acknowledgement of his strength, while subtly conveying that he had already extended his courtesy. Whether to reciprocate was now the senior brother's choice. The senior brother stood rooted in place, flanked by the men in black who watched the departing trio. At that moment, Eru muttered under his breath with a scowl, coward, afraid to confront three young men. The senior brother felt a pang of dissatisfaction, resenting the fact that he had not been able to measure his swordsmanship against the one who had felled the tree. And lamenting the missed opportunity to behold that black blade, he directed his frustration toward his disciples, reprimanding them with harsh words or, should they defy him, resorting to physical punishment. Chapter 48. A tempestuous turn of events after Lei Yin and his companions departed. Lu Yulin expressed his irritation. What kind of senior brother is he? If it weren't for Lei Gu holding me back, I would have taught him a lesson. Lei Yin understood well that while it was prudent to avoid initiating conflict while traveling, they should not appear timid either. However, this did not imply that they should act recklessly fueled by fervor. It was essential to remain discreet until they had ascertained the full extent of their adversary's capabilities. You are always so impulsive. Setting aside the fact that we are on their territory, we have no idea if there are stronger individuals within the Juedao sect than us. Caution is key when abroad. We do not seek trouble, but we also cannot charge in blindly. Liu Yulin tended to be rash in his decisions, yet Lei Yin consistently managed to rein him in before matters spiraled out of control. After walking for an indeterminate time, they finally reached a fork in the path at the forest's edge, where a sign indicated the directions to Yuehu City and the Yuejian sect. Long Yin gazed incredulously at the sign for Yuehu City, but it stood undeniably before him. Upon closer inspection, he exclaimed, "My heavens, we have arrived at Yuehu City. I never expected we would make such swift progress." Long Yin was correct. If they had traveled from his village via the official road, it would have taken nearly 2 months, and even a cart drawn by exotic beasts would require about a month. Yet here they were, having traversed the expansive forest in less than a month. If Long Yin had not been burdened by the black blade and had moved at a steady pace, they might have reached even sooner. Just then, the wind began to howl, and the temperature dropped significantly. The three of them were clad in thin garments. Lei Yin was preoccupied with the thought of finding a town to procure warmer clothing. While the chill did not affect him greatly due to his deep reservoir of source energy, it was considerably more uncomfortable for Lu Yulin and Long Yin. "How much farther to Yuehu City?" Lei Yin inquired, glancing toward the direction indicated by the sign. Long Yin replied, "If we hurry, we should reach it before nightfall. But by then, the city gates may be closed. It might be best for us to spend the night outside the city." Lu Yulin was indifferent, but after the earlier commotion in the forest, their provisions had run out, and he was now feeling quite hungry. "Tea matters not where we spend the night. The key point is that we must find something to eat. I suspect we are all quite famished." Indeed, Lei Yin felt the pangs of hunger as well. It had been nearly a day since they last ate. "Let us quicken our pace. If we come across anything edible along the way, we shall partake. If not, we will wait until we enter the city for a hearty feast." The three hastened their steps, with Long Yin now able to struggle alongside Lei Yin and Lu Yulin, albeit still burdened by the blade. Fortunately, the road was mostly deserted. Otherwise, onlookers would surely be astonished by the trio's speed, which resembled that of the wind. Long Yin had once accompanied villagers to Yuehu City for market day, but that journey had been made by exotic beast cart. This time, they relied solely on their own legs. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, they arrived just in time to enter Yuehu City before the gates closed. Upon entering the city, the trio was met with a breathtaking spectacle of countless lights illuminating the night, and streets adorned with vibrant colors and lively revelry. The throngs of people surged around them, and the attire worn by the crowd was a dazzling array of hues, creating a vivid tapestry that stretched endlessly before their eyes. Flanking the streets were establishments towering 5 or 6 stories high, including lavish taverns, inns, and gambling houses, where one could indulge in music, theater, and all manner of pleasures. This bustling scene stood in stark contrast to the humble garb of Lei Yin and his companions, who, if not scrutinized closely, might have easily been mistaken for beggars. Lu Yulin, however, paid little heed to the opulence surrounding him, his singular focus directed towards finding a place to enjoy a hearty meal. It was Lei Yan's first encounter with such splendor, and amid his astonishment, he momentarily forgot the pressing need to satiate his hunger. Were it not for the swift passage of a beast-drawn carriage, the three might have remained rooted in place, lost in the spectacle. Lei Yin, regaining his composure, suggested, "Let us first secure lodgings, and then we shall feast." Liu Yulin nodded vigorously. He was famished beyond measure. Long Yin shared the sentiment, his appetite rendering him mute. The trio casually selected a seemingly respectable inn and stepped inside. The innkeeper, upon catching sight of their attire, hurriedly interjected, "Begone. Seek your business elsewhere. We are still operating here." Lei Yin exchanged a knowing glance with Liu Yulin, who, understanding the cue, seized the innkeeper by his collar, ready to act, only to be halted by Lei Yan's admonition. "I instructed you to produce the gold note, not to resort to violence." Liu Yulin, awkwardly chuckling, retrieved a gold note and inquired, "Ah, I see there was a misunderstanding. Can this get us a meal here?" The innkeeper, a man who valued only coin over character, upon seeing the gold note, beamed with delight. "Gentlemen, please, come right in." Liu Yulin feigned curiosity. "What delicacies can this buy us?" The innkeeper led them to an empty table while responding, "Why, with such a note, not only can you dine, but you could rent the entire establishment if you so wished." As they walked, Lei Yin inquired, "Do you have accommodations available?" The innkeeper replied affirmatively, "Indeed, esteemed sirs, we have a Wuzizi 3-person room and a Jiji 3-person room. Which would you prefer?" Long Yin, puzzled, asked, "What is the difference? Why are there different designations?" The innkeeper promptly explained, "Our Wuzizi rooms are somewhat superior. While they lack the amenities of the A or B single rooms, they are still quite well equipped." This, Lei Yin declared. "We shall take a Wuzizi room and prepare a sumptuous feast for us." The innkeeper shouted into the inn, "1 Wuzizi room and a splendid banquet for 3. Just then, a beautifully attired young woman approached, saying, "Gentlemen, this way, please. I am the 4th maid of the Wuzizi. Should you require anything during your stay, do not hesitate to summon me." The trio followed the 4th maid to their room, although it was designated for 3. It boasted all necessary amenities, and opening the window revealed a splendid view of the bustling street below. It could be said that this was the finest accommodation the 3 had ever shared since their acquaintance. However, the price was equally steep, at 3 silver coins for the room and 30 silver coins for a lavish banquet. Before long, the table was laden with an array of exquisite dishes that tantalized the appetite of the 3. They wasted no time, diving into the feast with abandon. This scene astonished the 4th maid, who, despite having witnessed many travelers, had never seen such voracious eating in the span of a single tea time. The banquet of 6 meat dishes, 3 vegetarian dishes, 3 cold dishes, and a soup was devoured, leaving not even a trace of broth. At that moment, Liu Yulin, appearing unsated, queried, "What about you two? I feel I could eat a bit more." Long Yin, patting his belly and reclining in his chair, remarked, "I'm about done. You go ahead." Lei Yin, sipping tea, waved his hand and said, "Go on. I too am nearly full." Pointing to a meat dish, Liu Yulin requested, "Bring me 2 more portions of that roasted beast leg." The 4th maid, seeking confirmation, asked, "Young master, are you certain you want 2 portions of the roasted beast leg?" Lei Yin, astonished, replied, "Brother, have you lost your wits? Don't overindulge. Long Yin and I can't eat anymore." Liu Yulin, wiping his mouth with an embarrassed grin, explained, "Well, I had 1 portion, and it hasn't had its share yet. It was just gnawing at me." If Liu Yulin had not mentioned it, Lei Yin might have forgotten that the fiery rhinoceros beast had yet to be fed. After the trio had gorged themselves, Lei Yin requested the 4th maid prepare 2 new outfits for each of them. Dressed in a blue and white silk robe, Lei Yin appeared refined, his features striking, with eyes that sparkled with vitality and a demeanor that exuded an air of ambition. Liu Yulin chose a black and white ink-patterned garment. His appearance transformed from that of a burly figure to one of grace. Long Yin donned a sky-blue satin shirt, embodying the essence of a youthful hero, undeterred by the vastness of the world before him. The innkeeper, witnessing their transformation, could not help but exemplify the adage of respecting fine attire before character. The following morning, the once bustling streets of Yuehu City had settled into a tranquil calm, bathed in the warm glow of early sunlight. Offering a different charm altogether, Lei Yin had gleaned the information he sought from the 4th maid the previous night. The 3 major forces in Yuehu City were the Saw Blade sect, the Yu Sword sect, and the City Lord's Manor. The Sawblade sect and Sword sect collectively dominated the commerce of Yuehu City, controlling nearly all lucrative trades. Yuehu City was one of the 8 prefectures in the northern borders of the Cloud Kingdom. With the City Lord appointed by the kingdom itself, the City Lord's surname was Wu, and his given name Shangxing It was said that he wielded a silver spear that could shake the mountains and lakes. Having reached the pinnacle of the Gathering Source Realm, Chapter 49, the Rising Tempest beast-drawn carriage came to a halt beside a street in Yuehu City. A figure emerged, clad in a sky-blue silk robe, with flowing hair and an enchanting fragrance that wafted through the air, resembling a striking celestial being. This woman was none other than the Northern Domain's sovereign, Han Yufei. Han Yufei was unperturbed by the possibility of being recognized, as only a handful of powerful figures had glimpsed her true visage, most who were either slain or served under her command. "Have accommodations been arranged?" Han Yufei inquired softly, akin to a neighborly girl. One of her companions stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect. "All is in order. The eldest has secured a modest inn ahead." She nodded, patting his shoulder gently. "What of the matters I requested you to investigate a few days ago?" The companion, now visibly anxious, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, stammered, to respond to the young lady. "I have failed to fulfill the task. Please, punish me as you see fit." Although a tempest of fury brewed within her, Han Yufei maintained an unruffled facade, her emotions hidden like a placid lake. "I find myself somewhat hungry. What shall we have for lunch?" At this moment, another companion hastily interjected. "Esteemed young lady, how about we indulge in your favorite cloud cakes for lunch?" Han Yufei nodded in agreement and proceeded towards the inn. This inn was modest, perhaps the least remarkable among the many in Yuehu City. Despite its myriad shortcomings, it had one virtue. Its previous owner was neither affiliated with the Sawblade sect, the Sword sect, nor the City Lord's Manor, but rather a straightforward businessman. Han Yufei had taken great pains to remain inconspicuous, for she wished not to draw attention. Although there had been no major wars between the Northern Domain and the Cloud Kingdom in recent years, peace was a far cry. Without Han Yufei's formidable strength, the Cloud Kingdom would have long sought to annex the Northern Domain. Upon arriving at the inn, the eldest had already been waiting at the entrance for some time. Han Yufei took some coin from him and instructed, "You 3 should tidy the inn inside and out. I shall step out for a moment. Do not wait for me for lunch." The eldest moved to intercept her, but before he could utter a word, a cold glance from Han Yufei caused him to retreat in fright. Once she was out of sight, he turned to the others, asking, "What has transpired today? Did any of you offend the young lady?" The second companion, noticing the third drenched in sweat and trembling, pointed an accusatory finger at him. "Well, you can figure it out by asking him." It dawned on the eldest that Han Yufei's displeasure stemmed from the fact that each of them had been assigned specific tasks. The eldest to find a safe place to stay in Yuehu City, the second to manage the beast-drawn carriage, and the third to inquire about the grain situation in recent years. Clearly, the third's intelligence had fallen short. As Han Yufei meandered through the streets of Yuehu City, sampling various snacks, she appeared much like a girl next door. Though she had aged, her countenance remained that of an eternal 18-year-old. Since the unification of the Northern Domain by Han Yufei, such leisurely strolls have become a luxury in the Northern Domain. Wherever Han Yufei goes, a throng of people follows, leaving no room for personal space. Time has passed noon when Han Yufei meanders into the bounty hall of Yuehu City. Within, a cacophony of diverse individuals can be found. After traversing the crowded lobby on the first floor, she ascends towards the second floor, only to be intercepted by an individual who appears to be a guard. "Young lady, this is not a place for idle amusement. Please return," he admonishes. Han Yufei glances at the bounty hall's guard and inquires, "Oh, is the bounty hall closed for business today?" The guard, taken aback, gazes incredulously at the veiled Han Yufei. Yet, upon seeing her up close, he is irresistibly captivated, his hand instinctively reaching towards her veil. Had it not been for Han Yufei's own mission, such an affront would have sealed the guard's fate. Han Yufei produces a jade token, handing it to the guard. At this moment, the guard finally comprehends, glancing at the jade token in his hand. This token, crafted from pure jade with a golden character embedded in its center, causes him to nearly drop it in shock. In a soft, melodic tone, Han Yufei queries, "Do you understand now?" Trembling, the guard respectfully returns the jade token with both hands and personally leads the way, saying, "Honored patron, you arrived without a word. I could have cleared the area for you. Do not make a fuss. I wish for no one to know," Han Yufei replies as she is escorted to the finest VIP room in the bounty hall. Ordinarily, the guard would lack the authority to meet someone of the jade token-'s caliber. At this juncture, the black-clad steward of the bounty hall arrives at the VIP room. Without a word, he kneels before the token holder, declaring, "Honored patron, it is our utmost honor that you deign to visit our humble bounty hall. Please command us with your needs." Han Yufei lifts a cup of tea, inhales its aroma, and then sets it down, asking, "What rank are you?" The steward responds, "I was promoted to the 9th rank, black-clad steward, a decade ago." The cold, regal aura emanating from Han Yufei renders it difficult for anyone to meet her gaze. "Do you serve the patron with last year's stale tea?" This statement startles the black-clad steward, who immediately slaps the guard beside him. "Have you lost your senses? How dare you serve such a thing to the patron? Bring forth the finest jade due tea at once." Han Yufei peruses the bounty hall's ledger, pointing out specific transaction records as she speaks. "I wish to review these transaction records." The steward glances at what she indicates and discreetly instructs a subordinate to retrieve the requested records. Han Yufei sips the jade due tea while examining the transaction records in her hand. These records detail the purchases made at the bounty hall, the dates, and quantities involved. While they may seem unimportant to some, these private transaction details are rarely known, even to the parties involved. Yet, Han Yufei can easily access them. From the information within these records, she deduces vital intelligence. The northern borders of the Cloud Nation have not amassed significant grain reserves in recent years, and the overall grain flow within the nation remains within a reasonable range. Han Yufei seeks this information to ascertain whether the northern borders of the Cloud Nation are secretly stockpiling military provisions and how extensive these provisions might be to sustain a conflict. As she nears the conclusion of her review, she casually inquires, "What is your relation to Wu Hai?" The steward's heart skips a beat. While outsiders may be unfamiliar with the name, it is known well within the bounty hall. "He is my great-grand teacher," the steward replies. After a moment of contemplation, he realizes that only someone of his great-grand teacher's standing could possess such a jade token. For someone of his rank, merely meeting the patron is a grave offense. Han Yufei, without raising her gaze, continues to scrutinize the information in her hands. "Oh, so you are a disciple of Little Wu. If I have the opportunity to meet Little Wu, I shall convey my regards." The steward immediately kneels, bowing in gratitude. Ignoring the bowing steward, Han Yufei continues, "The fact that I am here today is not to be disclosed to anyone, you understand? If anyone learns of my visit here, not only will your Yuehu City Bounty Hall face dire consequences, but even Little Wu shall not escape unscathed. Do you comprehend?" Yes, I dare not reveal anything. I shall not speak recklessly," the steward responds. Bowing repeatedly, Han Yufei rises and exits the VIP room, making her way to the bustling lobby filled with noisy crowds. Amidst the throng, one individual stands out like a crane among chickens, exuding an aura of refreshment and elegance, none other than Lei Yin. Though Han Yufei is veiled, her celestial beauty is evident in her graceful demeanor, captivating the attention of many in the lobby. Yet, Lei Yin pays her no mind. Engrossed in a detailed discussion with the bounty hall staff, as Han Yufei exits the bounty hall, 3 burly men stealthily follow her. Amused, Han Yufei reflects on the types of people one encounters in such a small place. These 3, mere first-tier fighters, are hardly worthy opponents for her. Initially, she considers leading them to an isolated spot to freeze these oblivious men permanently. However, as she ventures into an unoccupied alley, a voice suddenly interrupts. "What do you 3 think you're doing, trailing behind a young lady?" The trio turns to see none other than Lei Yin. One man, with a rugged appearance and a prominent scar across his forehead, exudes an air of seasoned experience. "Oh look, a young lad who hasn't even grown all his hair yet, trying to play the hero? Have you taken a liking to her as well?" Another man unsheathes a large sword from his back, speaking softly to Han Yufei. "Little lady, fear not. Once I dispose of this pesky fly, I'll keep you company. Han Yufei feigns indifference, seemingly unimpressed by the trio. Yet, upon spotting Lei Yin, a flicker of joy stirs within her. The third man, with long hair cascading over his shoulders, draws a slender sword from his waist, intending to strike at Lei Yin. The three adopt aggressive stances, but Lei Yin, unperturbed, simply stands still, beckoning with a single finger, uttering one word. Come. The trio, feeling insulted, rushes at Lei Yin recklessly. He easily counters their combined assault, demonstrating such mastery that they cannot even force him to move an inch. His techniques flawless and without flaw. This display catches Han Yufei's attention, filling her with curiosity about the young man before her, though she cannot discern the martial arts he employs. With her hands clasped behind her back, she conjures a delicate ice needle at her fingertips, contemplating that if he were to find himself in peril, she would be ready to assist. Despite Lei Yin's apparent ease, it is evident that these three men are not from any formal training grounds. Their every strike aims for vital points, intent on lethal outcomes. Yet, regardless of their efforts, even as they exert their utmost strength, they feel as though the young man before them has yet to break a sweat, as their energy wanes. Lei Yin unleashes a wave of force, sending all three crashing to the ground. Do you wish to continue? I am more than willing to oblige. As they rise, the trio feels as though they are facing an insurmountable mountain in Lei Yin's presence. Defeated, they admit, we never expected someone like you in Yuehu City. We haven't eaten yet today, so fighting you on an empty stomach is hardly fair. We shall return to challenge you once we've had our fill. Lei Yin steps aside, allowing them to leave, and they retreat in disgrace. Concerned for the girl before him yet hesitant to approach, he stands at a distance and asks, Miss, are you unhurt? You should return home soon. Han Yufei remains silent. Simply gazing intently at Lei Yin, he wonders if she is indeed all right. Typically, a girl in such a predicament would be in tears. Yet, this girl neither cries nor looks away. Miss, if you are fine, it would be best for you to head home early. As Lei Yin turns to depart, a melodious voice, akin to silver bells, rings out. What is your name? Startled, Lei Yin turns back to find Han Yufei staring at him. The last thing he expected from someone who appeared either frightened or mute. I am Lei Yin. Are you all right? Han Yufei shook her head gently, the corners of her mouth lifting in a soft smile as she gazed at Lei Yin with unbridled joy. Her heart quietly repeating his name, was the first time Lei Yin had been regarded in such a manner by a girl, and feeling somewhat bashful, he stammered, Miss, if you have no further business, I shall take my leave. You ought to return home early as well. Han Yufei, intrigued, pondered how such a talented young man could possibly emerge from a place like Yuehu City, a location she had never considered significant. Particularly after witnessing his astounding skills earlier, she felt a twinge of uncertainty about her own prowess. Tentatively, she inquired, Would you accompany me back? Lei Yin was caught off guard by her sudden question, yet instinctively nodded. Both remained rooted to the spot, leading to an awkward silence. Feeling the weight of the moment, Lei Yin cautiously asked, Miss, why do you not move? Han Yufei found the situation amusing and thought to tease him, replying, If you do not come to protect me, how can I leave? At this, Lei Yin grew rather dazed, instinctively obeying her words and stepping closer to her side as they strolled out of the alley together. Their conversation flowed naturally, with Han Yufei taking the initiative and Lei Yin responding, gradually easing the tension that had once enveloped him. Curiosity piqued, Lei Yin asked, Miss, what led you into that alley just now? With a cheerful laugh, Han Yufei replied, I wanted to see if anyone would be willing to rescue me. Hee. Lei Yin was left speechless, pondering what sort of girl willingly courted danger. Miss, you must refrain from such antics in the future. It is perilous. Had I not fortuitously overheard your predicament at the bounty shop, you might have fallen prey to ill-intentioned individuals today. Unfazed by Lei Yin's concerns, Han Yufei feigned annoyance, saying, Do not keep calling me miss. I have a name. My surname is Han. Realizing he had neglected to ask her name, Lei Yin felt a twinge of embarrassment. Miss Han, I indeed acted without courtesy. May I inquire your given name? Though her face was partially veiled, her smile was unmistakable. You foolish boy, how can one ask a girl her name upon first meeting? Lei Yin scratched his head sheepishly and chuckled, Hee. I apologize, Miss Han. I rarely interact with young ladies, and encountering someone as beautiful as you has left me somewhat flustered. Han Yufei stifled a giggle, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Ha ha. I can certainly see that you lack the usual worldly airs. It is quite rare. My surname is Han, and my given name is Yufei. You must remember it. As Lei Yin repeated her name softly to himself. They strolled like a pair of young lovers on their first date. Miss Han, where do you reside? Lei Yin asked, but she misunderstood, thinking he was inquiring about her origins. I live in the northern region. I am here visiting relatives. Realizing his previous phrasing was unclear, Lei Yin clarified. Miss Han, you misunderstood. I meant to ask where you lived. Is it far from here? Amused by the exchange, Han Yufei felt genuine joy in her heart. Oh, hee. You need not laugh. Young Master Lei. It is not far. Just ahead. And what about you? Where is your home? Lei Yin responded. I am not from Yuehu City. I am merely passing through. Han Yufei realized that such a talented young man could not possibly hail from a small town. Where do you reside, young Master Lei? What brings you here? Lei Yin replied, to be honest, Miss Han. I grew up in a mountain village. I have come out to broaden my horizons. I only arrived here yesterday. Han Yufei was skeptical of his words. If you do not wish to share, that is fine. But why deceive a young lady? Do you think I am easily fooled? Lei Yin quickly waved his hands in protest. No, please do not misunderstand. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. I truly just arrived yesterday. Han Yufei found his nervousness amusing. Ha, look at you, young Master Lei, so anxious. I am not referring to that. I meant your martial skills. People from mountain villages do not possess the abilities you demonstrated earlier. Lei Yin had not considered this aspect, and he pondered why his place of residence would be relevant to his martial prowess. Miss Han, I do not quite understand. What does my martial skill have to do with where I live? His response surprised Han Yufei. She sensed honesty in his tone and decided not to press further. As they continued on their way, the passage of time felt as fleeting as a gentle breeze. Approaching the city gate, Lei Yin inquired, Miss, where exactly do you reside? We are nearly outside the city. Realizing how quickly time had passed, Han Yufei felt a hint of disappointment as she pointed to a small inn in the distance. That little inn is where I am staying. Turning back, Lei Yin walked alongside her until they arrived at the inn's entrance. Bowing respectfully, he said, Miss Han, our meeting was serendipitous. Should fate allow, we may meet again. Farewell. As Han Yufei removed her veil, her unparalleled beauty was beyond description, radiating a serene grace akin to polished jade, with an aura that seemed to dance like the wind and snow, obscuring the moonlight. Lei Yin had never encountered such exquisite beauty and found himself momentarily entranced. In a gentle, melodic tone, Han Yufei asked, Young Master Lei, do you remember my appearance? A flush crept across Lei Yin's face. I beg your pardon, Miss Han. Your extraordinary beauty is impossible to forget. However, Han Yufei sensed that Lei Yin was different from the others she had known. As she watched him walk away, her attendant approached from behind. Did you see that? Go find out where young Master Lei is staying and inquire further. In that moment, Han Yufei felt elated, almost forgetting the previous grievances caused by the three individuals. The attendant bowed respectfully and then followed after the departing Lei Yin. Upon hearing the words of the leader, Lei Yin immediately recalled something, yet he did not disclose his residence. How did she come to know? The senior's words were not to be taken lightly. Logically speaking, since the senior personally extended the invitation, the junior dared not decline. However, the three of us are preoccupied with pressing matters, so please convey to Miss Han that I shall visit her another day. At that moment, Lu Yulin seemed to have heard some momentous news, hastily interjecting, No, we must go. Long Yin, too, wore a mischievous grin as he chimed in, Indeed. If someone has invited us for tea, why would we refuse? The leader laughed heartily and gestured for them to proceed. Ha, gentlemen, this way, please. Lei Yin felt an urge to strike them, but was helplessly pulled forward by Lu Yulin and Long Yan, Lu Yulin, wearing an expression of amusement. Inquired, I say, Brother Lei, having been out all day yesterday, it seems you chanced upon a beauty. No wonder you returned late. Long Yin echoed in agreement, Exactly. We were waiting for you with bated breath. Today, we must see which fair maiden has captivated our brother Lei. Growing weary of their remarks, Lei Yin retorted, "What are you two thinking? It was merely a chance encounter yesterday, nothing like what you suggest." The leader, driving the beast carriage, swiftly brought the three to the inn where Han Yufei resided. The second and third brothers had been waiting outside for quite some time, and upon seeing them arrive, they hurriedly stepped forward to offer their greetings. "Young Master Lei, please come in. My young lady has been awaiting you for quite some time. You two gentlemen, quickly inside." The third brother guided them to the room where Han Yufei awaited. As the door swung open, a delightful fragrance wafted forth. Though the inn was modest in size, it was impeccably clean, with fine carpets adorning the floor, muffling their footsteps. The table was laid out with an array of exquisite pastries, appealing to the senses in both appearance and aroma. Upon noticing Lei Yan's arrival, Han Yufei promptly stood to welcome him. "Young Master Lei, you've arrived. Please, take a seat. These must be your two friends. Do join us inside. I have prepared some delightful treats especially for you. Do not hesitate to try them." When Lu Yulin and Long Yin finally beheld Han Yufei's beauty, they were momentarily stunned, only returning to their senses when Lei Yin nudged them. With a smile, Lu Yulin remarked, "Miss Han, have you descended from the heavens? How could one be so enchanting? It is truly overwhelming, akin to a celestial being gracing the mortal realm." Long Yin fervently nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, indeed. Miss Han is not only beautiful but possesses a melodious voice. Truly, everything about her is delightful." Lei Yin was exasperated by the lack of decorum displayed by the two. "You two, sit down at once. This is highly disrespectful. How can you stare at Miss Han like that? Show some manners." Han Yufei, covering her mouth with a smile, responded, "No need to worry. Young Master Lei's friends are simply unreserved, far better than those who offer insincere flattery. It is evident that young Master Lei is a person of integrity. Otherwise, he would not have such friends." Lu Yulin chuckled awkwardly, filled with remorse, and said, "Hee. Miss Han, please forgive my lack of sophistication. It is my first time encountering your ethereal beauty, and I lost my composure. I sincerely apologize." Long Yin also clasped his hands in salute, expressing his deep regret. "I truly apologize. We did not mean to offend, and I offer my apologies to Miss Han." Lei Yin, feeling equally embarrassed, bowed in apology, saying, "Miss Han, we three are merely children of the mountains, lacking in experience. Our manners may be somewhat lacking, so please do not hold it against us." Lei Yin led the three in bowing to Han Yufei to express their contrition for their earlier behavior. In truth, Han Yufei had not taken their actions to heart, yet Lei Yan's gestures significantly increased her favorable impression of him. "Oh, young Master Lei, you flatter me. Just now, I remarked on how honorable you and your friends are. It is only natural to feel joy in the presence of a lovely lady. To act boldly is the mark of a true gentleman. There is nothing to be offended by." Han Yufei quickly ushered them to sit down and personally poured tea for the three of them, breaking the earlier awkward atmosphere. "This is a specialty of the northern region. Do try it and see if you like it. This kind of tea may not be available in the central region." Lei Yin took a sip, and the flavor was subtle yet profound, leaving a sweet aftertaste that warmed his throat, invigorating his spirit. Especially after finishing, the lingering fragrance was delightful. "This is truly excellent tea." Lu Yulin and Long Yin, after tasting it, also exclaimed, "Though I am no connoisseur, it is evident that this tea is of a superior quality. Indeed, it is exceptional. It feels as though my internal energy has been replenished." With a smile, Han Yufei replied, "I am glad you enjoy it. Do sample these pastries as well. They are also a specialty of the northern region and not easily found here." Lei Yin picked up a piece of pastry and placed it in his mouth. Its soft and chewy texture was sweet without being cloying, fragrant without being overpowering, and utterly delightful. "Miss Han, it seems the northern region is indeed rich in resources. Such pastries are likely unavailable throughout the entire Yun Kingdom." At that moment, Lu Yulin had already stuffed his mouth to the brim, merely nodding in agreement. Long Yin, too, was busy devouring pastries and tea, paying no mind to their conversation, solely focused on satisfying his appetite. Han Yufei, seeing the three relish the pastries with such enthusiasm, joyfully remarked, "Before you arrived, I was worried you might not take to the northern region's cuisine." Lei Yin took another sip of tea and said, Miss Han, you speak too humbly. We are but simple folk from the mountains, unaccustomed to such exquisite delicacies. If not for your kindness in not minding our presence, we would never have had the fortune to enjoy such fine treats. I must apologize for any rudeness. Han Yufei took a sip of her tea and, blushing as if she were a neighboring girl, said, Young Master Lei, do not belittle yourself. Mere trifles cannot compare to you. By the way, what are your plans for the future? Lei Yin set down his teacup and, without hesitation, replied with a smile, Miss Han, you need not laugh at us. We three have yet to decide. Han Yufei nodded and rose to pour more tea for everyone. If this scene were to take place in the northern region, it would be utterly unbelievable. Who would dare to drink tea poured personally by Han Yufei? Even if Han Yufei refrained from taking action, her subordinates could easily devour anyone alive. Young Master Lei, if you three have not yet decided, why not accompany me on a journey through the northern region? Although it may not be as vast as the central region, it certainly has its own charm. Just as Lu Yulin was about to speak, Long Yin, seemingly in sync with Lei Yin, quickly stuffed a piece of pastry into his mouth. Lei Yin initially did not wish to conceal anything from Han Yufei, but his grandfather's advice lingered in his mind, prompting him to refrain from sharing his ambitions and thoughts until he fully trusted her. Miss Han, thank you for the delightful tea and treats today. We have pressing matters to attend to, so we must take our leave for now. We will visit again another day. With that, Lei Yin and the others rose, clasping their hands in farewell and turning to leave. Han Yufei appeared somewhat taken aback. Things had been going well, so why the sudden departure? Did they truly have urgent matters to attend to? Chapter 52. The winds of change. After Lei Yin and the others hastily departed, Han Yufei summoned her attendant. Did I say something wrong, or? The attendant explained, Miss, you may have overthought it. Perhaps they genuinely have matters to attend to. I inquired yesterday as per your instructions, and they indeed arrived here the day before. Furthermore, it seems young Master Lei intended to visit a bounty shop to purchase source mineral stones for crafting some soft armor. At that moment, Han Yufei regained her composure, revealing her intellect and strategic mind. It seemed that the presence of Lei Yin caused her to exhibit a certain vulnerability. Without him, she reverted to her usual sharp-witted self. No, it is that young Master Lei does not yet trust me, which is why he behaved in such a manner. He must harbor lofty aspirations. A person with secrets invariably has four motives: power, wealth, connections, and personal matters. Judging from young Master Lei's attire and demeanor, it is clear that neither wealth nor power could sway him. It is likely due to personal connections, perhaps stemming from grievances against family or nation. The attendant felt a sense of unease, finding it unworthy of their Ice King to be involved with Lei Yin. Miss, what makes Lei Yin so special that you would go to such lengths for him? Han Yufei, pouring the remaining tea into 3 cups, served them to her attendants, while the pastries had been consumed entirely by Lu Yulin and Long Yin, leaving not a crumb behind. The attendants knelt, expressing their heartfelt gratitude for the Ice King's generosity, not to underestimate the value of this tea. This is the ice crystal tea from the northern domain, a treasure unique to that region. The tea leaves resemble translucent ice needles, and consuming this tea can stabilize one's source particles, facilitating a superior transformation into source power or source energy. This exquisite item cannot be cultivated artificially. Each year, only a minuscule amount is produced. Some inferior portions are distributed as diplomatic gestures to various nations, while the finer segments are reserved for trusted confidants, leaving the remainder for Han Yufei herself. Even so, anyone fortunate enough to obtain this ice crystal tea regards it as an invaluable treasure. At this moment, the 3 leaders could scarcely fathom the prospect of tasting such a delicacy in their lifetimes. With tears of gratitude welling in their eyes, they repeatedly bowed to the Ice King, expressing their thanks for the generous gift. Han Yufei, seemingly accustomed to such displays from her subordinates, sat on her stool and remarked with a hint of disdain, Enough, enough. No need for such bowing. Just drink it quickly. The 3 leaders, overwhelmed with gratitude, drank from the cup of the northern domain's holy tea, and instantly, it felt as if the source heart within them was fervently absorbing the essence. After they finished their tea, Han Yufei spoke, Leader, you have been rather talkative lately. You seem to think that those I hold in esteem are not deserving of your respect. Do you believe I have softened? Or do you feel your wings have grown strong? Her voice was soft, yet it sent chills down the spines of the three leaders, akin to plunging into an icy abyss, as they felt a sudden lump in their throats and a prickling sensation along their backs. Teetering on the edge of a precipice. Realizing he had crossed the Ice King's boundaries, the leader hastily bowed, acknowledging his mistake. As Han Yufei prepared to leave, she turned to say, "Make sure to deliver what young Master Lei desires without any further complications. I do not wish for him to lose trust in me." Once Lei Yin and his companions exited the inn where Han Yufei resided, Lu Yulin expressed his confusion over their hasty departure. Asking, "Lei Gu, why are we leaving so soon after such a pleasant conversation?" Long Yin echoed his confusion. Sensing their bewilderment, Lei Yin explained, "Our purpose today is not merely to enjoy tea. We are here to procure source essence or to craft the soft armor you seek. To be frank, Miss Han's tea and pastries are indeed remarkable. Even now, my source heart feels extraordinarily vibrant. However, that is precisely what concerns me." Lu Yulin found nothing amiss and replied, "What is wrong with that?" Lei Yin elaborated, "There is nothing inherently wrong. In fact, I find it quite favorable. Yet, it is this very aspect that worries me. Just look at Miss Han's appearance. She is no ordinary person, effortlessly producing such exquisite items, which further indicates the profound heritage of her family. Do we truly possess anything of equal value to offer in exchange? If we speak of strength, her tea and pastries could easily attract individuals more powerful than us. Moreover, do you know the capabilities of the three attendants by her side?" Curiosity piqued, Lu Yulin and Long Yin asked in unison. "What realm are they in?" Lei Yin replied nonchalantly, "The least of them is at the peak of the source-gathering realm." For Lu Yulin and Long Yin, the source-gathering realm felt like an unattainable pinnacle, and they were abruptly awakened to the reality that, despite their youth at 17, they had experienced enough of the world to understand that kindness often demands an equivalent exchange. Although Lei Yin recognized that speculating about Miss Han behind her back was inappropriate, he could not afford to take risks. If it were only himself, he could manage, but with two brothers accompanying him, he had to consider the situation more carefully. He vowed to repay the favor of today's tea when the opportunity arose. Lei Yin led his companions to the bounty shop, having previously heard that source essence ore was available there. However, such items were precious, thus attracting many buyers and commanding high prices. After inquiring yesterday, he learned that a new batch of source essence ore would be sold today, and arriving late would mean missing out. By midday, the bounty shop was bustling with activity, filled with individuals taking on bounty tasks, submitting tasks, collecting bounties, selling items, buying goods, and publishing bounty tasks. It was a microcosm of society itself. Lei Yin approached the previously arranged attendant with a beaming smile and said, "Good sir, I had made a reservation yesterday." The attendant, recalling the deposit Lei Yin had made, promptly ushered them into another room. "Esteemed guest, I have both good news and bad news," he announced. Lei Yin, puzzled, thought it odd that purchasing an item would come with both types of news. But he also sensed potential trouble brewing. "Just tell me what's on your mind," he replied. With a grin, the attendant continued, "It seems you have the aura of great wealth. Later yesterday, the Saw Blade sect and the Yu Sword sect also expressed interest in this batch of source essence ore. So I sold it to them. You might take this opportunity to familiarize yourself with the two major sects of Yuehu City." Unhappiness flickered across Lei Yin's face as he pressed on. "And what is the good news?" The attendant, confused, responded, "This is indeed the good news." Lei Yin found it hard to accept as such but thought that the bad news could not possibly be worse. "Then what is the bad news?" he inquired. The attendant cleared his throat. "Well, due to the involvement of the two major sects, we are unable to refund your deposit. Ordinarily, the bounty shop would return deposits to employers. But the attendant had other intentions, seeking to pocket the money himself. Given the four major factions in Yuehu City, the Sawblade sect, the Yu Sword sect, the bounty shop, and the city lord's mansion, with two major sects involved, no one dared to stir up trouble. Lei Yin was not one to be easily taken advantage of. Grabbing the attendant, he threatened, "The ore is gone, and I said nothing, but you bounty shop are not following the rules. Now you come to annoy me. Think carefully. Will you hand over that money while alive, or shall I burn it for you once you are dead?" The aura exuding from Lei Yin startled the attendant. who had not anticipated such intensity from someone seemingly youthful. At that moment, members of the Saw Blade sect and the bounty shop's overseer entered, intending to inspect the goods, but finding themselves witnessing the mistreatment of the bounty shop's staff. The overseer, surnamed Wang, was responsible for purchases related to the Saw Blade sect. Seeing the commotion, the overseer shouted, "Stop this at once! Are you unaware of the rules of the bounty shop? Fighting is strictly prohibited. Which bounty group are you from?" At that moment, Lei Yin still held the attendant firmly, while Lu Yulin turned to look at the speaker. Long Yin, sensing the arrival of reinforcements, said to Lei Yin, "Let me handle this petty tyrant. Don't worry, he won't escape." Lei Yin nodded at Long Yin and released the attendant, who collapsed to the ground, trembling. Long Yin then lifted the attendant back to his feet. With the overseer present, Lei Yin inquired, "Who among you is in charge here?" The overseer stepped forward, adopting a condescending demeanor as he looked down on Lei Yin. "You lot, get out of here. How dare you cause a ruckus in my territory? Are your eyes blind?" Lei Yin had encountered unreasonable individuals before, but each time he faced such foolishness, he felt an urge to deliver a few slaps. "Are you the person in charge? Fine, at least someone has stepped forward. That's better than a room full of turtles. You bounty shop are failing to uphold the rules. You refuse my order, and now you even withhold my money. That is quite unscrupulous. Since you claim to be in charge, hand over my money." Extending his hand toward the overseer, Lei Yin demanded the return of his funds. The overseer, cursing under his breath, retorted, "You insolent wretch, who do you think you are to speak here? For someone like you, I wouldn't feel guilty if I killed a couple each day. It would be a blessing for your ancestors." With disdain on his face, the overseer prepared to teach this impudent youth a lesson. Just as he raised his hand to strike, Lei Yin swiftly caught the overseer's wrist, using the momentum to kick him in the chest, leaving a shoe print on his pristine white robe. The overseer was sent flying, narrowly avoiding disaster thanks to the timely reaction of the external elder from the Saw Blade sect. Lei Yin felt a sense of satisfaction with that kick. And both Lu Yulin and Long Yin found immense pleasure in witnessing the scene unfold. As the overseer struggled to his feet, clutching his chest and suppressing his pain, he seethed with rage. "Damn it, you dare to strike a member of the bounty shop? You must truly wish for death. Someone, come." As his words fell, a group of armed guards burst in, surrounding Lei Yin and his companions. Counting the guards, Lei Yin noted there were 9 in total and turned to Lu Yulin, asking, "How many can you take?" Feeling awkward, Lu Yulin scratched his head and replied, "Well, it depends on their strength. If they are too powerful, I can't do much." Despite his words, his body had already moved to stand in front of Lei Yin. Long Yin chimed in, "Lei Gu, don't include me in the fight. I can handle 1 or 2, but no more." Lu Yulin felt somewhat discontented. There were not many opponents, and he had been itching for a fight lately. "Brother, that's not fair. These are easy targets, and I want to practice my skills." Lei Yin interjected, "Let's leave this one for now. Just hold back for a moment." As the trio of Lei Yin, Lu Yulin, and Long Yin continued their heated debate over who should take the lead. The figure in white, responsible for overseeing the situation, was visibly infuriated, his face turning an alarming shade of blue. "Come on, move! Get in there and eliminate them all!" he shouted vehemently. Lu Yulin unleashed his iron arm fist, driving his iron elbow into the first guard who dared to charge at him, rendering the man unconscious with a single blow. The overseer in white was equally taken aback, although these guards were not particularly formidable. Boasting a strength of around 500 to 600 source particles, this group of 9 should have formed a respectable bounty team. Yet, astonishingly, not a single guard managed to withstand even a round against Lu Yulin. One by one, they fell, succumbing to Lu Yulin's iron arm fist, leaving the elder from the Saw Blade sect in a state of bewilderment. He pondered the nature of the alliance between the Saw Blade sect and the Bounty Guild. Realizing that failing to assist would be both unwise and unfair, but upon witnessing Lu Yulin's prowess, he felt unprepared to engage him in self-defense. Feeling the pressure of the moment, Elder Wang approached the overseer in white and offered a supportive hand. "Old Shui, if this continues, perhaps it's best to let your black-clad enforcers handle the matter. This individual seems beyond your capacity to contend with." Old Shui recognized Wang's good intentions, but was aware of the underlying complexities that could not be disclosed. If this situation escalated, His position as overseer would undoubtedly be jeopardized. Old Wang, our friendship spans several years. Surely you would consider assisting me in dealing with these ruffians? Elder Wang, despite claiming to be at the pinnacle of human realm cultivation, was acutely aware of his diminished capabilities due to years of neglect, indulgent nights, and a hedonistic lifestyle that had drained his physical prowess. He had long relied on the reputation of the Saw Blade sect to intimidate others. Old Shui, this is a matter I cannot involve myself in. The key issue lies in the unknown forces backing this person. What if they are adversaries of the Saw Blade sect? My intervention could spark a conflict, and I would bear the brunt of the sect leader's wrath. Old Shui conceded that Wang's concerns were valid. After all, what if this individual had come specifically to provoke them? It seemed that Elder Wang had indeed considered the situation with greater foresight. At that moment, the innkeeper's assistant, witnessing his guard's incompetence, deflated like a punctured balloon and quickly began to apologize. Please, gentlemen, spare me. This was all orchestrated by our overseer. It has nothing to do with me. Upon hearing this, Old Shui panicked, disregarding his chest pains as he shouted, Hey, you wretched servant! Don't you dare speak out of turn. One more word, and I'll end you right here. Understanding the implications, Lei Yin realized that the money had been siphoned off by the overseer in white. He stepped over the incapacitated guards and, in a few swift strides, confronted Old Shui. Elder Wang, sensing Lei Yin's imposing aura, instinctively began to retreat, while Old Shui trembled under the weight of Lei Yin's presence. Don't come any closer. What do you intend to do? You can't kill me. I'm a member of the Bounty Guild. Do you dare to make an enemy of us? Lei Yin seized Old Shui by the throat, lifting him effortlessly and then tossing him aside to land next to the innkeeper's assistant. Long Yin, search him and see if he has anything of value. If he refuses to repay, we'll settle this with goods instead, Lei Yin instructed. Long Yin grinned wickedly as he began to rummage through Old Shui's belongings. Lu Yulin, seeing this, chuckled mischievously while gesturing to the unconscious guards on the ground. Heh, Brother Lei. Why not search these as well? After all, whether it's one or a group, searching is searching. Lei Yin nodded in agreement, and Lu Yulin along with Long Yin hurriedly began their search. Chapter 54. A storm brewing on Lu Yulin's end, little of value was found. Collectively, the 9 guards yielded only a few dozen silver coins. However, Long Yin struck gold, particularly with 5 small vials containing a milky substance with a faint yellow powder inside. Lei Yin, intrigued, inquired, What is this poison? Old Shui shook his head vigorously but remained silent. Growing impatient, Lei Yin pressed, What is this? Speak, or I'll make you consume it. Embarrassed in front of so many witnesses, Old Shui stammered. His face flushed, it's Wucai San. Unfamiliar with this term, Lei Yin turned to Lu Yulin and Long Yin, both equally puzzled and shaking their heads. Elder Wang, however, recognized it but feigned ignorance. Lei Yin, uninterested in further discussion, decided to feed it to Old Shui, suspecting it was far from benign. Old Shui, in a panic, interjected, No. This isn't for men. Curiosity piqued, Lei Yin pressed further, eager to discover what would happen to a man who consumed it, relentlessly attempting to force the vial into Old Shui's mouth. Good sir, please, it's for women. It's an aphrodisiac. Men mustn't consume it. Old Shui exclaimed, desperately trying to evade Lei Yin while explaining. Realizing the implications of the drug's effects, Lei Yin chuckled to himself. Despite Old Shui being over 50 and showing signs of age, it was evident he frequented establishments of ill repute. Continuing his search, Lei Yin picked up a beautifully crafted pouch containing a piece of gold leaf and several coins. The gold leaf shimmered with a faint glow, appearing rather enchanting. What is this? Old Shui, equally curious, reflected on how many years ago someone had used it as a form of debt repayment, though it was merely a few coins. It was primarily an ornament, a beautiful trinket carried for show. That is simply a decorative piece. If you like it, take it. It's hardly worth much, Old Shui replied. Lei Yin examined the gold leaf closely, unable to discern its true value. After thoroughly searching the room, he calculated the total. It barely reached 100 coins. How much did you pay for that gold leaf? Old Shui hesitated, his anxiety mounting as he stammered. 20 coins. Calculating in his mind, Lei Yin replied, "The total price for the batch of I requested is 8,000 coins. I've already given you 80 coins, so with this gold leaf included. We re at 80 gold notes. Count it. Anything extra will be your treat for tea. I'll be claiming that batch of ORT. As Lei Yan's words echoed, he tossed 80 gold notes at old Shue's face. Just then, Elder Wang stepped forward to intervene. "Young sir, while your prowess is impressive, you cannot act without reason. How can you claim the property of the Saw Blade sect as your own?" Suddenly, a voice rang from outside. "The Saw Blade sect speaks boldly. What the Yujian sect, desire. When did it become the property of the Saw Blade sect?" Two figures entered. One was Elder Ho from the Yujian sect, responsible for procuring resources akin to Elder Wang, while the other was Ho Mu, the chief disciple of the Yujian sect. Upon witnessing the scene, guards sprawled on the ground, Elder Wang standing by, and old Shui lying down with a pile of gold notes. Ho Mu was left speechless. Questioning, has the Saw Blade sect taken to robbery? For a century, the Yujian sect and the Saw Blade sect had been rivals, with half of Yuehu City's industries belonging to the Saw Blade sect and the other half to the Yujian sect. The two factions dominated the bounty business, holding a combined 60%, while the remaining share belonged to the City Lord's office and passing bounty teams. The City Lord's office thrived on the taxes from these three entities, fostering a relatively balanced state in Yuehu City. Elder Wang, noticing the newcomers were Elder Ho and the chief disciple, responded with irritation, "Are you blind? Can't you see for yourselves? The old should know better, and the young ought to be taught manners." Elder Ho chose not to stoop to Elder Wang's level. Muir, there's no need to engage with such small-mindedness. We must prioritize our business, as he spoke. Another figure entered, the black-clad overseer. Seeing the arrival of the black-clad overseer, old Shui felt a surge of hope and shouted with all his might, "Overseer, quickly save us. This little wretch is causing chaos in my bounty guild's inner sanctum." The presence of the black-clad overseer commanded a certain respect. Both the Yujian sect and the Saw Blade sect acknowledged their authority, as even their leaders would show deference to the overseer. The crowd bowed in greeting. "Greetings, Overseer Tian." Overseer Tian politely acknowledged the members of the Saw Blade sect and the Yujian sect. He had been alerted to the commotion when the guards were incapacitated, and upon arrival, he sought to ascertain the situation. Amidst the crowd, Lei Yin, Lu Yulin, and Long Yin stood out, strikingly noticeable. "And you three are?" As Lei Yin observed the crowd bowing before the individual before him, he could surmise that this person was the leader of the bounty guild. "The three of us have come to collect the goods. We paid a deposit yesterday," he stated. The manager Tian continued to inquire, "Why resort to violence when merely retrieving goods?" Pointing at the subordinates of Manager Tian, Lei Yin retorted without hesitation, "Then perhaps you should question your underlings. I have paid. Yet they refuse to deliver my goods and are attempting to swindle my money. Is this how business is conducted at your esteemed guild?" Manager Tian asked incredulously, "Is that truly the case, Xiao Shui?" "It is indeed the truth. However, Manager Shui would hardly dare to speak candidly, for doing so would jeopardize the livelihood of the bounty guild. Yet, how can this matter be explained? The money is in your possession, and the goods remain unreceived." Manager Tian, with a grim expression, was all too aware of the character of his subordinates, particularly over the past decade when extravagance and decadence had become rampant, with many fixated on the pleasures of the brothels. Meanwhile, he was preoccupied with matters at headquarters, thus delegating the guild's daily affairs to his subordinate, the white-clad manager. Addressing Lei Yin, Manager Tian inquired, "What goods do you seek? Is it the source or delivered yesterday?" Lei Yin nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. Can you provide me with the goods now?" At this moment, Homu stepped forward, stating, "Wait, isn't this source or from my Yujian sect?" Elder Wang of the Saw Blade sect protested, "It clearly belongs to my Saw Blade sect. When did it become yours?" Although the ore was rare, it was not unattainable. Manager Tian contemplated how to navigate this predicament diplomatically. "Young brother, this batch of ore requires a source fire master to extract and forge it successfully. There are only a few such masters in Yuehu City, all present here, if you offend them. This batch of ore may go to waste in your hands. Why not take your money back and do us a favor by allowing this batch of ore to go to their two sects?" Manager Tian's reasoning held some merit, for they had indeed inquired yesterday and were aware of the truth of his statements. "What if I refuse?" Homu interjected. "Might I ask what you intend to forge with this ore?" Lei Yin turned to look at the youthful Homu, who had his hair bound in a topknot. "My brothers and I require 3 sets of armor and weapons." Manager Tian continued to negotiate. "How about this? My bounty guild also employs capable source fire masters. You can take the ore you need, and the remainder can be transferred to them." This suggestion was reasonable, but before Lei Yin could ponder it, Manager Tian addressed Elders Ho and Wang. "Today, it is evident that our bounty guild has acted thoughtlessly. Would you both do me the favor of letting this matter slide?" Everyone understood that such an approach would indeed be the most prudent. Suddenly, Manager Shue's voice rang out. "I do not agree. I cannot allow myself to be beaten without cause." The crowd disregarded Manager Shue, who resembled a clown. Manager Tian returned Lei Yin's money entirely and then led everyone to the warehouse to retrieve the source ore. Chapter 55. The Winds of Change. Once Manager Tian had arranged everyone, he took Lei Yin and his companions to meet the source fire master of the Bounty Guild privately. Along the way, Manager Tian expressed his profound apologies for the events that had transpired and elucidated the relationship between the Yujin sect and the Saw Blade sect. It was then that Lei Yin and his companions learned of the complexities involved. The 4 entered a room adorned with a massive chimney, where Lei Yin and the others were greeted by an array of armors, weapons, tools, and various items, prompting their curiosity as they examined everything. "This is our source fire master, a master of wood and fire at the earth level. He is the finest source fire master in Yuhu City. Should you wish to forge anything, simply speak to him." Manager Tian introduced the guild's esteemed source fire master. Presently, various powers, to varying extents, supported a plethora of talents, and the Bounty Guild was no exception, employing physicians, guards, source fire masters, source energy masters, and many others. At this juncture, Lei Yin removed his black soft armor and placed it upon the stone platform. The master of wood and fire approached to inspect it, exclaiming, "Ah, this is quite impressive. Who crafted it? It appears to be made using water and fire techniques, which is rare indeed. However, its weight is excessive. It seems to contain a significant amount of heavy dark iron." The master of wood and fire attempted to lift the black silk armor that Lei Yin had placed on the platform but found it too burdensome. However, he quickly discerned how it had been crafted. Lei Yin respectfully greeted him. "Master, you possess keen insight. However, I must confess that this is a family heirloom, and I am not entirely aware of what has been added to it. Can you replicate it?" After taking a sip from his flask, the master of wood and fire replied, "I can indeed forge it, but I fear I cannot achieve the same level of softness. I am a master of wood and fire, not water and fire. Yet, the flexibility will undoubtedly be satisfactory. As for the weight." Lei Yin understood the master's intentions and responded, "As long as the weight and durability are not significantly compromised, that will suffice. How much source or will be required?" The master of wood and fire furrowed his brow as he examined the black silk armor on the stone platform. "I cannot ascertain its exact weight. It is certainly beyond my capacity to lift. However, I can manage weights ranging from 800 to 1,000 jin. Are you certain you wish to proceed with such a weight?" Lei Yin nodded silently and then placed the black knife carried by Long Yin onto the stone platform for the master to inspect. Upon seeing the blackened, rusted blade for the first time, the master of wood and fire was taken aback. The blade itself was black, which was peculiar since refined iron typically does not rust. Yet, from its composition, it appeared to be refined iron. Noticing the master's skepticism, Lei Yin concentrated, conjuring a ball of azure flame, intending to burn away the excess rust from the blade. Lei Yin and his companions were witnessing source fire for the first time and found it mesmerizing to see it manipulated with such ease. As the source fire gradually incinerated the superfluous impurities from the blade, everyone soon realized that the blade was not merely black. The edge gleamed with gold, while the body and spine remained black, adorned entirely in gold along the cutting edge. Long Yin gasped, "My heavens, Lei Gu, look!" Lei Yin, equally astonished, could hardly believe that the blade's edge shimmered with gold. The master of wood and fire, witnessing such a phenomenon for the first time, speculated that the blade must have been infused with some rare treasure. "Ah, this is an excellent blade. Its forging level is likely much higher than my own. The purity of the source or used in its refinement is indeed exceptional. However, I am unsure what has been added, though it does not detract from its usability. This blade and the armor must not have been forged by the same individual, but their forging levels likely range between Earth Level 3 and Earth Level 6. At that moment, Lu Yulin approached with a peculiar pair of forearm guards, inquiring, "Master, what about this?" The Master of Wood and Fire immediately snatched it back, for it was his prized creation and a treasured possession. "Just looking is enough. Who allowed you to touch it? If you damage it, can you afford the cost?" Lu Yulin had merely been curious, not expecting the Master's reaction to be so intense. "I merely saw it and thought of the combat techniques I practice. So I couldn't help but be intrigued," he replied apologetically. The Master of Wood and Fire placed the forearm guards into a box, then rummaged through his collection to retrieve another pair, tossing them to Lu Yulin. "Try these instead. Honestly, you should ask before touching." Lu Yulin awkwardly accepted the forearm guards handed to him. Although they were lighter than Long Yan's blade and Lei Yan's armor, their weight felt just right. Not cumbersome at all upon donning the guards, they seemed to come alive, automatically contracting and enveloping his arms as though they were a part of him. Even his hands were encased, yet the dexterity of his fingers was not diminished in the slightest. Observing this, the Master of Wood and Fire remarked, "Transform the source grains into source energy and infuse it within to see what occurs." Lu Yulin infused his source energy into the forearm guards. An immediate transformation unfolded. A blue-green aura enveloped his arms, gradually morphing into crescent-shaped blades along the outer sides, while his hands transformed into formidable claws. Lu Yulin's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was precisely the weapon he had envisioned. He had previously experimented with knives, sticks, and swords, yet none had ever satisfied him fully, always feeling as though they were missing something. Today, he realized that these forearm guards were the true weapons he had long desired. The Master of Wood and Fire was witnessing such a manifestation for the first time. Normally, the transformation resulted in dual blades. Lu Yulin, brimming with enthusiasm, turned to Lei Yin and exclaimed, "Lei Gu, I want to give it a try." Lei Yin, taken aback by Lu Yulin's exuberance, noted the spark in his eyes and nodded. Raising a hand, "Go ahead, give it a shot." Lu Yulin dashed in front of Lei Yin, brandishing the claws and striking at Lei Yan's palm. Lei Yin countered with the thunderbolt technique. In the fleeting moment of their clash, Lei Yin and Lu Yulin were forcefully repelled by a powerful surge of source energy, each taking a step back. Despite both being of human tier strength, Lei Yin acknowledged that Lu Yulin's previous strike was indeed formidable. Usually, it was Lu Yulin who would be pushed back during their training, while Lei Yin remained steadfast. Although today was merely an exploration of their abilities, neither had held back, much to Lu Yulin's delight. Nearby, the Overseer Tian was equally astonished by the spectacle before him, not solely due to the strength of human-tier cultivators, but rather the remarkable prowess they could display. Master Mu Hua, witnessing the impressive capabilities of his own creation for the first time, felt a surge of excitement as he re-evaluated his work. Noticing Lu Yulin's enthusiasm, Lei Yin inquired, "Master Mu Hua, is this item available for purchase?" Master Mu Hua, captivated by his creation, marveled internally, realizing that true power can only be unleashed in the hands of the right individual. Overcome with excitement, he failed to hear Lei Yan's question. Lu Yulin, withdrawing his source energy and removing his arm guards, asked, "Master?" At that moment, Master Mu Hua finally regained his composure, took a sip from the flask at his waist, and proclaimed, "This life has been worthwhile. So many fine creations wasted on the wrong hands in the past." "Ha ha ha!" Lu Yulin, holding the pair of arm guards cautiously, inquired, "Is this item for sale?" Master Mu Hua, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, "Sell, sell, sell. This trinket is hardly worth a few coins. It's merely a human-tier third refinement item. If you like it, take it and use it." After reiterating their requests for the items they wished to forge, Master Mu Hua provided a list of necessary materials and source minerals, and the group departed. As they stepped outside, Lei Yin handed the payment for the source minerals to Overseer Tian. "Overseer Tian, here are 40 gold notes for the 2,000 pounds of source minerals and other materials. Please verify the amount. As for Master Mu Hua's forging fee, kindly determine an appropriate sum. Holding the money Lei Yin had given him, Overseer Tian calculated in his mind, realizing that this amount was already sufficient, even exceeding the payment for Master Mu Huo. However, wishing to build a rapport with the three talented youths before him, he pondered for a moment before saying, well, although 40 gold notes merely cover the materials and minerals, it is true that there were some discrepancies on our part today. Since Master Mu Huo's fee is considerable, let us waive it as compensation for the inconvenience caused to you three. Lei Yin thought to himself, this cunning merchant truly knows how to conduct business. Very well, when shall we collect our items? Seeing their agreement, Overseer Tian smiled broadly. No rush. Once Master Mu Huo completes the forging, I shall personally send someone to deliver them to you. Just leave me your address, and I assure you there will be no errors this time. The trio then left the bounty shop and returned to the inn. Along the way, Lu Yulin was engrossed in playing with the armed guards, utterly enamored. Chapter 56. The Rising Storm. After much inquiry, the boss reported his findings to Han Yufei, who, at that moment, looked incredulous as she asked, hitting someone, "Boss, when did you learn to lie in front of me?" Sipping her tea, she listened to the news the boss had gathered regarding Lei Yin. It was indeed true that Lei Yin had struck someone, but the exact reasons were hearsay. Miss, it is absolutely certain that young Master Lei struck the white-clad overseer of the bounty shop. Surnamed XUE.IT was only after that Overseer Tian agreed to forge the Earth Tier armor for young Master Lei. This information came from an elder's attendant of the Sawtooth sect who was present at the scene. As well as a disciple of the Source Fire Master within the bounty shop, I used your Ice Flame Silver Needle, so it cannot be mistaken. Han Yufei gazed thoughtfully out the window into the distance. By the way, have we received a reply to the message I asked you to send back? The third subordinate handed her the returned message, written on a piece of paper. Miss, the envoy from the Eastern Realm inquired about our whereabouts. I dared not disclose your location, hence I did not respond to the envoy. Han Yufei glanced at the information on the paper. The Northern D Kingdom and Liang Kingdom are seeking aid. The defenses of Beast Island have been breached. Lord Li has successfully infiltrated the capital of the Cloud Kingdom. After contemplating for a long while, she asked, should we return? If we do not, the Northern D and Liang Kingdom may suffer grievously. Send a message back, instructing the Northern Envoy to lead his 7 generals to suppress the Beast Tide. Let the Eastern Envoy temporarily coordinate the situation, while the Southern Envoy closely monitors the Snow Domain sect and the Heavenly Mountain sect. The third subordinate bowed in response, as you command. The boss poured Han Yufei a cup of tea and said, Miss, the situation on Beast Island has become increasingly unstable over the years. Perhaps we should return to alleviate the concerns of Lord Dongfang. At that moment, a faint blue flame flickered in Han Yufei's palm, incinerating the paper she held. In just over 10 days, the year-end will arrive. We shall return then. In the inn room, Lei Yin observed Lu Yulin, who seemed invigorated as he excitedly fiddled with the armed guards. Long Yin lay sprawled on the table, his head throbbing from Lu Yulin's incessant chatter. Lei Gu, can't you rein him in? It's been hours, and he shows no signs of stopping. Lei Yin, covering his ears, replied, I've tried to intervene and hold him back, but to no avail. This is the first time I've seen him like this. At that moment, Lu Yulin animatedly gestured, channeling source energy to manifest a faint green claw around his arms, then retracting it, clearly reveling in the experience. Lei Gu, Long Yin, look at this claw. Combined with the iron arm fist, its power will surely multiply. Long Yin hastily urged Lu Yulin to sit down, saying, drink some water, brother, take a break. This has been going on for a whole day. Lei Yin poured 3 cups of tea, distributing them to each of them. You two sit tight. I wish to discuss something with you. Lu Yulin, just feeling thirsty, took a few sips of tea, while Long Yin also drank from his cup. They both simultaneously asked, what is it, Lei Gu? Lei Yin gathered his thoughts. As the year-end approaches, this marks our first time away from home during the celebrations. Do you have any thoughts on this? Or plans for the future? Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yulin blurted out, Lei Gu, wherever you go, I will follow. Whatever you do, I will do that. I'm just determined to be with you. Long Yin echoed this sentiment without a second thought. My family was slaughtered, leaving me alone. Naturally, I will follow you, Lei Gu, wherever you lead. Lei Yin shook his head as he sipped his tea. That's not what I meant. Have you thought about what we should do in the future? Or what you both want to pursue? Long Yin and Lu Yulin exchanged glances, then simultaneously responded, Does Lei Gu have any plans? After months of camaraderie, Lei Yin had come to understand their characters. Both were earnest and kind-hearted, never fleeing from danger, nor were they greedy for wealth, always looking out for one another. I wish to share my past with you. I know about yours, but I have never spoken of mine. Today, I want to tell you my story, and after you hear it, you can decide what to do next. The two listened attentively, as if captivated by a tale, as Lei Yin recounted the history of the Lei family. Stories passed down from Lei Mo. Time flew by as he not only recounted the family's past, but also the vendettas involved, prompting questions from Lu Yulin and Long Yin, who were eager to learn more. After hearing Lei Yan's story, Long Yin solemnly remarked, I once thought I had the most tragic background of the three of us, yet it turns out you, Lei Gu, have endured the most suffering. He added, I can't even imagine starting from the age of 3 or 4, having to learn so much and train for such long hours. What is even more astonishing is that you managed to persevere for 14 years. Lu Yulin was equally impressed. He had believed himself to be diligent, but in comparison to Lei Yin, he felt as though he had squandered years. Lei Gu, I always thought you were strong, but I never realized you were this formidable, achieving the perfect realm of Earth Sage. Knowing you is truly something to be proud of. Lei Yin shared these stories with the intention of helping them understand the perilous road ahead, encouraging them to consider their futures seriously. Lu Yulin, you have indeed been somewhat complacent lately. Just look at you now. Ever since you acquired those arm guards, you've been quite boastful. Long Yin, visibly in awe, chimed in, Indeed. Lei Gu is only saying this for your own good. Am I right, Lei Gu? Lei Yin urged them to calm down and continued. I initially intended for both of you to enter a top-tier sect or dojo in the Cloud Kingdom, where you could obtain superior training resources and intelligence. When the time is ripe, we shall establish our own influence. Lu Yulin and Long Yin listened with growing excitement. Lei Yin paused before continuing, Of course, this is merely my private ambition. There are many details I have yet to consider. I have always believed that a man should wield a sword and strive to leave behind a legacy worthy of his ancestors' teachings. Lu Yulin stood up with fervor, his blood surging within him. Today, he finally comprehended Brother Lei's aspirations. Previously, he had always thought that to live well and earn more silver and gold coins, becoming a Source Beast Master was the greatest wish of his life. It was only after meeting you that I realized that living a lifetime merely to avoid starvation for a handful of coins is a woefully trivial ambition, one that is unworthy of our ancestors. Long Yin wholeheartedly agreed with Lei Yan's sentiment. Especially during their time together recently, he held Lei Yin in high regard, both for his knowledge and his strength. Brother Lei, whatever you decide to do, I shall follow. If you aim to establish a power, I will be your vanguard. If you seek revenge, I will be the blade in your hand. As you so eloquently put it, we shall root out all injustices in the world. Lei Yin was somewhat psychologically prepared, as the enmity of the Lei family was a personal grudge. It was only natural for them not to assist him, but he had not anticipated such loyalty between the two of them. Perhaps it was his own candor that fostered this bond of trust. Lei Yin then laid out his plans and future ambitions to the two of them. The first phase involved strengthening their abilities. The second phase focused on establishing a sustainable foundation, and the third phase aimed at taking root and building a power. Through these 3 stages, they would accumulate strength, compelling all injustices in the world to bow before them, ensuring that all inequities received their due retribution, that all acts of injustice paid a price, that all unlawful deeds were punished, and that all unscrupulous individuals were eradicated. Lu Yulin and Long Yin were deeply impressed, and both clasped their hands in salute to Lei Yin. Brother Lei, you are not only our elder brother but also a mentor to us. 3 days later, the steward Tian arrived with the prepared items. Seeking out Lei Yin and the others, the items, crafted from earth-grade materials, were soft armor, albeit rather heavy, weighing a full 1,000 pounds. Lei Yin examined the protective gear and found it somewhat inferior to his own, yet sufficient for their needs. After observing discreetly, Steward Tian quietly advised, if you accept these items, you should leave Yuehu City promptly. There were indeed missteps on our part at the Bounty Guild, and this message serves as an apology for that. The two major sects are preparing to seek retribution for the 2,000 pounds of source essence, or you took from them. You should depart as soon as possible. Lei Yin clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you, Steward Tian. The previous misunderstandings have been resolved. Your guild has done us no wrong. You have kindly informed us out of a sense of duty, for which we are truly grateful. The three bowed in unison, expressing their appreciation for Steward Tian's warning. Had he not spoken up, they might have remained unaware of the impending danger, and Lei Yin felt a deep-seated gratitude. After seeing Steward Tian off, Lei Yin urged the two to try on the armor. Lu Yulin managed reasonably well, but Long Yin struggled immensely, nearly exhausting all his strength just to lift the armor. Once donned, Long Yin did his best to maintain his stance, trying not to be overwhelmed. Brother Lei, this armor feels as heavy as my sword. I fear I cannot bear it. Lu Yulin, after putting on the armor, found it somewhat more manageable. Though it may not be as heavy as yours. It aligns with my expectations. Lei Yin nodded in agreement. Long Yin, just hold on. In a few days, it will become easier, just as it did with your sword. At first, you struggled with it, but now you wield it with ease. Long Yin nodded, albeit with some difficulty. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Lu Yulin opened it to reveal Han Yufei, her face alight with joy as she greeted them. Oh, it's Miss Han. Come in, Brother Lei. Miss Han has arrived. Lei Yin and Long Yin rose, clasping their fists in a respectful gesture as they welcomed Han Yufei into their quarters. Lei Yin arranged for everyone to take their seats while Lu Yulin brewed tea and Long Yin requested some pastries from the tavern. Although it paled in comparison to the lavish hospitality Han Yufei had previously shown them, it was sufficient to ensure she felt they were not neglecting her. While pouring the tea, Lu Yulin jested. Miss Han, you have no idea. Brother Lei has been mentioning you every day. Today, he has truly summoned you. Han Yufei covered her face, giggling as she inquired, Is that so? If you think of me so often, why not come find me instead of waiting for me to seek you out? Lei Yin, taken aback, had not anticipated Lu Yulin's boldness. Miss Han, this tea and snacks may not be as exquisite as your last offering, but they are the best we could procure from this tavern. Please do try them and let us know if they suit your palate. After sipping the tea Lei Yin offered, Han Yufei replied, I have come today to discuss some matters. Just as she began, Lu Yulin and Long Yin stood up, intending to step outside. Observing this, Lei Yin gestured for them to stay. Miss Han, what matters are at hand? We three brothers stand together in all things. It should not be a hindrance. Han Yufei, unfazed, simply chuckled softly. Hee. Your brotherly bond is truly commendable. In fact, it will not impede what I have to say. It pertains to all three of you. Lei Yin, curious and puzzled, thought to himself, what could possibly relate to the three of us after just a few days in Yuehu City? He asked, What is it? Removing her veil, Han Yufei spoke in a soft voice, Young Master Lei, my few inept subordinates have reported that the Juzhaman and Yuejian sect plan to take action against you in Yuehu City, as they believe you have seized their 2,000 pounds of source essence. Oregon Lei Yin, initially dismissive of the matter, replied, Thank you, Miss Han. You need not trouble yourself over such trivialities. Han Yufei's gaze swept across the three of them. And sensing something, she remarked, If I am not mistaken, it must have been the Bounty Guild who informed you. Lu Yulin, slapping his thigh in admiration, exclaimed, Miss Han, you are truly astute. Your deduction is spot on. Han Yufei chuckled lightly. Are you so impressed? Intrigued, Lei Yin asked, How did you come to that conclusion? Noticing their curiosity, Han Yufei explained, It's not difficult to surmise. Given your prior dealings with the Juzhaman and Yuejian sect at the Bounty Guild, coupled with your recent purchases, it was only natural for them to send a messenger to inform you, thereby rectifying any misunderstandings from the Bounty Guild. Lei Yin, genuinely impressed, praised, Miss Han, your insight is remarkable. Indeed, your account aligns perfectly with what you just mentioned. Han Yufei continued, In truth, these two sects have little to offer. Their leaders are merely at the 9th level of the Gathering Source realm. If you require assistance, I can intervene. The trio exchanged surprised glances, scrutinizing Han Yufei from every angle. In their eyes, she seemed too delicate to engage in any form of conflict. Miss Han, you intend to intervene? I appreciate your goodwill, but given your slender frame, Long Yin flexed his muscular arm, proudly declaring, "This is something we men should handle." Han Yufei, aware of their good intentions, had not encountered such condescension in a long time. "Oh, do not underestimate me. I am quite knowledgeable and capable." In that moment, the three young men found her adorably earnest, reminiscent of a feisty little girl. Lei Yin, maintaining a smile, jested, "Ha ha, indeed. Our Miss Han is the most formidable of us all." Feigning indignation, Han Yufei retorted, "Humph, do not doubt me. I will prove it to you right now." Intrigued, the others encouraged her to elaborate. Liu Yulin chimed in, "I aspire to be a Source Beast Master. What should I do?" Han Yufei, perceiving this as a challenging query, responded, "Can you not pose a more difficult question? However, I advise against pursuing that path, as it offers limited prospects. If I recall correctly, the strongest Source Beast Master currently is at the heavenly tier. And his beast is merely a water python, not particularly impressive. Overall, Source Beast Masters lack significant prowess compared to other cultivators. Choosing any weapon to train with would ultimately yield better results than becoming a Source Beast Master. The limitations are indeed quite stark." Lei Yin, intrigued by her assertion, pondered, what limitations could exist within the path of a Source Beast Master? Surely if there were any substantial risks, my grandfather would have informed me. With a curious expression, he asked, "Miss Han, your knowledge is extensive. Could you elaborate on why the development of Source Beast Masters is limited? Is there an underlying hazard?" Han Yufei shook her head, patiently elucidating. "The essence of a Source Beast Master lies in harnessing the source power or energy of extraordinary beasts for one's own use. This has two applications. One is to embody the beast, known as beastification or beast transformation, which significantly enhances strength, speed, and internal source particles. The other involves augmenting a beast's power, speed, and internal source particles using one's own source particles. However, regardless of the method, their strength cannot surpass the heavenly tier. They remain confined to that realm. The reason lies in the ancient cataclysmic war, during which the 4 illusory beasts had already perished. It has been over a century since anyone has laid eyes upon either the 4 illusory beasts or the 3 divine beasts. Furthermore, every instance of a strange beast reaching the human earthly saint realm has invariably ended in either death or suicide during the capture process. Consequently, the majority of Source Beast Masters cultivate their beasts from a young age, which has led to a significant delay in the growth of these extraordinary creatures. In fact, prior to the ancient war, Source Beast Masters were quite formidable. I have encountered accounts in certain texts that speak of a powerful being, perfectly attuned to the heavenly realm, who engaged in a fierce battle with a Source Beast Master possessing an illusory beast, clashing for 7 days and nights without a clear victor. At this moment, Liu Yulin, cradling the slumbering little fire rhinoceros, inquired with a hint of excitement, "Miss Han, look at this little fellow. I wish for it to become my Source Beast." Han Yufei, somewhat perplexed, responded, "Did you not comprehend what I just articulated?" Liu Yulin nodded eagerly, exclaiming, "I understand, but I still wish to become a Source Beast Master." Lei Yin also acknowledged Han Yufei with a nod. At this point, Han Yufei ceased to insist, remarking, "Since it is the path you have chosen, I can only wish you good fortune. Actually, this is not difficult. Do you recall your initial awakening of source perception?" Han Yufei queried. Liu Yulin nodded, affirming, "How could I forget?" "Yes, what of it?" Han Yufei gestured towards the fire rhinoceros before them, stating, "That simplifies matters. Utilize your source particle to assist it in awakening. If successful, it signifies that it has recognized you as its source beast. If unsuccessful, it indicates that it does not wish to become yours." The group then grasped the profound nature of the bond between a Source Beast Master and their beast. Han Yufei gazed at the fire rhinoceros and added, "If it had been raised by your side since childhood, the chances of successful awakening would greatly increase. You may attempt it now." Liu Yulin enthusiastically nodded and began to channel the source qi within him into the head, then the body and limbs of the fire rhinoceros. After completing a full cycle, the fire rhinoceros slowly opened its drowsy eyes, exuding an orange-hued aura that resembled Liu Yulin's source qi, enveloping its entire form. The fire rhinoceros regarded Liu Yulin with eyes that expressed complete trust. After a considerable time, The fire rhinoceros gradually transformed into a radiant orange hue before swiftly merging into Lu Yulin's body. Confused, Lu Yulin inquired, "Miss Han, what is happening?" Han Yufei chuckled softly, "Fool, this signifies success. Try visualizing the fire rhinoceros in your mind." Lu Yulin closed his eyes, concentrating on the fire rhinoceros, and suddenly a childish voice echoed in his mind. "Master, master, master, let me out, let me out." Startled, Lu Yulin opened his eyes, exclaiming, "Goodness, was that the voice just now?" Han Yufei continued to explain, "That is the voice of your source beast, the fire rhinoceros. You have summoned it with your source Qi. Lu Yulin, channeling the source Qi within him, released a surge that materialized the previously unseen little fire rhinoceros onto the table. This spectacle left Lei Yin and the others astounded. None had anticipated that the seemingly delicate Han Yufei possessed such profound understanding. At that moment, the commotion of approaching footsteps could be heard outside, followed by a series of knocks. "Who is it? Stop knocking," Lei Yin called out impatiently. Upon opening the door, he found the innkeeper and inquired, "What is it? Why the urgency?" The innkeeper, disregarding formalities, blurted out, "This is the inn of the Saw Blade sect. The master has ordered you to pack up and leave immediately." Realization dawned upon Lei Yin and the others. It was indeed true that the Saw Blade sect had extensive holdings in the area. Given that they had come knocking, no courtesy would be extended. Although Lei Yin contemplated overturning the table in anger, he restrained himself upon seeing the frail Han Yufei. "Lu Yulin, Long Yin, gather your belongings and escort Miss Han out of here." Lu Yulin and Long Yin were taken aback at being so brusquely expelled by an innkeeper, expecting Lei Yin to retaliate. Once outside, Lu Yulin could not contain his curiosity, asking, "Brother Lei, are you really going to endure this?" Lei Yin shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "Once we safely escort Miss Han home, we can address this matter." Lu Yulin and Long Yin then understood that it was not a lack of courage on Lei Yan's part, but rather a desire to ensure Han Yufei's safety. Han Yufei observed Lei Yan's demeanor. Taking note of his actions, she felt no sense of disdain for his restraint. Instead, she found him to be remarkably dependable. At that moment, the innkeeper, intent on humiliating Lei Yin and the others, splashed a bucket of dirty water as they exited the inn. Quick as a flash, Lei Yin shielded Han Yufei in his embrace, pushing Lu Yulin and Long Yin aside. Using his back to absorb the onslaught of murky water, he glanced at Han Yufei, relieved, and said, "Fortunately, you were not splashed. Let us depart." Lu Yulin, his fists clenched in indignation, felt a surge of anger as Long Yin prepared for a confrontation, yet they were firmly restrained by Lei Yin. "Did you not hear what I said? We must prioritize escorting Miss Han back first." Han Yufei felt a pang of discomfort, instinctively placing her hand upon her waist, where her weapon, the Heavenly Frost, was sheathed. Lei Yin chuckled, "No worries, let us hurry along." Throughout their journey, the group could not help but notice Lei Yan's disheveled state, all vowing to return for vengeance, declaring that a gentleman may be slain but not humiliated. Yet, Lei Yin remained unfazed, solely focused on ensuring Han Yufei's safety. With glistening eyes and tears threatening to spill, Han Yufei addressed Lei Yin, "Young Master Lei, I shall reclaim your lost honor today." Lei Yin replied, "Miss Han, my modest dignity pales in comparison to your safety. As long as you are well, my heart is at ease. I merely regret that you have been embroiled in this matter." Han Yufei had always been the protector, the one to advocate for others. She had never experienced such protection herself, save for rare exceptional circumstances. Yet, Lei Yan's understanding of her was limited to merely her name. He did not flatter her for being the Ice Queen, nor did he seek to curry favor because of her status as the Lord of the Northern regions, nor envy her for her unparalleled strength. To Lei Yin, Han Yufei was simply a girl. A gentle and delicate girl, nothing more. "Young Master Lei, if you harbor disdain for the Saw Blade sect, shall we make them vanish from Yu Lake City?" Lei Yin replied cheerfully, "No need for concern. Miss Han, do not allow such trifles to breed resentment. If my dignity requires a woman to fight for it, then I am unworthy of her efforts. I shall handle the troubles with the Saw Blade sect and the Yu Sword sect myself." Rest assured. Chapter 59. A storm brewing as Lei Yin and his companions escorted Han Yufei. They soon realized that not only Han Yufei sensed they were being followed, but Lu Yulin and Long Yin also perceived the presence of pursuers. At this juncture, Lei Yin decided it was time to confront the situation. They had reached an isolated area, spacious and unobstructed, where they need not fear ambushes that could threaten Han Yufei. You two protect Miss Han. I will deal with these individuals, Lei Yin declared. Rolling up his sleeves, eager to vent his frustrations, Lu Yulin, donning his boxing gloves, stepped forward, stating, Brother Lei, your strength is suitable for safeguarding Miss Han. Let me handle these minor thugs. If there are any formidable foes, it would be prudent for you to remain ready. Long Yin concurred with Lu Yulin, agreeing that such trivial adversaries were beneath Lei Yan's attention. Han Yufei gazed at Lei Yin with wide, pleading eyes, emanating an aura of vulnerability. It was as if her very presence provided him with a profound sense of security, not derived from his strength, but from a sense of reliance. For years, everyone had leaned on Han Yufei. Now, she yearned for someone to lean upon in return. Lei Yin mused that perhaps it would be beneficial for these minor adversaries to serve as practice for the two. Long Yin, Lu Yulin, you both should engage together to gain practical experience, but do not kill, only injure. Long Yin, though still learning to wield his blade, was eager to test his skills. While Lu Yulin verbally expressed his discontent, he instinctively pulled Long Yin behind him, saying, Do not hinder me. Do not overreach. If you can take on one, do not attempt to. Leave the rest to me. As Long Yin drew his black blade, he struck it heavily against the ground, the sound capturing Han Yufei's attention. Lu Yulin then shouted, You sneaky rat-like cowards hiding in the shadows, come forth and face me. At this moment, 12 figures emerged from the shadows. Wielding machetes, their serrated edges glinting ominously in the dim light, Lu Yulin enveloped his arms in source energy, resulting in the sudden appearance of razor-sharp claws. The energy coalesced around his arms, forming crescent-shaped blades on the outer sides. With a swift stride, he plunged into the throng. Ever since acquiring these gauntlets, the power of Lu Yulin's iron arm fist had vastly increased. Previously reluctant to confront blades directly, he now seized an entire sword with his claws and, with a powerful toss, sent the cloaked assailant crashing to the ground. Surrounded by a multitude of black-clad figures, Lu Yulin found himself at the center of their attention, while only a few made their way towards Long Yin. One among them, noticing Long Yin struggling to lift the fallen sword, mocked him, Ha ha ha, look at him! A sword cultivator who can't even hold a blade properly. Brothers, let me handle this fool while you deal with that man and woman over there. The other two, upon hearing this, laughed heartily as they approached Lei Yin and Han Yufei. Long Yin, undeterred by their taunts, charged forward with the sword in hand. Although his speed did not match Lu Yulin's, he had nonetheless achieved a similar pace to that of the black-clad adversaries. Just as one of the attackers was about to step forward, he felt an ominous gust at his back. Instinctively he turned, only to be met by Long Yin's blade, which he barely managed to deflect with his own. The impact sent him hurtling away, crashing into a distant wall before the remaining two black-clad figures stood aghast. Brothers, be cautious. He wields a heavy sword. The two opponents facing Long Yin reversed their blades, preparing to engage him with the serrated edges. Long Yin, aware of the gravity of the situation, remained vigilant. Although he had not practiced advanced combat techniques under Lei Yan's guidance, he drew upon his past experiences of chopping wood, which proved remarkably effective. For Lei Yin had taught him that brute force is surpassed only by skill, and skill by speed. Rather than obsessing over intricate techniques, he aimed to master a single strike to its fullest potential, its power and speed. As Han Yufei observed the confrontation between Lu Yulin and Long Yin, her eyes brightened, not due to the techniques displayed or the speed exhibited, but because they resolved their predicaments through the simplest, most efficient means, expending minimal time and energy. This was a hallmark of only the most formidable of warriors. Those of lesser skill often fixated on martial techniques, while the more accomplished sought the essence of simplicity and truth. Long Yin, while managing the onslaught of two opponents, found himself unable to conclude the fight quickly, yet remained unscathed. Meanwhile, Lu Yulin relished the opportunity to unleash his pent-up frustrations. akin to a cat infiltrating a mouse's den, relishing every moment. Seizing one adversary, he hurled them to the ground with force, sending another soaring through the air with a single strike. This seemingly simple maneuver proved exceedingly difficult to counter. Swift and precise, it was evident to all that while they could see the incoming blow, they could not withstand it, block it, or evade it. Those struck by Lu Yulin found themselves bloodied and howling. Their elegant blade techniques rendered insignificant against his lethal claws and the edges adorning his arms. As the skirmish commenced, the black-clad figures quickly realized they had encountered a formidable foe. Not hold back. Let us converge upon him. At once, 4 or 5 assailants launched an assault on Lu Yulin, their serrated blades clashing against his arm's defenses. Each strike landed solidly upon him, yet they failed to inflict any significant harm. However, as their numbers grew, the strain of defense began to show. Suddenly, a voice called out, capturing Lu Yulin's attention. "Step aside. I will handle this one." The black-clad figures halted their advance, stepping back and bowing in unison. "We greet you, Ninth Senior Brother." The Ninth Senior Brother of the Saw Blade sect emerged from the shadows, dual blades in hand, regarding Lu Yulin as though he were prey. "You are truly a pitiful lot." A group of 700 or 800 source energy practitioners unable to subdue a mere youth. How disgraceful. The crowd gradually retreated, leaving the arena for the Ninth Senior Brother. This young man possesses considerable skill. It seems you have only recently entered the human tier. Lu Yulin did not underestimate his opponent, scrutinizing his movements with keen eyes. "And what of it? You appear to be from the Saw Blade sect. Am I correct?" The Ninth Senior Brother, taken aback, inquired. "How did you discern that?" "I recall we did not disclose our sect affiliation." Lu Yulin remained silent, his gaze fixed warily on the Ninth Senior Brother. Instead of rushing to capture him, the Ninth Senior Brother continued, "Ah, my mind wanders. Surely Elder Wang of the Bounty Guild is aware of your presence. In no matter. You shall soon meet your end in your next life. Remember to be more cautious and avoid crossing paths with the Saw Blade sect." With that, the Ninth Senior Brother assumed a combat stance, his dual blades gleaming menacingly as he charged at Lu Yulin. The blades carved 2 arcs of cold light through the air, but Lu Yulin, no fool, sidestepped the attack. As the Ninth Senior Brother unleashed his spinning blades, an invisible force began to pull towards them. Lu Yulin harnessed his source energy to steady himself, deploying his dual-arm defense. Absent these gauntlets, his arm defense would have been merely a passive maneuver. Now, however, the blades adorning his arms not only enhanced his defensive capabilities, but also imbued him with formidable offensive power. In truth, he would not have dared to confront this attack without the gauntlet's enhancement. As the Ninth Senior Brother's spinning blades met Lu Yulin's arm defense, an invisible shockwave erupted, throwing the surrounding onlookers to the ground. Incredible! He can actually contend with the Ninth Senior Brother's dual spinning blades. Not only that, but look how steady he remains, completely unfazed. Even our Senior Brother could not achieve such stability. Those who had been toppled rose, astonished that this young man could hold his ground against their Ninth Senior Brother in the Saw Blade sect. Only a handful of elders and the sect leader could withstand the Ninth Senior Brother's dual spinning blades. And yet this individual had managed to do so, despite being significantly younger. After the clash, the Ninth Senior Brother stumbled back several steps upon landing, while Lu Yulin took a single step back to regain his balance. Han Yufei and Lei Yin observed everything unfold, and although they were not looking at each other, they spoke in unison, "He is one." Upon hearing each other's words, they exchanged smiles. The Ninth Senior Brother, having regained his footing, regarded Lu Yulin with an expression of disbelief. Chapter 60. A storm is brewing. The Ninth Senior Brother was somewhat astonished. After all, there were few in Yuehu City capable of withstanding his decade-long honed dual spinning blades. Yet, many had perished beneath their arc. Your source energy seems rather unrefined. You must have only recently entered the human tier, he remarked. I do not wish to kill you, if you would pledge your loyalty to me. Within my 9-blade brigade, you would stand just beneath me. Understand that my brigade is the largest within the Saw Blade sect, with the most abundant resources and benefits. Lu Yulin did not mask his disdain. Patting his thigh as he replied, "What a tempting offer. Perhaps if you try a bit harder, this leg might just agree. The ninth senior brother raised his blade, pointing it at Lu Yulin without reservation. You insolent wretch, my blade shows no mercy. Consider yourself fortunate I am sparing you today. With claws unsheathed, Lu Yulin charged at the ninth senior brother once more, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. The onlookers hastily retreated, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. As they withdrew, the ground was marred with deep grooves, some carved by the ninth senior brother's blade, others by Lu Yulin's claws, surrounding the fierce clash between the two combatants. An enigmatic aura gradually coalesced, as if an invisible breeze swept through, sharp as blades, deterring any from approaching. Zhu Yu, the ninth disciple of the Saw Blade sect, adept in the art of dual daggers and one of the three prodigies of the sect, had inherited the Master's bone-slicing techniques. He remained stagnant at the 5th level of the human realm for a decade. Although Lu Yulin, through sheer strength and endurance, managed to hold his ground against Zhu Yu, he found himself struggling against the latter's martial prowess. It was not the finesse of the techniques or the agility of the movements that posed a challenge. Rather, it was the inevitable depletion of his internal energy during the prolonged skirmish. Should that moment arise while Zhu Yu still possessed his source power, Lu Yulin knew he would be utterly defenseless against the dual spinning blades that had just threatened him. Lu Yulin pondered how to exploit a flaw in his opponent's defense. A fleeting lapse in concentration allowed Zhu Yu to unleash a lethal strike with his spinning blades aimed directly at Lu Yulin's face. Instinctively, Lu Yulin seized Zhu Yu's dual daggers with both hands, fortified by his gauntlets and source energy. Otherwise, that blow would have severed his hands. Zhu Yu attempted to extract the daggers from Lu Yulin's unyielding grip, but no matter how he strained, the blade seemed inexplicably adhered to Lu Yulin. Refusing to budge an inch. At that moment, Lu Yulin seized the opportunity. He sprang into the air and delivered a powerful kick to Zhu Yu's chest. Zhu Yu was forced to relinquish his hold and was sent flying backward. Fortunate to have allies who caught him, for otherwise, the force of his impact against a wall might have resulted in broken bones. Gasping for breath, Zhu Yu felt a constriction in his chest, as if a heavy pressure had settled upon him. When someone helped him to his feet, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and, once he regained his breath, exclaimed, "Cough, cough, damn it. How dare you injure your grandfather? You think you can show me disrespect? I'll let you off this time, but only today. If you wish to flee, do so quickly." As he spoke, he began to withdraw with his companions. Lu Yulin, incensed by Zhu Yu's arrogance, retorted to Long Yin, "This scoundrel, having lost, still dares to mock me." Just as Lu Yulin prepared to pursue, Long Yin restrained him, saying, "Let it go. We must not forget that we still need to escort Miss Han home. We cannot afford to be delayed." The two approached Lei Yin, appearing quite pleased with themselves. "So, what's the verdict, Brother Lei? I must say, engaging in a bit of exercise on this fine evening feels rather invigorating." Lei Yin thought to himself that, were it not for Miss Han's presence, he would certainly teach them a lesson for their hubris. "All right, since we've won, let us depart swiftly. The night is dark, and this is not a safe place to linger." As they walked, Lu Yulin continued to grumble, "I find the Saw Blade sect to be rather peculiar. We were just expelled from the inn, and scarcely had we turned a corner when we were ambushed, as though it had all been prearranged." Long Yin agreed. "Indeed, it feels as if they were waiting specifically for us." Upon reaching the next intersection, Lei Yin and Han Yufei abruptly halted. Lei Yin fixed his gaze on a shadowy figure, declaring, "If you've been waiting for us, then come forth." Chapter 61. Rising winds. Before Lu Yulin and Long Yin could fully comprehend the situation, Lei Yan's sudden words caused their previously relaxed demeanor to tighten once again. Emerging from an area where visibility was nearly non-existent were 6 figures. Unlike the black-clad, masked members of the Saw Blade sect, one among them seemed vaguely familiar to Lei Yin, though he struggled to place them. "Is that you, Homu?" he inquired, stepping forward. "Indeed, it is I, Homu. Today, you shall meet your end," he replied. Lei Yin pondered the day's unusual events. It seemed everyone was intent on causing them trouble. "Are you here looking for a fight?" Lei Yin asked, eliciting a hearty laugh from Ho Guan. "Ha ha ha, do not think that just because you triumphed over the Saw Blade sect's trash, you have become remarkable." Let me be frank. If you defeat the Saw Blade sect, we will be here to deal with you. If you lose, we will take care of them instead. As Homu unsheathed his sword, he commanded, "Fourth junior brother, do not waste words with them. A single strike will suffice. Those who dare to seize the treasures of the Yu Sword sect shall find only death awaits them." Ho Guan, obedient to his elder brother, clasped his hands in respect. "Elder brother, allow me to handle this insignificant foe alone." Homu nodded, having complete faith in his fourth junior brother, for they were renowned as the twin swords of the Yu Sword sect. With Homu being the foremost among the younger generation, as Lu Yulin moved to engage, Lei Yin held him back, saying, "You two just fought a battle. Stay behind to protect Miss Han. I will handle these individuals." Lu Yulin and Long Yin acquiesced and stepped back. Although Lei Yin had no intention of showcasing his martial skills, the incessant harassment from these petty individuals was becoming quite bothersome. With a desire to end the confrontation swiftly, Lei Yin gestured to Homu and Ho Guan, stating, "You two can come at me together. Facing you one at a time is far too cumbersome." Among the younger generation, none dared to confront the two of them alone. Lei Yin's words clearly belittled their prowess, igniting a furious response from Ho Guan, who unsheathed his sword and enveloped himself in a protective aura of source energy, the sword in his hand shimmering ominously. "Should you perish beneath my Gale Sword technique, consider it a blessing from your ancestors," Ho Guan declared, unleashing a flurry of source energy that formed numerous miniature swords aimed at Lei Yin from various angles. Such an attack would be unavoidable for most, yet for the unflinching Lei Yin, this was a first. With a disdainful smile, Ho Guan commanded the barrage of energy blades toward Lei Yin. Lei Yin was not being reckless. He simply believed that this level of source energy was insufficient to breach his defenses. He stood resolute, a mountain unmoved. The onslaught of energy swords met him like a gentle breeze against a cliff, causing no disturbance other than stirring up clouds of dust that blurred the air. Then came a cacophony of clangs as the dust settled. Homu, sensing something amiss, gripped his sword tightly, prepared to execute the Gale Sword technique. As the dust cleared, Ho Guan gazed in disbelief at Lei Yin, who remained unscathed. Since mastering the Gale Sword technique, no one had dared to confront him unarmed, yet today, he found himself astonished by the resilience of this individual. Upon witnessing Lei Yin's counter once more, Han Yufei felt a flicker of recognition, though she hesitated to voice it. "Junior brother, do not underestimate them. Combine your swords," Homu cautioned. Ho Guan, still somewhat reluctant, inquired, "Senior brother, is it truly necessary to employ the combined sword technique for such a trivial matter? You are being overly cautious." Although Ho Guan voiced his dissatisfaction, he nonetheless approached Homu's side. The other four also took their positions, drawing their swords to act as guardians for Homu and Ho Guan. Ho Guan manifested a colossal sword from his source energy, while Homu infused it with his source power. At that moment, the enormous sword in the air gleamed brilliantly, radiating an aura that seemed capable of cleaving mountains and splitting seas. Under the command of Homu and Ho Guan, the giant sword descended with the force of a mountain. Aimed directly at Lei Yin's head. In unison, both Homu and Ho Guan shouted, "Yu Lan Sword Technique." They channeled their entire source energy and power into this strike. This sword was so formidable that even the sect master of the Yu Sword sect would dare not confront it directly. Lu Yulin, Long Yin, and Han Yufei were eager to see how Lei Yin would counter this sword. Lu Yulin turned to Long Yin and said, "I bet you, Brother Lei could sever this giant sword with a single finger." Long Yin nodded in agreement but added, "Indeed, but I still believe Brother Lei could shatter this giant sword with a single punch." At that moment, the two of them turned in unison to look at Han Yufei. "Miss Han, what do you think?" Han Yufei chuckled at their wager. "You both have quite the faith in him. While I am unsure of how he will respond, I am confident he will emerge victorious." Lu Yulin and Long Yin joined her in laughter. As the colossal sword slowly descended towards Lei Yin, he remained utterly unfazed, showing no inclination to even shift his feet, nor did he cast a glance at the sword looming overhead. The members of the Yu Sword sect, witnessing Lei Yin's indifference, burst into glee. "Senior brother, fourth senior brother, look, he's too frightened to even move. Ha ha ha. Indeed, who amongst us has witnessed someone unfazed by the Yu Lan Sword technique?" One elder remarked, as a seasoned member of the sect, "I have only seen this technique used against the fools from the Saw Blade sect. Had it not been for their chief elder sacrificing himself to save Zhu Guwei, he would have long been slain by our senior brother and fourth senior brother's Yulan sword technique." Our dual swords of the Yu sword sect are indeed figures of prominence in Yuhu city. Ranking among the strongest, the four guardians of the Yu sword sect were full of admiration for their own Yulan sword technique. The gigantic sword was now poised just above Lei Yan's head, ready to strike in an instant. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Lei Yan vanished from his original position, leaving behind a deep ravine in the ground. The moment the giant sword was about to descend. Two anguished cries rang out, "Oh!" The members of the Yu sword sect assumed that Lei Yan had been cleaved in two, but when they turned to look at Homu and Hoguan, they were startled to find Lei Yan standing amidst them, while Homu and Hoguan lay defeated on the ground. Lei Yan had shown considerable restraint. Otherwise, Homu and Hoguan would have been dead. "Are you convinced?" Lei Yan scoffed disdainfully. The four members of the Yu sword sect rushed to assist the fallen Homu and Hoguan, their faces filled with righteous indignation. "Despicable coward! What kind of hero resorts to sneak attacks? You dare not face the sword techniques of the Yu sword sect directly, instead relying on underhanded tactics?" Lu Yulin and Long Yin, taken aback, couldn't help but find the situation amusing upon seeing the ravine before them. Han Yufei remarked thoughtfully, "Speed conquers strength. What remarkable skill!" Lu Yulin and Long Yin appeared to grasp the meaning, nodding as they contemplated Lei Yan's earlier move. Lei Yan dealt with the four disciples of the Yu sword sect efficiently. Although he spared their lives, he shattered their source hearts with a single strike. Despite not being a killer by nature, he made it clear that not just anyone could provoke him. A stern warning was necessary to prevent any petty individuals from overstepping their bounds. Initially, the Yu sword sect had hoped to profit from the situation between the Saw Blade sect and Lei Yan, believing that by eliminating one side, they could gain an advantage. However, to their dismay, the Saw Blade sect was utterly defeated, and the Yu sword sect faced a complete rout, even their prideful Yulan sword technique being so easily dismissed by Lei Yan. Chapter 62. A storm is brewing. In contrast to Lu Yulin and Long Yin, Lei Yan's actions were notably swift and decisive, incapacitating the Yu sword sect in mere moments. This was not merely a matter of strength. It also reflected a clear understanding of the dynamics of power. Having trained with his grandfather since childhood, Lei Yan had mastered the art of surprise attacks, catching opponents off guard. Under the careful guidance of Lei Mo over the past decade, Lei Yan's prowess far exceeded that of an ordinary peak Earth Saint, let alone those he regarded as insignificant. After dispatching the group, Lei Yan resumed his journey to escort Han Yufei back to the inn, seemingly unperturbed by the earlier encounter. Despite the darkness of night, the four of them engaged in lively conversation, entirely unaffected by the ambush they had just experienced. Although the distance was not long, the two ambushes had caused the night to grow deep. They arrived at the inn where Han Yufei was staying, and just as Lei Yan and the others prepared to leave, Han Yufei insisted on their stay. Eventually, Lei Yan was compelled by Lu Yulin and Long Yin to remain at Han Yufei's inn. Han Yufei made arrangements for the three of them, providing the best accommodations, hot water, and meals available. The following morning, as per their usual routine, the three of them rose early. This was a regimen established by Lei Yan, requiring them to wake before dawn each day to complete 1,000 repetitions of strength training and speed drills. It was their first experience wearing such heavy black armor for training. They were accustomed to using Lei Yan's lightweight black silk armor for strength training. However, upon donning it themselves, they were taken aback by its weight, and after merely 300 repetitions, they found themselves utterly exhausted. By this time, dawn had broken, and the three of them busied themselves with their training. Upon seeing the trio drenched in sweat, the innkeeper couldn't help but express his admiration. "Young masters, your diligence is commendable. I haven't seen such dedication in many years." The three of them, upon noticing the innkeeper approaching with a bucket of clean water, bowed respectfully. "Thank you, uncle. We have no talent or connections, and can only rely on such humble methods to avoid falling too far behind our peers." After the innkeeper set down the water, the third brother brought over 3 empty wooden basins. He casually picked up Lei Yan's black silk armor, folded it neatly, and set it aside. After washing his face, Lei Yin glanced at the neatly folded armor in surprise. Third brother, did you fold this? The third brother nodded, assuming Lei Yin disliked strangers touching his belongings. Young Master Lei, I noticed your armor was lying there. And thinking you would want to wear it, I folded it for you. Rest assured, I did not damage or dirty it. Lei Yin waved his hand dismissively and said, Third brother, that is not my point. It is merely a piece of armor. I was just curious how you managed to lift it. The third brother looked puzzled and thought it was quite normal to lift it, of course. Young Master Lei, what's wrong? Lei Yin forced a smile and replied, It's nothing, just a casual inquiry. A subtle scent of snowflakes wafted through the air, refreshing and soothing, gradually dispelling the heat within him. Greetings to the young lady. The innkeeper and the third brother knelt on one knee, clasping their fists in salute. Han Yufei, clad in a simple silk gown, had her hair cascading naturally down her back, though she wore no makeup. Her innate elegance shone through even more. Her every gesture resembled that of a charming young girl next door, with a grace that felt like a gentle spring breeze, evoking a sense of longing. Third brother, go check if young Master Lei has awoken, and if the water is ready. As Han Yufei made her way to the courtyard, she pushed open the door and saw Lei Yin and the others preparing to bow in greeting. Suddenly, she exclaimed, Ah, third brother, you should have told me. The innkeeper and the third brother scurried back inside to prepare breakfast, leaving Lei Yin alone in the courtyard. After washing up, Lei Yin gently knocked on Han Yufei's door. Miss Han, I did not intend to startle you this morning. I simply did not expect to uncover such an endearing side beneath your refined exterior. I sincerely apologize. Please come out. We must eat first. Lei Yin waited for quite a while at Han Yufei's door, holding the meal, and just as he thought the food would grow cold, the door opened a crack, and a delicate hand, as pure as jade, reached out to take the meal from him. Seeing that Han Yufei had not let her anger prevent her from eating, Lei Yin felt relieved. After they finished their meal, Lei Yin sat cross-legged in the courtyard. Beginning to cultivate his source particles, Long Yin practiced his sword strikes against the air, while Lu Yulin nurtured a fire rhinoceros with his source energy. Han Yufei emerged from her room only after everyone had completed their lunch. Upon seeing her, Lei Yin and the others acted as if they had committed a grave error, rushing forward to bow respectfully. In truth, Han Yufei felt regret for not having groomed herself properly that morning when Lei Yin had seen her without any adornment. However, Lei Yin mistakenly believed he had offended her. Young Master Lei, about this morning, Lei Yin hurriedly interjected, Yes, we were indeed impetuous this morning. We are simply unaccustomed to such decorum. Please do not take offense. Miss Han, I stand here to offer my apologies. As soon as the words left my lips, the three bowed deeply to Han Yufei in contrition. At that moment, Han Yufei realized the misunderstanding. Thus, she chose to graciously forgive their blunder. It is quite all right. I am not some hideous creature to be shunned. Lu Yulin hastily interjected to lighten the mood. Indeed, our young lady is as beautiful as a celestial being. When I think of beauty, she is the first to come to mind, Long Yin fervently added. How can a single word like beauty truly encapsulate our young lady? That is rather superficial. Han Yufei chuckled softly, covering her face, causing everyone to feel as if the clouds had parted to reveal the clear sky. Do you all rise this early every morning? Lei Yin nodded, confirming that indeed, this had been his habit for over a decade, now also adopted by Lu Yulin and Long Yin. Yes, we've grown accustomed to it, Han Yufei remarked, clasping her hands behind her back like a neighborly girl inquiring, What do you practice? Show me. Lei Yin then meticulously introduced the trio's morning training regimen to Han Yufei. Despite her status as the Ice King with unparalleled wisdom and intellect, she was nonetheless quite astonished by Lei Yin's methods, particularly regarding the foundational aspects of their training. In this era, few seemed to value such principles. Most sects and noble families opted for shortcuts, relying on elixirs, armor, and weapons, elements meant to embellish their prowess, yet sadly, many had mistaken them for the very foundation of their strength. You two are truly fortunate to have young Master Lei's guidance. Long Yin queried, puzzled. Fortunate? Long Yin did not question Lei Yin's capabilities, but was simply uncertain of what this fortune entailed. To him, Lei Yin was someone he deeply respected. Aside from some improvements in strength, speed, and endurance, He had yet to see any significant outcomes. Han Yufei mused that perhaps foolish individuals were blessed in their own way and proceeded to elucidate the benefits and value of Lei Yan's training methods. Lu Yulin found her words unbelievable, exclaiming, "Miss Han, we are but Na'vi souls. Do not deceive us. The methods taught by Brother Lei are of value. If merely moving stones could yield fortune, we would have done so long ago. You just claimed these methods could be worth the entirety of the northern borders of Yun country. Doesn't that seem a tad exaggerated?" Understanding their skepticism, Han Yufei replied, "It matters not. I merely share my insights." "What realm of martial arts are you currently practicing?" Lu Yulin proudly raised his arm, showcasing his muscular biceps. "I'm training in the Iron Arm Fist, which appears to be a first-grade human-level martial art." Han Yufei turned to Lei Yin, as if to say, "Look at your miserly demeanor. I find it unappealing. Why do you not teach them martial arts? Merely focusing on foundational training, do you expect them to reach enlightenment in physical cultivation?" Lei Yin hesitated, not out of unwillingness to impart his family's martial arts, but due to concerns over potential consequences. "It's not that. I simply haven't decided which martial art they should study or have yet to find one suitable for them. By the way, Miss Han, being well-versed, perhaps you could recommend a martial art at that moment." Lu Yulin and Long Yin widened their eyes in unison, believing Han Yufei might indeed provide a satisfactory answer. Chapter 63. A storm is brewing. Although Han Yufei could somewhat guess the many concerns and secrets Lei Yin harbored, after much contemplation, she opted to assist him. Lu Yulin had already undergone Source Beast transformation, so she decided to approach it from that angle. Long Yin was constantly practicing his swordplay, evidently aspiring to attain enlightenment through the blade. "Very well, since your brother Lei is facing difficulties, I shall offer guidance to both of you." The group initially thought it a jest, yet they were surprised to find Han Yufei genuinely intent on instructing them. Particularly, her seemingly delicate demeanor made it hard to associate her with martial arts. Lei Yin, however, still held some trust in Han Yufei, and upon realizing her sincerity, he respectfully clasped his hands together and said, "I appreciate your efforts, Miss Han." "Humph." Han Yufei pointed at Lu Yulin and Long Yin, casting a disdainful glance at Lei Yin. I cannot instruct you. I am referring to these two." Lei Yin maintained a cordial smile, fearful of inciting the young lady's ire. Han Yufei shared the method of Source Beast transformation with Lu Yulin, while also explaining what it meant to be a Source Beast master. Despite Lei Yin's intelligence, he fell short in terms of breadth of knowledge compared to Han Yufei. What had once seemed like an unremarkable Source Beast master became clear through her explanation. Source Beast masters convert the abilities of extraordinary beasts into their own, with the extent of conversion dependent on the beast's rank and the master's cultivation level. For instance, as Lu Yulin was at the human level, he could only convert 10% of a Source Beast's abilities for his own use. Naturally, the amount of source power or ability possessed by the extraordinary beast was dictated by the beast itself. Lu Yulin demonstrated his Iron Arm Fist in its entirety. While it was a first-grade human-level martial art, his execution amplified its potency significantly. After observing Lu Yulin's performance, Han Yufei thoughtfully remarked, "Although this martial art is of a lower tier, it is evident that you have mastered it exquisitely. In my opinion, there exists a sect on the mainland known as the Illusory Beast Sect, whose martial arts would suit you quite well." Internally, Lu Yulin was reluctant to join another sect for a simple reason. He wished only to follow Lei Yin. If he were to enter the Illusory Beast Sect, it would mean parting ways with Lei Yan. Lu Yulin had sworn an oath to follow Lei Yin to the ends of the earth and was no fickle man. Though he was loath to admit it, he understood Han Yufei's words held weight. The resources for cultivation had been monopolized by major factions. Without aligning with these powers, his cultivation would inevitably stagnate, leading to a series of ensuing issues. While Lu Yulin was hesitant to oppose Han Yufei, he genuinely sought her counsel. "Is there truly no other way aside from joining a sect, Miss Han? Must one align with a noble family?" After a moment of contemplation, Han Yufei instructed the leader to retrieve a martial arts manual from their belongings and hand it to Lu Yulin. Though this manual was merely a technique for footwork, it would serve as a much-needed supplement in that area for him. Lu Yulin took the manual and gazed at it, the four bold characters gleaming. Wavestrider technique. The first page read, The wind follows the waves. A single step spans 1,000 miles. The surging tides crash against the shore. With a palm, mountains may be cleft. The wave strider technique, Han Yufei elucidated. This is a martial art from the Azure Water Palace. And I obtained it by chance. You may practice it as you wished. Lu Yulin beamed at Han Yufei, grinning foolishly. Long Yin rubbed his hands together, eagerly looking at Han Yufei. Hee, what about me, Miss Han? What about me? Han Yufei seized the knife from Long Yan's hands, examining it closely. The trio had not noticed that she could effortlessly handle such a hefty blade. This knife appears to be a 6th-grade black gold saber. It likely belonged to the leader of some sect. How did you come by it? The knife had originally been seized from the Handsome Blade Gang, so they were unaware of its former owner. Lei Yin recounted the tale of acquiring the blade, and Han Yufei nodded in agreement, believing that, at least from her perspective, the vendetta against Long Yan's father should be left for him to resolve personally. Leader, go summon the third brother to pass on his martial arts to young Master Long. The leader complied with Han Yufei's instructions, sending for the third brother to impart the technique to Long Yan. When Long Yan faced the third brother, he bowed respectfully. Third uncle, thank you for teaching me the martial arts. The third brother awkwardly scratched his head, hastily helping Long Yan up. Young Master Long, you flatter me. I merely learned from others. This set of techniques is called the 4-slash technique. Please use the blade as you will. Long Yan reverently offered the knife, saying, I appreciate it, third uncle, upon receiving the knife. The third brother executed a single initial movement, and a thick swirl of source particles enveloped him, creating an invisible barrier in the air around him. 4-slash technique, first form. Swift blade form, swift as the wind. Quick as lightning. Before the blade arrives, the force is already there. Before the attack comes, the intent precedes it in a flash. The third brother moved so swiftly that even Long Yin had no time to react. The back of the knife grazed in front of him. Only after the third brother halted did Long Yin instinctively touch the spot where he had been cut. Remarkably fast, Long Yin exclaimed. Astonishment rendering him nearly speechless, his voice trembling, not from fear, but from excitement. 4-slash technique, second form. Release form. The knife spun rapidly in the third brother's hand, the speed generating a whirlwind around him. Accompanied by a hissing sound of the wind, the third brother aimed at a distant rock formation and effortlessly hurled the rapidly spinning blade. The knife sliced through the air, cleaving everything in its path. And just as Long Yin marveled at the spectacle, the third brother conjured a visibly distinct line of source energy, ensnaring the airborne blade and instantly returning it to his grasp. The sight of this maneuver left Long Yin astounded. And even Lei Yin and Lu Yulin beside him widened their eyes, displaying expressions of shock. The third form of the 4-slash sword technique, the falling slash, saw the blade, after dancing through the air, return to the hands of old third. It continued to circulate its source energy, enveloping the blade, which then fused into the sword's body. The very moment the source energy merged with the blade. A current of air formed beside old third, following his movements as he executed a slash, the current transforming into a blade that descended from the sky upon the ground. A deep chasm suddenly appeared before the onlookers, leaving Lei Yin momentarily dazzled as he murmured softly, "It's actually the blade Qi." Although he spoke in a hushed tone, it was not difficult for Han Yufei, with her cultivation prowess, to hear him clearly. Does young Master Lei recognize this sword technique? While he referred to it as a sword technique, he was indeed alluding to the blade Qi. Lei Yin, regaining his composure, turned to Han Yufei and said, "Indeed, this sword technique is truly astonishing. I've gained a new perspective today." Han Yufei replied with a light laugh, Young Master Lei need not belittle himself. This sword technique is merely an ordinary one among the Northern Region's army. If we were to discuss its rank, it is but a 4th-tier martial skill." Upon hearing this, Lei Yin was even more astonished. If it were merely a 4th-tier martial skill, then Old Third's prowess was indeed extraordinary. Capable of enhancing the technique's power to such an extent, it reminded him of his grandfather's words. When one's strength reaches a sufficient level, even a casual strike can become the mightiest martial skill. Today, he had truly witnessed this firsthand. The 4th form of the 4-slash sword technique, the general slash, differed from the previous 3. This form integrated all prior moves into a single strike. 10 steps to kill a man. 100 steps to slay an enemy general. The blades circled around him, guided by source energy, allowing him to wield it with effortless grace in the air. Were it not for witnessing it with his own eyes, he would never have believed such a remarkable skill was merely a fourth-tier martial skill. After imparting the 4/sword technique to Long Yin, Old Third expressed his profound gratitude, bowing deeply to both Old Third and Han Yufei. Han Yufei then turned and playfully asked Lei Yin, "And what about you?" Lei Yin smiled slightly, his lips curling upwards, and replied softly, "Thank you. I wouldn't dare trouble Miss Ha and I in the early hours of the morning." Everyone gathered in the backyard. Although Han Yufei had only casually mentioned a few words, providing Lu Yulin with the movement technique and Long Yin with the sword technique, the enhancements brought to both were immense, tailored to their needs. While the two were still practicing, Han Yufei furrowed her brow, displaying a hint of impatience as she addressed Oldest. "A group of bothersome pests has arrived outside. Come with me to take a look." Lei Yin, oblivious to Han Yufei and Oldest's departure, remained beside Lu Yulin and Long Yin, assisting them with their newly acquired martial skills, while Old Third also offered guidance to Long Yin. Han Yufei donned a veil and made her way to the front of the inn, where Oldest was seated, sipping tea that he had brewed. Just as she took a sip, members of the Yuejian sect and the Saw Sword sect arrived at the entrance of Han Yufei's inn. The sect master of Yuejian, Ho Wang, led his disciples to the inn, while the master of Saw Sword, Zhu Tan, similarly brought his disciples along. The two sects were like fire and water, their blades poised for conflict as they faced each other outside the inn. At that moment, Han Yufei, resembling a celestial being, exuded an ethereal elegance as she approached the entrance, captivating everyone with her undeniable beauty, causing swords and blades to lower in their hands. Why do the two esteemed sect masters draw swords against each other in such a manner? Zhu Tan, upon seeing such a beautiful woman, was mesmerized, his eyes gleaming, unable to contain his salivation, his mouth slightly agape, especially given his corpulent physique, which was nauseating to behold. When did such a stunning woman appear in Yuehu City? I had no knowledge of it. Ho Wang sneered disdainfully, pointing at Zhu Tan and taunting, "Humph, a pig is still a pig. Such a beautiful woman is a distinguished guest of my Yuejian sect. Naturally, you would be unaware." Though the two exchanged constant jibes, their gazes never strayed from Han Yufei, particularly captivated by the unique aura she radiated, far beyond that of an ordinary woman, coupled with a faint, enchanting fragrance that rendered those present utterly spellbound. While Han Yufei maintained an outward calm, internally she was repulsed, feeling that conversing with such individuals was an affront to her dignity. "Might I inquire what brings the two esteemed sect masters here today? Are you truly intent on threatening a delicate woman like myself with your blades?" Zhu Tan and Ho Wang quickly sheathed their weapons, their lascivious expressions fixated on Han Yufei, especially after she adopted a demure demeanor, awakening a primal desire to conquer within both men. Oldest, witnessing these individuals, was already seething with rage. How dare they display such disrespect towards the ruler of the northern region? Such behavior warranted 1,000 cuts for their insolence. Han Yufei continued to provoke the two, gracefully running a jade hand through her hair, saying, as a humble girl, "I initially sought to find the strongest individual in Yuehu City to act as my support. However, being new here, I am unaware of who holds the reins of power, so I might personally pay a visit and share a cup of fine wine for a discussion, seeking some form of backing." Zhu Tan, eager to assert his dominance, pointed to himself, speaking in a gruff voice, "That's no trouble at all. The strongest in Yuehu City is undoubtedly me, and I am the one who rules this city. If the lady expresses her wishes, I would gladly offer anything." Ho Wang, filled with ire, shoved the corpulent Zhu Tan aside, clasping his hands and stating, "Do not panic, my lady. The words of such a lecherous scoundrel are utterly untrustworthy. My Yuejian sect is a reputable orthodox sect and the only one in Yuehu City collaborating with the Yun Kingdom's government in terms of strength. My Yuejian sect stands unrivaled. If you merely nod, the future of Yuehu City shall be in your hands." Han Yufei covered her face and chuckled lightly, further enchanting the two men. "Oh, so, you are indeed the foremost sect in Yuehu City. How impressive. Dear lady. Before Han Yufei could finish her sentence, Zhu Tan, impatient, interrupted, wait a moment. When did your insignificant Yuejian sect become the foremost sect in Yuehu City? A few years ago, you were utterly defeated, your sword shattered. What face do you have to claim such a title? Among my disciples, which one has not bested your meager sect? Ho Wang, unwilling to yield, retorted sarcastically, Oh, I wonder which gluttonous pig's brother foolishly challenged my disciple to a duel, only to be slain on the spot. Not long ago, we decimated 9 of your pig sect's disciples, leaving only 3 barely alive, and yet you still have the audacity to challenge my Yuejian sect. How shameless! Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Saw Sword sect drew their saw blades, ready to avenge their fallen comrades. At that moment, Han Yufei, sensing the tension between the two factions was slightly lacking, turned to Zhu Tan and continued, Brother Pig, why are you so useless? I think I shall choose the sword sect. Though the blade sect is appealing, it is prone to bullying. Ho Wang beamed with delight upon hearing this. Reaching out to embrace Han Yufei, Zhu Tan, unwilling to tolerate the situation, saw his woman slipping away and, filled with rage, drew his massive saw blade, swinging it towards Ho Wang. Little beauty, step back. Today, I shall annihilate your puny sword sect. Ho Wang, sensing the impending danger, drew his sword to meet the incoming blade, the clash of metal producing bursts of energy that resonated through the air. Han Yufei retreated indoors, observing the fierce confrontation between the two factions. Oldest, noticing that these so-called sect masters were merely at the pinnacle of the gathering source realm, realized that eliminating them would be a trivial matter. Why then, he wondered, was the Ice King expending so much breath? Miss, perhaps I should just deal with them. Han Yufei sipped her tea and replied, It's fine. Let them fight for now. These two sects have already disgraced young Master Lei, and they are as good as dead in my eyes. This is merely a show for their amusement. At that moment, the Lord of Yuehu City, riding a cloud leopard and wielding a shining silver snowflake spear, arrived with the guards of the city lord's mansion to halt the skirmish between the two factions. When Han Yufei recognized the approaching figure, she frowned slightly, not from fear, but from recognition. The Lord of Yuehu City had participated in a war between the Yun Kingdom and the northern region a few years prior. Reputed as the only one to survive the hands of the 7-star generals from the south. Known for his keen insight in military strategy, he was called the Silver Spear, shocking the heavenly abyss. Wu Shanxing dismounted from the cloud leopard, exuding an air of authority as he approached Zhu Tan and Ho Wang, reprimanding them. Old Zhu, old Ho, you two are well into your years. As sect masters, is it fitting to brawl in the streets? Zhu Tan sheathed his blade, responding bluntly, Old Wu, I'll spare him today out of respect for you. Ho Wang chimed in, Old Wu, step aside. I shall slay this rogue with a single strike. As Ho Wang spoke, he raised his sword to attack, only to be blocked by Wu Shanxing's silver spear. Enough. It's year-end, and I've spent more time dealing with your sects than on my duties. The documents I need to send to Baiyun City remain untouched, so do me a favor and cease this bickering. Under the persuasion of Wu Shanxing, both parties retreated, initially intending to confront Lei Yan, yet were effortlessly dissuaded by Han Yufei's few words of subtle manipulation. Chapter 65. The winds rise and clouds gather as the two parties return to their respective sects. An unsettling realization dawned upon them. They had set out to confront the thieves of the Source Essence, or only to find themselves engaged in a quarrel with their mortal enemies. Yet, the mere thought of Han Yufei ignited a desire within them, compelling them to wish for her presence in their beds as a means of fulfillment. Zhu Gui of the Saw Blade sect returned, bearing the financial accounts for the year. A maidservant attending to Zhu Tan entered and inquired, Master, the senior brother has returned. Would you like to see him? Zhu Tan, aflame with desire, momentarily halted his intentions to pull the maid over, only to stop upon hearing her words, Oh, Guer has returned. Let him in. The maid, seemingly accustomed to the circumstances, complied. However, it was worth noting that not a single young woman within the Saw Blade sect dared to extend her hand towards Zhu Tan. Zhu Gui entered, carrying the accounts of the Saw Blade sect. Master, here are the accounts meticulously organized by this year's accountant. Our revenues have been quite satisfactory, exceeding 3 million gold tickets, of which 1 million. Zhu Gui's words were abruptly interrupted by Zhu Tan. Gui'er, these accounts are merely a repetition of what we already know. There is little to discuss. You must not neglect your cultivation during your time away from the sect. Your strength should not falter. Zhu Gui nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, master. Rest assured, even in your absence, Zhu Run and Zhu Yu are more than capable of managing matters concerning Yujian sect. You all, having grown up without parents under my care. I have confidence in your abilities. However, I have learned that Zhu Yu was injured recently. I think it prudent for you to investigate. Upon hearing this, Zhu Gui's first thought was whether any of the younger generation from Yujian sect could match his ninth brother's twin spiral blade technique. If he had been injured, it was undoubtedly at the hands of some elder from Yujian sect, who harmed my ninth brother. We cannot allow this grievance to go unavenged. Zhu Tan nodded and motioned for Zhu Gui to sit. This time, it was not Yujian sect, but rather an unknown assailant who not only stole our source essence, but also injured Zhu Yu. I want you to issue a challenge to restore the honor of the Saw Blade sect. Zhu Gui rose to one knee, clasping his fists in salute. Master, fret not. The honor of the Saw Blade sect shall not be tarnished. I shall issue the challenge at once. With that, he exited. Zhu Tan originally came to Yu Lake City with his master to establish their sect. A century ago, Yu Lake City was teeming with sects, yet through Zhu Tan's prowess and swordsmanship, he managed to gain a foothold. However, when fame and wealth dangled before him, his true nature emerged, leading him to eliminate his own master and mistress, seize control of the Saw Blade sect, and slaughter those who resisted. From that moment on, the Saw Blade sect became Zhu Tan's personal domain. He was notorious for his insatiable lust, particularly for women, earning him the reputation of a glutton in carnal desires. His 9 disciples were the offspring of countless women he had assaulted, and those who resisted were exterminated along with their families. Over the years, the number of women tainted by Zhu Tan is countless. It was not uncommon for him to indulge in 2 or 3 a day, each year presenting a different selection. Nevertheless, his 9 disciples proved themselves adept, elevating his bone-cutting blade technique to new heights. It could be said that half of Yu Lake City's industries were built by these 9 disciples. Although Zhu Tan had taken many disciples over the years, none matched the initial 9 in strength and talent. However, after years of strife, only 3 remained: Zhu Gui, Zhu Run, and Zhu Yu, celebrated as the 3 champions of the Saw Blade sect, each having mastered the bone-cutting blade technique and innovated their unique skills. Zhu Gui wielded the spinning blade, Zhu Run the heavy blade slash, and Zhu Yu the twin spiral blade, making them formidable opponents in Yu Lake City. Within the Grand Hall of Yujian sect, Ho Wang had just returned to find Ho Mu and Ho Guan awaiting him. Master, how did the situation unfold? Ho Mu inquired first, pressing a hand to his aching chest. Lei Yan's strike had indeed inflicted significant injuries on both Ho Mu and Ho Guan, and the sect's physician was unable to heal them swiftly. According to the physician, Lei Yan had held nothing back, but considering his abilities, it was evident that he had shown restraint. Ho Mu and Ho Guan had been adopted into Ho Wang's family. Years prior, when Ho Wang's 2 daughters had just wed, they had been abducted by Zhu Tan of the Saw Blade sect and tortured for 7 days. When Ho Wang redeemed them, they were barely alive. Having lost consciousness, upon returning to the sect, Ho Wang exhausted the family's resources but could not revive the 2 women. Ho Mu and Ho Guan, adopting the surname Ho, dedicated themselves to rigorous training, vowing to exact vengeance on the Saw Blade sect for their women's suffering. Ho Wang, a man of greed and lust, was notoriously difficult to please, and gaining his personal sword techniques was akin to scaling a mountain. However, over the past decade, it was Ho Mu and Ho Guan's relentless battles against the Saw Blade sect that had compelled Ho Wang to impart his Yulan sword technique to them. Historically, Yujian sect had been a prominent sect in Yu Lake City for over a century, offering the populace 3 paths: to join Yujian sect, to join Saw Blade sect, or to participate in the annual imperial examinations. Beyond these, there were no alternatives. Particularly in recent decades, the sudden rise of a small sect amidst countless sect battles had allowed it to survive and stand toe-to-toe with Yujian sect, claiming half of the city's industries, leading to a generational bloodbath among the sections. Had it not been for Wu Shanxing's intervention, the conflict between Yujian and Saw Blade would have escalated further. Ho Wang brought over a medicinal concoction, feeding it to Homu and Hoguan while saying, "Good children, let us focus on your recovery. Yu Jin sect will need you both in the future." Homu, touched, replied, "Master, rest assured, until the Saw Blade sect is annihilated, I shall not consider it vengeance for Year and Lure." Ho Wang, without further ado, rose and commanded, "Bring forth the challenge." The enmity between the two sects had reached a point of no return. Had it not been for the mediation of Wushan Xing, Yu Lake City would have been reduced to ruins. Both sects swiftly prepared their challenge letters. Chapter 66. The winds rise and clouds gather after Wushan Xing dismissed the members of both sects. He mounted his cloud leopard, preparing to return to the Lord's residence. Han Yufei, having hidden in an inn, had not witnessed their exchange, leaving only the eldest to contend with the people of the Lord's residence. As soon as Han Yufei returned to her room, Lei Yin entered, concern evident in his voice. After such a significant incident, how could you venture out alone? It was exceedingly perilous. There was a hint of resentment in Lei Yan's tone, but it was clear that his words were laced with care and apprehension. Han Yufei rose and removed her veil, asking, "Shall I prepare the icy crystal tea from last time?" Lei Yin was indifferent to the beverage. His mind preoccupied with the events on the main street, and he continued, "Did you hear what I said? As a girl, you ought to be more cautious. Look at how other young women react in danger. They hide away. Yet you, when faced with peril, charge headlong into it." Han Yufei felt a rush of happiness at Lei Yan's unexpected concern. Her fair complexion flushed with a rosy hue as she playfully replied, "Oh, I understand. Whatever you say goes, I won't rush forward anymore." Seeing that Han Yufei was unharmed, Lei Yin settled into a nearby seat and poured himself a cup of water. Han Yufei, with a mischievous expression, leaned on the table and inquired, "Why are you so anxious?" "Those people cannot harm me." Lei Yin, uncertain of why he felt so uneasy, recognized one undeniable truth. Had anyone even touched a hair on Han Yufei's head, he would have razed Yu Lake City to the ground. "You say that, but it would be too late by then. I felt a chill just hearing my uncle's account in that moment." Han Yufei understood that Lei Yan's concern was genuine, devoid of ulterior motives. It was pure. This was precisely what she desired. A heart that was clean and wholly devoted to her. "Why do you care so much for my safety?" In a moment of hesitation, Lei Yin found himself at a loss for words when questioned, only to later realize that he seemed to lack a solid justification for his stance. The matter was quite straightforward. "My promise to you is to ensure your safety. Is it not already agreed upon?" Lei Yan's heart raced, reminiscent of the nervousness one feels when telling a lie for the first time. At that moment, twilight had only just begun to settle in, and the faint wisps of smoke from cooking fires curled into the air, creating a rare occasion for everyone to gather together. The second and third brothers had prepared the meal, and all sat around the table while the eldest poured the wine. As the wine jug was placed next to Lei Yin, he quickly stood up, holding the cup, and said, "Uncle, I do not drink." Since becoming acquainted with Lei Yin and the other two, the eldest had taken to treating Lei Yin as a close friend despite their age difference. "Little Lei, how can a grown man be so fussy? A man who does not drink is unworthy of walking the earth," he chided. Lei Yin offered an awkward smile and replied, "Uncle, I truly cannot drink." Han Yufei cleared her throat twice. It was then that the eldest realized he may have been somewhat presumptuous and promptly knelt on one knee, saying, "Young Master Lei, the old servant often babbles when intoxicated. Please do not take offense. You are magnanimous, so do not hold a grudge against this old servant." Lei Yin hastily set his cup down, unable to fathom the gravity of the situation. He too knelt on one knee and urged, "Uncle, please rise. You are making me uncomfortable." The eldest refused to stand, and Han Yufei coldly inquired, "In our northern domain, what is the punishment for disrespecting one's superiors?" Without hesitation, the eldest replied, "Those who disrespect their superiors shall face execution as a public example." Han Yufei took a sip of her drink and fell silent. This scene indeed astonished Lei Yin, who thought to himself, "It is merely a cup of wine. Why such severity?" "Oh, uncle, Han girl, it is not that serious. It is just a cup of wine. Why must it come to this? After all, you have protected me throughout this journey. Even if there are no merits, there has been hardship," he implored. The eldest quickly admitted his fault. saying, "It is the old servant's error for offending young Master Lei and the esteemed guest, and thus I ought to pay with my life, die in death. I only ask that young Master Lei ensures the safety of the young lady on her return to the northern domain, so that my loyalty is not in vain." Seeing the eldest draw a dagger from his bosom in an attempt to take his own life as an apology, Lei Yin immediately employed the Thunderbolt's 6 styles, directing a surge of power that severed the dagger from the elder's hand. "Han girl, please do not do this. It is a rare occasion for us to gather and share a meal. Why must it come to such extremes? I beseech you." Han Yufei, with her large eyes, looked at the eldest with disdain and said, "Since young Master Lei has spoken, you need not die. Consider this a lesson. From now on, treat young Master Lei as you treat me." The eldest, second, and third brothers all knelt, clasping their fists and bowing in unison, saying, "We are grateful for young Master Lei's mercy, and we thank the young lady for her grace." Lei Yin quickly helped them up, and they resumed their meal, while Lu Yulin and Long Yin ate heartily, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Gently tugging at Han Yufei's sleeve, Lei Yin leaned in and whispered, "Han girl, are you always this willful at home?" Han Yufei lowered her head, shyly replying, "Not at all. It is not as you imagine. There are national laws above and family rules below. I have no choice in the matter. So do not misunderstand." Lei Yin caught a whiff of a faint, delightful fragrance emanating from Han Yufei, which was so enchanting it made him unwittingly captivated by the sensation. "It is nothing. I merely asked out of curiosity. Is it permissible in the northern domain to execute one's own servants at will?" Han Yufei lowered her voice, appearing like a contrite young girl, gazing at Lei Yin with a pitiful expression. "Do you think I am too harsh?" As Lei Yin noticed the tears welling in her eyes, he quickly comforted her. "Oh no, it is nothing. I was merely curious. Please do not be upset. I was wrong to ask." "You must not be angry. Do not see her wide out of tea that moment." Han Yufei suddenly burst into laughter. "Hee, it is good that you recognize your mistake. Let us see if you dare to scold me again." Seeing Han Yufei teasing him, Lei Yin chuckled in response to, "As long as you are not angry, that is all that matters. However, there is something I am quite concerned about." The others paid no heed to the quiet exchange between Han Yufei and Lei Yin. As the atmosphere around them was filled with cheerful laughter, Han Yufei took a sip from her cup and curiously asked, "What could possibly worry you? I am quite intrigued." Lei Yin poured himself a cup of tea and replied, "It is those troublemakers who sought us out today. They have been in Yuehu City for more than just a day or two, and they will not simply relent because of a few of your words." Han Yufei dismissed the notion of such lowly scoundrels, stating that if she were angered, with a mere wave of her hand, she could level all of Yuehu City to the ground. "Pfft, I do not care. What is there to fear from those two? Do not worry. I will protect you," she declared. Han Yufei spoke sincerely, for the individuals capable of instilling fear in her were ones she wished to encounter. This, however, provoked a laugh from Lei Yin. "Oh dear young lady, have you forgotten your own words from not long ago? I warned you to not rush forward in the face of danger. How quickly you seem to have forgotten." Chapter 67. A storm brewing in the city lord's mansion. The butler, He Huai, pushed open the door to the study. "Master, the revenue report for Yuehu City this year has come in. After deducting the taxes owed to Baiyun City and the military expenses, this year's income has increased by 40% compared to last year." Wu Shanxing, standing with his back to the butler, continued reading without glancing at the documents being presented. "You are well aware of how these matters have been handled in previous years. Is there anything in particular that I need to be informed of?" The butler produced a letter from within his robe, saying, "Master, this is a confidential letter from Baiyun City. The messenger has been arranged in the secret chamber, but he appears to be quite upset." Upon hearing the term confidential letter, Wu Shanxing snapped the book shut with a loud clap and quickly took the letter. The contents were simple, consisting of just 2 words, "Act swiftly." The signature was from Ling Yunlan. At that moment, Wu Shanxing waved his hand, and the butler exited the study in a shadowy corner of the room. An indistinct figure materialized. Wu Shanxing respectfully bowed to the shadow and spoke. "Ninth respected one, how do you suggest we handle this matter? It seems we cannot delay any longer." The shadow slowly descended, revealing a figure clad in dark robes who spoke, "Since Ling Yunlan is anxious, You should attend to this matter. As long as Yuehu City remains in your grasp, we can afford to suffer some losses. The voice was ambiguous, neither distinctly male nor female, and the figure wore a black mask. Obscuring their features, however, one thing was clear. Wu Shanxing harbored a deep-seated fear of the person before him. As soon as the words left the figure's lips, they produced a pill and sent it floating toward Wu Shanxing. Continuing, take this. It is your life-prolonging elixir. Upon seeing the small red-black pill hovering in the air, Wu Shanxing was so overwhelmed with excitement that he could not speak and promptly swallowed it whole. At that moment, the shadow struck out with a palm, aimed squarely at Wu Shanxing's abdomen. Despite Wu Shanxing's peak cultivation in the Gathering Source realm, he was severely injured by the strike. He collapsed to the ground, struggling to suppress the pain, blood-red eyes glaring at the shadow. The shadow then spoke again. This is a punishment for your incompetence. You should have secured the saw blade and the yew sword by last year. Yet here we are, still incomplete. Do you understand your crime? Wu Shanxing nodded, fully aware but too afraid to resist. After a moment to catch his breath, he replied, Rest assured, ninth respected one. My men have infiltrated the core circles of both sects, and this matter will surely be accomplished. Please have faith. The shadow vanished without a trace, leaving Wu Shanxing standing alone. He splashed water on his face, changed into fresh attire, and proceeded to meet with the individuals from Baiyun City. Their conversation remained unknown, as did the timing of their departure. Wu Shanxing addressed his butler, saying, Did those two sects not send a challenge? What are we waiting for? Approve it. Raise the stakes. Shortly thereafter, news of the duel at the Yuehu City Martial Arts Arena spread like wildfire throughout the streets, even reaching the ears of the street vendors who began to speculate on the outcome. On that day, individuals from the city lord's mansion arrived at the inn where Lei Yin was staying, delivering a challenge letter. The envoy carried himself with extreme arrogance, refusing to regard anyone with a proper gaze, save for those from the city lord's mansion. Humph! Is this wretched place truly fit for habitation? Where are the attendants? You lowly peasants, come forth. The third brother, who usually stood guard at the entrance, approached to inquire about the visitor. However, the rudeness of the envoy irked him, just as he was about to reprimand the man. Lei Yin, drawn by the commotion, emerged from the courtyard. With a commanding presence and an air of nobility, it was evident that he was no ordinary individual. What is happening, third uncle? As the third brother was about to respond, the envoy pinched his nose as if perceiving an unpleasant odor and said, Who do you think you are? Begone. Do not pretend to be important in my presence. Go summon your superior. According to Lao San's temperament, had it not been for Lei Yin restraining him, he would have long since unleashed a violent beating upon the individual before him. After Lei Yin subdued Lao San, he stated, I am the one in charge here. So if there is anything you wish to discuss, speak with me. The personnel from the city lord's mansion surveyed Lei Yin with evident disdain, uttering in a tone saturated with contempt, You are the one in charge? In such a filthy place, it is only fitting that a filthy person like you emerges. Take it and read it yourself. Disregarding the letter, the representatives from the city lord's mansion tossed it aside, preparing to turn away. Despite Lei Yin's usually good temper, he could no longer endure this affront and, addressing Lao San, commanded, San Bo, close the door and keep watch. Lao San swiftly dashed to the entrance and shut the door. Observing this, the personnel from the city lord's mansion began to curse loudly, Make way for this esteemed lord. You wretched commoners dare to offend me. I shall chop you into pieces to feed the dogs. Get out of my way, you lowly scum. You blind fools. With a swift motion, Lei Yin struck the man across the face, his voice deceptively calm as he uttered the harshest of words. What did you just say? I did not catch that. Repeat it. Just as the man from the city lord's mansion opened his mouth to respond, Lei Yin delivered another slap. Wincing in pain, the man clutched his face, ready to retort. But Lei Yin seized his finger, applying gentle pressure, causing the man to collapse to the ground, howling in agony. Lei Yin continued, What? Speak clearly. I did not hear you. If you cannot articulate yourself, then you can part with this finger. The representative from the city lord's mansion was momentarily rendered speechless with rage. Why you? Lei Yin struck him twice more, leaving vivid crimson handprints on his face. "Now, can you speak? Can you make yourself understood?" As soon as Lei Yan's words fell, he delivered yet another 2 slaps. The man, dazed from the blows, was uncertain whether to nod or shake his head. Noting his lack of response, Lei Yan struck him again and again, until the man finally began to nod vigorously, his lips swollen and face resembling that of a pig's head. With tears in his eyes, the man from the city lord's mansion picked up the letter from the ground and leaned down to read its contents, desperate to avoid further punishment from Lei Yan. However, with his face and mouth swollen, he struggled to articulate his words, mumbling incoherently, inciting Lei Yan's frustration as he snatched the document from the man's grasp. "If you cannot even speak clearly, what use are you? I shall read it myself, you disgraceful fool." The letter was a declaration of war, detailing how the Sawtooth sect and the Yuejian sect accused Lei Yan of oppressing their 2 factions, stealing their precious mineral resources and injuring their members, leading them to a point of unbearable resistance. It even stated how Lei Yan had monopolized the beauties of their sex and subjected them to inhumane treatment in an inn. Though the letter refrained from naming names, it was evident that it referred to Han Yufei, the sole girl in that INN.it was obvious to anyone who had any sense at that moment. Lu Yulin, Long Yin, and the elder and younger brothers were drawn to the commotion in the front hall. Upon witnessing the scene, those who were aware understood that the city lord's mansion was abusing its power and speaking out of turn, while those who were not privy to the situation might mistakenly believe that Lei Yan was the oppressor of the messenger from the city lord's mansion. Lu Yulin and Long Yin glanced at the letter in Lei Yan's hand, their anger mounting. Their frustration was not rooted in the slander against Lei Yan, but rather in the fact that the letter failed to mention either of their names. This slight did not sit well with them. After all, it was they who had dealt with the Sawtooth sect's members. The elder, younger brother, and Lao San pondered how peculiar these 3 were. A normal person would be angered by such slander. Yet they seemed more upset over the omission of their names from the declaration of war. Lu Yulin clapped Lei Yan on the shoulder and declared, "Let it be known that I will be the first to charge in." Long Yin eagerly chimed in, Yes, I must be the first. I just learned this sword technique and have yet to use it." Lei Yan, delivering a firm slap on each of their backs, replied, "Can you 2 not act rationally? What business do you have in this matter?" "The letter is addressed to me," Lu Yulin, slightly irked, retorted, "That does not concern me. Such a golden opportunity cannot be missed. Usually, you stop us and we comply, but now that they have delivered themselves to our doorstep, refusing to let me stretch my muscles seems rather inconsiderate." Long Yin nodded eagerly in agreement. "Indeed, do you have no sense of humanity? This fight is a must at that moment." Han Yufei was also drawn over by the commotion. "What is all this noise? Is it impossible to have a quiet afternoon nap?" Lei Yan handed her the letter, and upon glancing at it, Han Yufei chuckled softly, This is a bit quicker than I anticipated. Well, since I have nothing else to do, I might as well join in the fun." Chapter 68. The winds of change. The day designated in the declaration of war soon arrived, and during these days, Long Yin diligently practiced the 4/sword technique, while Lu Yulin's progress in his wave-treading identity was also beginning to show results. Particularly, the City Lord's mansion had set odds for the Sawtooth Sect's challenge against Lei Yan at 1,000 to 1 for a victory by Lei Yan, and 1 to 1 for a victory by the Sawtooth Sect. The same odds applied for the Yuejian Sect's challenge against Lei Yan.to, the people of Yuehu City. It was apparent that betting on the Sawtooth Sect and the Yuejian Sect was a guaranteed profit. Such opportunities were rare indeed. On this day, Long Yin and Lu Yulin arose particularly early, not to meditate, but to ensure their bodies and breath were in optimal condition. Lu Yulin had donned his boxing gloves early on, while Long Yin was now adept enough to wield the black gold sword with proficiency, albeit not comparable to Lao San, yet capable of executing the 4/sword technique completely and skillfully. At this time, Lei Yan brought over breakfast, urging the 2 to eat well. Han Yufei also gracefully descended the stairs. Although she wore a veil, her unparalleled beauty remained unobscured, akin to a bright moon veiled by a thin mist, inviting boundless imagination through its shroud. The 3 men stood and greeted Han Yufei respectfully. "Good morning, Miss Han." Noticing their formality, Han Yufei replied, "We are all quite familiar by now. There is no need for such courtesy." Lei Yin, however, was reluctant to allow Han Yufei to accompany them, primarily due to the crowd and the associated dangers, as well as concerns over potential ambushes from others. Han Yufei, unfazed by such trivial matters, particularly with Lao San and the others accompanying, initially contemplated allowing her 3 servants to handle the situation without Lei Yan's intervention. However, ultimately conceding, she negotiated to join Lei Yin at the martial arts arena to observe the battle. Lei Yin believed he had triumphed, but in truth, Han Yufei was the true victor, as this outcome aligned perfectly with her intentions. The group made their way to the Yuehu City Martial Arts Arena. Despite it being morning, the streets were bustling with spectators eager to witness the upcoming battles, an opportunity to earn easy money that rarely presented itself. Many passers-by recognized Lei Yin, pointing and gossiping. "Look, look! That young man dares to challenge the 2 major sects of Yuehu City. How absurd! Indeed, such a golden opportunity to earn. I borrowed money from the bounty shop to place my bets. If I win this round, I will turn my fortunes around." Throughout their journey, nearly everyone dismissed Lei Yin and his companions, employing all manner of ridicule and scorn to belittle them. Simultaneously, they fervently placed bets against Lei Yin. Han Yufei found it increasingly intolerable. Lei Yin was the one she held dear, and to insult him was to insult her. To demean her was tantamount to declaring war against the entire northern domain. Sensing Han Yufei's growing agitation, Lei Yin sought to console her, saying, "There is no need to heed these people. Their taunts and insults, perhaps, can be viewed from another perspective as a form of praise." Lu Yulin, puzzled, inquired, "Oh, how so?" Han Yufei elucidated, "What Brother Lei means is that the very fact they ridicule us indicates that we are not of the same ilk, nor will we ever lower ourselves to their level. Despite their incessant foul language, such verbal attacks will ultimately rebound upon themselves." Lei Yin nodded in agreement. Through these days of companionship, he increasingly felt that Han Yufei truly understood the depths of his heart. Yes, that is precisely the sentiment. Thus, do not concern yourself with their views or thoughts. Focus solely on being true to yourself. As the group arrived at the martial arts arena amidst the ridicule and scorn, the members of the Yuejian sect and Sawtooth sect glared fiercely at Lei Yin. However, upon the entrance of Han Yufei into the public eye, their lascivious gazes were laid bare. Wu Shanxing had long awaited their arrival at the arena. When Lei Yin handed over the declaration of war, Wu Shanxing regarded the young man before him with a tinge of regret. "A fine young man, coming here to seek death. Is it truly worth it? You could have fled under the cover of night. Why must you be so brazen?" Unfazed, Lei Yin inquired, "Is handing you this declaration sufficient to commence, or must we undertake additional formalities?" Wu Shanxing nodded slightly. The bloodthirsty spirit Lei Yin exhibited evoking a sense of respect. "Should you require my assistance, it would not be impossible to quell hostilities. Young man, you must think this through." Lei Yin replied simply and plainly, "No need." The expedition to Wushan proved to be a judicious choice, and soon the command was given for both parties to commence their duel. The Saw Blade sect dispatched its 3 champions, Zhu Gui, Zhu Run, and Zhu Yu. Although Zhu Yu had previously suffered defeat, it did not diminish the stakes of today's contest. The Yu Sword sect countered with its leader, Ho Wang, alongside the formidable Lan Qi Jian Ho Xian and Lanli Jian Ho Zishan, both esteemed elders and fellow disciples of Ho Wang, making them the strongest members of the sect aside from him. Due to injuries, Ho Mu and Ho Guan were unable to participate, leading Ho Wang to carefully deliberate before allowing these 2 to take the stage. Despite the apparent imbalance of power, yet, the Yu Sword sect could not afford a loss, and neither could Ho Wang. Long Yin stepped forward, unsheathing his black gold blade and declared, "Given my lesser strength, I shall choose first. I will take on the Saw Blade sect." Liu Yulin nodded in agreement, rolling up his sleeves as he proclaimed, "Then, the Yu Sword sect shall be mine." Long Yin made his way towards the expansive arena. Initially thought to be facing Lu Yulin, who had previously bent Zhu Yu's blade, but to their surprise, it was Long Yin who stood before them. Zhu Yu scoffed, "Elder brother, this fellow lacks skill with the blade. During our last ambush, he nearly fell to my 2 underlings." Zhu Gui scrutinized Long Yin, a flicker of recognition crossing his mind as he recalled the boy with the sword from that day in Tiamulan. "It's him," Zhu Ren, the fourth brother, asked in confusion. "What is it, elder brother? Do you know him?" Zhu Gui nodded and recounted the events that transpired in Tiamulan. The three champions drew their saw blades, applying a dark substance to their weapons before the eyes of Long Yin and his companions. Lei Yin remarked, "What a despicable act, applying poison. Long Yin, be cautious," initially believing it to be a one-on-one duel. Lei Yin felt disgusted upon witnessing the Saw Blade Sex trio enter the fray. However, when he sought out Wu Shanxing for clarification, he was told that no one had stated it would be a fair contest. This blatant unfairness incensed Lei Yin, while Han Yufei, observing from the sidelines, remarked, "You should recognize the shamelessness of these individuals. Is it not different from your expectations?" Reflecting on her words, Lei Yin agreed, realizing it was merely his own wishful thinking. The Sawblade sect was 3 against 1, while the Yu Sword sect had sent forth its elder masters. Neither side had ever claimed to engage in a fair fight. It was evident they were taking advantage of the situation. "Long Yin, remove your armor. Utilize your full strength." Hearing Lei Yin's sudden exclamation, Long Yin's expression brightened. Long Yin and Lu Yulin shed their armor. It was as if wild beasts had been unbound. The moment Long Yin cast aside his protective gear, he felt an unprecedented lightness. His blade no longer a burden. It was as if the armor had been a seal, and now that it was lifted, the power within him surged forth like a rampaging tiger. The 3 champions of the Saw Blade sect assumed their stances, and Long Yin, bare-armed, approached them, gripping his blade with determination. Zhu Yu sneered, "Elder brother. Fourth brother, I shall take his life. You too can rest." As soon as he uttered these words, he leapt into the air, unleashing his signature dual spinning blades. However, the Long Yin of today was not the same as before. He effortlessly evaded Zhu Yu's attack with a mere sidestep. Zhu Gui, spinning his saw blade, flicked his wrist, sending it hurtling towards Long Yin, yet he again sidestepped with ease. At that moment, Zhu Ren descended from above, wielding a massive saw blade, striking down towards the ground. As the dust settled, Long Yin had vanished, leaving only a large saw blade and a gaping chasm in the earth. Zhu Gui retrieved the flying blade, and the trio continued to mock. "What's wrong? Have you lost your nerve? Is fleeing all you can do now?" Long Yin smirked, raising a hand and beckoning them with his fingers, displaying a disdainful countenance. "Come again." Zhu Ren had never been so belittled before. He unleashed a series of heavy slashes at Long Yin, who merely dodged to the side, showing no intention of countering. The ground bore numerous scars from Zhu Ren's attacks. Zhu Gui, observing closely, failed to perceive Long Yin's remarkable speed. He merely noted that Long Yin had shifted a few steps aside at the moment of Zhu Ren's downward strike. Unable to contain himself, Zhu Yu shouted, "Fourth brother, let me handle this. I will slay this brat." Having discerned Long Yin's movement pattern, Zhu Yu wisely refrained from attacking from above this time, instead spinning on the ground like a top. Lu Yulin had warned Zhu Yu that while the dual spinning blades possessed great power, their speed was lacking. Today, that proved to be true. As Zhu Yu's dual blades approached, Long Yin leapt into the air, narrowly evading the assault. However, as he landed, Zhu Ren seized the opportunity, executing his heavy slashing technique just as Long Yin touched down. This strike, powerful and forceful, was aimed directly at Long Yin, but relying on instinct. He sidestepped, narrowly escaping Zhu Ren's blow, which left a deep crack in the earth. Yet, while he had evaded Zhu Ren's strike, a sense of danger loomed over him. A flying knife shot towards the back of his head. Long Yin raised his blade to block, and with a clang, the knife returned to Zhu Gui's grasp. Although Long Yin had managed to deflect the barrage of attacks, he found himself in perilous circumstances. A slight miscalculation could result in dire consequences. From the sidelines, Lei Yin nodded in approval. He has indeed grown considerably. His opponents are formidable. Han Yufei, witnessing Lei Yin praise her brothers for the first time, remarked, "Oh, you can compliment others? I thought you only knew how to push them." Through the series of attacks, Long Yin gained a clearer understanding of the challenge posed by the trio. Their coordination was evidently honed through real combat experience. Zhu Tan, watching from the sidelines, had assumed this would be an easy affair, but was astounded to see Long Yin withstand the relentless onslaught without sustaining any injuries. He understood the immense power generated by the trio's teamwork. Even at his peak, he would have had to exert himself fully to avoid harm. The fact that this young man was managing to deflect their attacks so easily was truly remarkable. The Lord of the City's Wushan event was similarly surprised. He hadn't anticipated that this young contestant would hold his ground against the Saw Blade trio so adeptly. He silently mused that this level of skill must indicate a cultivation at the source-gathering realm. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, Long Yin had only recently entered the human rank. This was largely thanks to the miraculous effects of Han Yufei's crystal needle tea and snowflake cakes. Had he not experienced the benefits of these invaluable treasures brought from the northern domain, he might have taken much longer to reach his current level. Zhu Guei, brandishing his blade, pointed it at Long Yin. Had I known you were so slippery, I should have eliminated you in Tiamulan to avoid today's predicament. Zhu Run, irritated, retorted at Zhu Yu, ninth brother. Didn't you claim he was weak? Have you ever seen someone this weak? Zhu Yu, perplexed, recalled the earlier ambush, which had indeed transpired. Back then, Long Yin could barely hold a blade. Fourth brother, I did not deceive you. The members of my 9-blade squad can attest to it. He could hardly stand with a sword, let alone fight. Having just stretched his muscles, Long Yin realized that his weighted training had indeed conferred significant benefits. Previously, he would never have been able to withstand the trio's attacks so effectively. Hey, you three seem to be having a grand time. Isn't it my turn yet? The moment the words left his mouth, Long Yin charged towards the trio with his blade in hand, prompting Zhu Tan to gasp in astonishment at Long Yin's speed. Targeting Zhu Run, the rotund champion, Long Yin executed the downward slash from the newly learned 4-blade technique. Zhu Run raised his blade to block, but as the strike connected with his saw blade, the force was overwhelming, driving him to one knee in a desperate struggle. No one anticipated that Long Yin possessed such formidable strength. Zhu Run was renowned for his might, capable of lifting a person with ease. Yet now, he found himself unable to withstand even a single blow from Long Yin. Brother, help me, Zhu Guei and Zhu Yu, witnessing this, attempted to strike upwards, hoping to injure Long Yin even if they couldn't dislodge him. Yet, to their astonishment, Long Yin deftly rolled forward, evading their strikes while maintaining a firm grip on his black gold blade. In that instant, Zhu Ren's left shoulder was deeply wound, the blade slicing through to expose white bone, the flesh painfully torn. Zhu Ren's arm was effectively rendered useless. Zhu Yu, incensed, shouted, "You lowly peasant! How dare you harm my fourth brother? I will tear you apart!" Bone Cleaver 18 blades. As he spoke, Zhu Yu unleashed the Saw Blade sect's signature Bone Cleaver technique, sending a flurry of blade-like energy towards Long Yin's face. Long Yin had indeed witnessed the formidable blade technique of his third uncle, a force far surpassing the mere edge of the knife that lay before him. He assumed the stance of the first form of the 4-blade technique, the swift blade style. In the fleeting moment that countless blades descended upon him, Long Yin executed the swift blade style, weaving through the dense onslaught like a bolt of lightning, evading with grace, resembling a dragon gliding through the sea of clouds. Although he had yet to master the instantaneous strikes of his uncle, he relied on the strength of his cultivated physique to approximate the sensation of a dragon emerging from the ocean. Zhu Yu continued to brandish his twin blades, the source energy transforming into lethal edges. In the next instant, Long Yin delivered a horizontal slash, shattering Zhu Yu's dual blades with ease. With their backs turned to one another, even Zhu Guei, watching from the sidelines, could scarcely believe his eyes at the sheer swiftness of the previous exchange, which had concluded before a single word could be uttered. Blood gradually seeped through Zhu Yu's clothing from a wound on his left abdomen, staining his garments crimson, yet he struggled to comprehend whether the Long Yin before him was indeed the same person he had encountered previously, the disparity in strength astonishingly vast. Clutching his injured side, he staggered to turn and shouted at Zhu Guei, "Brother, do not underestimate him. Unleash the flying flower and pluck the leaves to claim his head." With that, he collapsed to the ground, too weak to continue. Chapter 70. The winds rise and clouds surge. Zhu Guei gripped his saw blade tightly, reflecting on the misfortune that had befallen the trio that had seemed so robust just moments ago. Revenge consumed him, the word echoing in his mind. Vengeance, vengeance, vengeance. His eyes, aflame with fury, locked onto Long Yin. You lowly wretch, I shall take your life to avenge my brothers. As Zhu Gui bellowed, the saw blade in his hand spun with ferocity, creating a vortex of air that gathered around him. With his other hand, he produced 4 diminutive blades, aiming them at Long Yin before casting them forth, simultaneously launching the whirling saw blade. Long Yin, brandishing his own weapon, attempted to deflect the swiftly flying blades, but as he did, the rotating saw blade hurtled toward him with alarming speed, causing him to gasp in astonishment. Long Yin aimed his blade at the incoming projectiles, only to find that the 4 small knives he had just deflected were now returning toward him. He quickly withdrew, raising his weapon to block as he leapt back, realizing that Zhu Gui appeared capable of remotely controlling these flying knives. However, a thought struck him. This method seemed dissimilar to his uncle's detached style. Just as Long Yin's focus wavered, the 4 small knives came hurtling toward him with precision and speed. Unanticipated, Long Yin swung his blade in retaliation. But one of the small knives ensnared itself around the hilt of his black gold blade. In that moment, he discerned the secret. Zhu Gui was manipulating the knives with an invisible thread, and he could distinctly feel the source energy flowing through it. Since devising this flying knife technique, Zhu Gui had encountered no rival in Yuehu City over the years. In private, he and his fellow saw knife masters often boasted about the countless lives their self-created techniques had claimed. With a decisive tug, Long Yin severed the thread binding the knife to his weapon, and as the line snapped, the small knife fell silent. He mused to himself, so this was Zhu Gui's trick with the spinning blades. After dispatching the small knives, only the larger one remained. Zhu Gui hastily retracted it, fearful of unforeseen consequences. Now, it was truly a clash of blades, a test of strength. Long Yin dashed forward with remarkable speed, reaching Zhu Gui in mere moments, sending a wave of fear coursing through Zhu Gui as he swung his weapon in desperation. In that instant, he cast aside all caution and unleashed the bone-slicing blade technique. Striking fiercely at Long Yin, disheartened by the chaotic flailing of Zhu Gui's technique, Long Yin seized the opportunity to execute a swift blade style, swiftly disarming Zhu Gui and casting his weapon to the ground. He pressed the blade of his black gold knife against Zhu Gui's throat and said, "When we first met, did you not wish to see my blade? Now is your chance to experience it firsthand." Zhu Gui, paralyzed by fear, dared not move. Meanwhile, Lei Yin, observing from the sidelines, seemed to perceive a shift in the situation and remarked casually, "This is not right. Why do you appear so discontent at the sight of your brother's victory?" inquired Han Yufei, puzzled. Lei Yin shook his head vigorously. No, what I mean is, the power he displays now is utterly mismatched to what he showcased during their first encounter." He referred not to Long Yin, but rather to Zhu Gui, as he recalled their initial meeting where Zhu Gui had exhibited strength far superior to what he demonstrated now in the span of less than a month. The difference was staggering. Han Yufei quietly assessed the situation before responding, "It is not surprising. He is merely at the first level of the human stage." Lei Yin did not dwell on how Han Yufei discerned the trio's level of strength, but hurriedly elaborated. "Indeed, it is not right. When I first encountered him, his prowess was at least at the 4th or 5th level of the human stage. He is not merely at the first level now." Han Yufei remained oblivious to Lei Yin's concerns, thinking that even if danger lurked, how much trouble could arise in such a small place? At that moment, Long Yin, observing the beleaguered Zhu Gui, delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling. Below, Zhu Tan could no longer remain seated, feeling the weight of disgrace. The 3 masters of the saw blade sect had been bested by an unknown upstart. Zhu Tan brandished his own blade, puffing out his ample belly as he ascended the stage. Long Yin, however, did not dare to be complacent. He did not feel pride in having triumphed over Zhu Gui and his companions. Rather, he was acutely aware that Zhu Tan was not an opponent he could contend with. The chasm between their strengths was akin to mountains and seas. Yet Zhu Tan showed no inclination to grant Long Yin any respite, charging at him with his blade. Although his speed was not particularly swift, Long Yin understood the weight and power behind that strike, prompting him to evade with urgency. Zhu Tian swung his blade. Long Yin dodged, leaping into the air or rolling to the side, doing everything he could to avoid the onslaught of his intimidating adversary. Zhu Tian pursued relentlessly, while Long Yin evaded with agility, resolute in his determination. If I cannot defeat you, can I not at least escape?